This video shows you the invisible patterns of music so you can use them to write your own songs and compositions. There is a boss fight waiting for you at the end of this video, but you'll need every tool you learn along the way to beat it, so don't skip anything. These lessons are straight from the book that has been purchased by over 5,000 people, pushing it to hit #1 bestseller in its category on Amazon. And it's also helped my gamer clients write and release their own music at a professional level. Welcome to the first chapter and the first lesson in this module, Rhythm 1. So for this entire module, this entire chapter, we're just going to be talking about rhythm. So what is rhythm? So rhythm is sound grouped into patterns, and the patterns are made through sound and silence. Rhythm is like a light bulb. It's either on or it's off. When it's on, there's sound. When it's off, there's silence. So if you think about it this way, we're not going to worry about whether a sound is low or high. We're just going to think, okay, is there sound or is there no sound? Another way of thinking about this is binary, the computer language with ones and zeros. 1 is their sound, 0 is their silence. So when we think about rhythm, we're only going to think in terms of is there sound and is there silence? Not what kind of sound is there. We'll get to that later. We're just thinking, is there sound and is there silence? So rhythm defines the passage of time through the presence and absence of sound. Rhythm can be fast, slow, loud, quiet. Rhythm can speed up and rhythm can slow down. So what we're going to do now is we're going to listen to an example of rhythm, and I'm going to talk you through the different things that are happening as we listen. So this is example 1 from your book, Rhythm. This is an African kind of rhythm. But listen, we're not worried about what these different sounds sound like. You can hear that there's a sound and then there's silence. Slowing down, speeding up. See, rhythm can speed up. Faster, faster. Getting quiet. Getting very quiet. And slowing down. So this example is pretty interesting because there's a lot going on. There's different drums, there's different percussion instruments. We can hear that each instrument is making a sound and then there's silence, and that's how we're hearing that there's rhythm. So again here, there's sound and silence. We're not worried about how high or how low a sound is. So those are all examples of rhythm, where there is sound and there is silence, and we hear that things are happening just based off the fact that there is sound and then there is silence. In this lesson, you are going to learn about pulse. Now, a pulse is a type of rhythm. It's a group of identical sounds that repeats at the same volume, so the same loudness, and at the same speed. So it's not going to speed up, it's not going to slow down. No pulse is louder or more quiet than the pulse that comes before or after it. So a pulse is a group of completely identical sounds that are all exactly the same. There's no difference between them. And we can see from this nifty little graphic here that sure enough, we can see noise levels here. So this is talking about how loud something is. We can see time here. So this is talking about, well, how long are we listening to this for? And then we have our sounds and then silences, sounds. And we can see that all these sounds, they're exactly the same. And they have the same amount of space between them, and they're all exactly the same loudness or the same volume. Let's listen to the example of a pulse. Okay, every sound is exactly the same. No sound is different from the sound that came before, and there's an even amount of time between each sound. We're going to listen to it one more time. Okay, bringing it on back. Here it is. Listen to it. Exactly the same every single time. It's so the same that you can actually anticipate and feel and guess when the next one's going to come because it's so even. It's so reliable. So that's a pulse. A pulse is a type of rhythm because there sure enough is sound, and then there is silence. And we're hearing the pulse because there's sound, and then there is silence. In this lesson, you are going to understand the second use of the word pulse. And when we use pulse in this context, it actually means a feeling. So the word pulse can also describe the underlying rhythmic movement of a piece of music that is felt by you, but not seen or ever written down. Interesting, huh? So when you hear a piece of music, you might start to clap along with it. When you clap along with it, you are feeling the pulse. No one's telling you to clap along with it, but you sort of instinctively feel where to clap or where to bob your head. That's you feeling the pulse. So because pulse is subjective, that means you might feel a pulse different from how I feel a pulse, and we both feel a pulse different than someone else feels a pulse. Many different people can feel different pulses from the same music. So we're going to do a little experiment here so you can really understand and get a feeling for this second meaning of the word pulse. I'm going to put on a piece of music. I'm not going to do anything. You are going to clap along with the piece of music wherever it is you feel is right. There's no wrong answers here. Wherever you feel is the right place to clap along with this piece of music, you're going to clap along with it. Now, if you're somewhere where you can't make a lot of noise, just take 2 fingers and tap them on your palm like this. That way you're not going to make a big clapping sound, but you'll still be able to clap. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to this piece of music, and you clap along with it wherever you feel is the right place to clap along with it. Clap. Good. Keep it going. Keep clapping. Okay, now I'm going to give you a demonstration of different pulses. So perhaps you clapped here. Now some of you might be saying, no, that's not where I was clapping. I was clapping here. And still others of you might be saying, well, Dan, I wasn't clapping in either of those places. This is where I was feeling the pulse. All of those are the right answer. Pulse is subjective. You might feel the pulse as being here. Now, can you feel where I'm clapping? It makes sense. It feels right. This also feels right. As does this. So pulse is subjective, and this is the other meaning of the word pulse. So if you hear a piece of music and you nod your head with the music or you clap with the music, this is the pulse. So pulse can mean a sound that is the same every single time it happens. There's no change in the volume or in the way that it sounds or how it sounds. It sounds exactly the same every single time. You can also think of pulse as the feeling when you listen to a piece of music. In the next 2 lessons, we're going to unpack the word beat. What is a beat? What does it mean? And how does it relate to rhythm and also pulses? So a beat is a type of rhythm. In the same way that a pulse was a type of rhythm, beat is a type of rhythm. So you can call beat rhythm, but a beat is not a pulse and a pulse is not a beat. So a beat is often counted or connected to, associated with, thought of being part of a particular pulse. When this association, when this connection, when this thought happens, a beat is then called the beat, and it is felt like the pulse. So when you feel the beat, I'm sure you've heard a song in your life, or you've heard someone say, "Can you feel the beat?" What they mean is, can you feel the pulse? Can you also hear where the pulse should be in the fact that you're feeling that pulse? Where in the last lesson, where we were clapping along with the music, maybe you clapped in one of those 3 different pulse places. When someone says, "Can you feel the beat?" what they're saying is, can you feel this pulse that I am also feeling? So a beat can align with a pulse sound in the sense that a beat can be even in the same way that a pulse is even. But it's not going to be exactly the same every single time. That's what's the difference between the pulse and the beat. But a beat can still be even, just like a pulse sound. A beat, just like we talked about, can also align with the pulse feeling. So someone says, "Can you feel the beat?" What they're saying is, can you feel the pulse that I am feeling? Now, a beat is different from a pulse because it can be loud, it can be quiet, and each sound in the beat does not have to be the same as the beat that came before it. So a beat is actually made up of different pulses that are all different from each other. And sometimes there can be more than one sound or more than one pulse happening at a time. And all these different sounds or pulses come together to create a beat. So let's look at this nifty little graphic here. And sure enough, you can see that sometimes there's 2 sounds happening at the same time. There's 2 different pulses happening at the same time. So using this graphic as an example, let's break down and understand how many different pulses are happening here. So we have pulse number 1 is down here. We have pulse number 2 is here. When we see pulse number 1, there's no other pulse number 1s because there's no other sounds happening at the same noise level there. So by definition, if it's not happening at the same noise level, it's not going to be a pulse. Also, if it doesn't sound the same, it's not going to be a pulse. Here's pulse number 2. Are there any other pulse number 2s? Nope. No pulse number 2s. All right, how about pulse number 3? We're going to do pulse number 3 in a different color here. So pulse number 3. Looks like we have 2 pulse number 3s. Okay, so a pulse can repeat. Yeah, that's what pulses do. They repeat. Now let's get one more color. Let's do blue. How about? We have pulse number 4, and we have pulse number 5. So within this one beat, we can have 5 different sounds, 5 different pulses that all come together to create the feeling of a beat happening. In the next lesson, we are going to listen to and break down a complete audio example of a beat. In this lesson, you are going to hear an audio example of a beat that's actually going to line up with this graphic so we can understand how all those different pulses can come together to create something completely different called a beat. This is example 3 from the book. So you can hear that there are definitely different things happening here. Okay, now let's go through and break it down. So watch for me when I point like this is when pulse number 1 and pulse number 2 are happening. And we have pulse number 1 and pulse number 2. We're going to color code these. Oh, how about red? These are pulse number 1 and pulse number 2. So whenever these happen, I'm going to go like this. Here we go. Pulse number 1 and 2. Okay, so that's pulse number 1 and 2. 1 plus 2. Now you can hear that in pulse 1 and 2, there's one really low sound, and there's sort of a higher clicking sound. There's like a thump, like someone's dropping something, and then there's a little click up above it. Let's listen to it one more time. Right there. Hear that? It was like something fell, went thump, and something also went click. Okay, so the thump, that's pulse number 1, that's the lower one. And then that higher click, that's pulse number 2. Now let's listen out for pulse number 3. And remember, pulse number 3 actually happens 2 times. So for every 1 time that we have pulse number 1 and 2, we're going to have pulse number 3 is going to happen 2 times. See that? We have 2 3s. Now let's get our little color coding going here. All right, so here's pulse number 3. Okay, we're going to listen to the music now, and I'm going to point out again with my finger where pulse number 3 is happening. Pulse number 3 is sort of a hollow clicking sound. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so pulse number 3, let's listen to it one more time so you can really get it. It's that hollow clicking sound. That right there, a little pop. That. See, there it is again. There it is again. Pulse 3. Pulse 3. Pulse 3. Pulse 3. Okay, so let's unpack what we have so far in terms of our pulses. We have pulse number 1 and 2. Now, every time pulse number 1 and 2 happen, they sound exactly the same. They also happen at even intervals of time. So 1 and 2, they come back around every single time they're exactly the same. That means they are both pulses, but they're 2 different pulses. Now, pulse number 3, every single time it comes back around, it's the same volume, it sounds the same, it's not speeding up, it's not slowing down, so it is a different pulse from pulse number 1 and 2. Now, one more thing to point out, I know I mentioned this earlier, but this really is important, that pulse number 3 is happening 2 times for every 1 time that pulse 1 and 2 happens, and then pulse 3 happens 2 times. And pulse 3 is still happening at even intervals. It sounds exactly the same. It is a pulse, for sure. Now let's talk about pulse number 4 and 5. We're going to give these guys the blue color. Okay. I'm going to point out again with my finger every single time pulse 4 and 5 come around. That right there, that sound. That. There it is again. So it might be a little hard for you to hear that there's 2 separate sounds there, but there are. There's sort of this drum sound, this pop happening, and then also there's another hollow clicking sound that's different from the other hollow clicking sounds happening on top of it. There it is. Can you hear that there's a drum hit and a hollow clicking sound there? If you can't, that's okay. Just as long as you can hear that 4 and 5 are happening together and that they are different from 1 plus 2 and 3, that's all you really need. So there you go. Every time we go through this series of pulses, 1 plus 2, 3, 4 plus 5, 3. 1 plus 2 is happening 1 time, 3 is happening 2 times, and 4 plus 5 are happening 1 time. Let's listen through this example one more time, and I'm going to call out the beats as they happen. 1 plus 2, 3, 4 plus 5, 3. 1 plus 2, 3, 4 plus 5, 3. Listen. 1 plus 2, 3, 4 plus 5, 3. 1 plus 2, 3, 4 plus 5, 3. Excellent. I will see you in the next lesson where we are going to tie up all things beat. I will see you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn the rest of the uses of the word beat. So as we discussed before, beat can be used to describe a particular pulse. When someone says, "Can you feel the beat?" what they mean is, can you feel the pulse that I am feeling? And they actually may mean a particular beat, and we'll get to that in a couple of lessons when we talk about something called time signatures. Another use of the word beat is for an instrumental production for hip-hop and sometimes for pop or dance music that is ready and waiting for a singer or a rapper or MC, if you will, to sing or rap over the beat to make a song. An instrumental is when you have a piece of music that is just instruments. There's no vocals, there's no singing, there's no talking. Sometimes maybe there are a little background pieces of singing or talking, but there's nothing that would capture your attention and make it feel like a song that you would sing along with on the radio or sing along with from a streaming service. So when we have just the piece of music without the rapping, without the singing, that instrumental piece of music is called a beat. In this lesson, you are going to learn about and understand how to use a metronome. Now, a metronome is a device or software application that produces a sound at even intervals of time. Well, what does that sound like? Sure enough, that's a pulse. Now, the thing about a metronome is you can actually speed it up and slow it down. You can change the speed of the pulse, but it's always going to generate a completely even pulse. Metronome speed is measured by how many times it makes a sound, a pulse, or a click every minute. So like in a car, when you measure miles per hour, that's how you measure the speed. For metronomes, you're going to measure beats per minute or clicks per minute. How many times does it click in a minute? Every click of the metronome is considered a beat for the examples in this book, even though, and you might be thinking about this, well, hang on a second, Dan. You said if a sound sounds the same every single time and it's produced at even intervals of time and it's not louder or more quiet than the sound that came before it and it sounds the same as the sound that came before it, that sounds like a pulse. And well, you'd be right. But this is just the terminology that's used, so we're going to roll with it. Every time a metronome clicks, it's called a beat. And we measure a metronome in beats per minute, or BPM. Throughout this book and this course, you will see a metronome icon. This is a metronome icon. And whatever the number in the icon is, that's how many beats per minute you should do the exercise or the activity at. So, how to use a metronome. You can check out the description below this video for links to free software metronomes so you don't have to spend any money. That'll save you between $20 to $100 depending on the metronome you get. I will be using my trusty physical metronome. Now, sometimes during this course or working with the book, you will find that certain examples are a little challenging to do at the speed of the metronome icon. If that's the case, just slow the metronome down a little bit and you will be good to go. So there are three main types of metronomes. There are digital metronomes, there are software metronomes, and there are mechanical or electromechanical metronomes. The free metronomes are the software metronomes that you can download, you can put on your device. There's even some metronomes you can get on the internet. However, just a word of warning that if you do an internet metronome, your connection to the internet will actually determine if the metronome is actually going to give you a consistent pulse, because if your connection speeds up and slows down, that can actually mess with how accurate the metronome is on the internet. So I definitely recommend downloading a metronome onto your device. So take a moment, go grab one of those free metronomes, put it on your device, and then come back here and we'll finish this video together. Pause the video, get yourself a metronome if you don't have one already. Okay, and we are back. So you're going to take your metronome, you're going to set your metronome to 60, 60, and press start or play on your metronome. Listen to the pulse. Now what you're going to try to do is you're going to try to anticipate. You're going to try and feel the pulse in addition to hearing the pulse. And you're going to wait until you can hear the pattern of the pulse. Wait until you can feel like you know when the next click, when the next sound is going to happen. And when you feel like you can anticipate and know when the next click is going to happen, take 2 fingers in your palm so you're not louder than the metronome, because you still need to listen to the metronome, and quietly clap with every click. Try not to clap before the click or after the click. Clap exactly with the click every single time. Practice doing that a little bit, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn all about a count-in and actually learn how to perform a count-in for yourself. So a count-in is giving a beat or a pulse with spoken words or sounds, so musicians can start making music at the same time and at the same speed as each other, or that you can set yourself up for success and tell yourself what speed you're going to be doing the music at. So this is like an on your mark, get set, go, or a ready, steady, go for musicians. The beginning of the following songs feature a count-in. You can actually pause this video and go listen to them. They're in the description below. I Saw Her Standing There by the Beatles, Patience by Guns N' Roses, and Hey Ya by Outkast. And you will hear at the beginning of each one of those songs a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, or in the case of Hey Ya, a 1, 2, 3, And those sounds and words are a count-in. They're telling everyone involved in making the music how fast the song is going to be and when the song is going to start. So go ahead, pause this video, give that a listen, and then pop back in, and you are going to learn how to perform a count-in for yourself. You are going to learn how to do a count-in in groups of 4, which is what you just heard in all 3 songs. I Saw Her Standing There, Patience, and Hey Ya. There was 1, 2, 3, 4 that happened before the music started. So you're going to learn how to do that. You're also going to learn how to count in for 3, because in this book and in this course, you're going to be actually working in groups of 4 and in groups of 3. Set a metronome to 60. Listen to the pulse for a moment, or 4, or 5, many moments, until you can really anticipate the speed of the pulse and where the next pulse is going to be. So you're listening to the metronome until you can hear the pattern and anticipate when the next click is going to happen. Once you feel like you know when that next click is going to happen, you're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4 aloud with each number you speak happening at the same time as a click. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Now try to be precise as possible. Speak exactly with the clicking sound, not before or after. Just like in the last lesson, we wanted to clap exactly with the click. Here's a count in for 4 one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. To count into 3, we're going to follow the same process. We're going to listen to the metronome until we can anticipate when the next click is going to happen. So listen. Once you feel like you can anticipate and feel when that next click is going to happen, you're going to count 1, 2, 3, along with the metronome, with each number lining up with a click, like this. 1, 2, 3. Do it again. Listening. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. That is how you perform a count-in. Practice doing a count-in with a free metronome, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about the word tempo, what it means, how to use it, and also how it can actually be very confusing and very hard to tell what the tempo of a song actually is if you don't know music theory. So tempo is an Italian word that means time. The word tempo is used in music to describe how slow or fast a piece of music or musical phrase or little piece of music should be played. It is also used when listening to a piece of music to describe how fast it is being played. So when we talk about multiple tempos, the plural, so if we have more than one tempo, is actually tempi in formal language. Just like if you have one piece of spaghetti, it's actually a spaghetto. And if we have more than one spaghetto, we have spaghetti. If you have one little drawing on a wall, that's a graffito. If you have lots of drawings or a complicated drawing on a wall, that is graffiti. So in Italian, more than one is E and one is O. So tempo means one, tempi means more than one, but more often than not, you are going to hear musicians say tempos. So they take the word tempo, and then in English, we put S on the end of words when there's more than one of them. So we say tempos. Either one is correct. Everyone is going to understand what you mean when you say tempos. Only people who understand music theory or who have had some music education are going to understand what you mean when you say tempi. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to talk you through a couple of tempo examples. You're going to see that there's some videos under this one in this lesson. You're going to pause this video. You're going to go listen to each example and then come back to this. You don't need to listen to the whole song, maybe 20 or 30 seconds. So the first song to listen to is At Last by Etta James. So go ahead and pause this video, listen to At Last by Etta James, and then come back. Okay, that is a slow song. That is a slow tempo. Now listen to a medium speed tempo. Listen to Ho Hey by the Lumineers. Again, that video is right down there. Pause this, go listen to that, and then come back. Okay, so now you've listened to slow, medium. Now let's listen to something fast. Go down and listen to September by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Pause this, go listen, then come back. Remember, you don't need to listen to the whole song. Excellent. Okay, so you can hear pretty clearly that At Last, well, that's a slow moving song. It's sort of like molasses. It's just rolling along real slow. Ho Hey, it's moving. It's kind of walking. It's grooving along. And then September, it's really moving quite fast. That's like someone power walking or jogging. It's moving quite quickly. Now we're going to listen to 3 more examples where it's not going to be quite so obvious how fast the piece of music really is. So let's start with an easy one. Go down and listen to Change Is Gonna Come by Sam Cooke. Pause this, go listen, then come back. Okay, now listen to Jump Start by Greg Howe. Pause this, go listen, come back. Now, what you may have noticed with Jumpstart is it feels like a fast tempo. It doesn't seem to be very medium. That thing feels like it's moving, doesn't it? It sounds fast. Now, here's the crazy one. Pause this, go listen to Love is a Battlefield by Pat Benatar, then come back. Okay, now you've listened to Love is a Battlefield by Pat Benatar. Now, let me ask you this. Which one sounds faster to you? Jump Start, our medium speed by Greg Howe, or Love is a Battlefield, our fast one by Pat Benatar? If you said that Jump Start actually feels faster to you, that's actually kind of normal. A lot of people hearing these 2 examples say that Jump Start sounds to be faster than Love is a Battlefield. But if you go back and listen to the drums of Love is a Battlefield, they're actually going very, 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 very fast. You're going to learn in Module 2, Chapter 2, about why drums are so important to actually understand how fast of a piece of music is. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand all about lines. So music is usually written on lines, either a single line or the staff. The staff is 5 parallel lines, and you'll see examples in this book both using the single line and also the staff, which is the 5 parallel lines right here. So every time you see these 5 lines together in music, that's called the staff. You'll notice that with your course, you got a free download of a piece of, well, paper that's covered with staff. And the reason is you're going to be using that piece of paper to write music. Also, sometimes you will see music written just on a single line like this. More often than not, though, you are going to see music on the staff. I will see you in the next lesson. In the last lesson, you learned all about the lines, the single line and the staff, where we said music gets written on it. Well, what do we write on the single line and the staff? Well, those are going to be called notes. So musicians play, read, and write rhythm with symbols called notes. Each kind of note is written differently. So let's go in and understand the different parts of notes. So what we have here is called an open notehead, and it's called open because, well, there's this hollow space in the middle here. So it's open. It looks like a donut. It looks like a tire. Yep, great. Open notehead. Now here's a slightly different style of open notehead. You can see that this open notehead over here, our first open notehead, is pretty much level, whereas this notehead is tilted up. But it's also an open notehead. We can see that sure enough, the middle is hollow, just like a donut, just like a tire. That's an open notehead. And then we have a stem. Now the stem is this line right here that comes down from the notehead. So we have an open notehead and a stem. The last type of note for us to look at is a closed notehead. So this is called a closed notehead because, as you can see, the whole notehead is colored in. So that's a closed notehead. And the closed notehead can also have a stem. So we have open notehead that is pretty much level, an open notehead that's tilted with a stem, and then we have a closed notehead with a stem. So each one of these 3 types of notes has a specific name. We're not just going to call them open notehead and stem note and closed notehead and stem note. We're going to give them actual names. So when we just have an open notehead, no stem, we're going to call this a whole note. And a whole note is a very long duration. It takes up 4 counts. Well, what are counts, you say? Well, we'll get there. It takes up 4 counts. A half note, that's the open notehead with the stem, gets a medium duration of 2 counts. Again, what's a count? We're going to get there. But you can see that, well, there's half as many counts per half note than there are for whole note. Whole note gets 4 counts. Half note gets only 2 counts. So it's shorter. And then there's a quarter note, and the quarter note is the closed notehead with the stem. And that gets the short duration. Each quarter note gets 1 count each. So that's half the rhythmic value, or half the duration, of the half note. So we have a whole note that gets 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a half note that gets 2 counts. 1, 2. And a quarter note that gets 1 count. So that sounds like this. We're going to think of a count as a click. Clicks are counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was a whole note. Here's a half note. 1, 2. Wow, that was a lot shorter. Here's a quarter note. 1. Here's a whole note again. I'm going to get the pulse. Now I'm going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a whole note. Here's a half note. You get the pulse. Then I'm just going to count. Here we go. 1, 2. A lot shorter than the whole note. Here's a quarter note. Listening. Then when I count, it starts. 1. That's it. So you can see that the whole note lasts for 4 clicks or 4 counts. A half note lasts for 2 clicks or 2 counts. and a quarter note lasts for 1 click or 1 count. I will see you in the next lesson. So in the staff, there's 5 lines and there's 4 spaces between the lines. Now to keep track of which line and which space we're talking about on the staff, we're going to give each line and each space a number. So the line that is closest to the floor is going to be line 1. Next line up is line 2. The line closest to the ceiling is line 5. The space between line 1 and line 2, we're going to call that space 1. The space between line 2 and line 3, we're going to call that space 2. Between line 3 and 4, space 3. Between line 4 and 5 is space 4. In this lesson, I'm going to give you a demo of writing quarter, half, and whole notes on different lines and spaces of the staff. I think it's very good to practice writing your note heads in space 4 and in space 1, because then it's very easy to measure your stem length, and then you can start to get used to how long your stem should be, and then that can start to translate over to when you write note heads on different lines of the staff. Little point, for rhythm, it doesn't actually matter where you write the notes. It's not going to change how the notes sound, because with rhythm, we're just concerned about on, off. Is the light switch on? Is there sound? Is the light switch off? Is there silence? Okay. We're going to start with a quarter note in space 4. So we're going to write a closed note head in space 4, colored in, and then we're going to write a stem that is 4 staff lines long. Now you can see I'm using my iPad, so I'm actually cheating a little bit to make my stems perfectly straight. When I hold my Apple Pencil, it snaps that line totally straight. But if you have a ruler, or you grab that music theory ruler that I recommended to you in the intro video, then you're going to be good to go. You can use that music theory ruler or just a regular ruler to make sure that your lines are straight. Okay, now let's do a quarter note in space 1. So we're going to write a closed note head, and then we're going to write a stem that is 1, 2, 3, 4 staff lines long. Perfect. Now we're going to write a quarter note on line 3 of the staff. So start in the middle, go down to the middle, come back around, color it in, and then 4 staff lines long is the stem. There you go. So that's how you write a quarter note. You're always going to write the note head first and then add the stem. Let's walk through writing half notes. So here's going to be a half note in space number 4 of the staff. Great. Make sure you have that tilt for about 45 degrees, and then bring the stem down. There you go. That's your half note. Now we're going to do a half note in space 1 of the staff. Up, around, good to go, add a stem, don't you know. So you can see, actually, I would critique this and say that this stem should be moved over a little bit to the right. And let me show you the difference. So remember how this looks. And then this is how the stem really should be. Attached to the side of the note head, not towards the middle of the note head. Now let's do a half note on line 3. There we go. Boom, there's a note head. And there's the stem. There you go. So quarter notes and half notes. Let's wrap it up with whole notes. Whole note in space 4. There we go. Oh, we have a little extra hanger on there. Oh, there we go. Very nice. Now we're going to do a whole note in space 1. There we go. That one has a little bit of a tilt to it, which we really don't want. We want it to be more even Steven. So let's try to even that one out. There we go. And then we're going to write a whole note on line 3 of the staff again, starting in the middle, and then make the whole note. There we go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to actually clap and count rhythms, because one of the best ways for you to really understand the difference between whole, half, and quarter notes is going to be to clap and count them. So we're going to make it easy on you so you don't need to get really good at reading music. We're going to add a couple of hints in there to help you out. So to clap your hands, you're going to have a little up arrow, and to remind you to count, we're going to put the word count. So let's take a look at our first example. Sure enough, for every quarter note that there is, we have a little arrow for you to clap. Before you actually read the music, practice just counting and clapping quarter notes. And that's going to sound like this. You're going to put a metronome on. When you can anticipate when the next click is going to be, then you're going to do one clap with every single click, like this. That first one was a little early, but that's okay. Now, once you can do this comfortably, you're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you're going to do the next step, which is to actually read and count through example 6. So you're going to give yourself a count in. Also, keep in mind you can follow along with me here, clap with me here, but also look at example 6 and try to actually clap and count along with example 6. So step number 1 is we're going to set the metronome to 60, because sure enough, our little tempo icon over there on the left next to the number 6 says 60. Then you're going to listen to the click until you can anticipate the speed of the click and you can feel the pattern. You know where the next click is going to happen. And then you're going to give yourself a count in of 4, and then you're going to clap and continue counting. So watch one time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you notice I just counted to 4 times, and sure enough, I read the music from left to right, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, clapping every single time I saw one of those arrows line up with the note. And that is how you read music, from left to right, top to bottom, just like a book. Now, in the example for number 6, if you look at the book example, there's actually going to be a little green line that's going to show you every single chord note you're on so you can follow along visually. That's another reason I really recommend using those examples. In the next lesson, you are going to learn how to clap and count half notes. I will see you there. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to clap and count half notes. So before you go and try and read, clap, and count through example 7, just practice clapping and counting half notes by themselves. So for half notes, we're going to listen to the click. Then we're going to clap on one beat. We're going to skip the next. We're going to clap on the next beat, skip the next. So we're going to alternate clicks, clapping and waiting. So it sounds like this: clap, wait, clap, wait, just like that. Once you get comfortable doing that, you're going to add in 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's always nice to give yourself a count in before you start. So give yourself a ready, set, go, and on your marks, get set, go with the count in of 1, 2, 3, 4 before you start clapping. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clap on 1, skip 2, clap on 3, skip 4, clap on 1, skip 2, clap on 3, skip 4, clap on 1, skip 2, clap on 3, skip 4. Count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Now, once you're comfortable actually clapping and counting half notes, then you're actually going to clap and count example 7. So to do that, put the metronome on, hear the pulse. when you can feel the speed of the metronome, you can anticipate and you know when the next click's going to be, when you can hear the pattern, you're going to give yourself a count-in of 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're going to start, again, reading from left to right, clapping where we have the arrows lining up with the count and the notes. That's going to sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do recommend watching example 7 a couple of times because there's this nice little green bar that shows you exactly where you are at all times. Try clapping and counting along with me in this lesson. Also with example 7, practice clapping your half notes by themselves. Then try doing example 7 by yourself, literally just looking at the book with a metronome, clapping, and try to get it to sound exactly the same as what I did here and also how it sounds in the example. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand and learn how to clap and count whole notes. So just like with chord notes and half notes, we're going to follow the same process here. First, we're going to understand whole notes by themselves without actually trying to read them. So we're going to put the click on when you can anticipate the speed of the click. Once you can anticipate where the click is going to be, you're going to give yourself a count in of 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you're going to clap on 1, you're going to skip 2, you're going to skip 3, you're going to skip 4. You're going to clap on 1, you're going to skip 2, you're going to skip 3, you're going to skip 4. And then once you're comfortable clapping on 1, skipping 2, 3, 4, then you're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4 as you do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, skip 2, skip 3, skip 4. Clap 1, skip 2, skip 3. Move your hands. Clap with me. 1, skip 2, skip 3, skip 4. Clap 1, skip 2, skip 3, skip 4. Now count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's whole notes by themselves. Now let's do whole notes actually going through example 8. So for example 8, I'm going to put the metronome on. I'm going to hear the pulse. Once I can anticipate the speed of the metronome, I'm going to give myself a count-in. And as soon as I finish my count-in of 1, 2, 3, 4, the next one I say, I'm going to be counting and clapping through this entire example from left to right. Here we go. Okay, getting the speed. I know when the next one's going to be. Counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Second one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Third one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember to use example 8 so you can see where the count is. You can actually follow along. Those book examples are going to help coach you on how to actually read the music because that little green line goes through the notes and you can hear the clicks. Practice clapping whole notes by themselves. Go through measure 8, clap and count through me in this lesson, and then try and put all that down. Just get a metronome, give yourself a count-in, and try and clap and count through example 8. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand bar lines and measures because bar lines and measures work together, and you will see why in just a moment. First, let's talk about bar lines and what they mean. So bar lines divide groups of notes or show other things. So for example, a single bar line or a regular bar line divides groups of notes. That's just one single line like this going down the staff. The staff is 5 horizontal lines. A bar line is just one single vertical line. Then we can have a double bar line, and a double bar line is 2 like regular bar lines next to each other with a little space in between. And a double bar line divides the sections of a song. So a regular bar line divides the notes. Double bar line divides sections of a song, or you'll also see it at the end of some exercises. So for example, if there's only part of a song or a couple of notes from a song and the song doesn't end all the way, sometimes we'll put a double bar line at the end of that just to show, well, it's not really the end of the song, there's more of the song, but that's all we're going to see for now. And then a final bar line, that's one regular bar line, and then another line that's about 3 or 4 times thicker than the regular bar line, so thin, thick, and this final bar line shows the end of a song. So our 3 types of bar lines are a regular bar line, a double bar line, and a final bar line. Now let's look at how these bar lines play into measures. So a measure is a space on the staff where notes and other musical notation are placed, and the measure shows time. It shows, from left to right when we count or we clap, time is happening when we go from left to right. So you can see that in between each bar line, there is a measure. So here we have a bar line, here we have a bar line, and between the 2 bar lines, we have a measure. Between these 2 bar lines, we have a measure. Between these 2 bar lines, we have a measure, and then the song ends at the final bar line. The final bar line is like a stop sign. That's saying, hey guys, it's over. Done. Stop. That's the final bar line. Final bar line is the stop sign. It's the red light. It's saying, hey guys, stop. That's it. It's over. Now, one thing to notice is that in the first measure, there is no bar line at the beginning. Now, this is correct. Whenever we have a bunch of measures in the row, the first measure is not going to have a bar line on the left. Well, the first measure only has 1 bar line here, whereas the second measure, as you can see, has 2 bar lines. Third measure has 2 bar lines. Fourth measure has a regular bar line and a final bar line. Now, 2 more points on measures. The abbreviation for the word measure is M dot. So, for example, this is our first measure here. So, for example, this is our first measure here. This is our second. This is our third. This is our fourth. If I wanted to just write about measure 3, that's this one right here, I would write M dot 3. 3. There we go. Which means measure 3. Measures, the abbreviation for measures is MM dot. So if we're talking about more than one measure, we're going to have measures. So let's say, for example, I wanted to talk about measures 1 through 3. I want to talk about all 3 of these. I would put M dot 1 through 3. That's measures 1 through 3. All right. Those are bar lines, the 3 different types of bar lines, regular, double, and final, as well as measures. Remember, there's no bar line on the left side of the first measure. At the start of the first measure, there is never a bar line. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to take everything you've learned so far, notes, lines, bar lines, final bar lines, measures, and put it all together so you can start to see what music actually looks like. So first, let's look at our measures. In this example, we have measures of 4, which means there's going to be 4 notes or 4 counts in every measure. You can see we have 4 measures total. We have measure 1 is here, measure 2 is here, 3 is here, measure 4 is here. And to keep things super simple, it's not on the staff, it's on a single line. And to keep things simple, the notes are on a single line instead of on the staff. Now you can see that in each measure, there are 4 quarter notes in every single measure. 4 quarter notes. Each one of those quarter notes is going to get a beat, a click, or a count of 1, 2, 3, or 4. Notice that in every measure, when we finish the measure and we get to the bar line, so here in this measure, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. We get to the bar line, and then what happens is we start over from 1 again. 1, 2, 3, 4. We get to the bar line. What happens? We start again from 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Every single time. So every time we get to a bar line, we're going to start counting 1 again. So when you were doing your clapping and counting examples, and you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, that second 1 would be in the next measure, or the next after in the next measure, or you can think about it as being after the bar line. So I'm going to clap and count this example here. And I think what is interesting to look at is that, sure, there's going to be 16 clicks of the metronome. The metronome is going to click 16 times. But over those 16 clicks, over those 16 counts, I'm not going to be counting to 16. I'm going to be counting to 4. I'm going to count to 4. I'm going to count to 4. I'm going to count to 4 4 times. And 4 times 4 is, well, it's 16. So this is what this would sound like. So getting the pulse, then I'm going to give myself a count in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Measure 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Measure 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Measure 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Measure 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. So there were 16 claps. There were 16 counts total. But every time I looped around, every time I finished a measure, went back to 1. Now we can see the same pattern show up in measures of 3. In measures of 3, the only difference is that there are not 4 counts, or there's not 4 quarter notes in each measure. There's 3 counts, or there's 3 quarter notes in each measure. But you can still see everything's working exactly the same. There are 4 measures. There is a final bar line. There are bar lines in between each measure, and the first measure does not have a bar line to the left of it. Now the difference here is, instead of there being 16 counts over 4 measures, there's only going to be 12 counts over these 4 measures, because I'm going to be counting to 3 4 times instead of 4 times in a row. Every time we get to a bar line, we start the count new at 1 every single time. So this is what this would sound like. Giving myself a count in. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Measure 2. 1, 2, 3. Measure 3. 1, 2, 3. Measure 4. 1, 2, 3. There you go. So that was 12 claps or 12 counts. But every time we got to a new measure, we started over at 1. I will see you in the next lesson. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses just like this, and honestly, even better than this, in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music, or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner, and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. In this speedy lesson, we're going to talk about the word attack, because it is important in music. So the word attack in music means something different than the word attack in life. So attack in life is bad. Attack in music is good. So whenever you clap a note or start a sound in music, it doesn't matter what instrument you're playing. If the instrument you're only using is your hands or your voice, that's all fine. As soon as you start the sound, that start of the sound is the attack. So whenever you start a sound in music, that is called an attack, and that's actually the correct use of the word attack in music. You can even find this definition in different dictionaries, something like this: attack, noun, it's a thing, the act or manner of beginning a musical note or musical sound. I would make that a little more broader. So just the act of starting a sound, that's an attack. By the way, a quick note, If you are having trouble clapping for any reason, you have some kind of issue with your hands where you're not able to clap, no worries. You can also tap your foot, or you can click your tongue or clop your tongue like that. Any way, or even just take a pen or pencil and tap it on a desk or a surface. You do not have to clap. You just need to express the rhythm, and it doesn't matter how you do that. You can do that with anything at your disposal. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand time signatures. What is a time signature? Well, it's two numbers stacked on top of each other that you're going to see before the notes in a piece of music. And this time signature is going to tell you how many counts or how many beats are in each measure. So, for example, a couple lessons ago, there were measures of 4 and measures of 3. Now, the time signature will show us if it's going to be measures of 4 or measures of 3 before we even need to look or guess or figure it out in the music. We can look at the time signature, and it's like a little key. It's like a little heads-up display if you're playing a video game that lets you know where you are. This right here lets us know where we are in the music. So the top number is the easiest to understand. So we're going to start with the top number. The top number just shows how many beats or how many counts. Beats, counts, we can think of beats and counts as the same thing. How many beats or how many counts there are in a measure. So right here, the top number is 4, which means there are going to be 4 beats or 4 counts in the measure. Over here, the top number is 3. That means there are 3 beats or 3 counts in the measure. Top number, easy. That just shows us how many beats or how many counts there are in the measure. The bottom number gets a little bit more tricky, so buckle in. Here we go. The bottom number of a time signature shows the denominator of the fraction that corresponds to the name of the rhythmic value of the note that gets the beat. Whoa! Let's break that down. So the bottom number shows the denominator of the fraction that corresponds to the name of the rhythmic value of the note that gets the beat. Now, I know that's complicated, so we're going to break it down with a nice chart. How about that? Okay, so let's look at this time signature. The bottom number, that's going to be in the blue circle. The bottom number is 4. Okay, so bottom number is 4. Let's imagine 4 with a 1 on top of it as a fraction. So 1 over 4 as a fraction. The name of the fraction of 1 over 4 is quarter, which means the quarter note is going to get the beat or get the count. Now, when a note gets the beat, it lines up with a count number, and every other note value is compared to the note value that gets the beat. So, for example, if a quarter note gets 1 beat or 1 count, and a half note gets 2 beats or 2 counts, we're saying the quarter note gets the beat or the count, and for every 2 quarter notes, there's going to be 1 half note. And remember, the whole note gets 4 beats or 4 counts. So what we're saying is there's 4 quarter notes worth of time in every whole note. Now, if this doesn't make 100% sense, don't worry about it. I'm going to review it one more time. And in the next lesson, we're going to do another dive into time signatures. Okay, the top number of a time signature is easy. That just shows us how many beats or how many counts per measure. The bottom number of the time signature is where things get tricky. So you're going to take the bottom number, you're going to put a 1 over it, you're going to turn it into a fraction. So the bottom number is 4. Put a 1 over it, turn it into a fraction. That's 1 over 4. 1/4, another way of saying 1/4 is a quarter. So the name of the fraction is a quarter, which means the quarter note is going to be what gets the count or what gets the beat. And when a note gets the beat, what we mean is one of those notes. So 1 quarter note. It gets the beat, which means 1 quarter note is equal to 1 count, whereas a half note is equal to 2 counts or 2 beats, and a whole note is equal to 4 counts or 4 beats, but we're saying the quarter note equals 1 beat or 1 count, and then we're going to figure out the half note and the whole note from there because we're saying the quarter note is worth 1, half note is worth double that, whole note is worth quadruple that. The quarter note is worth 1 beat or 1 count, and we compare the half note and the whole note to that quarter note. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to break down the time signature of 3/4. Now, you may hear this referred to as 3/4 time, or 3/4 time, or waltz time. Well, its real name is 3/4 time. Calling it 3/4 time is technically incorrect because it's not a fraction. There's no line in the middle here to say that it's a fraction. Therefore, 3/4, not really. It's 3/4 time. Now let's break this down. So we have 3/4 at the beginning, which means there's going to be 3 beats or 3 counts in every measure. And that 4, we're going to take the 4, we put a 1 over it. What's the name of that fraction right there? 1 over 4, that equals quarter. And so that's going to be the quarter note gets the beat or count. And sure enough, we can see that in each measure, there's 1 quarter note for every single count. Quarter note gets the count. 1 quarter note is equal to 1 count or 1 beat. So you can see, sure enough, we have 4 measures of 3 counts each. The first measure does not have a bar line to the left of it, but it does have a time signature. At the end, we have our final bar line. Okay, let's break down the time signature of 4/4 one more time. Okay, so we look at 4/4. The top number means how many beats or how many counts are on the measure. That's easy. The bottom number is a 4. So we take the 4. We're going to put a 1 over it, turn it into a fraction. The name of that fraction is a quarter. The quarter note gets the beat. The quarter note gets the count. Sure enough, we can see that each quarter note is lined up with a beat or a count. Beat, count, we can use them to mean the same thing. So you can see, sure enough, in our first measure, there is no bar line here at the beginning, but there is a time signature. If you were wondering why there's no bar line at the beginning, it's because, well, we need somewhere to put the time signature. We can see that we have 4 measures here, and in each of these 4 measures, there are 4 beats or 4 counts. Great. That lines up with our top number of the time signature. And we can also see that in each one of these 4 measures, there are 4 quarter notes, and each quarter note gets a beat or gets a count. Another way of saying that, it aligns with the beat, it aligns with the count. Another way of saying that is each quarter note is only worth 1 beat or 1 count worth of time. Let's look at one more time signature. So because 4/4 is actually the most popular time signature in modern music, it's also called common time. And to save us all some energy having to write a bunch of 4s, you can actually abbreviate 4/4 with a C. This right here is actually a time signature, believe it or not. Just the letter C is in and of itself a time signature, and the letter C just means common time or 4/4. So if you ever see a C instead of a time signature, it actually is a time signature, and it means 4/4. And sure enough, we can see that there are 4 beats or 4 counts in every measure. That's our top number. And to agree with our bottom number of the time signature, we have 4 quarter notes in every single measure, and each quarter note is lining up with a beat or a count. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a breakdown and a deep dive into how to write time signatures. The top number of the time signature is always going to go between line 5 and 3. So let's say we want to write a 4/4 time signature. We're going to write a 4. Actually use the lines. See that? From line 3 to 5. There you go. And then the bottom number of the time signature goes directly below the top number, and that goes from line 1 to line 3. Or line 3 to line 1. There you go. And you can see that I'm using the lines of the staff to help me write my 4. So that's a 4/4 time signature. Now if we were to write a 3/4 time signature, the top number is going to be a 3. And then the bottom number is going to be a 4. And again, the top number is going to take up the space from line 5 to line 3. The bottom number takes up the space from line 3 to line 1. The only 2 time signatures you are going to need for level 1 are going to be 4/4 and 3/4. So practice writing these on some staff paper, practice writing them out in your workbook, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to read, write, and understand a percussion clef. Percussion clefs are used for rhythm and clapping. So this clef, think like key, like the key that opens the understanding of what's going to happen. The clef shows that only rhythm and counting is needed in the music that follows. So remember, rhythm, it's a light switch. It's on or it's off. There's sound or there's silence. And what the percussion clef does is it lets everyone know all we're thinking about for all the notes that come after the percussion clef is sound and silence. Is the light switch on? Is the light switch off? A clef is a musical symbol that is placed at the left-hand side of the staff. Now, there are many different clefs that make the notes that follow them mean different things. The most common are treble and bass clef. We're going to get to treble clef later on in this course, but for now, we're just going to focus on the percussion clef. So you can see the percussion clef. This is on a single line. This is the percussion clef on the staff. It is two vertical lines next to each other. So to write a percussion clef, all you got to do is write a line from line 4 to line 2 of the staff, and then a second line from line 4 to line 2 of the staff. And yeah, you could make them a little thicker, but honestly, if you just have a pen or a pencil, save yourself some time. Just write one single line from line 4 to line 2, from line 4 to line 2, and there you go. You're all done. So to recap, the percussion clef means that all the notes that happen after the percussion clef, we're not worried about if they're low. We're not worried about if they're high. We're just worried about, is there sound? Is there silence? We're just going to think in the world of rhythm. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be clapping and counting, clap and count 1 and clap and count 2, also known as examples 9 and 10. So as a quick reminder, in 3/4, the count in and also the count is 1, 2, 3. So let's take a look at what we have here. We don't just have quarter notes, we now have a mix of half notes and quarter notes. So let's look, we have, there's a percussion clef, which means we're not worried about how high and how low the notes are, we're just worried about the rhythm. There's a time signature of 3/4. 3 means 3 counts or 3 beats per measure, and the 4 means the quarter note gets the beat or gets the count, which means the half notes are going to get 2, whole notes are going to get 4, but you won't see whole notes in 3/4 because whole notes get 4 counts. There's only 3 counts in every measure in 3/4, so it won't fit in the measure. So here is example 9. I'm going to start the metronome. I'm going to listen to the pulse. Once I get a good feeling for the speed and I know where it is, I'm going to give myself a count in of 3, and then I'm going to snap and count as best I can while also showing you where I am. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. So you can clap and count that, but that's the idea. Now, again, I'm going to show you where I am as best I can with my left hand. The line's going to be a little shaky, but that's going to be great. And I'm going to snap as we go. So first things first, let's look at the clef. The clef is a percussion clef. Great. We don't need to worry about how high or how low the notes are. We just need to worry about, is there sound and is there silence? Time signature is 3/4. Great. That means we're going to be counting to 3 in every measure, and the quarter note gets the beat. Also, our count-in is going to be for 3 whenever we see the 3/4. So we're going to start the metronome, listen to it, get the speed, and then we're going to count in 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's it. You can clap and count that as well. Follow along with examples 9 and 10 from your book examples. Now let's look at clap and count 3 and clap and count 4, which are examples 11 and 12. So just a reminder that in 4/4 and in common time is the same as 4/4. The count in is 1, 2, 3, 4. The count for every measure is 1, 2, 3, 4. There should be 4 beats or 4 counts in every measure, and the quarter note gets the beat or gets the count is another way of saying that. So let's look at example 11 before we start. Percussion clef, great. Not how low, how high, just on and off, just rhythm. Time signature, 4/4. 4 beats, 4 counts per measure. Here we go with the count in 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. We're going to do the same thing for example 12. Example 12, we can see that the time signature is C for common time. Percussion clef, we're good to go with the count in for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Don't forget to go through examples 9 through 12 with your book examples. Practice clapping and counting 9 through 12 with your book examples with this video, and of course by yourself with the metronome and the book. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand the 3 things that you might be doing when you write music, and then in the next lesson, you're actually going to learn how to start writing music with notes and measures and time signatures and clefs all together. So let's start off by talking about what you might be doing when you write music down on paper. So you might be creating something brand new. This is called an original composition or an original song. When you create something new, this is called composition or the act of composing. This is when you create original, which means unique to you, means you've never done it before, combinations of notes in your measures. Completing an exercise. Your music theory coach, that's me, might assign a particular exercise for you to do in the workbook, like going through the workbook, like writing down notes, for example. Now, these can include specific examples, or you might have an assignment to create a composition, as you will see in your workbook. So when you write music down, you might be completing an exercise. The third thing you might be doing when you write music down is copying another piece of music. This is called transcription, or the act of transcribing. You can transcribe music that you hear onto paper. You can also copy other written music onto paper. And again, I'm saying paper, but you could be writing it into a software program or marking up a digital paper on your tablet. Now, the act of hearing music and writing it down, that's a combination of 2 skills. That's the combination of a skill called ear training and the skill of music theory. So right now, you're learning music theory, you're learning how to write the music down, but learning to take music you hear, also hear in your head, and write it down. That's ear training plus music theory. So I'll see you in the next lesson, where we're going to talk about how you can know how many notes and which notes you can put in which measure with which time signature. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you are going to learn all about measure math. Now, I know you signed up for a music theory course, not a math course, but trust me here, just a little bit of math is going to help you so much. Okay, so the measure math rules are, well, there's only one of them. Every measure must add up to the number of beats indicated in the top number of the time signature. So remember, the top number of the time signature shows us how many beats or how many counts there are in each measure. So you need to make sure that when you write music into measures, you are agreeing with and following that top number. Let's look at some measure math for 4/4. And we're going to do that with 3 types of notes. Whole notes, which get 4 beats or 4 counts. Half notes, which get 2 beats or 2 counts. And quarter notes, which get 1 beat or 1 count each. Now, we can have stem up or stem down for half notes. It's still going to be worth 2 beats either way. We can have stem up or stem down for quarter notes, worth 1 beat either way. So let's look at some measure math for 4/4. In 4/4, every measure must contain exactly 4 beats or 4 counts worth of notes. You can combine any notes together just so long as you keep each measure to only 4 beats or 4 counts worth of notes. So let's look at some incorrect examples first. So we can see, sure, we got a percussion clef, we've got time signature of 4/4, and in this first measure, incorrect, there's 2 beats. So there's 2 quarter notes. A quarter note is worth 1 beat or 1 count each, and there's only 2 quarter notes in the measure. We can see, sure enough, we have a bar line over here, and by the time we get to the bar line, all we have are 2 quarter notes. Wrong. Let's take a look at the next measure. Ooh, and the next measure, this is a fun one. We have 2 quarter notes and a whole note. So a quarter note gets 1 beat or 1 count each. A whole note gets 4 beats or 4 counts. So that is essentially 1, 1 plus 1 plus 4, which equals 6. That is no good because we can only have 4 beats or 4 counts in each measure when the time signature is 4/4. Let's look at the next measure. In the next measure, between the 2 bar lines, we only have 1 single solitary lonely old quarter note. And that lonely old quarter note only gets 1 beat or 1 count, which means we're missing 3 beats or 3 counts because each measure needs 4 beats or 4 counts worth of notes in it. And here in our last measure, we have a half note and a quarter note. A half note gets 2 beats or 2 counts, and a quarter note gets 1 beat or 1 count. That's 2 plus 1, which equals 3 beats. And we need it to be 4. So now let's look at some correct examples for 4/4. Sure enough, you can see here, there's 1 whole note in the measure. A whole note is 4 beats or 4 counts. That is great. 2 half notes in a measure. That's 2 plus 2. That's good. Oh, 4 quarter notes. That's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. That equals 4 beats. That's good. Now we have a quarter. That's 1 plus a half note. That's 2 plus a quarter. That's 1. 1 plus 2 plus 1. 4 beats, 4 counts. So you need to make sure that every measure has exactly 4 beats or 4 counts. Now what you cannot do is you cannot start a note at the end of a measure that goes past a bar line. Now what I mean by that is this. Let's say we have this measure here exactly as it is. So we have 1 plus 1 plus 1. Now let's imagine for a moment that this here is in fact a half note, not a quarter note. That doesn't work because this half note is in this measure. That's going to be plus 2. That's going to equal 5. And that is no good. Excellent. I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to break down 3/4 correct and incorrect measure math. See you there. In this lesson, you are going to understand measure math for the time signature of 3/4. So just like with 4/4, that top number was 4. That means we needed 4 beats or 4 counts worth of notes in every single measure. For 3/4, the top number is 3. That means we need 3 beats or 3 counts worth of notes in every single measure. That also means we cannot use a whole note because a whole note is worth 4 beats or 4 counts, and we can only have 3 beats or 3 counts in every single measure. So the whole note does not fit, as we will see. Let's look at some incorrect examples. So here we have just 1 quarter note. Sure enough, time signature says a 3 on top. That means we are missing 2. Where's our other 2 beats? We need 2 more beats to get this to 3. Time signature is 3/4, and we have here a whole note. Well, that's no good because we need 1 less because this needs to equal 3 to agree with the time signature. Here we have a half note plus 3 quarter notes. Well, that's 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, which equals 5, which is no good because we need to agree with the 3. of the time signature. And in the last measure, we just have one half note. A half note equals 2 beats. Well, that's no good either because each measure needs to equal how many? 3 to agree with the time signature. Okay, now let's look at some correct examples. Now, as you can see here, sure enough, the time signature is 3/4, which means every measure needs 3 beats or 3 counts worth of notes in it. So we have 2 plus 1. Great, that's 3. That agrees with the time signature. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. Fantastic. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Great. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. That almost looks like a 7, but trust me, folks, it's a 1, and there's 3 beats or 3 counts in that measure. So whenever you write in 3/4, make sure that in every single measure, you have 3 beats or 3 counts worth of notes. No more and no less. You cannot write a whole note in any measure in 3/4 because a whole note gets 4 beats or 4 counts, and each measure of 3/4 can only hold 3 beats or 3 counts. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to write lines of music. Now, this lesson is going to be split into 2 parts. The first part, I'm going to talk you through it. I'm going to point to some examples. In the second part of this lesson, I'm actually going to get on some staff and talk you through it in real time as I go through it. So, step number 1 is going to be to divide an entire line of staff in half with a single bar line. You see that bar line right there in the middle? That is what you need to do. Just divide the staff in half with the bar line. Then you're going to add 2 more bar lines, one on the left and one on the right, dividing the staff into quarters. So 1, 2, 3, 4 measures you should have. 4 measures you should have. There we go. All right. In step 3, you're going to add a percussion clef, a time signature, and a final bar line. Here's the final bar line at the end, closing it up. Here's the time signature. Here's the percussion clef. Now, your time signature can be 4/4 or it can be 3/4. Either way is fine. You should experiment with both. As a last step, you are going to use your understanding of measure math to fill in each measure with the correct number of beats or counts worth of notes to agree with the top number of the time signature. Oh, that turned into a heart. That's perfect. So you can see, sure enough, in each one of these measures, there's 4 beats or 4 counts worth of notes. Let's hop into some staff paper, and I'm actually going to talk you through it and walk you through it in real time. Here we go. Step number 1 is to divide the staff in half with a single bar line. So in half, there we go. Use a ruler if you can to get your lines real straight. Then we're going to add a bar line to the right, add a bar line to the left to give us 4 measures total. Then what we're going to do, we're going to add a final bar line. So that's going to be 1 regular bar line, a little bit of space, and then another line that's about that thick. And you can see here's my one issue with what I just did, is that you can see those bumps of the lines of the staff. There you go. We want that closed off clean like that. We don't want to see those bumps of the staff sticking out, those extra ends of the lines. Then we're going to go to the left side of the staff where, sure enough, we've left that extra space. There's no bar line at the beginning of measure 1, and that's because at the beginning of measure 1, first we're going to write a percussion clef, and then we're going to write a time signature. I'm going to write 3/4. You could write 3/4 or 4/4. Well, let's make that 3 just a little larger there. Here we go. There we go. That's better. 3, 4. Excellent. And there you go. That's ready to now write 3 beats or 3 counts worth of notes in every single measure. So that's what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to actually write all my note heads on line 3 of the staff. That's 1, 2. Let's make that more oval, shall we? 1, 2. Here's beat 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And the next measure, you know what? We're going to do the opposite. We're going to start with a quarter note. That's going to be beat 1. There you go. We add the stem. And then we're going to add a half note for beats 2 and 3. There you go. In the next measure, we are going to add 3 quarter notes. That's going to be a 1, a 2, and a 3. And then in the last measure, we are going to end as we started with a half note and then a quarter note. And you can see that each one of these measures, sure enough, is worth 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 beats, or 3 counts. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a review of everything you have learned so far. There's still a couple more lessons left in this module, but this is going to summarize everything up to this point to actually allow you to start writing your own original rhythmic compositions. So you can actually come back and use page 24 whenever you want as a quick reference when you are writing to make sure you're doing everything the right way. So you don't have to flip through different pages of the book. You can just come straight to page 24, and that's going to have all the rules you need. So how to write music in 4/4. Number 1, every measure must add up to 4. Notes cannot cross the measure lines, which means you cannot write a half note on beat 4, on count 4, and then have it extend into the next measure. Each measure must have only 4 beats or 4 counts, and if you follow rule 1, rule 2 doesn't even matter. Rule number 3, whole notes can only be written on beat 1. That's right, you can't write a quarter note and then a whole note, because then that would be 5 beats in the measure, and we can only have 4. Half notes can be written or start on beats 1, 2, and 3. Quarter notes can be written on beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. You set up a line of music for yourself with the percussion clef and time signature of 4/4. Don't forget your final bar line. And then you write 4 beats worth of notes in each measure for the entire line of staff. To write a piece of music in 3/4, every measure must add up to 3. Notes cannot cross the measure lines, but if you followed rule number 1, rule number 2 won't even matter. Rule number 3, a whole note cannot be written in 3/4. This is because a whole note gets 4 beats or 4 counts, and each measure in 3/4 can only hold 3 beats in total. Half notes can be written on beats 1 and 2, and quarter notes can be written on beats 1, 2, and 3. You set up a line of music for yourself with the percussion clef and a time signature and a final bar line, and then you're going to write 3 beats worth of notes in each measure. As a reminder, measure math rules. Every measure must add up to the number of beats indicated in the top number of the time signature. Whole notes get 4 beats or 4 counts. Half notes get 2 beats or 2 counts. And quarter notes get 1 beat or 1 count. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand all about note spacing and why note spacing is important when you are writing your own compositions. Each note should line up with a beat or division of the measure. So for example, this piece of music is in 4/4. You see the time signature says 4/4. So that means we're going to imagine in our minds that each measure is divided into 4 equal parts. See that? 4 equal parts. 4 equal parts to each measure. And what you're going to do is you're going to make sure that whatever beat or whatever count the note you're writing lands on, you're going to write it over that beat or count, or over that division of the measure. Let's break down what that means. So you can see that underneath the staff, there's a count of 1, 2, 3, 4. You see that count? And you see how that count is evenly spaced out? Each 1, 2, and 3, and 4 is exactly the same distance from each other. Well, that right there is your division of 4, your imaginary division of 4, within each measure. So let's look at measure 1. And sure enough, each quarter note is lining up exactly with a beat or a count. Now what's interesting is if we compare measure 1 and measure 2, you see we have 2 half notes, but these 2 half notes are not written right next to each other. No, they are spaced out evenly so they each take up half the measure. So you see this half note here gets 2 beats or 2 counts, and it takes up the space for 2 beats or 2 counts. Same thing with this half note right here. Takes up 2 beats or 2 counts. Let's look at measure 3. Measure 3 is interesting. So we have a quarter note taking up 1 beat or 1 count worth of space. Then we have a half note taking up 2 beats or 2 counts worth of space. And then finally a quarter note coming and taking up 1 beat or 1 count worth of space. Now you can see the whole note starts over beat number 1 and it takes up the entire measure of space. So this is what we mean by note spacing. And you can do the same exact type of thing if the music is in 3/4. So let's go back a little bit and check out our correct example of 3/4. And if we look at 3/4, we're going to divide the measure into 1, 2, 3 equal parts. 2, 3. And sure enough, we can see here that this half note is getting 2 beats or 2 counts worth of space. This quarter note is getting 1 beat or 1 count worth of space. And each quarter note gets 1 beat or 1 count worth of space in the measure. So what you're trying to do with note spacing is, in addition to showing the rhythmic value of the note, so you're not just showing the whole note, the half note, the quarter note, you're also showing how long each one lasts compared to the other. So remember, because the bottom number of the time signature is 4, that means the quarter note gets the beat or count, which means a quarter note is going to get 1 division of the measure. So if we're in 3/4, 1 quarter note gets 1/3 of the measure. If we're in 4/4, a quarter note gets 1/4 of the measure. And then the half note in 3/4 would get 2/3 of the measure, and the half note in 4/4 gets half of the measure. And then in 3/4, you can't write a whole note. So a whole note gets 4 beats, 4 counts, or the entire measure in 4/4. Let's look at some incorrect note spacing now that you understand these rules. Yeah, sure enough, you see how these notes are not evenly spaced out in each one of their divisions? Oh, that's no good. So you almost have like 2 notes in that one division, and then there's nothing over here in division number 4. See, this half note has got to go all the way back here. This half note has got to go back here. It's a mess. This half note should be over beat 2. Yeah, it really is messy. And this whole note here should be over beat 1. So when you space your notes out correctly, in addition to making it super, super clear which notes go where, you actually show anyone who wants to play your music, or you make it easier for yourself to read your music, because you're showing the actual amount of time that each note takes in the measure. I will see you in the next lesson. Now everything really comes together. The note heads, the stems, the measures, the bar lines, the final bar lines, the time signature, the percussion clef, the measure math, the note spacing, all come together to allow you to now go and write your own music, your own rhythmic compositions whenever you want. So when you write your own compositions, it is an opportunity to create something new, something special, and something that shows and expresses your thoughts, feelings, emotions, and ideas. A certain amount of thinking needs to be put into remembering the rules, like remembering how many line length you need to make each stem, the different types of note heads, counting beats, remembering how to write notes correctly. And the sooner you can remember and memorize all these fundamentals, the sooner you are going to free yourself to focus on creativity and your expression. So to write and perform your own compositions in 3/4 and 4/4, you're going to pick a line or a space on the staff. You can write all the notes on one line or space of the staff, not different lines. You can pick one line or one space, and I'll show you down here. We have one composition where all the notes are in space 1, and here's a composition where all the notes are on line 4. So you pick one line or one space of the staff. Then you write your composition in 3/4, 4/4. Obviously in there, you're going to need to set up your line of staff for yourself to write with the final bar line, the percussion clef, the time signature, the bar lines. Then check your measure math, make sure it is correct. Then add clapping arrows if you need them, add a count of the beats if you need it below the staff, and then clap and count your composition with a metronome. If you're part of the VIP group, please post recordings of yourself writing and performing your own original compositions. If you're not part of the VIP group, post to the general music theory group, and you can also just tag Best Music Coach on any social media platform with a video or photo of your composition or of yourself performing your composition. And we love to see you taking the first steps in writing your own music. I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to Module 2 and Chapter 2, Rhythm 2, Strong and Weak Beats number 1. So talking about strong and weak beats, in every measure of most time signatures, there are going to be stronger and weaker beats. Now this is part of what gives music life. If all beats were equally strong and equally weak, what would we have? We would have a pulse, not beats. So we actually want some beats to be strong and some beats to be weak. Now, alternating strong and weak beats gives music momentum and movement. It gives it feeling. It gives it dynamics. It makes it exciting. Because would you really want to listen to just a pulse all day that's just bop, 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 bop? Is that exciting? No, it's not. We want beats. We want things to change. We want things that are different. So now let's understand, why are some beats strong and some beats weak? Well, stronger and weaker beats change how notes that align with those beats are stressed when they are performed. Now, when I say stressed, I mean how much emphasis is put on them. So this means that together as a European Western music culture, we've all agreed that certain beats get more emphasis than others with certain time signatures. Every time signature has its own series of stronger and weaker beats. Now, other music cultures, like that of India and Bali, have different music rules and different cultures with different strong and weak beats. So, for example, in 4/4, in our music culture, we say strongest, weak, strong, weakest. Whereas in Indian classical music, there is a sort of time signature called teen tal that acts like 4/4 but does not at all follow strongest, weak, strong, weakest. It's a completely different thing and not at all the same. So that's why I'm saying that in our music culture, or in the music culture that is descendant from Europe, I'm also descendant from Europe. Both my grandparents came to the United States from Europe, so I think of myself as being Europe descendant. That from that music culture, every time you see 4/4, the series of beats is going to be strongest, weak, strong, weakest, but we'll get to that in a moment. So we have some useful color coding for y'all. So strongest beats are going to be green, strong beats are going to be yellow, weak beats are going to be orange, and weakest beats are going to be red. Now, if you happen to be colorblind, what you want to look out for is the ST for strongest. So the difference between strongest and strong is the ST, and the difference between weak and weakest is the ST. And again, that's only for those of you who happen to be colorblind. So let's look indeed at the strong and weak beat colors for 4/4, and indeed you can see we have strongest, weak, strong, weakest, and that is the order of the beats in 4/4. Now in 3/4, it's a little different. There is no strong beat. There's only a strongest, and then there's a weak and a weakest beat. That's just how 3/4 works. So all songs, for the most part, that you hear in 4/4 and 3/4 follow this series of strong and weak beats. Memorize the order of the strong and weak beats in 4/4 and 3/4. For 4/4, it's strongest, weak, strong, weakest, and 3/4, it's strongest, weak, weakest. Memorize that, because that is going to be super important, not just for this music theory, but for a bunch of music theory moving forward and other modules and chapters in this course and in this book. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand the power of low sounds and how low sounds actually play into the series of strongest, strong, weak, and weakest beats in different time signatures. So the natural human tendency is actually to perceive lower sounds as being more important and more powerful than higher sounds. So a low sound would be like thunder rolling in the distance is a great example of a really low sound. A higher sound would be like a bird chirping. Now, in many modern music genres, the strongest beats in the measure will actually have lower sounding instruments on them, and the weaker beats are going to have higher sounding instruments on them. And we're going to explore this with the drum kit, and we're actually going to see that the patterns that drummers play in these different time signatures actually line up with lower sounds happening on the stronger beats and higher sounds happening on the weaker beats. So let's take a look at some strong and weak beats with the drums. Since there is a drum set sound, or digital drums, or drum samples in most songs in modern genres, we're going to use the drum set because you're going to be able to figure out a lot of songs and understand the time signature through the drums, because the drums are everywhere. So we're going to see how the drums actually play different parts or different elements of the instrument and help define strong and weak beats. So you will see that in the notation for the kick drum, it actually is going to show a stem down below line 3. This is an exception to the rule that all notes need to be stem up when they are below line 3 of the staff. So let's look at our two main parts of the drum that we're going to talk about today. The first is the snare. The snare is this metal drum right here. You see that right there with the number 1 on it? And the second drum is a kick drum. And it's that big old thing there on the floor. So now we're going to listen to the difference between a snare and a kick. This is the drum number 1 that you see on your screen right there. And you can see that the notation for the snare drum actually has the note head on space 3 of the staff. Now we're going to listen to an example of a kick drum. And as you can see, the kick drum, the note head is going to be in space 1 of the staff, but the stem is actually going to be pointing down. This is one of these very rare exceptions where you'll have a stem down note below line 3 of the staff. So this is what the kick drum sounds like. There you go. Let's hear that again. Excellent. Now let's look at example 15, where we're going to have the kick on the strongest and strong beats and the snare on the weak and weakest beats. So it's going to go kick, snare, because in 4/4, the order of the strong and weak beats is strongest, weak, strong, weakest. So this is example 15 with the low sounds on the strong and strongest beats and the higher sounds, the snare, on the weak and weakest beats. Let's give it a listen. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I also do recommend watching these book examples. Okay, now let's look at example 16. This is going to be a snare and a kick in 3/4. Now the pattern is going to change here because there's only one type of strong beat in 3/4, and that's the strongest beat on beat 1. There's a weak and weakest on beat 2 and 3. So that means we're actually going to have 2 snares to every 1 kick. Let's give that a listen and see what that sounds like. Strongest, weak, weakest. 1, 2, 3. Listen to it one more time. I'm going to count this time through it. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into the series of strong and weak beats in the time signature of 4/4. So sure enough, we have strongest, weak, strong, weakest. That's the order that the strong and weak beats are going to happen, and with the strongest beat happening on beat 1, weak happening on beat 2, strong happening on beat 3, and weakest happening on beat 4. We also have the kick is going to be playing on beats 1 and 3, the snare on 2 and 4. So here's a cool party trick that you can do once you understand this little bit of music theory, is you can listen to recordings and actually tell whether the song is in 4/4 or in 3/4 by listening to the drums. So you're going to listen to the recordings listed below. There's an entire video below this one where you can check out me actually talking and walking you through each one of these examples all in a row to make sure that you really understand and get that series of strongest, weak, strong, weakest, the 1, 2, 3, 4. So sometimes the pattern does change a little bit, but in general, listen for the snare on the weak beats and the weakest beats. And the kick pattern sometimes does change, but in general, listen for the kick on the strongest and strong beats. And to confirm the time signature, you'll count 1, 2, 3, 4 along with the music and try to align that count with the pulse that you feel, where you feel like you should bop your head up and down. In this lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into the time signature of 3/4 in the series of strong and weak beats there. So whenever we see 3/4, the order of the strong and weak beats is always going to be strongest, weak, weakest. We're always going to have some sort of emphasis, some sort of low sound on beat 1 and then higher sounds generally on beat 2 and 3. Now, to do the fun party trick to actually figure out the time signature of 3/4 just by listening to a piece of music, you're going to listen to the recordings listed on page 31 of the Best Music Theory book for beginners and try to focus just on the kick and snare only. Now, sometimes the snare pattern is going to change, but in general, the snare is going to play on the weak and the weakest beats. And sometimes the kick pattern is also going to change, but in general, the kick is going to be on the strongest beat only. Now, to confirm the time signature, you're going to count 1, 2, 3 along with the recording and see if that lines up with the pulse that you can feel. Now, some of these examples do not have drums or don't have drums in part of the song. What to do? Well, you're actually going to listen to the song and hear where there's low attacks, there's low sounds on the beat 1, and then there's higher sounds on beats 2 and 3. There is another video right below this one that you can go check out, me talking and walking you through all of these examples to make sure you can understand and you can hear that 1, 2, 3 pattern. Now, one little final piece of trivia for you. You remember back on page 13 when we talked about the differences between those different tempi, the different tempos, that we had the difference between Jumpstart by Greg Howe and Love is a Battlefield by Pat Benatar, and maybe the difference between which one was fast and not fast wasn't very clear? Well, go back and listen to the drums and hear how fast the pattern for 4/4 happens in Love is a Battlefield. It's going kick, snare, kick, snare, kick. That's how fast it's going. Each kick and a snare is one beat in the measure, whereas for Greg Howe, it's going kick, snare, or kick, snare. Yeah, it's going a lot slower than Love is a Battlefield, and you can tell that it's going slower because of the drum pattern. I will see you in the next lesson. So far, you've learned how to use notes, quarter notes, half notes, and whole notes in measures for writing and reading and also performing or clapping. So you know how to read, write, and understand quarter notes, half notes, and whole notes, which are great for sound. But what about silence? Because as we know, rhythm, like a light switch, is sound and silence. We're not talking about how low or how high the notes are. We're just concerned whether there is sound or there is silence. So what we're going to talk about today and over the next couple lessons are going to be rests. And rests in music are symbols that show us silence. And the different symbols mean different durations of silence. So just like we had rhythmic value for notes, so a quarter note was worth 1 beat, a half note worth 2, and a whole note worth 4, we're actually going to see we have a similar thing show up in rests. Rests are silent. You're not going to clap them or play them or perform them. You'll just sort of count in your head or aloud when they happen and just sort of watch them go by. When you are clapping and there's rests, I actually like to do an anti-clap. So whenever there's a rest, so let's say there's a quarter note, clap, quarter rest, anti-clap. That way you keep some sort of movement going and you can acknowledge the rest a little bit better. Let's talk rests versus notes. We have whole notes. Those get 4 beats or 4 counts. We also have whole rests. Those get 4 beats, 4 counts. This guy right here. Yep, that's the whole rest. Okay, then we have half rests. And sure enough, those are going to get, you guessed it, 2 beats or 2 counts, half rests. Let's take a look at those. Zooming on in. Yep, they look kind of like whole rests, but a little different. So half rests, 2 beats, 2 counts. And then we also have quarter rests, which get 1 beat or 1 count each. Let's zoom in, take a look at those. Oh, those are complicated looking, aren't they? Scary things, quarter rests, but don't worry, we're going to walk you through how to write this. Now, there's an interesting piece of information I'm going to bring up to you several times over the next several lessons, and that is going to be a whole rest can be used in any time signature to show a full measure of rest or a full measure of silence. Now, I'll go into that more in depth the next time you hear it, but I want to plant the seed so you really start to get that one. So let's do a quick comparison here. 4 beats or 4 counts, that's either going to be a whole note or a whole rest. 2 beats or 2 counts, that's going to be a half note stem up, half note stem down, or a half rest. And 1 beat or 1 count is going to be quarter note stem up or stem down or a quarter rest. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to write whole rests, half rests, and quarter rests. We're going to do this in 2 parts. The first part, I'm going to talk and I'm going to point, and I'm going to break things down for you. And in the second part, I'm actually going to get on the iPad and write the rests in real time so you can do it with me in your workbook to make sure we are all on the same page on exactly how to write rests. So let's get started talking about whole rests. So whole rest is a small little rectangle, and it hangs down from the 4th line of the staff. The rectangle is the same length as a closed note head. Don't make your rectangles like this long. And the rest hangs down 50% of the way between the 3rd and the 4th lines of the staff. Let's zoom in and take a look at that. Yeah, you can see that space between line 3 and line 4. Right here. Whoop. Yeah, right there. You see that space between line 3 and line 4? It's about 50-50. 50% taken up by the rest, and then 50% taken up by space. Pretty even division there. Also, we got some ketchup and mustard colors going on. Didn't plan it, but glad it happened. Now, in 4/4, you'll write whole rests at the beginning of measures on beat 1. So you'll write it the same place you wrote the whole note. Whereas in 3/4, you're actually going to write the whole rest in the middle of the measure. Now remember we talked about in the last lesson that a whole rest can be used in any time signature to show an entire measure of silence. Well, sure enough, we can also do that in 3/4. We can show that there's a whole rest, and even though you're only supposed to have 3 beats worth of content in a measure of 3/4, you can have the whole rest in there to show that it's taking up the entire 3 beats of silence. That's just one of those weird music theory rules. Okay, let's talk about half rests. Half rests are small little rectangles that rise or sit on top of the 3rd line of the staff, line number 3. The rectangle is the same length as the closed note head, which is also the same length as the whole rest. And just like the whole rest took up 50% of the space between line 4 and line 3, again, the half rest is going to take up half the space. So you can see that half the space is open for mustard or other condiments. Okay. Lastly but not leastly, we have our quarter rests. Now, quarter rests, I'm going to walk you through how to write them, but I'm going to talk you through it the first time. So you're going to start a diagonal line going down to the right, below line 5, attaching to line 4. Then you write a diagonal line to the left, connecting line 4 to 3, then to the right, ending before line 2, and then we hook around, ending before line 1. Don't worry, I know that was complicated. I'm going to walk you through how to do it. Also, your workbook walks you through how to do it step by step. Don't worry, I got you. I'll see you in the next lesson where I'm actually going to write the whole rest, half rest, and quarter rest and talk you through it as we go. I'll see you there. This is part 2 on how to write whole rests, half rests, and quarter rests. In your workbook, you have a bunch of exercises where you can actually trace the rests, practice writing them, looking at them, copying them. That's all well and good, but sometimes having someone actually show you and talk you through it in real time is super duper helpful. So, whole rests always hang down from line 4. So let's count up 4 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, you could write a whole rectangle. I like to make my life easy and just write 3 sides of a rectangle. Oh, well, we brought it home. That's okay. That's a whole rest. Show you one more time, zoomed in real close. You can either write 3/4 of a rectangle, or you can bring it home, color it in, about the same size as a closed note head would be for a quarter note. Make sure that you leave that space, that all-important space, here. You want to have 50%. Half the space here is taken up by the rest. Half the space is taken up by, well, more space, or ketchup, if we could continue our condiments theme from the last lesson. So, let's talk about half rests. Half rests are basically the same thing as a whole rest, except instead of hanging down from line 4, they rise up from line 3. I know it can be confusing because they're so close to each other. Just think, whole rests get 4 counts. They hang down from the 4th line. And then I don't have a fancy thing for half rests, so we're just going to move and groove with that. So, half rests. Again, either make your rectangle or 3/4 of a rectangle. See, 3/4 of a rectangle will just look like this. And you use that extra line. And then you use line 3 of the staff as the 4th line of the rectangle. Then you just color it in. That's it. Make sure you leave that space right up top. You got to leave space. You do not want to see your whole rest looking, or your half rests looking like this. You see how that takes up the entire space? Now, once it takes up the entire space and I go, okay, is that a half rest or a whole rest? You'll have no idea because it's taking up the whole space, so we can't tell the difference. Okay, lastly, quarter rests. Okay, so we're going to start under line 5 of the staff, go down to line 4. Then we're going to go diagonally to line 3. Then we're going to come back to just above line 2 and then circle around and done. Okay, I'm going to walk you through that one again. So we start below line 5, down to the right to line 4. Then from 4 to 3, back the way we came. Then from 3 to just above 2, and then hook around to the left. Oh, that's a nice quarter rest. We'll do one more quarter rest. Here we go. Below 5 to 4, 4 to 3, 3 to just above 2, and hook around. I will see you in the next lesson. In the next 2 lessons, we are going to be clapping and counting examples with rests in them. So remember, we can actually do anti-claps while we count. So let's practice doing an anti-clap together for that first measure. So we can see the time signature is 3/4, and there's a whole rest there. Remember, whole rest can go in any time signature to show a full measure of rest. So all we would do there is 1, 2, 3. See how I just like shook my hands? 1, 2, 3. Or you could clap anti-clap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just like that. And then we have a half rest in the next measure, which is going to take up 2 beats or 2 counts. And we could practice not clapping that by going 1, 2 or 1, 2. And then in the third measure on beat 2, we have a quarter rest, which just be 1 or 1. Just like that. So I'll go through it really slow one time and then I'll do it with the metronome. So I'm going to give myself a count in of 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just like that. All right, this is going to be example 18 with the metronome. Listen until you can anticipate where the next pulse is going to be. Check the time signature. I'm looking at the time signature. It is 3, 4. That means I'm going to give myself a count in of 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's it. Let's take a look at number 19. Again, let's practice doing this one time, no metronome. I'm going to talk you through it, walk you through it. So, looking at the top number of the time signature, it is 4, which means we're going to have 4 beats or 4 counts in every measure. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's measure 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the metronome. Here we go. Get the pulse. Look at the time signature. 1, 2. Here we 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excelente, pasta al dente. I will see you in the next lesson. We're going to clap 3 more examples taken from real pieces of music. These next examples we are going to clap are going to be 20, 21, and 22 from the Best Music Theory book for beginners. Now, these examples are taken from famous operas. Now, why, you may be asking me, Dan, on earth, are we doing songs from operas? Well, it's because they have very easy drum parts in them, and this is the best I could find that was going to be good for you to clap. That was a real piece of music that you could actually clap something real that would also just use whole, half, and quarter notes and rests. So that's the main reason, but it's also kind of cool to learn some history and check out some interesting pieces along the way. This is going to be from the Ring Cycle by Wagner. So you'll notice there's something a little different about this piece of music too, and that is it's 2 lines long. So what happens is when we have a piece of music that is 2 lines long, what we do is we read from left to right, like that, and then guess what we do? We go to the second line, and we read from left to right. Left to right, new line, left to right, just like if you were reading a book. This is bass drum part on page 28, measures 3 through 10 of the Furstener publication. Let's rock and roll. So we get the pulse, count in 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Second line. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. In this next piece, you'll notice that there are, again, 2 lines of music. So we're going to read through the first line, then we're going to read through the second line. This is actually from Rusalka by Antonin Dvorak, And this opera actually tells the story of the Little Mermaid. Now, you'll notice that there's these little numbers above the notes, like that little 57 there, and then over here, that 61. These are actually called measure numbers, and very often you will see those numbers above the staff to indicate what measure you are in. So let's rock and roll. Looking at the time signature, common time, that basically means 4/4. So counting is going to be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. In our last example, Les Vêpres Siciliennes, we have a Giuseppe Verdi opera here. Now we have 3 lines, and for a 3-line piece of music, well, we're going to do the first line. Then we're going to do the second line. Then we're going to do the third line, just like that. And we don't stop or pause between. We go straight from the end of the first line to the second line, and straight from the end of the second line to the third line. Count in, get the pulse, look at the time signature. So I'm going to call out the measure numbers as we go to make sure you know exactly where we are. So we're starting at measure 45, and let's really measure 1 on this piece of music. But in that opera, it'd be measure 45. The second line will be at measure 49. The third line will be at measure 53. So I'll call out those numbers as we go. Count in. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 49. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 53. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into measure math. Once again, measure math 2, we're actually going to use rests and notes together. So, quick recap. 4 beats or 4 counts is going to be a whole note or a whole rest. 2 beats or 2 counts is going to be a half rest or a half note. And 1 beat or 1 count is going to be a quarter rest or a quarter note. So let's look at some examples of measure math in 4/4 with incorrect and correct. So we can see, just looking at our incorrect example here, measure 1, well, there's a quarter note and a quarter rest. That's 1 plus 1, that equals 2. That's no good. Over here we have a quarter rest, a quarter note, a quarter rest, a quarter note, a quarter rest, and a quarter note. That would equal 6 beats, which is not correct because the time signature is 4/4, so we need 4 beats or 4 counts worth of content in every measure, no more, no less. See, in this measure, we just have 1 quarter rest. Well, that's worth 1 beat, and how many do we need? 4. Over here, we have 3 beats or 3 counts, no Boinskis, we need 4. Now let's look at our correct example. Ooh, whole note, 4 beats, 4 counts. Half note plus, yeah, that's a half rest rising up from line 3. Oh, that's 4 beats. Let's see, half rest plus a quarter note plus a quarter rest. Sure enough, that is 4. 2 for the half rest, 1 for the quarter note, and 1 for the quarter rest. And then over here, we have, again, 4 beats. We have 1 quarter rest, 1 half note, and 1 quarter rest. That's a total of 4, count them, 4 beats. Let's look at some incorrect and correct measure math for 3/4. So the time signature is 3/4. We need 3 beats or 3 counts in every measure. Well, 1 quarter note, that's not right. 1 half rest, and 1 half note. That's 4 beats. That's not right. And then we have a whole rest plus a quarter note. Well, that's not right for sure. And then a quarter rest plus a quarter note. Well, that's only 2 beats. So that's no good because we need 3 beats or 3 counts in every measure. Now, in the correct measure math, this is the correct measure math, we have 3 beats or 3 counts. And you might be saying, well, hang on a second, that there is a whole rest. And you'd be right. But remember, a whole rest can be used in any time signature to show an entire measure of silence. It sort of morphs itself to whatever time signature you're in. It changes itself to whatever time signature you're in to be worth that number of beats. In the next measure, we have a quarter note, a quarter rest, and a quarter note. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. In the next measure, we have a quarter note plus a half note. 1 plus 2 equals 3. In the next measure, we have 1 quarter rest and 2 quarter notes, which equals 3 beats or 3 counts. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to write lines of music when there's two lines of music, not just 4 measures, but 8 measures now of music. First, I'm going to talk you through it and show you the pictures, and then I'll actually walk you through it in the next lesson, writing in real time so you can get a good sense of how to do it. So we're going to start off by getting 2 staves. That's right, when you have 2 staffs and you put them together, they become a staves. That's the plural for when you have more than 1. So what you're going to do with the 2 staves, you divide them both in half and both into quarters with regular bar lines. Then, and this is very interesting, at the end of both, on the right side of both staves, you are going to put on the top one a regular bar line, and at the bottom one, a final bar line. I'm going to zoom out so you can really see that. There you go. Regular bar line, final bar line. Step number 3. You're going to put percussion clefs on both staves, not just the top one, on both staves. Each one gets a percussion clef. And finally, step 4, you're going to add the time signature only to the first stave. So let's recap the difference between the clef and the time signature. Clefs go on all staves. Time signature only goes on the top stave. Let's recap and review. Step number 1, you're going to divide 2 staves in halves, then quarters. Then you're going to add on the right side, you're going to close the first stave off with a regular bar line, and on the second stave, you're going to write a final bar line. Then you're going to write percussion clefs for both staves. Finally, you're going to write your time signature 4/4, 3/4, or C for common time on the first stave only. I will see you in the next lesson, where I'm actually going to walk you through setting up 2 staves for 8 measures, both for 4/4 and for 3/4. I'll see you there. In this lesson, I'm going to talk you through and walk you through writing 8 measures all in a row on 2 separate staves. So let's go ahead and first divide our 2 staves into halves with a bar line. Boom. Boom. Then we divide them in quarters. Boom. Boom. Bada boom. Boom. Then, what we need to do is we need to look at the right side. I'm going to zoom in just so you can really see it. We're going to write a regular bar line to close off the first line, and we're going to write a final bar line on the second line. Then we're going to write percussion clef on both staves. Staff number 1 gets a percussion clef. Staff number 2 gets a percussion clef. Then we write the time signature only on the top stave. In this case, I'm going to do 4/4, but I'm going to go back and do all this again for 3/4, just so you can see it again. And there you go. That's 8 measures in a row that you're now going to be able to write original rhythmic compositions in. Okay, let's do this again, but this time for 3/4. We're going to start off dividing the staves into half with a single bar line. 1 and 2. Then we divide the staves into quarters with 2 more bar lines. Well, 2 more bar lines each for a total of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then what we got to do is we got to zoom in all the way over here. And I'm zooming in so you can see, obviously, if you're working on paper, you don't zoom in. Well, maybe you bring your head closer to the paper and that's how you zoom in. But anyway, we close off the first line with a regular bar line, and the second line of staff is where we write our final bar line. Now we come back to the left side and we see you have nothing there. I'll clean that up just a little bit. And then we're going to write percussion clef for both lines. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we're going to write our time signature on the top. In this case, it's going to be 3. Oops, I was looking up at my screen. I got a little messy, but that's okay. 4. 3/4. And that's 8 measures for 3/4. I will see you in the next lesson. Over the next 2 lessons, we're going to be talking about how to write both notes and rests in measures. Now, this does get a little bit complicated, so we have a really awesome, unique, nifty-difty color coding system that you'll see in a moment. So first, let's talk about some rest rules. We have 6 rules for rests. Please feel free to come back to this page whenever you are writing music. Rule number 1 is a rest starting on a strong beat can, C-A-N, can, it is able to last into a weak beat. Rule number 2 is a rest starting on a weak beat cannot last into the next beat or beats. Use separate rests. That one's interesting. 3, when possible, combine smaller rests into larger rests as long as this does not break the previous 2 rules. Ooh. If your head's starting to spin, don't worry, we're going to break it down. Number 4, a whole rest shows a measure of silence in all time signatures. You might remember that one. 5, whole rest should be written at the beginning of a measure in 4/4, whereas in 3/4, we're going to write them in the middle of a measure. And that's rule number 6. So let's review our strong and weak beat colors. Strongest beats are green, strong beats are yellow, weak beats are orange, weakest beats are red. And the order of strongest and weakest beats in 4/4 is going to be strongest, weak, strong, weakest, and in 3/4 is strongest, weak, weakest. Now, you're going to start to see how this really matters for writing rests and notes. So, let's look at this. Whole rests. Well, whole notes, sure enough, those can go on strongest beats. Half notes can go on strongest, strong, and weak beats. Very true. Quarter notes can go on all 4 types of beats. A whole rest can only go on a strongest beat unless it's in 3/4, in which case you write it in the middle of the measure. A half rest can only be written on a strongest or a strong beat, and a quarter rest can go on any beat. Let's review this before we move forward. We have 6 rules for rests, and don't worry, we're going to see those rules in application. A rest starting on a strong beat can, it is able to, it is good if a rest starting on a strong beat goes to a weak beat. A rest starting on a weak beat cannot last into the next beats, so it has to only be on that weak beat. If you want the next beat after a weak beat to be silent, you need to use another rest. Whenever possible, you're going to combine smaller rests into larger rests, as long as it doesn't break the previous 2 rules. And that's really, rule number 3 is really for beginners, because you're going to have a moment where you have like 4 quarter rests in a row, and then you're like, wait, hang on, oh, there was rule 3, or combine. Because if you do rule number 1 or rule number 2 perfectly, you will not find yourself with rule number 3. So rule number 3 is just to catch you if you made a mistake in rule number 1 or rule number 2. A whole rest shows a measure of silence in all time signatures. In whole rests, we write them at the beginning of measures in 4/4, and we write them in the middle of measures in 3/4. I will see you in the next lesson. There is one key concept for you to understand before we look at correct and incorrect examples for 4/4 and 3/4 using a combination of notes and rests, and that is the imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3 when we are in 4/4 or common time. This imaginary divide, nothing can cross it. It's like an imaginary barrier that nothing can pass except for 3 things: a whole rest, a whole note, and a half note. The 3 things that can cross this barrier are a whole note, a whole rest, and a half note. So let's see some examples of this in application. So we imagine that there is a divide between beats 2 and 3 right here. Now we have a problem because this half rest starts on beat 2 and lasts into beat 3, right? Because half rests get 2 beats, they get 2 counts. Now right there, that's crossing our imaginary divide. That is wrong. No, sir, cannot do that. Let's look at one more. This is actually almost the same example, but I'll do it again just to make sure you get it. So we have a half rest starting on beat 2. That's wrong for a number of reasons, but this is one of the reasons. Half rest starts on beat 2, lasts into beat 3. There's an imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3. Half rest is not one of the 3 things that can cross. The 3 things that can cross are a whole rest, a whole note, or a half note. And a half rest is not one of those. That's wrong. That is not okay. Now let's look at a correct example. Oh, right here, we have indeed beat 2 half note lasts into beat 3 because a half note is worth 2 beats or 2 counts, so it's worth all of this. But that's okay because there's 3 things that can cross our imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3, and those are whole notes, whole rests, and half notes. So an easy way to remember which type of rest you can use where is to think to yourself, okay, if I put a half rest on beat 2, because I want 2 beats of consecutive silence, I want beats 2 and 3 to be quiet, so I'm going to put a half rest on beat 2. That's wrong because of that divide between beats 2 and 3, and a half rest cannot cross it. So that's incorrect. I'll see you in the next lesson where we talk even more about the divide between beats 2 and 3 in the time signature of 4/4 or common time. And we also look at some correct and incorrect examples and how they're breaking our 6 rest rules from the previous page and the previous lesson. I'll see you guys there. In this lesson, we're going to be breaking down some correct and incorrect examples using a mix of notes and rests, but mainly we're going to be focusing on the rests to show why they are incorrect in the incorrect examples and why they are right in the correct examples. So all of these measures sound exactly the same. They're just written differently. It's like writing the word to, T-O-O, versus T-O versus T-W-O. They all sound the same, but they're written differently. All right, let's take a look at this first one. Okay, so this is incorrect for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's crossing our imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3, and there's only 3 things that can cross that divide, and that is a whole note, a whole rest, and a half note. So that's no good from that perspective. And then also, rest rule number 2, we cannot start a rest on a weak beat and then have it last into another beat. So anytime you want to have a rest on a weak beat, it's most likely going to be a quarter note because that rest cannot continue on into the next beat. You need to write a second notation, which might be another quarter rest in the case of this, to get the correct. So let's look at the correct example, and sure enough, we got 2 quarter rests, which means number 1, we have our divide between beats 2 and 3. Very clean. And number 2, the rest on the weak beat is not lasting into the next beat. Here is our next incorrect example. We have a quarter rest on beat 1, 2, and 3 on the strongest, weak, and strong beats. Okay, so this right here, this example is interesting. So we do have the divide between beats 2 and 3, so that's good. Now, the problem is, this is actually breaking rest rule number 3. And rest rule number 3 is that we need to combine any smaller rests into larger rests whenever possible. And sure enough, because we have this strongest beat here, it's okay, rest rule number 1, it's okay to have rests that last into other beats if they start on strong beats. That's the last for 2. Let's go over, look at the correct one. Sure enough, we have a half rest lasting for 2 beats, and it's okay for the half rest to be there because it's starting on a strong beat, and the half rest is not starting on a weak beat. So another way to think of this is you can look at the color coding too, and the color coding shows these same rules. It's like you can't write a half rest on a weak beat or a weakest beat. You can't do it. Anytime you want a weak beat or a weakest beat to be quiet, there to be silence, you need a quarter rest. You can, C-A-N can, you are able to write a half rest on strongest and strong beats. Always. Always. That's always cool. Let's break down one more incorrect example. Okay, so this is wrong. Well, number 1, because we need our divide between beats 2 and 3. I don't know why that turned an arrow, but here we go, right? This cannot do that. That's a no. And that's really the only thing that's wrong here. Now, keep in mind that what we want here is we want 3 beats of silence, right? So beat 2, 3, and 4. These all have rests on it, right? Shh. We want rests on beats 2, 3, and 4. So we want one sound, we want one attack on beat 1, and then on 2, 3, and 4, shh, we want silence. So let's take a look at what that looks like when we write it correctly. And sure enough, because you cannot have that half rest on a weak beat, and you also don't want to break the divide between beats 2 and 3, only 3 things can do that: a whole rest, a whole note, and a half note. Very good. We have our half rest written on beat 2 because we want 3 beats of silence in a row. Remember, we have beats 2, 3, and 4. Shh. We want silent. Over here, beats 2, 3, 4. Again. Yep. They all have rests on them. They're all silent. So these measures sound exactly the same. They're just written differently. So on our weak beat, we have our quarter rest. And starting on our strong beat, we have the half rest that lasts very correctly 2 beats. Now, it would not be correct to have a quarter rest here and a quarter rest here because rule number 3, whenever possible, we need to combine rests, and that gets us our half rest there. In this lesson, we're going to continue to break down the correct and incorrect uses of notes and specifically rests in measures. So just a quick reminder that whenever we see 4/4 common time, we're going to imagine there is a divide between beats 2 and 3. There's a divide right down the middle of the measure. So we can see here in our first incorrect example that that half rest would start on beat 2 and it would last into beat 3, right? Because it gets 2 beats. So it starts here and really it lasts all the way up to here, right? It's 2 beats of silence. Now that's crossing our imaginary line, which is a no. Cannot do that. So the correct way of writing that would be 2 quarter rests. That way we have, yay, the imaginary line between beats 2 and 3. So let's look at this incorrect example. This example is incorrect for 2 reasons, actually very similarly to the first example. This is incorrect because we have a rest starting on a weak beat going into a strong beat. Whenever we have a rest on a weak beat, we need to write a different rest on the next beat. It is also incorrect because that rest is crossing our imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3. That half rest right here lasts for 2 beats. It gets 2 counts. No, we don't want that. So the way we're actually going to show this, keep in mind right here, we're talking about 3 beats of rest. 3 beats of rest. So we want 3 counts all in a row on 2, 3, and 4 of silence. How are we going to show that? This is how we show it. Number 1, we have our imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3. Number 2, we have the rest that is starting on the weak beat, stays on the weak beat, and then we have a new rest starting on the next beat. Let's look at one more in 4/4. This is actually a correct example. So let's say a whole note starts here. Yep, it can last through, so technically crossing the divide because it's worth 4 counts. And a half note, sure enough, can start on beat 2 and last into beat 3 and cross the divide. That is A-OK to do. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to break down some correct and incorrect examples in 3/4. In this lesson, we're going to be breaking down examples in 3/4 with incorrect and correct rests. Now, 3/4 is a little easier than 4/4 because we don't need to think about that imaginary divide, or maybe it's harder than 4/4 because we don't have that imaginary divide to rely on. Let's unpack some measures, shall we? Okay, so this is incorrect because it is breaking rest rule number 2. You cannot have a rest start on a weak beat and last into the next beat. No, cannot have that. So let's break down what we want to have happen here. What we want to have happen here is we want a sound on beat 1, right? We want a quarter note on beat 1, and then we want 2 beats of silence. We want beat 2 and 3 to be silent. How are we going to write that correctly? There you go, just like that. So whenever you have a weak or weakest beat that you want to be silent, you need that quarter rest. You need the quarter rest. Always, 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 always. We can go back, we can look at our colors, and sure enough, half rests, you see that? Half rests only go on green or yellow, they only go on strongest or strong. Only. No exceptions. Now let's talk about one more. In 3/4, we have a quarter rest on beat 1, and we have a quarter rest on beat 2, and then a quarter note on beat 3. So essentially what we want is 2 beats of beat 1, beat 2. We want silent. Now the problem here is that this is breaking rest rule number 3, that all rests must be combined if they can. If you remember, we just talked about this, that the half rest can go on green or yellow. And so sure enough, what we need to do is we need to combine those 2 rests into a half rest that lasts for 2 beats. So look, it sounds exactly the same. 2 beats of silence here, 2 beats of silence here. We're just following the rules in the correct example. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to give you some composition ideas for you to start writing different rhythmic compositions with for either 4 measures or, as you learned how to do a couple lessons ago, 8 measures at a time. So these are just 1 measure examples of different combinations of notes and rests. Here's 2 examples of 2 beats of rest in a row using half rests in 4/4. Here's 1 beat of rest and a half note. That's fun. Here's 1 beat of rest and a half note in 3/4. Here's 2 consecutive beats of rest and quarter notes, which is very interesting. So we can have a half rest, 2 quarter notes. We have a quarter note, quarter rest. Why? Why can we not write a half rest there? Well, for two reasons. Number one, we have our imaginary divide. And number two, half rests cannot start on a weak beat. And in 4/4, beat 2 is, weak. And then finally, we can have a half rest starting on beat 3. 2 consecutive beats of rest and a quarter note in 3/4. This is always very interesting. Whenever you see 3/4, remember, you're always going to have these 2 quarter rests on the end because beat 2 is weak. So you cannot start a half rest there. It's always got to be 2 quarter rests, whereas at the beginning, our first beat is strongest, which means a half rest can start there. Here's 1 beat of rest. So basically just going to juggle around a quarter note. There you go. So that's 1 beat on beat 1, 1 beat of rest on beat 2, 1 beat of rest on beat 3, 1 beat of rest on beat 4, and then the same thing in 3/4. Now, these are not things for you to copy or follow. These just give you an idea of different combinations of notes and rests. There are so many more combinations out there than what we have right here. And I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to Rhythm 4. We're going to start off by talking about dotted notes, specifically the dotted half note. And the dotted half note is the only dotted note you're going to have to worry about for this entire course and this entire level 1, all the books, all the work pages. We're only ever going to be looking at a dotted half note. There are other dotted notes, but we're not going to worry about those for now. So let's look at how we make a dotted half note. So we have a stem, we have a note, and sure enough, living up to its name, we've got right here the dot. So open note head, stem, and dot. Now let's talk a little bit about the math of what that dot means. A dotted note is worth 1.5 times the written note's rhythmic value. Let's break that down. So what we're saying is that whenever we have a dot on a note, right here, we got the dot, this equals 1.5 times that. 1.5 times the written note's value. So we have a half note, which is worth how many beats? 2. Another way of thinking about it is and 1.5 times 2 equals 3. Another way of thinking about that is 1.5 plus 1.5, which equals 3. One more way of thinking about this math is to quite simply divide the written note value in half and add it to itself. So we look at the written note value. That equals 2. Half of 2 is 1. 1 plus 2 equals 3. So whenever you see a dotted note, it's going to be worth 1.5 times the written value. And we can see right here, half note gets 2 counts, quarter note gets 1 count. 1 plus 2 equals a dotted half note, which is 3. Let's break that down one more time before we talk about how to write half notes. So, a dotted note is like a regular note. It just has a dot. Now, what the dot means is that you take half this note's value right here. So whatever the dot is for, this dot is on a half note. So you take the half note, you say to yourself, how many beats is a half note worth? That's 2 beats. What's half of 2? 1. Add those together. 2 plus 1 equals 3. And that's how you understand how many beats a dotted note is worth. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about how to write dotted notes, and we're going to do this lesson in 2 parts. The first part, I'm just going to talk you through it. I'm going to point out some things from the book, and in the second part, I'm actually going to write some dotted half notes with you in real time so you can follow along and do it with me. So, all you're going to do to write a dotted note is you're going to write the regular note. So in this case, half note. You write the note value, half note. Number 2, you write a small dot right next to the note head. Number 3, if the note head is on a line, you write the dot above the line. And if the note head is in a space, you write the dot in the space. Because you wouldn't want to write the dot on the line because then you might miss it if you put the dot right there. Obviously you can see that one because it's green, but I think you understand my meaning. That if it was right on the line, you might miss it. So if the note head is on the line, the dot goes above the line. If the note head is in the space, the dot goes in the same space as the note head. So now we're going to write some half notes together. Follow along with me. We're going to start by writing a note head on line 3 of the staff. Boom. I'm going to write a stem. Boom. Then we're going to write a dot. And remember, because the note head is on a line, we're going to write the dot above the line. There you go. That's it. Let's try writing a half note on space 2. All right, so let's put our note head right in the space. Then let's write the stem. And then because it's in the space, the dot's going to go in the same space as the note. And that dot's actually a little close. You can space the dots out just a little bit more. There you go. That's better. That's some breathing room there. All right, I'm going to write out a couple more. I'm not going to talk through it. I'm just going to give you a demonstration. Follow along, pause the video, whatever you need to do. And dots above the line or in the space. One more. In the space. And there you go. That is how you write dotted half notes. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write dotted half notes in measures. Now, just like we had rules about where we could write our whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, whole rests, half rests, and quarter rests, we're also going to have some rules about where we can write dotted half notes. Now, the first thing to understand about dotted half notes is just like regular half notes, they can cross the divide between beats 2 and 3. So you can write a dotted half note on beat 1 or beat 2 in 4/4, or you can just write it on beat 1 in 3/4. So you can write a dotted half note on beat 1 or 2 in 4/4 because it can cross that imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3. Now you'll notice that we have a strongest and a weak beat color here for dotted half notes. Now keep in mind that that weak beat only works for 4/4 because we go strongest, weak, strong, weakest. That leaves us 3. So we have weak, strong, weakest. That's 3 beats, 3 counts. You can write a dotted half note starting on beat 2 in 4/4, but you cannot write a dotted half note starting on the weak beat of 3/4. Because think about it, 3/4 we have strongest, weak, weakest. If you wrote a half note here, there's only 2 beats left. You'd have an extra beat, which would make it 4 beats, which, as you may recall from your correct and incorrect measure math examples, would be no good. So dotted half notes can only go on the strongest beat, or beat 1 of 3/4, and they fill up the entire measure. So let's look at some examples here. So we can see in 4/4, it is correct. We have already drawn for us that imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3, and we already have an arrow showing, yes, that dotted half note starts on beat 1 and can go all the way through to beat 3, and it's totally cool, and it can go past that imaginary barrier. It is also correct to write a dotted half note in 4/4 on beat 2 on the weak beat, because it can pass through that imaginary divide between beats 2 and 3. Lastly, but not leastly, it is correct to write a dotted half note on beat 1 in 3/4. And that being said, do not make the mistake of writing a dotted half note on beat 2 with like a quarter note here, because that would equal 4 beats. And as we know from our measure math, no good. Also, do not write a dotted half note on beat 3 in 4/4, because that would equal 5. Let's say we have, a quarter rest there. All right, that equals 5. So no good. So now what you can do is you can actually start using dotted quarter notes in your original rhythmic compositions for either 4 measures or 8 measures. Just remember to use them on strongest beats and weak beats only in 4/4. I will see you in the next lesson where we're actually going to clap and count some dotted half notes. See you there. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to clap, or rather taa, dotted notes. Now, the reason why we're going to taa, we're actually going to use our voice to go taa. Try that one time. Right. So we go taa, and that is so that we can actually hear the full rhythmic duration of the note. So think about it this way. If we just clap 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, was that a whole note or was that a quarter note? You can't tell because I just clapped on the one. You could hear the attack happened on count 1, but you couldn't actually hear the duration of the note. So hopefully by now you've done a little bit of clapping, a little bit of counting. You understand how the whole thing works. So we're going to take the counting with your mouth out of the equation. We're actually going to use your mouth to say ta for a different note. So for example, if I was to ta a whole note, so metronome at 60, feel the pulse, and here I go, ta. See how I held that out for 4 counts or 4 beats, right? That's a whole note. Now this would be 2 half notes. Ta, ta. Now these would be chord notes. Ta, 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 ta. This would be a dotted half note. Ta, 3. So what we're going to do now is actually ta examples 23 and 24. Here we go. Going to listen for the pulse. Double check the time signature. 4/4. All right, the count is. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, 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 ta. Excellent. Let's do example 24 now. Okay, this is the first time you've seen 4 lines of music all in a row. So keep in mind, from first line to second line to third line to fourth line, left to right, top to bottom, just like you would with a book. Okay, so listening for the pulse. Again, it's 60. Double checking the time signature, that's a 3. So my counted is going to be for 3, not 4, but 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ta, 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 ta. I will see you in the next lesson. In the next couple of lessons, we're going to be talking about tied notes. So first, let's understand what ties are, how they work, and what they do. So ties connect notes together. Tied notes, when you tie 2 notes together, are worth the rhythmic value of both the notes connected by the tie. So let's say we have a quarter note, we tie it to another quarter note. 1 + 1 = 2 beats or 2 counts. Let's say we have a half note tied to a quarter note. Half note gets 2 beats, 2 counts. Quarter note gets 1 beat, 1 count. Tie them together. You add them together. That's going to be 3 beats, 3 counts. So tied notes make the duration of notes longer by connecting the notes together. And interestingly, the second note of the tie does not get an attack. You're just going to hold it out like we did with the Taas. Now, ties can connect notes in many ways. Number one, they can combine the rhythmic value of 2 or more notes in the same measure, but you're not going to see that in this book, and you're actually not even going to write that in this book or in your workbook. Number two, combine the rhythmic value of 2 or more notes in connecting measures. Now, this one you're going to see a lot of ties connecting notes from one measure to the next, both in your workbook and in this book and in this course. Number three, they combine the rhythmic value of 2 or more notes from one line of staff to another line of staff, and you will see that also in this course, in this book, and in your workbooks. Let's start off by taking a look at quarter notes tied to other notes and how many beats that would be worth. Let's zoom in here. Okay, so we have a quarter note tied to a quarter note. That's 1 plus 1. That would equal 2 beats, 2 counts. Here's a quarter note tied to a half note. That's 1 plus 2. That would equal 3. Half note tied to a quarter note. Same thing as a quarter note tied to a half note. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Now, a quarter note tied to a dotted half, that's going to be 1 plus 3. That's going to equal 4 beats or 4 counts. But remember, you're not actually going to put the ties in measures. You're only ever going to tie notes coming from one measure to another measure. So you're never going to write, for example, a quarter note tied to a dotted half note in one measure instead of a whole note. You just write a whole note because that's worth 4 beats, 4 counts. A dotted half note tied to a quarter note, that's 3 beats plus 1 beat. That equals 4 again. And a quarter note tied to a whole note, which would equal 5 beats or 5 counts, as the inverse as well. 4 beats, 4 counts for the whole note, plus 1 beat, 1 count for the quarter note equals 5 beats or 5 counts. Now let's look at some tied half notes. So if we tie a half note to a dotted half note, that's going to be worth 5 beats, 5 counts, because 2 plus 3. The inverse is true. 3 beats plus 2, that's going to equal 5 beats. And again, these are not going to go in one measure. And then a half note plus a whole note, that's going to equal 6 beats. Same as the inverse. And you could also tie, for example, a dotted half note to a whole note to get 7 beats worth of time. So to give you an example, I'm actually going to taa through some of these with a metronome. Here's our 2 quarter notes tied together. This is what it sounds like. Taa. Right, 2 beats, 2 counts, and I don't taa the second one. Here's our quarter note tied to our half note. I'm going to taa through it. Ta. See, I didn't do another taa. There was no attack on the second note. I just hold the taa through it. Okay, and here is, well, let's do one over here. Let's do a quarter note plus a dotted half note. Ta. Right, because that's 1 plus 3. That equals 4 total. Now let's do something from down here. Let's do a dotted half plus a half. Here we go. Ta. So 5 beats or 5 counts. For that, I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to have 2 parts to talk about how to write tied notes. First, I'm going to talk at you. I'm going to point to some things. Second, I'm actually going to go onto some staff paper and write it down in real time and talk you through it as I do it. So let's talk about tied notes on or above line 3 or the middle line of the staff. So number 1, you're going to write notes you wish to connect with a tie on the same line or space of the staff. This is super important. Tied notes can only be on the same line or space of the staff as the other notes that they are tied to. Number 2, you're going to write the tie from just above the first note head to just above the second note head, and we can see that. Yep, sure enough, from measure 1 to measure 2, we have 2 quarter notes there, and then we write that tie arching over when it's above line 3. Now, tied notes below the middle line of the staff, or tied notes below line 3, we're going to write the note heads, or the notes you want to connect, with a tie on the same line or space of the staff. Remember, you can only tie notes together when they're on the same line or space of the staff. Number 2, you're going to write the tie from just below the first note head to just below the second note head. So we can see, let's zoom in, right? We have 2 quarter notes, and then we have the 2 quarter notes connected with a tie from one measure to the next. And remember that in level 1, we're only ever going to be tying from one measure to the next. We're not going to be tying notes in a measure, in the same measure. All right, let's jump into some staff paper and let's write a couple examples. Okay, so here we are on some staff paper. We're just going to practice tying quarter notes to half notes, dotted half notes, and whole notes. No measures, no time signatures, no clefs. We're just going to practice writing the note heads, the stems, and then the ties. So we're going to start with, perhaps a quarter note on line 3 of the staff. Good stem, and we're going to tie that to a half note. Just like that. Then the tie arches over just above the first note head to just above the second note head. See, my line got a little squiggly there. It's okay if your lines get a little squiggly too. Okay, let's write now a quarter note to a dotted half note. Just doing the note heads. We're going to do this in space 2. Here's our quarter note. Now let's write a dotted half note. Dot. And because these note heads are below line 3 of the staff, we're going to tie under just below the first note head to just below the second note head. Excellent. Now let's practice tying to a whole note from a quarter note. So let's write a quarter note. You're on line 4 of the staff. And we're going to tie that to a whole note. Also, oops, I misspoke. I said line 4, I meant space 4. We're going to tie this quarter note to a whole note also in space 4. There you go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk a little bit about the rules for using tied notes in measures. Now, first rule for tie notes is only use ties when you cannot use a note of a larger rhythmic value. Tie rule number 1 is you're only ever going to use a tie when a larger rhythmic value note cannot be used. So for example, you would never ever in a same measure tie a quarter note to a half note, because you could just write a dotted half note right there, because look, what we want here is 3 beats or 3 counts of sound. Ta. And the easier way to write that is just to put a dotted half note. So keep in mind, for level 1, we're only ever going to be looking for ties to go from one measure to the next measure. That's level 1. We're never going to be tying notes in measures, and that just has to do with the math of how the ties work out. It's not an arbitrary rule that I'm just making up for you. It's literally that there's no combination of beats for sound all in a row that you could make with a tie that you cannot do with either a quarter, half, whole, or dotted half note within a single measure. Now, ties cannot skip over rests. So you cannot tie a note to another note and skip over a rest. And remember that ties on or above line 3 of the staff arch over, whereas ties below line 3 of the staff arch under. So let's unpack some of these correct and incorrect examples. We already talked about this first one here. Now this is incorrect because, look, what do we want out of this? What we're essentially saying is we want beats 1, 2, and 3 to have sound, right? We want sound for beats 1, 2, and 3. And right now, that's what we've got. We got sound starting here, lasting through to here. But that's no good because we don't need ties and measures. All we need is for 3 beats of continuous sound to have a dotted half note. That's all you need. Right here. This one is incorrect because, okay, what essentially do we want to have happen here? Essentially what we want here is we want this note here to continue sounding all the way through to this note here. So, in other words, we want beats 1, 2, and 3 to have sound. Much easier way of doing that. If you want beats 1, 2, and 3 to have sound, just write a dotted half note. It's going to make your life a lot easier. So how do we write notes in connecting measures? Because that's what we're going to be doing primarily in level 1, is we're going to write ties from one measure to the next or from one line to the next. So we can see here that step number 1 is you write all the notes you want, including the notes you're going to tie together. And step number 2 is, boom, you just add the tie. That's it. Now it gets a little bit more tricky, and something to pay attention to is writing a tied note from one line of the staff to the next line. So number 1, you're going to write your rhythmic composition. You're going to write out your notes. You're going to figure out where the tie is in your mind, and then you're going to show the beginning of the tie from the first line, and then you're going to show the end of the tie on the next line. See that? I'm going to zoom out so you can see the whole thing. So what we're saying is that this note right here lasts all the way through to here. So that's essentially a quarter note plus a whole note, which equals 5 beats or 5 counts. Award for the messiest quarter note and whole note goes to Dan Spencer. So you get the idea that it starts here. It starts in measure 4 and continues on into measure 5. So if I were to taa, I'm going to start taaing right here. For measure 4, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, 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 ta. So you can see that ta starts here in measure 4, but it carries on for an additional 4 beats or 4 counts in measure 5. I will see you in the next lesson. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses just like this, and honestly, even better than this, in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music, or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner, and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day 1 if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. This is going to be a little bonus lesson for how to tie more than 2 notes together. So I don't recommend you do this right away. As you start to incorporate ties into your rhythmic compositions, use them sparingly. Use 2 or 3 ties per 8 measures, or 1 or 2 ties per 4 measures, because once you start getting into tie land, it gets real crazy and the notes start lasting for a really, really, really long time. So number 1, if you are going to tie more than 2 notes together, make sure that all the notes you are tying together are on the same line or space of the staff. Number 2, you're going to write ties showing that the notes are connected. And number 3, there's no limit technically for the number of ties that you can use in a row. So let's unpack this example a little bit because, well, it's a lot. So we have a total of 12 counts. Count them, 12 counts of tied notes here. So we start off with 3 counts with a dotted half note here, and then that's added to the 4 counts of the whole note, which is added to 4 counts of the whole note, which is added to 1 count of the quarter note. So 3 plus 4 plus 4 plus 1 equals 12. Now I'm going to take a real deep breath and taa this for you. Here we go. At 60. This is just an example. You don't need to taa this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, ta. All right. So that's a lot. So you can do that in your composition. Just watch out and make sure you're using the ties correctly. You're not tying notes within the same measure to each other. You're only ever tying notes from one measure to the next measure, or from one line to the next line. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be tying example 25 and 26 from the Best Music Theory book for beginners. We're doing it at 60. As you can see, we have our little 60 metronome sign there for our speed. Looking at the time signature, okay, it's 4/4, so the count-in's going to be for 4. Listening to the click, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, 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 ta. All right, this next one is 26. Again, 4 whole lines of music. Let's listen to the pulse. Again, at 60. Let's look at the time signature. Okay, time signature is a 3 on top, which means our count is going to be for 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ta, 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 ta. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be talking about repeat signs. Now, repeat signs are little symbols that look like this. See, it's sort of like a final bar line with 2 dots. And those symbols will help us actually repeat measures or entire lines of music, or maybe just one measure at a time. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go through 2 examples in this lesson. We're going to go through example 27 and 28. And I'm going to break down for you what we're going to do, and then I'm going to talk through it. So in example 27, we're going to start in measure 1. We read through measure 1 all the way to the end, at which point we hit the repeat sign. The repeat sign is like a bumper. It bumps us back to the beginning of the piece of music, and then we read all the way from the beginning to the end. And that bumper is only worth 1 bump. That repeat sign doesn't continuously bump you back and forth forever. It just bumps you 1 time, and at the end, we treat it like a final bar line, and the song is over. So I'm going to ta 27. Looking at and the time signature is for 4, so the count-in is going to be for 4. Here we go. Get the pulse, count in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, 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 ta. Bounce back. Ta, 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 ta. Ta, ta. There you go. Now let's look at example 28. So example 28 is pretty interesting because instead of having 1 repeat sign just at the end, we also have a repeat sign here at the beginning. Now, you may see this when you are out in the wild reading and playing real pieces of music or analyzing real pieces of music. But here's the thing. This second, so we have 1, 2. We have 1 repeat sign, 2 repeat signs. This second repeat sign right here, it is called redundant. Redundant means it is not necessary. It doesn't actually do anything. However, There have been many people throughout history who have used that type of extra repeat sign there, even though it does not do anything. So this is more just to show you and to let you know that you may see this out in the world, but it's not actually important and you don't actually need to use it, and no extra action is required. You would still read the piece in the same way. You start from measure 1, you go through to measure 4, back to measure 1, through to measure 4. It works exactly the same as our single repeat sign that we saw up here, and that's why this is actually called single repeat sign 1, and this one is called single repeat sign 2. It's that even though there's 2 repeat signs, only one of the repeat signs actually matters and is actually doing any work. This bumps us back to the beginning, and we do not need this extra repeat sign here. It doesn't do anything. There's no extra bumping needed. It does not help you do anything. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about double repeat signs when they actually have 2 repeat signs that are doing something, not just one repeat sign at the beginning of the first measure and then the repeat sign in measure 4 that's doing all the work. So whenever you have a start repeat sign or a second repeat sign, so here's our first one right here. Here's our second one right here. And you see this one's facing in, this one's facing in, and it's like a backwards final bar line that's facing to the right as opposed to the left. We're actually going to bounce between these two. So yeah, let's unpack that. When we have a second one, 1, 2, in measure 1, at the beginning, before the notes start, if you have that repeat sign before the notes start, it doesn't do anything. It's redundant. However, if you have a second repeat sign that is after the notes start, like right here, that's actually going to do something. So what's going to happen here is we're going to start at the beginning. We're going to read left to right like we always do. This repeat sign bumps us back to this repeat sign, which then bumps us to the end. So to taa it, here we go. Getting the pulse, looking at the time signature, it's 4/4, so counting is 4. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, 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 ta. Ta, ta. Ta, ta. Ta, ta. So that is how a double repeat sign works. It actually bounces us back and forth between the 2 repeat signs. Now let's look at a double repeat sign over 8 measures instead of 4 measures. So let's talk through this, let's walk through this, and then I'll taa through it. So we're going to start left to right, top to bottom, as we would normally do, but here's what happens. We go like this, we go to second line, but what happens is that this repeat sign right here catches us before we can get to the end. So we're not allowed to go to this measure yet because we have this repeat sign before it. So this repeat sign is going to bounce us back. But where's it going to bounce us to? Not the beginning, but to that second repeat sign there, which is then going to bounce us all the way through. And the second time we ignore that repeat sign and we make it to the end. That was a little complicated. Go back, review this, read the page a bunch of times, look through those arrows, and I'm going to taa it one time for you, and hopefully that'll help make more sense for you as well. Here we go. Time sig is 4/4, so the countdown is going to be for 4. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta, 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 ta. Ta, 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 ta. Ta, will see you in the next lesson. In the next 2 lessons, we're going to be talking about how to write repeat signs. In this lesson, we're just going to talk about how to write them, not in the context of music or in the context of measures, just writing repeat signs by themselves. We're going to do this lesson in 2 parts. First, I'm going to talk you through it, walk you through it, and then I'm actually going to write on some staff paper so you can copy me in real time or just see me do it as I talk you through it in real time. So we're going to talk about repeat signs in 2 different ways. We're going to talk about start repeat signs, and those are the ones with the dots on the right side, like this. And then we're going to talk about end repeat signs that have the dots on the left. So to write a start repeat sign, we need to write a backwards final bar line. That's step number 1. And then number 2, we add a dot above and below line 3 of the staff. And to write an end repeat sign, we write a regular final bar line, and then we write a dot above and below line 3 of the staff. To write a start repeat sign, we're going to start by writing a backwards final bar line. So that's going to be thick, thin, instead of thin, thick. There we go. And then a dot just above and below line 3 of the staff. And, we could color that in a little bit better. But that's basically the idea. Now, to write an end repeat sign, we're going to write a regular final bar line. Boom. That's going to be thin, thick. And then add a dot above and below line 3 of the staff. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write repeat signs into your compositions for either 4 measures or 8 measure original rhythmic compositions. We can see that how to write a repeat sign at the end of a line of staff, all you've got to do is set up your line of staff like you normally do. Divide in half, divide into quarters, add a final bar line, percussion clef, time signature, and all you're going to do, boop, add those 2 dots in there. So the only difference is that from the top to the bottom, we've got those 2 little dots right there. And that's basically it for writing a repeat sign. So if you want someone to go through something twice, all you got to do is write a repeat sign at the end, and you can do it at the end of 4 measures or at the end of 8 measures, either way. Now let's talk about how to write repeat signs in the middle of a line of staff. So number 1, you're going to set yourself up with a line of music like you normally do. Bar line, divide in half, 2 more bar lines, divide in quarters, final bar line at the end, percussion clef, time signature. If you're doing 8 measures, obviously just a regular bar line at the end of measure 4, and then the final bar line at the end of measure 8. Then for step number 2, you're going to write your start repeat sign where you want people to bounce back to. Now in this case, the start repeat sign is on measure 2. So basically what we're doing is we're coloring over the regular bar line with the thick part of our final bar line to make that start repeat sign right there. And then step number 3 is to write the next repeat sign, because remember, we don't want people to go all the way to the end. You want to keep them contained within the line of staff. So we're going to write the second repeat sign there. So with this, people would go boom, 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 just like that. So our end repeat sign bounces us back to our start repeat sign, and then we skip the end repeat sign and go to the end. Last one for us to talk about is how to write repeat signs over multiple lines of staff. So let's say you have 8 measures that you want to do an original rhythmic composition on. All you're going to do is set up your 8 measures like you normally would. Remember your regular bar line here, your final bar line here, and remember percussion clefs on both lines of the staff. Then what you'll do is you'll decide where you want to have your start and your end repeat sign. In this case, we put the start repeat sign here, and we put the end repeat sign here. So what this piece looks like, get ready, this is, you can get squiggly. We start, we go from here to here, in which case we bounce back to here. We go through one more time to the end. Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. This is almost identical in the way it works to the double repeat sign here, except the end repeat sign is just 1 measure forward. It's in measure 6 as opposed to measure 7. in this example right here, you can see that in the clapping, tying example, it was here, and it's just moved here. So you can put repeat signs wherever you want in your music for your compositions. And I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to Pitch and Notes 1. You've officially graduated from all the rhythm lessons. And from now on, we're going to be talking about pitch, which means how low and how high notes are, not just is there sound and not sound for rhythm. So let's talk about high sounds versus low sounds. So we call most sounds pitches. Pitch is a single sound. If you open your mouth and say just like you would at the doctor's or dentist's office, the sound you're making is a pitch, which you can sometimes call a note. A note is a way of measuring certain pitches and giving them names. More on that later. So let's compare some high pitches and some low pitches. So here is example 31, high pitches. Those sure are high sounding pitches. Sounds kind of like a bird chirping or a door squeaking, or if you've ever had the misfortune of hearing a car brake squeaking as well. Pretty close to that. Okay, let's listen to some low pitches. This is example 32. Okay, now those are lower pitches like thunder rumbling in the distance, or perhaps if you've ever heard someone in their car listening to music very loud and all you hear is the that's the low sound or the bass coming through. So low pitches versus high pitches. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how sound is made and measured, because now that we're concerned with how low and how high sounds are, not just whether there is sound or silence for rhythm, we're concerned about pitch. We're concerned about, well, how low is the sound? How high is the sound? We're going to talk a little bit about how sound is made and measured. So sound actually happens through waves, and these are called sound waves. So whenever you hear a sound, there's a literal wave of vibration happening that your ear picks up. So for example, if I clap, that creates a vibration that my microphone picks up. My microphone records that through all my software, and now you listening to that in your video hear that clap from your speakers that vibrate these very small, fine bones in your ear, and that's how you actually hear sound. So sound waves vibrate through the air, and then they vibrate the fine bones and membranes in your ear so you can hear sound. Now what's interesting is that higher pitches actually vibrate a lot faster than the lower pitches. And that's how we actually hear a difference between pitch, is how fast or how many times the note is vibrating, for example, every second. So we actually do have a way of measuring how many times notes vibrate per second, and this is called hertz. Now, hertz is a measurement of the speed of the sound vibration. The hertz, it gives a measurement for how many times a note is vibrating, which then tells us if the note is low, which would be a low number, or the note is high, which would be a high number. So higher number of vibrations per second up here, lower number of vibrations per second down there. So high pitches will have a larger number, followed by Hz for hertz, for example, 880 hertz. And then low pitches will have smaller numbers, like 55 hertz. Now, the hertz is not changing the sound, it's that we're actually able to measure the higher sounds have a higher number of hertz, or a higher number of vibrations or cycles per second, and that the lower notes have a lower number of vibrations per second. So the way we can think about these vibrations per second is actually a sound cycle, because like we talked about, they are sound waves, and these sound waves literally look like a wave in the ocean. They go up and down like this. So a sound wave goes up and down and up and down, and one up and one down and back to where it started. That is one cycle, and that's what we're measuring when we measure a hertz. So 1 hertz would be 1 cycle per second. Isn't that kind of mind-blowing? 880 times that thing goes wah, 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 super duper fast, and that speed of that vibration is actually what makes that pitch sound higher. I will see you in the next lesson where we talk a little bit more about high pitches and low pitches. In this lesson, we're going to do one more look at high pitches versus low pitches and actually look at some sound wave examples to understand exactly what's going into creating different sounds. So high pitches have more cycles per second, and that creates higher pitches that we talked about last time, like 880 versus 55. So when we have high pitches, we know there's going to be a lot of vibrations, going to be a lot of waves. And what's interesting is we can actually see how loud the sound is going to be by how big the sound waves are. So we can see that right here, we have some pretty big waves. Yeah, they're going up and down. That means it's a loud sound. Whereas over here, we have very small waves, and that's going to be for a quiet sound. We can see that there's still 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, the same number of waves per second, but the size of the waves determines how loud or how quiet the sound is. Let's talk about some low pitches. So low pitches have fewer sound cycles or sound waves per second. And just like the higher pitches, when the waves are larger, the sound is louder, and the waves are smaller, the sound is quieter. So right here, this is a big, big sound. This is very loud. This is like, watch your ears. Whereas this one right here is a quiet sound, like very different. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about different ways sound is created on different instruments. This doesn't actually have anything to do with music theory, but I think it's really fascinating information, and I think you are going to enjoy it, so we're going to talk about it. So the first type of instrument to talk about is an aerophone. So an aerophone is a type of instrument where sound is produced using air. This would be like an accordion, bagpipes, bassoon, clarinet, for example, a trumpet, a pipe organ, a recorder, anything you blow in or air blows through to make sound. Second type of instrument are chordophones. So with chordophones, sound is produced by plucking or bowing the strings of an instrument. So that'd be like a banjo or a guitar. You have to pluck it. Or, for example, a cello or a violin, where you see players actually play with bows. Interestingly enough, a harpsichord as well is technically a plucked instrument. That's sort of like a piano, whereas a piano, the strings are struck with felted hammers. Harpsichord, the strings are actually plucked, and that's what gives it its very sort of sound. The next type of instrument are electric instruments, which require a source of electricity for the instrument to make the intended sound. Now, why do I say the intended sound? Well, that's because technically you could take an electric instrument, smash it into a wall, and sure enough, it would make a sound. That's just not the sound that was intended to be made with the instrument. So, electric instruments would be like an electric guitar, or a MIDI keyboard, or a sampler, or a theremin. If you don't know what a theremin is, go ahead and check out some YouTube videos of that after this lesson. Or, for example, a turntable when you're listening to music on vinyl, or a DJ is using a turntable to create music and mixes in real time. There are also membranophones. Now, membranophone, let's look at that. It's like membrane. Membrane, it's like a skin. So sound is produced by striking a tightened animal or plastic membrane on the instrument. That's going to be any type of drum. A drum, a djembe, that's going to be your West African style of drum. Tabla, that's your Indian style of drum. Tambourines, yes, tambourines, even though they do have shakers on them, they also have skins that you can hit. Timpani and tom drum. The last type of instrument for us to look at are idiophones. Now, idiophones, sound is produced through rattles, friction, concussion, or plucking. So that's going to be like a cabasa, a cajon, castanets, bring them together. Cowbell, I have a fever, and the only thing that can fix it is an idiophone. So striking a cowbell, there you go, concussion. That creates the sound. A cowbell by itself, again, is not going to make the intended sound. unless you hit it with something, or perhaps you hit something with the cowbell. Again, going back to our example of smashing an instrument into a wall, if you take a cowbell and smash it into a wall and the wall is durable, the cowbell just might indeed make the intended sound. Perhaps maracas, shaking maracas, or a xylophone, or even a vibraphone, which is like a big xylophone with some electrical components to it sometimes. So these are the different types of instruments and how sound is made. You can look over this list. You can Google all of these instruments. You can go on YouTube, listen to examples of people playing these, and it's quite a learning experience. There's a lot of typical instruments on this list and some that you may have never heard of before. So have fun with that, and I will see you in the next lesson. So far, we have talked about low pitches and high pitches. We've talked about hertz. How fast is the sound vibrating? Faster vibrating sounds create higher pitches, lower and slower vibrating sounds create lower pitches. Now let's talk a little bit about how sound is defined or the quality of the sound. For example, you hear my voice might sound different from your voice even though we say the same words with the same notes. Just the way it sounds, the quality sounds different. So let's talk about the word tone. The word tone can be used interchangeably with pitch. So I can say, oh, that was a nice tone. Play another tone. There you go. That's another tone. Rarely used in the United States, more commonly used perhaps in Europe and the rest of the world outside of the United States. Tone also can mean timbre. Now, timbre is very interesting. Timbre means the quality of a sound. So the quality of a sound is what makes a sound unique from other sounds, or it's the color of the sound. So to understand timbre, we're going to listen to 3 different instruments play the same exact pitches in the same exact order at the same exact speed, but you're going to hear a big difference between those 3 instruments, and that's because of the timbre of the instruments. Here is example 33. We're going to listen to the violin. So the violin's a chordophone. The performer makes sound by bowing the strings or plucking the strings. The violin has strings, and it's sounded with a horsehair bow and has a wooden body. And this is the sound, or the timbre, the quality of the sound that a violin creates. That's the violin. Now, we're going to hear the same exact pitches played in the same exact order at the same exact speed, but this time by a saxophone that is an aerophone instrument, has a vibrating wooden reed. That's how the performer makes sound, is they actually vibrate a reed on top of some metal or some plastic. It's sounded with the performer's own breath and has a metal body. Let's hear how different the quality of that sound is going to be. So different. Same notes. Now let's listen to a piano, which is a chordophone instrument that is sounded by striking strings when a performer presses a key and has a metal and wooden body. Oh, so different. So you can hear that all 3 instruments sound completely different from each other, even though they're playing the same pitches at the same speed in the same order. The way you can hear the difference between those sounds is the timbre, or the quality of how they sound. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be talking about melody. Melody is a series of pitches that take place over time. Now, many songwriters and composers try to make pleasing melodies. This is where it gets interesting. What you find to be pleasing may be different from what someone else thinks of as pleasing. So melody is subjective, which means everyone can feel differently about a melody, and no one is right or wrong, they just have their opinions. Now, there are ways of structuring melodies and structuring songs in ways that are more systematic and have patterns that are more easily recognizable that most people find pleasing. Now, a lot of the time, pleasing melodies have some pattern that imply that the pitches belong together. There's some sort of pattern that makes sense to us. Now, while it still is subjective, our brains are programmed to recognize patterns and to find comfort in patterns. So while it may be subjective, everyone's opinion, whether a pattern is nice in a melody, most of the time melodies have patterns. And if it doesn't have pattern, you might not like it quite as much because your brain just really likes to find patterns. Now, because we have so much to learn to get you to read, write, and understand music, we're going to talk about how to craft and shape melodies in Theory 3, not in Theory 1, because we have so much more to learn before we even take that first step of putting melodies together. So we're going to listen and watch a couple of examples now of melody. Let's start with example 36. We're actually going to see this picture you're looking at animated with a real melody. Here's example 36. What we heard was a melody. Bum, 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 bum. That is the melody we just heard that is written here for you, not using music notation, but just showing you a melody. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk a little bit more about melody and actually listen to two examples of melodies. Let's get rocking and rolling. This is example 37. Okay, so not a lot of repeated patterns in that melody, and you may have found that melody to not be very pleasing. And you may have found that melody to be, well, a little bit all over the place. Let's listen to 38. Huh. That made a little bit more sense, right? There was more pattern there. Okay, so we heard two different melodies there, both of which had a little bit more pattern to them than 37. You may have found the melodies in 38 to be, well, more pleasing because they make more sense, because they have a pattern that you can identify and hear and just make sense to your brain. We're going to listen to one more. We're going to go back to example 34, and we're going to listen to the melody there. Just a little bonus. Now this melody has a pattern to it. So you could hear that in example 37, there were a couple of patterns, but not a lot of patterns that you could immediately identify. It sounds sort of like a Jackson Pollock painting. There's sort of like paint everywhere. Whereas melody example 2, example 38, and then also we just listened to 34 again, they make more sense. They're more easily found, I think, to be pleasing. Perhaps you feel differently. Perhaps you feel the same. But the point here is to see that there's a very big difference between melodies that sort of make sense and have a pattern you can find and you can hear, and melodies that don't have a pattern that you can immediately hang on to. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, finally, we're going to start talking about notes. Now, notes are names that we give to certain pitches. Only some pitches have note names. Now, the story about how we as a human race came up with these names and why we picked just some of the pitches and which pitches we picked to give names is a very long and complicated story going all the way back to ancient China, also ancient Greece, and involves a whole lot of math. So we're not going to talk about that today. We're going to jump straight into what you need to know about notes. We have some note rules. So, number 1, notes are written and spoken with letters from the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's how we're going to refer to those notes. Now, notes are pitches, and these pitches get a letter name, and the letter name is going to be A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. Now, we assign these letters to different pitches, right? Some pitches we're going to call A, some pitches we're going to call B, some pitches we call C, some pitches we call D, some pitches we're going to call E, some pitches we're going to call F, and some pitches we're going to call G. Now, there is a pattern to how we assign the letters, and the letters repeat themselves over and over again in the pattern. Let's take a look at this pattern in what is called the basic musical alphabet. Now, the basic musical alphabet, as you can see right there up top, is just A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And the basic musical alphabet are the first 7 letters of the regular alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now, what's interesting about the basic musical alphabet is it actually repeats back to A after G. So instead of going to H, you go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. After G, we go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And these letters, these are note names, a way of giving names to pitches. You can say A, B, C, D, E, F, G as many times as you want in a row. It goes on for infinity. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It goes on and on and on and on and on, with the notes getting higher and higher and higher. And you also can go G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A backwards, with the notes going lower, or the pitches going lower. You also don't need to start on A. You could start on B. You could start on C. For example, I'm going to start on D. D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. You could start on B. B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You can start on G. G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. Start on F. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. Like that. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to explore a little bit more of the basic musical alphabet. In this lesson, we are going to talk more about the basic musical alphabet, and we're going to look at it in 2 ways. The first way is as a circle. Now, the reason why we're looking at it as a circle is because, remember, one of the things about the basic musical alphabet is it goes on and on forever from low to high. So, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like that, and it goes backwards from high to low. Lower and lower. Remember, we can start anywhere on the basic music alphabet. We can start on B. B, C, D, E, F, G, go round and round and round. We can go backwards, starting on any letter. Start on G, and we go backwards. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to watch and listen to an example of the basic musical alphabet going from low to high and high to low, so you can hear the pitches go up and down in real time and see which notes are moving and grooving, and see which notes are being played, and see which note names those pitches have. Here is example 39. So starting low, going higher. Counting up the musical alphabet. Now counting down, the pitches are going lower. And lower. Now, we're going to look at two more examples of the basic musical alphabet. This time, instead of imagining it as a circle, we're going to imagine it as a staircase going from low to high, and not necessarily starting on A, because remember, we can start the basic musical alphabet on any letter and go up. We can start on any letter and go down. This is example 40. So low, going up. And see, after G, where do we go to? A. And then the basic musical alphabet starts again. And it would keep on going forever and ever and ever, and we could start even lower than we started there on A. Now let's look at what happens when we descend, when we go down the basic musical alphabet, again thinking about it like a staircase. Here is example 41, descending basic musical alphabet. Starting on C now. Remember, you can start on any letter, or from high to low. And you can stop on any letter too. See, this one stops on G? Totally cool to do that too. So basically, the basic musical alphabet is a way of thinking about going from low notes to high notes to low notes, round and round we go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to bring everything you've learned so far. You learned about the staff, you learned about whole, half, quarter, dotted half notes, whole, half, and quarter rests. And we're going to start to bring it all together with pitches and notes, and actually look at writing notes on the staff. So there's three things to know before we head in and zoom in and really look at these notes on the staff. The first is that notes are placed on the lines and spaces to indicate different pitches or notes. The first thing to talk about is that notes are placed on the lines and in the spaces of the staff to show different notes. The higher sounding notes are up towards the top of the staff, or up towards the ceiling, and the lower sounding notes are towards the bottom of the staff, down towards the floor. So let's zoom in and take a look. So number one are going to be line notes going from low to high. You can see that down here, this is low, and up here, we're going up, this is high. So we go from low to high, and these are all the notes on the lines. You can see we have a note on line 1, 2, 3, 4, and line 5. Now let's look at line notes going from high to low. So we have line notes starting on line 5 going down to line 1, and up here is high, and down here is low. High to low. Up towards the ceiling is high, up towards the sky is high, down towards the floor is low. Now let's look at some notes written in the spaces of the staff. Written in space 1, 2, 3, and 4. And again, we're going from low, up to high. And then in the spaces from high down to low. So you have space 1, 2, 3, 4, space 4, 3, 2, 1. And it always works like this. Whenever you have notes that are higher up on the staff, they're always going to be higher than the notes that are below them on the staff. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be talking about the treble clef or the G clef. We already had a clef, that was the percussion clef. This is a new and different clef. So it's going to take the place of a percussion clef. We're never going to have a percussion and a treble clef. We're just going to have a treble clef. Now, the treble clef shows us that we're using notes, that we're using pitches. We're no longer just concerned about the rhythm. We're really showing that there's going to be a difference between low sounds and high sounds, and we care about the difference between low sounds and high sounds with the treble clef. Now, the treble clef actually also is known as the G clef, and there's an interesting reason why. So, line 2 of the staff, you can see right here, line 2. You can see right here, line 2 of the staff. Anytime a note goes on line 2, the name of that note is always going to be G. Every time. And so because the treble clef curls, see that? It curls around line 2 of the staff. It's showing us where the G note goes, and then we can figure out all the other notes based on where the G note is. So, for example, if this is G, the next note up, think about the basic musical alphabet. What comes after G would be A, then B, then C, then D, like that. But don't worry about that just yet. We'll get to that in the next lesson. Now, interestingly enough, another reason why it's called a G clef is it actually used to look like a capital letter G back in olden times. So, the treble clef shows us that instead of rhythm, we're now talking about notes. We're talking about pitches. Now, we care not just if there's sound or silence, but we care about the pitch of the sound. We care if the sound is high. We care if the sound is low. This is now part of the conversation. And the notes and the lines and spaces, and we're going to talk more about those lines and spaces in the next lesson. I will see you there. In the next 2 lessons, we're going to be breaking down how to know which letter of the basic musical alphabet goes where on the staff, and which line is which, and which space is which. So let's start with a couple ground rules. Anytime any note lands on a line or space of the staff, it will have the same name. So anytime a note lands on line 2, it's always a G, just like from the G clef or the treble clef. Anytime a note lands on space 1, for example, it's always going to be an F. Now, here's where it gets interesting, is that you can have more than one F. For example, you can see that all notes on line 5 are F. Also, all notes in space 1 are also F. We'll get into breaking down the difference between those Fs in the next chapter. For now, just memorize that we have an F that goes in space 1. We also have an F that goes on line 5. So let's take a look at just the notes on the lines. All right, so all the notes that go on line 1 are E. It does not matter if it's a whole note. It does not matter if it is a half note. It does not matter if it is a quarter note. All notes that have a note head on line 1 are always going to be E forever and ever and ever. Always. Likewise, all the note heads that go on line 2 of the staff, all those notes will always be G. Whenever you have a note head on line 3 of the staff, it's always going to be B. Anytime you have note heads on line 4 of the staff, it's always going to be D. Anytime you have note heads on line 5 of the staff, it's always going to be F. Let's talk about the space notes. So whenever we have a note head in space 1, and again, that can be a whole note, that can be a half note. It could also be, that was a messy half note, but that's okay. It could also be a quarter note. It does not matter what type of note. Just as long as the note head is in space 1, always, 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 it is going to be called an F note. Whenever the note heads are in space 2, always, 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 we're going to call those notes A. Anytime a note head is in space 3, always, 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 we're going to call that note C. And anytime a note is in space 4, always, 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 we're going to call that note an E. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to remember the notes on the staff. So we just talked about all the line notes. Depending on the line, the note is going to have a different name. But let's talk about some tips and tricks to help us remember the names of the notes. So before we do that, let's just take a look at all the notes on the staff with their letter names. So the note on line 1 is E, the note in space 1 is F, the note on line 2 is G, the note in space 2 is A, the note on line 3 is B, the note in space 3 is C, the note on line 4 is D, the note in space 4 is E, and the note on line 5 is F. We're going from low to high, always. High, close to the ceiling, low, close to the floor. Also interesting to notice that this is the basic musical alphabet, but starting on E. We have E, F, G, and then what do we have? A, B, C, D, E, F. So this is the basic musical alphabet, starting on E and ending on F. Now let's talk about how to remember the names of the notes on the lines. So from lowest to highest, the notes on the lines are E, G, B, D, and F. And to remember the names of the notes on the lines, we're going to say every good beat drops finally. So E for every, G for good, B for beat, D for drops, F for finally. And to remember the names of the notes in the spaces, we're going to say face. And I like to sing a little song that's going to help get this stuck in your brain so you will never ever forget it. You're welcome. There's face, face in the space. There's a face in the space. Hey, hey, there's a face, face in the space. There's a face, face in the space. All right. So F-A-C-E spells, sure enough, from low to high, face. So if you're ever looking at the staff and you can't remember the names of the notes in the spaces, just say to yourself, F-A-C-E, and count up from space 1 to wherever you're trying to get to, and that'll help you remember the names of the notes. Likewise, if you're trying to figure out the name of a note on the line of the staff and you cannot remember, count up every good beat drops finally. And that way you will be able to remember and recall where the notes go and the names of the notes that land on each line or space of the staff. So to review, when we look at all the notes on the staff, we have the basic musical alphabet starting on E, ending on F. When we look at just the line notes, we have E, G, B, D, F. And to remember just the line notes, we can say every good beat drops finally. And just to make sure you really get it, every good beat drops finally. And then to remember the names of the notes in the space, we say F, A, C, E, face. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write a treble clef. We're going to do this in 2 parts. The first, I'm going to talk you through it and point some things out. And the second, I'm actually going to write it, a couple treble clefs in real time so we can do it together. You can really get a feel and a hang for how to write the treble clefs. So step number 1 is you're going to write a curved line from line 2 to line 3, then back to line 2 of the staff. Step number 2 is you're going to write a curved line from line 2 to line 1, around up to line 3. Step 3 is going to write a backwards S going up above the staff. And line 4, you draw a line straight through the treble clef down to the bottom. So we're going to write a couple treble clefs here together. Let's start by putting our pens or pencils on line 2 of the staff and going line 2 up to line 3, back down to line 2. Then we're going to go from line 2 down to line 1, around up to line 3. Then we're going to write like a sideways backwards S up till we're about, and you can see this, we're about even with the middle right there. And then we go straight down and do a little curly at the end. Let's do that one more time. Line 2 to line 3 to line 2, down to line 1, around to line 3. Weird little S thing to in the middle, down, curl around. Okay, now for real. Yeah, Okay, not bad. Do a couple more. And again. Line 2, line 3, line 2, line 1, up, around, down, curl. So you can see that these treble clefs all look a little different. That's okay. We're not trying to be engravers. We're just trying to learn some music theories. Get it so your treble clefs look more like this. The problem with this one here, you can see that the curl really needs to happen a little higher up. So doing it more like this would be better. See, that curl happens above the staff. That's what we want to see. We want to make sure that this curl is above the staff, that little loop-de-loop. All right, I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about actually writing your own compositions using notes and pitches. Now, here's the thing. You may not play an instrument. You may not have previous musical training, so you could write it down on a piece of staff paper, sure, but then how do you know how it actually sounds? Well, there's a couple free tools and also cheap tools on the internet that anyone, including you, can use so you can actually hear what those notes sound like without having to play an instrument, and that way you can actually start to make your own melodies using whole, half, quarter notes, dotted half notes, and whole, half, and quarter rests. So definitely check out the description of this video where there's a bunch of links to free and also very affordable notation software that is cloud-based. You don't have to download anything. You just create an account, you log in, and you rock and roll with it. And I hope you have a lot of fun playing around with those. And once you're in with one of those free software programs or the paid ones that don't cost too much money, what you can do is you can actually start doing your homework in there if you want. So you don't have to handwrite anything. I do recommend finishing your workbook handwritten, but you don't have to always handwrite music. It is a lot easier to use a computer to write music because instead of having to write a note head and a stem and make sure the stem's right, you just pick where you want the note head to go, and then the stems and everything else just take care of themselves from the computer. So check out a couple of those links, have some fun, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to actually go ahead and write your own compositions with a treble clef and actually using notes that are on different places, different lines, and different spaces of the staff. So number one, you're going to set yourself up like you normally would by dividing the line of staff in half and then into quarters, except this time when you go to add your clef and your final bar line, you're going to write a treble clef in front of the time signature instead of a percussion clef, because again, the treble clef shows us that we're using pitches and notes as opposed to just concerned about the rhythm, whether there's sound or silence. And then you can fill in, depending on your time signature, either 3 notes or 4 notes worth of content in each measure, writing out whatever notes you want. I do recommend trying this exercise out both on paper or marking up on your tablet, and also in some of those free or cheap resources from the last lesson so that you can hear the notes and you can hear how the notes go up, how the notes go down, and get a much better feeling for what's actually going on as you are writing your original compositions. And you can also write original compositions for 8 measures. And again, it would be the same thing. You would set up 2 lines of staff, divide with bar lines, add a final bar line at the end, measure 4 gets a single bar line, and you'd put treble clef on line 1 and line 2, and only the time signature on line 1. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about ledger lines. So ledger lines are small lines that go above or below the staff that let us continue the basic musical alphabet of notes above or below the staff. So let's do this. Before we dive in, let's first get a bird's eye view of what's going on here in terms of ledger lines. So we can see that our notes on the staff starting on E, right on line 1, going up to F on line 5. E, F, G, A, B, C, D, F. Now we can see below the staff, going backwards down the basic musical alphabet, we have E, D, C, B, A, G, F, and E. And then above the staff, we have F, G, A, B, and C. We're going to watch example 44 together so you can hear and see these ledger lines in action before we jump in and break them down. So here's example 44. A lot more notes than just from E to F on the staff. So you can hear that we have lower notes and now we also have higher notes. So now we're going to check out example 43 where we can see the notes starting on line 5 of the staff going up on ledger lines and the notes starting on line 1 of the staff going down also on ledger lines. Let's check it out. So as you can see, these ledger lines bring notes below the staff, then the basic musical alphabet continues on the staff, and then up off of the staff again on ledger lines. So if we look at all these notes on ledger lines and on the staff, we start the basic musical alphabet on E, 3 ledger lines below the staff. We end on C, 2 ledger lines above the staff, and we can see that the basic musical alphabet is here. It's alive and well. E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Round and round the basic musical alphabet goes. In the next lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into really memorizing and understanding how and why those ledger lines work the way they do. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're talking more about ledger lines. We're going to start with the ledger lines above the staff. So here we can see we have very clearly written out here that we have staff line 5, that's G. In the space above the staff, that would be G. On ledger line number 1, we'd have A. In the space above ledger line number 1, we'd have B. And on ledger line number 2, we would have C, and sure enough, we can see that we have F, we have G, we have A, we have B, and then we have C. F, G, A, B, C. And we can see that sure enough, this is super zoomed in on the ledger lines to make it super clear. We can look up here, and sure enough, A is on 1 ledger line. G is just sitting on line 5. There's no ledger line above it. And then the B note is sitting on ledger line 1, no ledger line above it. And C is sitting on ledger line number 2. Now let's look at the notes under the staff. Starting on line 1 of the staff, we have an E note. Below line 1 of the staff, sitting under line 1 with no ledger line, is a D. Below that we go C. See, we're going backwards down the basic musical alphabet, E, D, C, A, B, G, F, E. And then on ledger line number 1, we have a C note. Below that ledger line, we have a B. Ledger line number 2, we have an A note. Below that ledger line, we have a G. Ledger line number 3, we have an F. Below that, we have an E. So let's look at this connection here. So staff line 1, we have an E. Right below the staff, we have a D. On ledger line number 1, we have a C. Right below ledger line 1, we have a B. On ledger line number 2, we have a A. Below ledger line number 2, we have a G. On ledger line number 3, we have F. And below ledger line number 3, we have a E. So you can see, just like we talked about in the last lesson, that the basic musical alphabet continues on with these ledger lines. And if we look at the order, we're just going backwards down the basic musical alphabet, same as we just broke down vertically, but now vertically and horizontally. So we go E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E. All the way down, we can see that the D is just below line 5. C is on ledger line number 1. B is just below ledger line number 1, A is on ledger line number 2, G is below ledger line number 2, F is on ledger line number 3, and E is below ledger line number 3. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write notes with ledger lines. There are some interesting rules, especially with stems, that are going to be good to remember for writing notes on ledger lines. So, first of all, typically speaking, ledger lines should be thicker than the staff. However, if you're just using pen or pencil, don't worry about it. Just write the line. If we zoom in, we can see, yeah, sure enough, if we compare that staff line to that ledger line does look a little bit thicker. But again, if you're writing with a pen or a pencil, don't worry about that. Just write a line. You're going to be good to go. We can also see the same thing below the staff. Also, whenever we have a note head that's on a ledger line or above a ledger line or below a ledger line, we should make sure that the ledger line is long enough that it extends on either side of the note head. You can see that there kind of looks like a rotisserie chicken or a rotisserie tofu if you are so inclined. There you go. We can see the same rules of the ledger line being a little thicker and extending on either side of the note head here with half note style open note heads, and then also whole note style open note heads. Whenever you have two notes that are on ledger lines next to each other, the ledger lines will not touch. So we're not actually writing full lines. We're leaving space between the ledger lines. Now you'll see that the vertical space, or basically just the space between the ledger line and the staff, is the same space as the staff line. So if we think about the staff line as being 2 ketchups thick, we can see that also the space between the ledger line and the staff is also 2 ketchups thick. And that's the same as above and below the staff. See, 2 ketchups in every space. As your president, I guarantee we will have 2 ketchups in every space. Okay, notes that have stems, that's going to be your quarter note and your half note, that are on or below one ledger line, the first ledger line. We're still going to keep the same rule of 5 staff spaces for the length of the stem. So keep the stem length the same when you're writing a note on or below one ledger line. Ledger line rule number 5 is that whenever we have a note that is above the staff, that is above the first ledger line, and whenever we have a note that is below the staff, that is below the first ledger line, which you can basically think of that as B, because B happens to be the first note here and here. The first note above a ledger line above the staff is B, and the first note below the first ledger line below the staff is also a B note. They're both Bs. You can think about from Bs up and from Bs down, you're going to make the stems long enough that they're actually going to meet and touch line 3. So it doesn't matter how many ledger lines. We could have 3 ledger lines and we could write an E note. We could have 3 ledger lines, we can write an E note, and that stem has got to go all the way up to line 3. All the way. Same thing above the staff as below. I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to Pitch and Notes 2. We're going to really get into some good theory, not as if we haven't already so far, but this is some chunky stuff that I'm so excited to share with you. So let's get to know the piano. And the reason why we're going to get to know the piano, it doesn't matter if you've never played the piano before, it doesn't matter if you're an expert piano player. The piano is a really great instrument for us to visually see notes. Remember, just like with melody, our brain likes finding patterns. Well, the piano, the way it's laid out, is very easy to find and spot patterns on. So we're actually going to use that as a sort of interface to understand different patterns in music while we also look at the music notation. And again, it does not matter if you've never played or never seen a piano before in your life. Just look at the patterns, and this is going to help you. So let's start by understanding the first pattern on the piano, which is the 12 key pattern. First, let's watch a video, and then I'm going to break it down for you. Here's example 45. To the left of the piano, there are low sounds. As you play keys that are more to the right, they make higher sounds. From left to right, each key makes a higher sound than the key before it. On the keyboard, there is a pattern of black keys. We can spot the black keys together in groups of 2 and in groups of 3 that are repeated all across the keyboard. Another pattern on the keyboard called the 12-key pattern. We can find this pattern by using our groups of 2 and 3 black keys as signposts or markers along the way. Part 1 of the 12-key pattern is built around our group of 2 black keys. Counting the white and black keys in this section of the 12-key pattern, we have a total of 5 keys. The white key all the way to the left of the group of 2 black keys is key number 1, the first key in the 12-key pattern. Part 2 of the 12-key pattern is based around the group of 3 black keys. Counting all the white and black keys in this section, we have 7 keys total. The white key all the way to the right of the group of 3 black keys is key 12, the last key in the 12-key pattern. When we take parts 1 and parts 2 of the 12-key pattern and put them together, we can see the full 12-key pattern. The 12-key pattern repeats over and over again for the entire keyboard. Every time it repeats, it sounds higher than the last 12-key group when played from left to right. So basically what we have with the piano is the basic musical alphabet going from low to high, low pitches to high pitches, in this series of 12 keys over and over and over again. In the next video, you're going to understand why it was important to learn this and how we're going to relate this to the basic musical alphabet. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about why it was important to learn about the piano and how it's going to actually help you make sense of the basic musical alphabet and make sense of notes on the staff, and also help you with music theory. So we can see that we have white keys and black keys on the piano. What we're going to do for now, we're going to forget about the black keys and we're just going to look at the white keys. So key number 1 from our 12-key pattern just so happens to be C, a C note from the basic musical alphabet. And key number 12 from our 12-key pattern just happens to be a B note. And sure enough, if we see C, D, E, F, G, A, B, that's the basic musical alphabet starting on C and ending on B. Because remember, we can start and end the basic musical alphabet on any note of the basic musical alphabet. So what that turns into when we put our 2 groups together is we have C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Now, just like the 12-key pattern repeated from low to high on the keyboard, that's the same way the basic musical alphabet goes from low to high. It repeats A, B, C, D, E, F, G over and over again, and we're going to see the same thing here. Let's take a look. Sure enough, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 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 A, B, C. And to show you what that would sound like, calling the names of the notes out as I play, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 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 A. The same way we had those ledger lines going from low to high, A, B, C, D, F, G, we can see that the piano is laid out in the same way. We have the basic musical alphabet going from left to right, from low to high, in the same way that the piano keyboard is laid out from left to right, going low to high. So let's remember how the basic musical alphabet repeats over and over again on the piano, just like the basic musical alphabet repeats over and over again on the staff. And that's going to help us understand some really interesting things in the next couple of lessons. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about pitch class. Pitch class are all the notes that share the same letter name. So for example, we learned about the F note in space 1 of the staff and the F note on line 5. We said, oh, those are two different F notes. We'll talk about that later. Well, we're getting to the point where we're going to start to talk about why those are different. So those two F notes, they're both F notes. They're the same pitch class. So all E notes, those are all the same pitch class. All G notes, those are all the same pitch class. All B notes, those are all the same pitch class. All D notes are the same pitch class. All F notes are the same pitch class. All A notes are the same pitch class. All C notes are the same pitch class. So pitch class doesn't show us how low or how high the note is. It doesn't show us whether it's a low pitch or a high pitch. All it's doing is it's saying the name of this note is E, and all of the notes that are named E, they belong to the same family or the same pitch class. So now we're going to watch example 47 together, and we're going to see and hear how different notes that are in the same pitch class sound from each other. So each pitch class is the same family. The pitch class is all the E's, all the F's, all the G's. But the F's are going to sound different one from the other. The E's are going to sound different one from the other. But you might hear that there's a common element. It's sort of like when you see a family together and you see the cousins and the brothers and the sisters and the mother and father, and they all sort of look a little similar. There's something that's a little similar about how all they look. That's what you're going to hear for pitch class, is that there's a similar thing in each pitch class, how all the E's sort of sound like they're related, even though they're different, just like different members of a family are related, but they're different. All the F's, they sound, oh, there's something a little bit similar, but it's a little different. Let's check it out. So right there, could you hear the similarity between all three E notes in the pitch class of E? Each one sounded different, sure. They're different members of the same family, but they also had a similar element to them, a similarity. This time I'm going to let it play all the way through. We're going to listen through this one more time. This time I'm going to talk while the video is playing. So listen to these E's. All different, but there's something similar between them. F. They're all different, but there's something similar about all those F's. G. G. All different G's, but they all sound a little similar. And the similar that I'm talking about is not how high or how low the pitches are. There's just something in there that your pattern recognizing brain may be picking up on and going, something sounds similar there. I see the family resemblance between the E's. Even though some of them are very low, some of them are very high, there's still a family resemblance. There's still a family resemblance between the F's, the G's, the A's. Though we're not listening to them, it's the same thing with B's. B, 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 B. All similar. Here's all the C's. C, 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 C. So then you can hear they're all different. Some are much lower than others, but there's a similar thing to them, which we are going to talk about. Here's all the D's. And again, there's something similar there. I'll see in the next lesson where we're going to start to break down that similarity. In this lesson, we're going to talk about octave register. Now, octave register is how we tell the difference between the different members of each pitch class family. So we had some E's that were low, some E's that were high, some F's that were low, some F's that were high, some G's that were low, some G's that were high. And this is how we're going to tell the difference and label and give names to the different members of each pitch class family. So every single E note within the E pitch class family is going to have a specific number next to it that's going to help us identify and know which it is. So octave registers help us tell the difference between notes in the same pitch class. Octave registers measure how high or how low a note in a pitch class is by using the following system. The lowest C note on a piano is called C1. That sounds like this. Each pitch class from left to right changes on C. So here is C1. Here's C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, and finally C8. You can hear that all those notes, they have this similar thing to them even though they're low and high. So we have C1 through C8. Now that means that the D that is next to C1 on the piano keyboard. So let's go back and look at this right here. We can see that right next to C, we have a D note. It goes C, then D, just like the basic musical alphabet. So we start on C1. The next note would be D1, and then E1, then F1, G1, A1, B1, and then we get to the next C, so we can call the next C C2. The next note would be D2, E2, F2, G2, A2, B2. Then we get to the next C, which is going to be C3. So let's take a look at this on the piano keyboard, and I'm going to walk you and talk you through all the notes. So we start on C1, then we go to D1, then E1, then F1, then G1, then A1, then B1, and then, where are we at? Oh, we're at C2. So we can play C2. Then we go to D2, then E2, then F2, then G2, then A2. Where do we go next? To B2 to C3. So you see that the number is always changing on the C note, not on the A note, but the C note. Then we have D3, then we have E3, F3, G3, A3, B3, and then the number is going to change when we get to C. This is going to be C4. After C4, our next note is going to be D4, E4, F4, G4, A4, B4, then we change numbers on C to C5, D5, E5, F5, G5, A5, B5, C6, where we will pause for now. In the next lesson, we're going to do some more understanding octave registers. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to talk about octave registers, but octave registers on the staff. We've already understood it on the piano with our white keys. That helps us look at it, see the shapes, see the patterns. Now let's look at it on the staff. So our first E below ledger line number 3 on the staff is E3. The next note is F3, then G3, A3, B3, and then remember, we're always changing numbers on the C note. So the next C is going to be C4. Next note is D4, E4, F4, G4, A4, B4, and then we get to a C, which means we're changing numbers. So C5. The notes that come after that, D5, E5, F5, G5, A5, B5, and finally we have that C on ledger line 2 above the staff, and because we always change numbers on C, we're going to call that C6. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back and listen to the same example we did for pitch class, but this time we're going to label the octave register for each individual member of that pitch class so we can know how low or how high each note of the pitch class is. This is example 48. We're going to give it a listen now. So first up, we have 3 notes from the pitch class of E. We have E3, E4, E5. Now we can hear, sure enough, E3 is lower than E4, E4 is lower than E5. Another way of saying that is E4 is higher than E3, and E5 is higher than E4 and E3. So those are all E notes, but they're going from lower to higher, and we're just giving them numbers to tell which ones are lower and which ones are higher, so we know exactly which note we're talking about. These next 3 notes are all F notes, going from low to high. These next 3 notes are all G notes, going from low to high with their octave register number next to the letter name of the note. And finally, we have A3, A4, and A5, 3 A notes all in a row going from lowest to highest. Those are octave registers. Remember, the number always changes on C notes. But this is a very useful system so we can always know which E we're talking about. So instead of saying, oh, the E that is 3 ledger lines below the staff, we just say E3. Instead of saying, oh, the F on line 5, we just say F5, which lines up very well, don't you think? I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about octaves. Now, the octave is a space between 2 notes that are in the same pitch class that are 1 octave register away from each other. So, for example, E3 to E4, that's an octave. E4 to E5, that's an octave. A1 to A2, that's an octave. You can also think about it the other way around, going from high to low. A5 to A4, that's an octave. E4 to E3, that's an octave. F2 to F1, that's an octave. So we're going to look at octaves in 2 ways. First on the keyboard and then on the staff. Before I talk about it and break down, we're going to watch a video that's going to maybe help you understand it a little bit more because you're actually going to hear some notes and I'll be able to explain along the way. This is example 49. Great. So we can see the octave. Oct, like octagon, like octopus, is 8. Octopus has 8 legs. So octave means 8 notes. And you can see, sure enough, from C4 to C5, that's 8 notes. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. That's 8 notes. Now back and forth between C4 and C5. Think about that 1 and 8. Now here's going octaves of B. In this case, this is B3 to B4. And again, there's 8 notes of separation. You can see B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, 8 notes, octave. And when you hear those playing back and forth, when it's going, now listen as it goes back and forth between the B's, because what it's showing you that, like we talked about, there's this family similarity between these B's. Even though one is much lower than the other one, there still is this common element between the two of them that your pattern recognizing brain might be picking up and going, yeah, there is something that sounds the same about them, even though one is much lower and one is much higher. Now we're going to do octaves of A. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. That's 8. Octave. From A to A. And see, we can go from high to low, we can go from low to high. Still an octave. Now talking about G. G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Just going up the basic musical alphabet by 8 gets us to G. 8 notes. Now F to F. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. Count them. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. 8 notes. That's the octave. And hear the similarity between the Fs. One's lower, one's higher, but there's something similar about them. That's an octave. Now talking about octaves between E. E. F, G, A, B, C, D, E. That's 8 notes. Octave. And hear the similarity between the E's. Low, high, but similar. One more. The octaves between D's. D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. Up 8 notes on the basic musical alphabet. That's the octave. I will see you in the next lesson. As you learned in the last lesson, octaves are 8 notes apart. They're going to be 2 notes from the same pitch class that are 1 octave register away from each other. For example, C4 to C5, 8 notes apart, C4 to C5, and again, you can go from low C4 to C5 or C5 to C4. Either way, from high to low or from low to high, it's still 8 notes of separation. It's still an octave. We can see the same thing here, 8 notes between A and A, 8 notes between D and D, 8 notes between E and E. So now that we've seen the pattern on the piano, let's actually look at what octaves are like when we write them with notation on the staff. So here's an octave between C4 and C5. Here's an octave between C5 and C6. Here's an octave between D4 and D5. Here's an octave between E4 and E5. Here's an octave between F3 and F4. Here's an octave between F4 and F5. Remember that octave always is only going to go up by 1 number. So F4 to F5, F3 to F4, F3 to F2, F1 to F2. That separation between 1 octave register in the same pitch class, that's our octave. Let's look at a couple more examples. Here's G4 to G5. Here's A3 to A4. A4 to A5. Now here are some octaves going from high to low. We have G5 to G4. E5 to E4, and D5 to D4. Those are octaves as written with music notes on the staff. They all have the same distance of separation, which is 8 notes of the basic musical alphabet going up or down. As we can see, we have ascending octaves, which means going from low to high, and we have descending octaves going from high to low. Octaves work either way. Just make sure that there are 8 notes in your octave and that the octave register only changes by 1 number. So G4 to G5, G6 to G5, F1 to F2, C4 to C3, just like that. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to start to talk about accidentals. Accidentals are musical symbols that raise or lower a note or return a raised or lower note to its natural state or its beginning state, where it started. Now, when we say raised or lowered, for right now, we're just going to say raised or lowered by a little bit. So it changes the sound just a little bit. So it doesn't change it so much that it becomes a new letter. For example, you couldn't put a sharp in front of a C and have it sound like a D. You couldn't put a flat in front of an F and make it sound like a C. It's not going to change the letter. Then each note name is going to keep the same letter, but it's going to change its sound just a little bit when we add one of these notations to it. Now, throughout this book and this course, you're going to see accidentals written in different ways, both with handwriting and printed in several ways. That's because when you're out in the real music world, you will see these accidentals printed and written in slightly different ways. So I want to make sure you can recognize them wherever you see them. So let's talk about our three accidentals. The first accidental is called a flat. You can see a flat looks kind of like a little lowercase b, but with a pointy end down at the bottom. And a flat makes a note sound at a slightly lower pitch. And a flat will be added to the note name. So for example, if you had a D note and you have a flat with it, you would say D flat. The next accidental for us to talk about is a natural accidental. A natural accidental is kind of like an L and then an upside down L joined together with a little space between them. Now, what a natural does is it cancels out any other accidentals. So perhaps we have a flat accidental that made a note a little lower. If we put a natural accidental on it, it's sort of like taking a healing potion while you're playing a video game, and all of a sudden you are back to normal. That's what the natural does. It returns you to your regular state. Now, whenever we talk about naturals, if we have a natural on a note, we're going to add natural to the note name. So instead of saying D, we'll say D natural. The last accidental for us to talk about is the sharp accidental. Now, the sharp accidental looks kind of like a hashtag, but with slightly shorter arms going out to the side. You can see it's not even, that the top, the two vertical lines are actually longer than the two horizontal lines. Now, sharp accidentals make the note sound at a slightly higher pitch. Whenever we talk about notes that have a sharp, we're going to add sharp to the note name. So instead of saying D with a sharp, we'll just say D sharp. In summary, accidentals are little symbols that change a note. They'll change how a note sounds. A flat accidental, which looks like a lowercase b with a pointy end, makes a note sound lower than it normally would. A natural accidental, poof, returns a note to its natural state, so it sounds as it would normally do, a regular D note. And then a sharp accidental makes a note sound a little bit higher than it would normally. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to go a little deeper into flats, naturals, and sharps by listening to some examples and playing some music so you can start to hear the difference between flat, natural, and sharp notes. So we're going to listen to example 50 to start off with. Okay, so in our first example, what we're going to hear is that we have a regular D note, a D5 note. Then we're going to add a flat symbol to it. It's going to change how the D note sounds. Then when we add a natural accidental to it, it's going to bring the D5 note back to sounding normal. So the notes we're going to have are D5, D flat 5, and then D5. And sure enough, you'd hear, bum, bum, bum. Those are different sounds. Those are different pitches. That flat accidental there is actually changing the pitch of the D note. Now let's listen to, we're going to do D5 to D sharp 5 to D5. So the D5 is going to sound like a regular D5. The D sharp 5 is going to sound a little bit higher. It's going to change the pitch. It's going to make it sound a little bit higher, and then that natural accidental is going to bring us back to that regular D5 where we started. And sure enough, ba, 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 those are different pitches. The D, well, that right here I'm singing a D3. D3, D sharp 3, D3, D3, D flat 3, D3. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play a couple of notes and actually call out the sharps and flats for them as we go. So we have D, D flat, D, D sharp. Oh, definitely different notes. Now let's do A sharp, back to A, or A natural now because we're canceling out the sharp, to A flat, back to A natural, cancel out the flat. And you can hear that all those notes are different. That's an A, that's a G. That G is different from the A flat. Listen to that. G natural or G, A flat, A natural, A sharp. All different pitches, all different sounds. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to write our 3 different accidentals. That's the flat, the natural, and the sharp. I'm going to talk you through it, walk you through it, and then I'm going to write it on the staff in real time so you can do it with me, or you can just watch me do it as I talk through it. So to write a flat accidental, all you got to do is write a flat line and then make a curved line on top of it, which point at the end. So less like a B, but kind of like a letter B, just pointy at the end. For a natural accidental, you just write a letter L, and then you connect another letter L on top of that to create a natural sign. To write a sharp accidental, you're going to write 2 vertical lines, and then 2 slightly shorter horizontal lines to create the sharp accidental. So let's practice writing a flat accidental in a space and on a line. So for the flat accidental in a space, we're going to write the little tail of the flat and then boop, just like that. And you see how that round open part, that's kind of like an open note head or the hollow space of the B, how that's exactly in the space of the staff. That's exactly what we want to see. Okay, now let's write a flat on a line. I'm going to start our other line a little lower. I'm going to start around here. We're going to go below the line and then up, around, down, flat. And the important part here is that you can see the line pass through the hollow part of the accidental. I'll do a couple more flats here. Here's a flat on the next space, or rather in the next space. Just like that. Flat for the next line. There you go. Space. Line. This part should be a little taller. And space. There you go. Now you can also write flats with ledger lines. So we can have, let's see, 1 ledger line, 2 ledger lines. And we can write a flat over the first ledger line. Or here's another ledger line. Let's see, 1 ledger line, let's put a flat below it. There you go. That's a flat below the ledger line. Okay, let's look at some natural signs. Natural sign in a space. We're just going to write the 2 L's on the lines of the staff, and that's going to get us a nice open space. You see my first uppercase L, I write the bottom of the L along the line of the staff, then I write my upside down L along the line of the staff, and then I come down. That's a nice, beautiful, symmetrical natural sign. Now we can also do that on a line. There we go. We're going to go about halfway between the two lines in the space. There we go. This could be a little longer. There you go. That's a nice, beautiful natural sign. Let's do a couple more natural signs. On the line. On the line. And I'll make that just a little longer. And then in the space. And now we're going to put the whole of the accidental, the empty space of the accidental, on the line. There we go. Make this top part a little longer. And space. There you go. So that's how you write a natural accidental. Now, finally, let's look at writing sharp accidentals. So on a line. We want to have, you can see right here, where I just colored in blue, that you can see the line going through the hollow part of the sharp. You always want to be able to see that. Now a sharp on a space. There you go. And again, for sharps on a space, you can sort of use the lines of the staff as your guide and put those lines right under the line of the staff. I'll do that again for you. So boom, boom, and then see, I'm going to draw my line, write my line right under the staff. Sweet. Look at that. Nice sharp sign. Write a couple more sharp signs. There's one. Yeah, we could put those two. The only criticism I have for that one that I just did is that these two vertical lines could come a little closer together. So it should actually look more like this. Boom, boom. See how close those are now? There you go. That's looking more like a sharp. Right there. You really want those vertical lines to be longer and closer together than the horizontal lines. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about writing accidentals in front of notes, in lines and spaces, on the staff, and on ledger lines. So accidentals are always written to the left of the note head. It doesn't matter if the note is stem up, stem down, or has no stem. The accidental is always going to go to the left of the note head. That's because accidentals change how the note sounds, so we need to see them first to know that what's coming next is going to be changed. Step number one is you place the accidental to the left of the note head as close as you can get to the note head without touching it. You still want to see a little space between the accidental and the note head. And for accidentals in the space, you're going to fill the space with the hole or the open part of the accidental for the flat, the natural, and the sharp. You can see that right here, that the flat, the natural, and the sharp, they're all in spaces. You know, you all see them clearly. And then make sure that when you're writing the accidentals for notes that are on lines, and the accidentals are going on lines, that you can see the line of the staff going through the middle of the accidental. Now, a little author's note, the whole of the accidental is not technically a music theory term until now. What are we going to call it? The hollow part of the accidental, the empty void betwixt the lines of the accidental. No good way of describing that thing, so we're just going to call it the whole of the accidental. Groove with me here. We're going to head over to some staff paper where I'm going to write some notes with some accidentals so you can see me doing that in real time, and I'll talk you through it. All right, so I'm going to start by writing a note head on space 4 of the staff, add a stem. All right, that's a half note. Now I'm going to write a flat in front of this. So I'm going to make sure. There you go. E flat. Now, my only criticism of what I just did is that this could go just a little bit closer towards the note head to look something more like, yeah, that right there. That looks better. Now, let's do some note heads with other accidentals. Let's do a natural accidental next. Okay, I'm going to use a ledger line for this one. Again, remember you want to keep the same amount of space between the ledger line and the staff as there are between staff lines. And we're going to write a B quarter note. Remember, this is below line 1 of the staff, so the stem is going to go all the way up to line 3. And now we're going to write our natural accidental, just like that. Fantastic. Okay, now let's do, I think an F sharp would be a fun thing to do below the staff. So we're going to give ourselves 3 ledger lines. 2, 3, and on the third ledger line, we're going to write quarter note head. Okay, you can already see the problem there is that my ledger line was not long enough. So you want to make sure your ledger line, there we go, is long enough to then write the note head on the ledger line, and then make sure, because we're below 1 ledger line, we're going to take that stem all the way up to line 3. And then we're going to write a sharp. There you go. And then we're going to write a sharp just like that. And do one more note with a natural sign, this time on line 3. There's going to be a whole note and natural. There you go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to do a deep dive into accidentals in measures and break down the incorrect and correct examples. So let's look at our incorrect example. Okay, so this is incorrect for a number of reasons. Number 1, all notes are always going to be natural unless they have a accidental on them. And this accidental right here starts off note number 1. We don't need that. That is redundant. It's not necessary. We could just write an F because all notes are assumed to be natural. You assume all notes are natural unless something else shows you otherwise. Also, an interesting error is here. There is a percussion clef, which means that this entire measure would only have to do with rhythm on and off and not pitch. So it actually would need a treble clef there. That's another error. Second error is that we already know that this note right here is an F natural or just a plain F. We do not need to write this natural sign again. Once it's a plain F, it's a plain F. So neither one of these natural signs needs to be here. We don't need either one of those. Now, once we have this sharp accidental here, that changes the note to F sharp. We do not need the second accidental because remember that accidental, it holds power for the entire measure, which means as soon as it happens, as soon as we have this accidental happen here, all the notes that come after it, unless there's a natural sign, are all going to be sharp if they are F and they are on line 5. If it's the same line, it's the same pitch class, same octave register, then they will all be sharp. Let's look at the correct version of this with the same exact notes. So we have 2 Fs with no accidentals. That's perfect because we don't need the natural sign. It's like having that extra repeat sign. You just don't need it. We assume all Fs are going to be F natural unless we see otherwise. And then we have 1 sharp accidental here, and that means that this note here is also F sharp because this note happened first and this accidental holds power for the rest of the measure. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to break down the next correct and incorrect example with sharps and naturals. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to be breaking down, well, the incorrect and correct second example for accidentals. So let's take a look. Again, we're just going to be using F sharps and F naturals, and that's because in this book, the main accidentals we're going to be worried about and that we're going to be focusing on are F sharp and F natural, and you will see why in the coming chapters. So we start off with an F sharp. That's fine. Then we go to an F natural. That's also fine, because remember, we need an F natural if we want to cancel out an F sharp. That's cool. So this F sharp right here, it has the power up to here, and then this natural sign cancels that out. It says, nope, no more power. We're taking over from here. It's just going to be natural. And then the natural sign continues on, holding power, holding power, holding power, holding power, up to here, where we have a sharp sign that says, okay, natural, well, we've got it from here. You're done. So now we're just going to be sharp. Now here's where we have the mistake. The mistake is that when we tie an accidental note from one measure to the next, the accidental should stay in power. So this accidental right here, this sharp, this should stay in power through here, up to the next note where we have a natural accidental. So the mistake here is that we do not want to see this natural accidental added to the tied note. Because if you think about it, when you learned about tied notes, is that you take one note, you take another note, you tie them together, and it basically turns into one attack from the first note. So this extra accidental here is a no. We get rid of that. But everything else is good because the sharp accidental holds power up to here. And then from there, we're in a new measure, so it no longer has power. And the natural accidental takes over and lasts through the rest of the piece of music. So let's look at that with correct. And in correct, you see the only change is that we do not have that extra natural accidental here, because when you tie an accidental note from one measure to the next, you don't need to write another accidental unless it's on another line, but we'll get to that in the next lesson. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be talking about courtesy accidentals. Courtesy accidentals are really, really nice reminder accidentals that are not necessarily for you, but are for other people who are going to read or play your music at some point. So you want to be very nice to them and give them courtesy accidentals. Now, if you're using an electronic music software like Noteflight, Sibelius, or Finale, it'll oftentimes automatically generate the courtesy accidentals and you don't even need to think about it. But if you're writing by hand, and I recommend you do start writing by hand because you're going to get a lot better feel and integration within yourself for actually creating the music, you do have to write the courtesy accidentals every single time. So courtesy accidentals appear after another accidental to remind the performer who's reading your music or playing your music or even yourself which note to play. Courtesy accidentals are a way to be very nice to anyone who is playing your music, and it makes their job much easier and clearer, which usually helps them actually do a better job playing your music. So first I'm going to break down this example, and I do encourage you to review example 51 and actually listen to it so you can hear the difference between the F naturals and the F sharps. And again, there's just a small difference between the pitches of F natural and F sharp, which we will talk about in a couple of lessons. So let's break down the courtesy accidental usage in this example 51 right here. So we can see in measure 1 we have an E. That's fine. Measure 2 we have an F sharp. And this is going to be an F sharp 5. Then we have a G5. And then we don't need to write the natural accidental here, but it is a courtesy accidental. Now, the reason we don't need to write it is because this accidental over here only holds power for this measure. It stops there. It does not go past there. Remember, accidentals only hold power for the measure that they are in unless they are tied in a note into a next measure. So we know, and all musicians, by the way, if they have any training and they know how to read music, they're going to know this as well. They're going to know that that F sharp only lasts for this measure right here. So what you're doing with this courtesy accidental right here is you are showing and being super nice and be like, hey, listen, by the way, you remember 2 measures ago you played an F sharp? Well, just a kind and friendly reminder that in this measure over here, it doesn't need to be an F sharp anymore because, as we all know, accidentals only hold power for one single measure. So that's why that is a courtesy accidental. And then you can see again over here towards the end, we have another sharp. That's not a courtesy accidental. That's actually changing the note. As you know, when we add a sharp to a note, it makes it sound a little bit higher. So it's actually asking the performer to make a different sound, to play a different pitch, to play a different note. So to break down and in summary, in measure 4, there is a courtesy accidental. It does not need to be there. The sharp accidental in measure 2 only changes the F to an F sharp for that measure. The next time the performer sees an F note of the same octave register, they are kindly reminded to play an F natural. So it's just being very, very, very nice to whoever's reading your music and also possibly yourself to remind everyone, by the way, this is an F natural. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be breaking down more courtesy accidentals to see where and why we would use them to be super nice to anyone who is reading the music that you are writing. So let's zoom in and take a look. We have short, an F sharp, an F natural. That all looks good. F natural again on beat 3. F sharp on beat 4, which carries into beat 1. That's all good. Now this natural right here on beat 2, we don't technically need it because remember, sharps, flats, and naturals, all accidentals, they only hold power for one measure, and the only way they get out of that measure is if they're tied to a note. So this sharp accidental here, it only holds power for this measure, and that power is added just a little bit more and tied to this note. That power is extended, but it stops right here. Its power stops there. Now, all trained musicians who know how to read music will know that that F sharp stops there because they know that the sharp only lasts for one measure, and the only way it gets out of the measure is if it's tied to a note and then it loses its power. So all musicians will know, if you write this for someone, if you write this for a musician to play, they will know that the F sharp stops there. But what you're going to do is you're going to be very, very nice. You're going to be very courteous and polite. And you're going to give them a little reminder, hey, by the way, just a reminder, we are back to F natural here. So it's not technically needed to write that accidental there, but it's very nice and it's very courteous to do so. Now we actually have a couple more courtesy accidentals in this piece of music. Let's look at the last measure. We actually have 2 different courtesy accidentals. So the measure starts off on beat 1 with an F sharp. Beat 1, we have an F sharp. Great. And this is an F sharp 5, by the way. So let's put this down here. F sharp 5. Now the next note we have is an F4. Now remember, accidentals only work on notes that are the same pitch class and the same octave register. So this F sharp here only affects all other F sharp 5s because it's written on an F sharp 5. So the next note is an F4. That accidental has no power on F4 because it was written on an F5 to turn that F5 into an F sharp 5. Any performer who knows how to read music, who knows how to play music, is going to know that that accidental only holds power on that pitch class in that octave register, that F sharp 5, and they're going to know that that F4 is not going to be sharp. But to be extra nice, because it's the same pitch class, because it's also an F, you're going to say, hey, listen, we all know that this power is going to last up to here, or really, look, we all know that this power is going to last up to here unless we have a natural sign, and we know that it's only going to affect F sharp 5s, only. So what you're doing is you're saying, hey, listen, here's an F4, just a quick reminder, it's natural. And then here we have an F3, and we have another reminder, hey, by the way, just a reminder, we have that sharp on the F5, making the F5 sharp, but that F4 and that F3, they're not sharp, so no need to change them. And then lastly, we have one more F5 written, which would indeed be an F sharp because the accidental holds power for the entire measure. So in summary, in measure 2, there is a courtesy accidental. It does not need to be there. The sharp accidental on beat 4 of measure 1 carries over to beat 1 of measure 2 only because of the tie. Once the tied notes are completed, the accidental has no more power. The next time the performer sees an F note of the same octave register on beat 2, that's right here, we're saying they are kindly reminded to play an F natural. In measure 3, there are 2 courtesy accidentals. These are here to remind you, or the performer, that only the F on the top line, or the F5, has the sharp accidental, and all other registers of the pitch class F are not affected by the accidental. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to do one more breakdown of courtesy accidentals so we can be super nice to ourselves and anyone who reads our music. So let's zoom in. Sure, we have an F, an E, a D. Oh, look at that. Now we've got an F sharp 5 here, and it's tied to some note on the next line. So let's go explore and look at that note on the next line. Okay, so it's tied to a half note. That's a total of 6 beats. Let's zoom out so you can see. All right, yeah, sure enough, that note from line 1 is tied to line 2, and it's an F sharp. Now, because it is a new line, and even though all performers and everyone who knows how to read music knows that if you tie a note from one measure to the next measure and it has an accidental, the accidental keeps its power on the tied note. Even though we all know that, we're going to be super extra nice. We're going to write a courtesy accidental in parentheses. So let me be like, hey, by the way, that note that you just played before that you're still playing right now because you've got to hold it out, that's still an F sharp. And then what do we have next in this measure? Well, sure enough, it's another courtesy accidental because we all know that that F sharp loses its power right here, and that's okay. It loses power right here, but we're going to be super nice and say, hey, we know you just played an F sharp 5. We have another F5 right here. We're going to be super nice and say, hey guys, just a reminder, we're back to F naturals. And then you can see at the end of the piece, we have another F, but there's no need to put a natural sign there because we already did a courtesy accidental here. And of course, all notes are assumed to be natural unless they have an accidental or they have a key signature, but we'll talk about that in a later lesson. So in summary, to write courtesy accidentals in a measure, you're going to write courtesy accidentals in any measure where it will make the notes more obvious for the reader and performer. You don't need to go crazy and label every single one, but just make it very clear which notes are sharp, which notes are natural. Number 2, write courtesy accidentals on other registers of the pitch class that has the accidental. So if you have an F sharp 4 and you have an F5 later in the measure, just put a natural sign on the F5. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about enharmonic equivalents. An enharmonic equivalent is one pitch that has 2 different note names. Both note names are spelled or written differently. So it's 2 different names for the same pitch, for the same sound. For example, the words 2, 2, and 2, we could spell it T-O, T-O-O, or T-W-O. It all sounds like 2. They all sound exactly the same, but they're spelled differently. So we're going to go through and listen to a couple of enharmonic equivalents. So it's going to be the same pitch with 2 different note names. It's going to be the same sound, but 2 separate names. We're going to listen to example 53 together to hear a couple examples of pitches that have 2 different names. Let's take a look. So right there, that was a C sharp, also a D flat. So this same sound has 2 names, C sharp, D flat. Let's listen to the next one. So right there, D sharp sounds the same as E flat, and E flat sounds the same as D sharp. E sounds the same as F flat. F flat sounds the same as E. So, F sounds the same as E sharp, and E sharp sounds the same as F. So G flat sounds the same as F sharp. F sharp sounds the same as G flat. Two different names, same exact sound. So now G sharp sounds the same as A flat. You hear it? It's the same pitch over and over again. G sharp sounds the same as A flat. A flat sounds the same as G sharp. So, A sharp sounds the same as B flat, and B flat sounds the same as A sharp. Same pitch, two different names. And B sounds the same as C flat, and C flat sounds the same as B. One more. So C sounds the same as B sharp. B sharp sounds the same as C. So we just heard a whole bunch of notes that share the same sound but have completely different names. Let's look over these notes one more time together. So we have C sharp and D flat have the same sound, two different names. D sharp and E flat, same sound, different names. E and F flat, same sound, different names. E sharp and F, same sound, different names. F sharp and G flat have the same sound, but different names. A sharp and B flat have the same sound, but different names. B and C flat, same sound, different names. And B sharp and C, same sound, different names. And again, this is like 2, 2, and 2. They all sound the same, but how you spell them, how you write them is completely different and means completely different things. Like if you said, I'm going to see you, and you spelled it, I'm going TWO, to see you, it would not make sense. In the same way, sometimes when you use a C sharp, it's going to make sense. And if you were to use a D flat, it would not make sense. Sometimes when you use an F sharp, it would make sense. And if you use a G flat, it would not make sense. Sometimes when you use an A flat, it makes sense. But if you use a G sharp, it doesn't make sense. And this comes down to music spelling. And we're going to learn a lot about that in the next chapter. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson's congratulations, you're finally going to learn the full musical alphabet. So excited for you. This is phenomenal. So the 12 notes of music, we're just going to jump straight into it. Now, the first thing I want to point out is that there are less common enharmonic equivalents, and those are in parentheses. You can see that C flat, B sharp, F flat, and E sharp, those are not very commonly used enharmonic equivalents. It's very rare, actually, to see those enharmonic equivalents used. So you actually can kind of forget about those enharmonic equivalents for now and just think about B as being B and C as being C instead of B as possibly being C flat. You're very, very rarely going to see a C flat, very, very rarely going to see a B sharp, and likewise, very rarely going to see an E sharp or an F flat. Very rare. So the full musical alphabet works just like the regular musical alphabet in the sense that we go higher this way and we go lower this way. So let's take a moment and listen to example 54 so we can hear the full musical alphabet. And on the next page and in the next lesson, we're actually going to see this written out in music notation. But for now, let's just look at the names and the order and hear the sound, and then we'll talk about next steps. So here's the full musical alphabet. We'll listen through it one time, then I'll talk through it. Now back down, so descending from high to low. This time I'm going to stop and start, and I'm going to talk through it. So we have A sharp, or B flat is the way you're going to say it. So A sharp, or B flat. The next note is B. And notice between B and C, there's no sharp or flat note. So like between A and B, we have indeed a sharp note. And we're going to unpack this a little bit more in the next lesson when we talk about the pattern of the full musical alphabet. C sharp, D sharp, or E flat, E, F. Again, no sharps or flats between E and F. F sharp or G flat, G sharp or A flat, A sharp or B flat, B, C sharp or D flat, D sharp or E flat, E, F sharp or G flat, G sharp or A flat, A. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to do a deeper dive into the pattern of the full musical alphabet so you can memorize the full musical alphabet, because it is at the foundation of all music you will learn ever. So let's dive in and take a look. The first thing for us to understand is that between B and C and E and F, there are no sharps or flats. So when you're trying to remember, you can pretty much say to yourself, okay, there's a sharp or flat between every single note, except for B and C and E and F. So the way this pattern works is, let's start on A. So we start on A, then we go to A sharp or B flat. And we can see that right between A and B, right down the middle, we have A sharp or B flat. So if we were to raise A sharp up by a little bit with the sharp, or we were to lower B down by a little bit with a flat, that gets us the same pitch, A sharp or B flat. The next note is B, and a reminder, between B and C, there are no sharps or flats. We go straight from B to C. Now if we look between C to D, sure enough, down the middle, we have C sharp or D flat. So if we raise C up a little bit, or if we lower D down with a flat, we get the same pitch, that C sharp or D flat. Same pitch, two different note names. Let's keep looking here. Okay, so we see we have D and we have E, and down the middle, sure enough, between them, we have D sharp or E flat. D sharp if we were to raise the D up just a little bit. E flat if we were to bring that E down just a little bit. That gets us D sharp or E flat. Quick reminder that between E and F, there are no sharps or flats. We go straight from E to F. Now let's look at F to G. F to G, just like our basic musical alphabet, except now we're adding something in between them, down the middle. That's an F sharp if we raise the F up with a sharp accidental, or G flat if we lower the G with a flat accidental. We get the same pitch, F sharp or G flat. Again, let's go back to our basic musical alphabet from G to A. G to A. Divide it down the middle. If we were to raise G up with a sharp to G sharp, or we were to lower A down with a flat, G sharp or A flat. Now that is the full musical alphabet. I highly recommend memorizing the full musical alphabet, at least going forward. So you should be able to do this without looking at your screen. A sharp or B flat, B, C sharp or D flat, D sharp or E flat, E, F sharp or G flat, G sharp or A flat, A. Be able to go around and know the order of the full musical alphabet. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about half steps. Half steps are also called semitones in the rest of the world outside of the United States. So very useful to know that half steps are called semitones if you talk to anyone who, well, is not from the United States of America, which is a lot of the world. So half steps in the US, semitone everywhere else. Now a half step is the smallest distance between two notes that we're going to talk about. And that distance of a half step is from the starting note to its neighbor on the full musical alphabet. So another way of thinking of this is, in the lesson where we talked about sharps and flats and naturals, that distance between a D and a D sharp, that's a half step. Remember before we talked about it just being a little bit higher? Well, that little bit higher, that distance is called a half step. The distance from D to D flat, well, that is a half step. So we're actually going to see half steps throughout this book and all future books and courses indicated with this little, upside down V. That means 1/2 step right there. So we can see in our full musical alphabet here, let's go starting on A around to the right from A to A sharp or B flat. That's a half step. From A sharp or B flat to B, that's a half step. From B to C, that's a half step. From C to C sharp or D flat, that's a half step. From C sharp or D flat to D, that's a half step. From D to D sharp or E flat, that's a half step. From D sharp or E flat to E, that's a half step. From E to F, that's a half step. From F to F sharp or G flat, that's a half step. From F sharp or G flat to G, that's a half step. From G to G sharp or A flat, that's a half step. And then from G sharp or A flat back to A, that is also 1/2 step. So the key thing to remember about half steps is that a half step is between one note on the full musical alphabet and its neighbor. So from A to its neighbor, A sharp or B flat, that's a half step. Also A to its neighbor, G sharp or A flat, that's a half step. So feel free to come back to this page. You can also just look at your full musical alphabet page on the previous page, where you can see all the neighbors around and see that order of the full musical alphabet. B to C, 1/2 step, they're neighbors. See how they're right next to each other on that full musical alphabet? So let's take a look at half steps written out using flats and naturals. So starting on C, the next would be D flat, the next would be D, the next would be E flat, the next would be E. And we're not using both note names of the enharmonic equivalents. We're just going to use the flat and the naturals in 56. C to D flat to D, that's up a half step. D to E flat to E, E to F, F to G flat to G natural to A flat to A natural to B flat to B natural to C. Those are all half steps. And we can see half steps as well with sharps, C to C sharp to D, D to D sharp to E, E to F to F sharp to G, G to G sharp to A to A sharp to B, B to C. And we can also see half steps written out on the piano keyboard. Finally, we know what those black keys are for. Those are for our sharp and our flat accidentals. And you can see that each black key, sure enough, has enharmonic equivalents on it. C sharp or D flat, D sharp or E flat, F sharp or G flat. Two different names, same key, same pitch, G sharp or A flat, A sharp or B flat. And we can see that that pattern continues on up. And those are half steps. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about whole steps, known in the rest of the world outside of the United States as a whole tone. So a whole step is the distance of 2 half steps. So let's think about it this way for a moment in terms of the neighbors. Instead of going to the neighbor in the full musical alphabet, you're going to skip and go to the next house down. So 2 houses down instead of the neighbor. So we can see here, sure enough, that if we start on A, we skip A sharp or B flat, A to B, that's the whole step. We skip C, B to C sharp or D flat, that's the whole step. C sharp or D flat to D sharp or E flat, that's the whole step. D sharp or E flat to F, because we're skipping E, that's a whole step. F to G, G back to A. So because we're skipping one note every time, we're skipping 2 houses down instead of going to the neighbor, there's actually going to be 2 different sets of whole steps that we can see here. So one is if we start on A, and one is if we start on A sharp or B flat. If we begin counting whole steps starting on A, we'll get A, B, C sharp or D flat, D, F, G, A. That's this one right here. Now, if we start on A sharp over here, then we go A sharp to C to D to E to F sharp or G flat to G sharp or A flat, back to A sharp or B flat. Now you can, just like the full musical alphabet, begin and end on any letter. You don't have to start on A. For example, you could start on B, then go to C sharp, or you could start on C, then go to D for whole steps 2 as opposed to whole steps 1. So whole steps 1 is really, we're just thinking about it in terms of starting on A, but you could start on any of the notes. Whole steps 2, starting on A sharp, but again, it could be any of the notes. So let's look at whole steps 1 with flat notes and then sharp notes. And again, we're going to show you starting on a different note. We're not going to start on A, we're starting on D flat. So D flat to E flat, that is a whole step. From E flat to F, that is a whole step. From F to G, whole step. From G to A, whole step. A to B, whole step. From B to D flat is a whole step. And whenever we see this little swoop under thing right here in this book and in this course, in all their books and courses, this means we're dealing with a whole step. And you can see that around both whole steps 1 and whole steps 2 for the full musical alphabet. We have these swoops here showing that we have a whole step, and we also have them here right underneath the notes showing, yep, there's a whole step between each note. So now let's look at whole steps 1, but use the sharp note and harmonic equivalent. So instead of D flat, we're going to start with C sharp. Instead of E flat, we're going to say D sharp. Oh, F, that's the same. G, that's the same. A, that's the same. B, that's the same. And instead of D flat, we're going to say C sharp. You got it. So let's look at that on the piano keyboard. We have a whole step, 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 whole step. All whole steps. Let's look at whole step 2 with notes. We have C, D, E, G flat, A flat, B flat, C. Now let's say those same notes, those same pitches, but use the sharp names instead of the flat names. So we have C, D, E, all those line up. Yeah, all those line up. But then instead of G flat, we're going to say F sharp, because that's an enharmonic equivalent. G flat and F sharp, those are enharmonic equivalents. A flat to G sharp, enharmonic equivalent. B flat to A sharp, enharmonic equivalent. C to C, the same note. And then finally we can just see that on the piano keyboard. Whole step, 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 whole step. We can see on the piano keyboard, instead of having one note and we're going the neighbors, we can actually see that skip. See, we're skipping this. We're skipping this, skipping this, skipping this. Every other note. See, we're skipping every other key in the same way that on the full musical alphabet, we're skipping every other note. Those are whole steps, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about pitch class again, but this time with accidentals. So previously, we would talk about the pitch class of F, and then, oh, maybe there's an F sharp added to it, or maybe there's a pitch class of G, and maybe we add a flat to it or a natural to it, whatever. Now we're going to make a clear difference between the pitch class of F and the pitch class of F sharp. They are two different pitch classes from here on out. So for example, here's the pitch class of F, and here's the pitch class of F sharp, and these are two different pitch class. Pitch class of F, pitch class of F sharp. These are two different pitch classes. For example, the pitch class of G flat, that's over here. We have the pitch class of G flat, and then we have the pitch class of G. These are two different pitch classes now because all these notes, we got G flat 3, G flat 4, G flat 5, whereas here we have G3, G4, G5, different pitch class. And again, a separate pitch class for G sharp, different pitch class. Pitch class of A flat is going to be different from the pitch class of A, which is going to be different from the pitch class of A sharp. So keep in mind moving forward that when we talk about pitch class, we're really going to be thinking about F sharp as its own pitch class that is separate from F, though they are very closely related. They are, maybe like second cousins as opposed to just cousins and brothers and sisters. I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to Pitch and Notes 3, where we're going to talk about scales. Buckle in. This is going to be a long chapter, and you are going to learn so many cool, awesome, amazing music theory things. So first, let's describe and understand what a scale is. So scales are a collection of notes in musical alphabetical order from lowest to highest or from highest to lowest sounding. Scale rules. Number one, a scale from lowest note to highest is called an ascending scale, and a scale from highest note to lowest is a descending scale. 2, scales begin and end on the same pitch class, one octave apart. So if a scale starts on F4, it's going to end on F5. If a descending scale starts on C6, it's going to end on C5. If an ascending scale starts on G2, it's going to end on G3. And if a descending scale starts on C5, it's going to end on C4. The name of the scale is the pitch class it starts on, followed by the type of scale. So for example, we're going to talk about a chromatic scale in the next lesson. So let's practice this now. Let's say we have a chromatic scale that starts on the pitch class of A. It doesn't matter what octave register. It could be A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, doesn't matter. So the chromatic scale starts on A, so we're going to say it is an A chromatic scale. Now let's say we have a chromatic scale that starts on C. Again, it doesn't matter what octave register, just the pitch class. We're going to call that a C chromatic scale. Let's say we have a chromatic scale that starts on F sharp. We're going to call it an F sharp chromatic scale, and it doesn't matter if it's ascending or descending. It doesn't matter if it's going from low to high or high to low. We're still just going to use the formula of the note that it starts on, the pitch class, then the type of scale. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about chromatic scales. Now, a chromatic scale is a 12-note scale, or a dodecatonic scale. You don't need to remember the dodecatonic. You can just call it a 12-note scale. Now, the name chromatic actually comes from the word chroma, which means color in Greek. With this scale, you're actually going to hear and play all 12 notes in the octave, making it a very colorful scale indeed. You can also think about each note being a pitch color that is represented in the scale. So chromatic scale is going to use all 12 notes, all 12 half steps. If you think about the full musical alphabet going around, it's all those half steps. So as we recall from learning half steps, we have that little upside down V is going to indicate the space of one half step. Now we know it's a C chromatic scale because, well, it starts on C and we're calling it a C chromatic scale. Remember, that's how we name a scale. We say the pitch class it starts on plus the type of scale, so C chromatic scale. And then we also know from our scale rules that it's going to go from low to high in the order of the musical alphabet. So what we're going to see here is a C chromatic scale where flats are used only, because when we have our two enharmonic equivalents, let's say we have C sharp and D flat, well, we can't have both in a scale, and we'll unpack that later. But basically, we're just going to pick all the flats. So we're going to go D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, instead of C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, like that. So here's the order of the notes from low to high. We start on C, then we have D flat, then D, then E flat, then E, then F, then G flat, then G natural, then A flat, then A natural, then B flat, then B natural, then C. All right, there you go. We started on C4, we ended on C5. That's an ascending C chromatic scale. Now we're going to go down, we're going to descend the chromatic scale. So we start on C, then we go to B flat, to A flat, G to G flat, F, E, E flat, D, D flat, and C. And as always, I recommend you listen to these book examples. Go listen to 62 and 63. Let's talk about the C chromatic scale, but this time starting on C, but using sharp notes. So the way that that's constructed is like this. So we start on C, then we go to C sharp, then D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp, B, and we end on C. We started on C4, we ended on C5. That's a C chromatic scale, ascending, or you could also say it in reverse order, an ascending C chromatic scale, going from low to high. Now, we can also have a descending C chromatic scale. So we have C, B, A sharp, A natural, G sharp, G natural, F sharp, F natural, E natural, which we're putting that natural on the E in there as a courtesy accidental because there's so many sharps and flats. We're just being extra kind. D sharp, D natural, C sharp, C natural. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write your first scale, how to write chromatic scales. So you're going to set up a treble clef and a double bar line on a single line of staff. And as always, we're going to do this in two parts. I'm going to talk you through it, show you through it in the first time. Second time, I'm actually going to write it out in real time with you so you can follow along. Now we're only going to do two types of chromatic scales in this book in level 1. We're going to do chromatic scales that start on C and chromatic scales that start on G. You can start the scale on any pitch class of C or G that you know how to write with the treble clef and the ledger lines. So you're always going to start and end on the same pitch class. If you start on a C, you're going to end on a C. If you start a G, you're going to end on a G. And you're going to write all 12 notes and the starting pitch class 1 octave higher or lower. Now you're going to use the full musical alphabet for guidance so that you write the correct enharmonic equivalents. Remember to use the common enharmonic equivalents like C and not B sharp, and write the scale name above the staff. Now we're going to have two different ways of writing the chromatic scale. We're going to write the chromatic scale using only flats for the enharmonic equivalents, or we're going to write the chromatic scale using only sharps for the enharmonic equivalents. We're going to look first at writing flats. And again, don't worry if you don't catch it this first time around. I'm going to do this in a second video where I actually write it and talk you through it as I write it. To write a C chromatic scale ascending from low to high using flats, this is exactly what it's going to look like. So C, D flat, D natural, E flat, E natural, F, G flat, G natural, A flat, A natural, B flat, B natural, and back to C. And descending, we do it the other way around. Now, something interesting to notice is that when you do it the other way around, you don't actually need to write the natural signs in front of the notes. And that's because notes are always assumed to be natural. So the only reason why you need to write the natural accidentals on the way up is because you have the flat accidental first. So you need to cancel that flat accidental out on the next note and say, oh yeah, no, this is now D natural. Same thing, E flat, the natural now has E flat, the flat accidental now has the power, cancel the power out with a natural. So on the way down, on descending, the first note is B. You don't need to put a natural accidental there because all notes are assumed to be natural and don't need a natural accidental, just in their natural state. And then the second note is B flat, and you need to write the flat. And the next note is A, so we have no more Bs, so you don't need to worry about writing a B natural. And we go down just like that. In the next two lessons, we are going to be talking about scale degrees. So scale degrees are names and numbers given to notes in the ascending version of any scale. Now, these same names and numbers will apply to the descending, but we're going to keep them in the order of the ascending, and we're going to look at that in the next lesson. One more thing, just to plant in your brain, is that when we see scale degree numbers, the scale degree numbers are going to stay the same as the ascending scale, even in different octave registers. So why do we use scale degrees? We use scale degrees so we can understand and analyze scales and also melodies of famous songs that you know and you love later on in this course. We also use scale degrees so that we can tell the difference between scale degrees and other things in music theory that also use numbers. So because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, we have all these numbers we use in everyday life. We use those numbers for many different things in music theory. So we want to make sure we add one little symbol to the numbers that we use to talk about scale degrees to make sure that we're talking about scale degrees. And that number is a caret or a carré, which is like a little roof over each number that shows us specifically that we're talking about a scale degree, not something else that might use the regular numbers we use in everyday life. And this caret or carré looks like that right there. Just that little whoop, whoop. That's it. That's the carré or the caret. So for example, if we have a scale that starts on C, for example, a C chromatic scale, C is going to be scale degree 1. If we have a G chromatic scale, we start on a G, guess what's going to be scale degree 1? G is going to be scale degree 1. If we had a scale that started on A would be scale degree 1. If we had a scale that started on B would be scale degree 1. So whatever note the scale starts on, specifically the ascending scale, that is going to be scale degree 1, and then every note in the scale after that gets another number. So practice writing scale degrees. All you got to do is just write a regular number and then give it a roof, a regular number, and give it a roof, a regular number, and give it a roof, a regular number, and give it a roof. That's all you got to do for scale degrees. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk even more about scale degrees and understand a little bit more about them. So in the last lesson, we learned that scale degrees are just regular numbers that have a little roof or caret over them. We need to put that caret there to make sure we know we're talking about scale degrees and we're not just using random numbers to talk about something else. And we also know that scale degrees are important because they're going to help us understand scales better and also understand melodies better, and also help us to analyze and understand the music that you want to analyze and understand at the end of this course. So let's talk a little bit more about what happens when notes are repeated in a scale, because as we know, every scale starts and ends with the same pitch class 1 octave apart, either ascending or descending. So here's the question. We have 12 notes in a chromatic scale. It's a dodecatonic. What happens when we add the 13th note, which is the repeated pitch class that we started on? So for example, we start on a C chromatic scale. We have to put a C up at the end, which is going to essentially be the 13th note. Now, do we call that scale degree 13, or do we call that scale degree 1 because it's the same note that we saw at the beginning? Well, here's the answer on that. We are going to call it scale degree 1. So it does not matter what octave register we find these notes in. You see here we have C4, which is scale degree 1, and over here we have C5, which is also scale degree 1. And let's say we wrote a scale from C5 to C6, and we had a C6 up here, well, sure enough, guess what would happen? We would call C6 scale degree 1. So it does not matter what octave register you find a scale degree in, it's always going to keep its number, always. Now, because we're only looking at the ascending scale for the order of scale degrees, when we look at a descending scale, the order reverses. Now, you don't need to worry too much about the reverse order because you're always going to think about things from low to high. It's much easier to think about scales and later intervals and even later than that, chords going from low to high. It's just easier for your brain to do. So we can see that when we have descending scale degrees, they're actually the same as the ascending. So C4 to C4 are both scale degree 1, even though this note down here is the last note in the descending scale. We're still going to call it scale degree 1. D flat is scale degree 2. D flat here, even though it's technically the 12th note in the descending C chromatic scale, we're still going to call it scale degree 2 because we're always going off of the order, not of the descending scale, but the order of the notes in the ascending scale. Always, always, always the ascending scale. So one more example for you in terms of it not mattering what octave register things are in. So imagine we had scale degree 2, but instead of being a D flat 4, it was a D flat 5. That would still be scale degree 2. So it does not matter what octave register you are in. The numbers are going to stay the same always. Now, I do add these numbers in parentheses at the end of the scale just so you can think in terms of, okay, there are technically 13 notes. Or when we see the major scales in the next lesson, there are technically 8 notes. But that's in parentheses because it's not technically scale degree 13. It really is just scale degree 1 because it does not matter what octave register the notes are in. They keep the same scale degree number. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson and the next few lessons, we're going to be talking about major scales. Major scales are so useful because you will find them everywhere in all kinds of music, in all kinds of genres. So the diatonic major scale is a 7-note scale, which is a heptatonic. You do not need to remember that is a heptatonic, but that's a fancy fun word if you do want to remember it, that you can pull out and impress people and say, oh yes, the major scale, it's a heptatonic scale. So the word diatonic specifically means anything to do with the major scale. Diatonic equals major scale. That word comes from ancient Greek and literally means major scale, which is 2 tetrachords separated by a whole step. We're going to look at tetrachords in a bit, so don't worry about those too much now. It's most common to refer to a diatonic major scale just as major scale without the word diatonic. In fact, you can confuse a lot of people by saying diatonic major scale because they'll go, huh? It's also, if you think about it, it's almost redundant because it's like you're saying major scale, because if diatonic means anything about the major scale and you say diatonic major scale, then you're saying major scale, essentially. So you don't need to use the word diatonic. You can just say major scale and everyone will know what you are talking about. If you use the word diatonic, everyone might not know what you are talking about. Here are the major scale rules. Now we're going to present them in this lesson, but we're going to be breaking each one of these down and giving examples of them over the next couple of lessons. We're going to spend a while on the major scales to make sure you really understand everything about them and you have complete control and mastery over the concept and also reading and writing and understanding major scales. So all major scales can be understood, written, and performed with a formula of whole and half steps. So we're going to take some whole steps, we're going to take some half steps. The chromatic scale, we just had half steps. For a major scale, we're going to have a mix of whole steps and half steps. And the order of that is whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Memorize that. Just like your chromatic scale, a major scale begins and ends on the same pitch class, 1 octave apart for ascending or descending. Major scales can start on any note of the full musical alphabet. Any note of the full musical alphabet. But for this book, we're just going to be focusing on C and G for our major scales. Now, one of each letter is always used in a major scale. So you're always going to have one A, one B, one C, one D, one E, one F, and one G, with, of course, whatever note you start on repeating itself at the end, one octave higher or lower if it's a descending scale. It is very useful to remember that there is always some kind of A, B, C, D, E, F, G in every single major scale. So for example, you will never see an F and an F sharp in a major scale together. There's only going to be one, but there is going to be some kind of F, but you're never going to have an F and an F sharp. You never have a C and a C sharp. When we look at writing major scales, either sharps or flats are used in a major scale. Just like with the chromatic scales, we either use sharps or we either used flats. A major scale will never have both sharps and flat accidentals. And the major step formula, that's that whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half, stays the same for all major scales. And the first whole step takes place between scale degree 1 and 2. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to break these rules down and actually look at some major scales. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses just like this, and honestly, even better than this, in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. In this lesson, we are just going to talk about the C major scale and our 7 scale rules and how we can understand the C major scale with our 7 scale rules. So scale rule number 1 is all major scales can be understood, written, and performed with a formula of whole and half steps. Whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. And sure enough, we can see here with our swoop unders showing us our whole steps and our little upside down V's or our hats showing us our half steps, we can see that sure enough, we have whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. And we can even see that written below the staff with our useful little diagram right here, that we have the whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. And we can see that these whole, see that, whole, half, is showing us the steps, whether it's a whole step, whole, 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 and half. Great. Now, our second rule for major scales is that the scale needs to start and end on the same pitch class 1 octave apart. And sure enough, we see that this scale starts on C4 and ends on C5. Great. So far, we are 2, 4, 2. Now, we know that major scales can start on any letter of the full musical alphabet, but that's okay for now. Let's talk about major scale rule number 4, and that is one of each letter is always used in the scale. 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F, and 1G before the pitch class that the scale started on repeats. There's always some kind of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G in every major scale. So let's double check that. We have a C, we have a D, we have an E, an F, a G, an A, a B, and then the pitch class that we started the scale on, the C, repeats 1 octave higher. Okay, so far so good. Neither flats or sharps are used in a major scale. A major scale will never have both flats and sharp accidentals. And here we see that in the C major scale, there are no sharps and there are no flats. That's totally okay too. Now we know that the major step formula stays the same for all major scales. Sure enough, we can see here we have whole, whole, half, whole, whole, half. And this is the important thing to remember. The first whole step of the major scale step formula happens between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2. So, sure enough, we can see that we have scale degree 1, that's C. Then we have scale degree 2, that would be D. And that between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2, sure enough, we have a whole step. And between scale degree 2 and scale degree 3, sure enough, we have a whole step. And between scale degree 3 and scale degree 4, sure enough, we have a half step. And we keep on going up that way. 4 to 5, whole step. 5 to 6, whole step. 6 to 7, whole step. 7 back to 1 is a half step. And quick reminder from when we talked about scale degrees a couple lessons ago, that this note right here is scale degree 1. But we're just going to add that little 8 in parentheses there. You don't need to do that when you write your scales. That's just so you don't get confused and think, wait, hang on a second, which one is scale degree 1? That's just reminding you that there are technically 8 notes in the scale, because scale degree 1 that we started the scale on repeats itself 1 octave higher. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the G major scale. We're going to break it down and understand it with our 7 major scale rules. So we know that we need whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. We know that the first whole step takes place between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2. And sure enough, we can see that all that is here. So what we need to really look at for the G major scale are rules 6 and 4. So we're going to start with rule number 4, and that is we need one of each type of letter in the scale. We need one A, B, C, D, E, F, and G in the scale before the pitch class that the scale started on repeats itself 1 octave higher or lower. We also know as part of rule 4 that we cannot have 2 of the same note in a major scale. So we can't have 2 A's, we can't have 2 B's, we can't have 2 C's. We only have 1 of each. So here's where the step formula really starts to get interesting. And because of rule 6, we know that the major step formula stays the same for all major scales. So let's take a look at how that plays out with a G major scale. Okay, so from G to A, that's a whole step because we have G, G sharp or A flat. We're going to skip G sharp or A flat. We're going to go to A. So from G to A, that's a whole step. Sure enough. From A to B, that's a whole step because we go A, we skip A sharp or B flat, and we go to B. That's a whole step. There are no sharps or flats between B and C, so right there, B to C, that's a half step. If you look at your full musical alphabet in the circle, you will see that B and C are direct neighbors on the full musical alphabet, and because of that, it's just a half step of space. Now from C to D, we go to C, we skip C sharp or D flat, and we go to D. We're skipping, we're going 2 houses down. That's a whole step. From D to E, we're skipping D sharp or E flat. We're going from D, skipping there, over to E. That is a whole step. We're going 2 houses down. And finally, and this is where things get really fun, from E to F sharp is a whole step. Think about it this way. Between E and F, there are no sharps or flats. So from E to F, that's a direct neighbor in the full musical alphabet, which means it's only 1 half step. So we actually need to skip F and go up 1 more half step to F sharp. Now, why is it F sharp and it's not G flat? Well, this is why. If it was G flat, we would have 2 G's in the scale. We'd have G natural, and we'd have G flat, and then we also wouldn't have an F. So we're breaking both parts of rule number 4. Rule number 4 is we need to have 1 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. So we need some kind of F. We need some kind of F, and if we were to make this a G flat, we would have no kinds of F, and that would be wrong, and it would be doubly wrong because we would have 2 G's. We'd have a G flat and a G natural. And that's a no-no. We already have our G. So that's why we select the F sharp. That's why we pick that anharmonic equivalent as opposed to the G flat. It's because we want to agree with rule number 4 and have some kind of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G in the scale before the pitch class that the scale started on repeats. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about scale degree names. So we've talked about scale degree numbers. So whatever note the scale starts on, that's going to be scale degree 1. The second note of the scale is going to be scale degree 2. Third note of the scale will be scale degree 3. The fourth note of the scale will be scale degree 4, and so on. So for example, in a C major scale, C would be scale degree 1, D scale degree 2, E scale degree 3, F scale degree 4, G scale degree 5, A scale degree 6, B scale degree 7, and then C scale degree 1, technically the 8th note in the scale. So now we're going to learn that there's actually names for the scale degrees for major scales. Now these scale degree names are the first step to doing even larger analysis on music that's going to help you get even greater understanding of the music that you love. So it's very important that you actually remember these names, because the names of these scale degrees are not only going to show up again in this book, in this course, but in future books, future courses, and also in other music theory that you might learn for the rest of your life. So pay attention to these, because these are important. Each scale degree has a name in addition to its assigned number. The name of the scale degree describes the function of the note in the scale, and we will unpack that at another time. The scale degree names are the same for all major scales. So scale degree 1 for a C major scale is C. Scale degree 1 for G major scale is G. We're not calling it 1C or 1G. We just call it scale degree 1. And just like scale degree numbers apply to the pitch class in any octave register, scale degree names apply to the pitch class in any octave register. So for example, scale degree 1 C4 is also scale degree 1 C5. It's also scale degree 1 as C6. You will be briefly introduced to the scale degree names in this lesson, and then we're going to do a deep dive on each name and really talk about them and understand more about each scale degree name in the next lesson. So scale degree 1, the name of scale degree 1 is the tonic. The name of scale degree 2 is the supertonic. The name of scale degree 3 is the mediant, not the median, but the mediant with a T. Scale degree 4 is called the subdominant. Scale degree 5 is called the dominant. Scale degree 6 is called the submediant. Scale degree 7 is called the leading tone, and then we're back to scale degree 1, which is the tonic. So just to hammer home the idea of it does not matter what note the scale starts on, the name and number remain the same. So we see here that the scale starts on C. C is scale degree 1, and the name of scale degree 1 is the tonic. Now for a G major scale, the scale starts on G. G is scale degree 1, and the name of G and scale degree 1 would be the tonic. We don't change it based on the key. We don't change it based on the note. We just say tonic for any note that is scale degree 1 of a major scale. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down and understand even more about the scale degree names for the major scale. So as we learned in the last lesson, we have the tonic, supertonic, mediant, subdominant, dominant, submediant, leading tone, and then we're back to the tonic for scale degree 8, because as we know, every major scale starts and ends on the same pitch class 1 octave apart. So let's start by talking about the tonic, scale degree 1. So this is the first scale degree. This is the note that gives the scale its name. If the tonic is a C, the scale is a C major scale. And then when it's repeated 1 octave higher is also the tonic, because it's really scale degree 1 again. The supertonic, that's scale degree 2. Super means above. Think like Superman. Superman flies above the clouds. So Superman, supertonic. So the supertonic is just the note that is, well, above the tonic. As we can see, we have the D, which is, sure enough, higher up, closer to the ceiling than the C. So the supertonic. Now, the mediant. You can think about the median that divides a highway. The mediant divides the space between scale degree 1 and scale degree 5. It's halfway between scale degree 1 and scale degree 5, right here. That's our mediant. So that's why we call it the mediant, because it divides the space between 1 and 5. Scale degree 4 is the subdominant. So sub, like a submarine, means under. So submarine goes under the water. And the subdominant is under the dominant. So we can see scale degree 5 is the dominant. Spoilers, but that the dominant here is lower than scale degree 5, right? It's on space 1, whereas scale degree 5 is on line 2. So it's lower than the dominant, so it's the subdominant. Scale degree 5 is called the dominant. Now, it's called the dominant because, as you will see later on in music theory, there's going to be a lot of things that happen between the tonic and the dominant is going to be very important. And that's why it's called the dominant, because it is important. Scale degree 6 is called the submediant. Now, it's called the submediant because, well, it's between the dominant and the octave of the tonic. It's not even like the mediant was, there was 2 and 2 and it was here right in the middle. But the submediant is right here, and it is between the tonic and the dominant. So we're going to call that the submediant. Finally, we have the leading tone. The leading tone is also called the tendency tone, and it's called the leading tone because it leads us back to the tonic, and I'm going to show you why. So, if I play this, what should happen next? Huh? Oh, there we go. That's what should happen next, because this 7 leads us back to the tonic. So let's listen to that again. Tonic, supertonic, median, subdominant, dominant, submedian. Leading tone wants to go where? Back home to the tonic. So that's why it's called the leading tone, because it literally makes it feel like it wants to lead you back to the tonic. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be talking about tetrachords. Now, you may remember back when we first started talking about the major scale, I said that diatonic actually means 2 tetrachords connected by a whole step. Whoa! We're going to break that down and see what all that actually means. So, tetra means 4, and a tetrachord is a group of 4 notes. So 4 notes in a row, just any 4 notes. Now, the tetrachords on this page are used to break down the major scale, and thinking about scales in terms of groups of 4 is actually how the ancient Greeks, who pretty much invented these scales, thought about the major scales. Little piece of history there. You don't need to remember that, but it's a fun fact. They use more tetrachords than what we're looking at here, and in theory, too, understanding tetrachords is going to be very important for when we start looking at more advanced minor scales, like the harmonic minor scale, not to scare you with big words there, but just so you know that tetrachords are going to be useful in the future, not just now in the present moment. So what we're looking at here essentially is a major tetrachord, and a major tetrachord, we go whole, whole, half. That's it, just whole, whole, half. So if we think about starting from a C is scale degree 1, we go whole, whole, half, just like the major scale, whole, whole, half. Now, let's think about a G major tetrachord. So the G major tetrachord starts on the dominant of C, which is G, scale degree 5, and also has a step formula of whole, whole, half. So let's go back and look. Tetrachord number 1, we have whole, whole, half. Tetrachord number 2, we have whole, whole, half. Now what happens when we stick these together and connect them with a whole step? We get whole, whole, half, connect with a whole step, whole, whole, half. So this is a fun and interesting way to break down understanding the major scale that can actually help you remember the major scale and the major step formula a little bit better than you might otherwise. Because you can think about every major scale is just whole, whole, half, throw in a whole step, whole, whole, half, and that's it. That's literally how you can think about a major scale. So if thinking whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half is a little bit too much or it's confusing, just think whole, whole, half, throw in a whole step, whole, whole, half, and you are good to go. So those are tetrachords, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson and the next couple of lessons, we are going to be talking about key signatures, what they are, how to write them, how to understand them, and why we even need to know about such a thing as key signatures. So first, let's look at some key signatures so you know what we're talking about, and then we will go through the rules. So these are what key signatures look like. Right there and right there, you see that we have an accidental over there on the right written on line 5 of the staff, and on the left there are no accidentals, and those are both key signatures. So let's talk a little bit more about key signatures. So every major scale is related to a key. A key is all the notes of a major scale. So it's like we take all the notes of the major scale, we put them in a bucket, and that's the key. The key of C is all the notes of a C major scale. The key of G is all the notes of a G major scale. When you write or perform music with a key signature, you are going to be in that key. So let's think about it this way. If we were to take all the notes of a G major scale, we would have G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, and G. So what we're going to do is we're just going to show in the key signature, hey, by the way, in that scale of G major, we have an F sharp. That's it. And in the key of C major, we go C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. There's no sharps, there's no flats. So in the key signature, there's no sharps and no flats because it's showing us it's like a bucket. It's taking all the notes from the major scale and it's saying, by the way, here are all the notes in the major scale. So let's talk about our key signature rules. So number one, you're going to read and write the key signature between the clef and the time signature. And sure enough, key sig or key signature, I'll call it key sig for short. We can see for C major, because there's no sharps and no flats, it's just blank. And for the key of G major, because there is one sharp, F sharp, that F sharp goes between the treble clef and the time signature. Rule number two, key signatures use sharps and flats and the lack of sharps and flats to indicate the key of a piece of music. And sure enough, we can see no sharps, no flats to show us we're in the key of C, and one sharp to show us we're in the key of G. Rule number three, each accidental has a particular line or space it is always written on for key signatures. For example, the F sharp in the key signature for the treble clef is always written on line 5. So anytime we have a key signature with an F sharp in it, the sharp accidental is always going to go on line 5. It would never go on space 1, even though there is an F note that goes in space 1. The sharp accidental is always going to go on line number 5. Rule number 4. When an accidental is on a line or a space of a key signature, it changes all the notes of that pitch class. So for example, the sharp that we can see right there down on the page, that sharp for G major, that's going to change all the Fs. So right now, sure, this sharp is on the line for F5, right? However, it's going to change F4, it'll change F3, it'll change F2, F1, F6. All Fs that come after that key signature are all going to be sharp in all octave registers. Now we can use natural and other accidentals to cancel out that key signature for a measure. We'll get to that later. And we will talk about rules number 5 and 6, which have to do with accidentals in a later lesson. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking more about key signatures and specifically how and why you'd want to use accidentals when you already have an accidental in the key signature. So let's look at our incorrect example here. So in our incorrect example, we have the key of G major. Now we know it's the key of G major because when we take all the notes of a G major scale, that's G, A, B, C, D, E, and F sharp, and we put them all in a bucket. Well, the only note that we need to show as not being a natural note is going to be F sharp. So think about this. G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. So we're showing that all these notes normally go in the scale, and we're just showing that here in the key signature. So it would be incorrect for us to write a sharp accidental on either of these notes, because from our key signature rules from the last lesson, as soon as we have an accidental in the key signature, it's going to change all octave registers of that pitch class. So because this sharp is on line 5. And when the treble clef, the F note goes on line 5, it's going to change all F notes for all the measures that come after it to be F sharp. So we don't actually need to write these sharp accidentals right here. These are both F sharps. And they're F sharps because the key signature says, hey, all Fs that come after this note, they're all sharp. All notes are F sharp after we have an accidental in the key signature. So we don't need to write the accidentals in. As soon as we see the accidental in the key signature, it automatically changes all the Fs to be sharp. Now let's talk a little bit about natural accidentals, because let's think about it this way. Now all of our Fs are sharp. What if we want an F natural? Well, if we want an F natural, what we're going to have to do is we're actually going to have to go in and write a natural sign. And as you may remember from our accidentals, this accidental only holds power for this measure, unless it's tied to another note. So that's why you would use natural accidentals, is when you have a sharp or a flat in the key signature and you want the note to no longer be sharp, or you want it to no longer be flat, you put an accidental in front of it, and that would make it sound natural. Last thing for us to talk about in this lesson is a quick tip to identify key signatures. So whenever you have sharps in a key signature, the sharp that is all the way to the right, in this case we only have one sharp, so it's easy to do. The sharp that is all the way to the right is going to be scale degree 7. So it just so happens that the sharp is on the F line, and it just so happens that F sharp is scale degree 7 of what major scale? G. So that's how we can tell that this is for a G major scale. If you can't already tell by thinking about it, okay, all the notes of a G major scale, we only have an F sharp, just like we talked about before, that this key signature is actually really showing us like this. It's saying, okay, in this key signature, there's a G, there's an A, there's a B, there's a C, there's a D. Notice I'm writing these letter names on the lines where these notes would go. D, there's an E, and there's an F, but the F is sharp. So if that way doesn't quite make sense to you, don't worry about it. Just think about this sharp as being on the line for scale degree 7. Scale degree 7 is F sharp for a G major scale. So that's how we know that whenever we see one sharp in the key signature, we are in the key of G major. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about how to write key signatures. So the key signature for C major is actually pretty easy to write because you don't actually need to do anything because there's no sharps or flats in the key of C major. So basically what the key signature is doing is it's telling us, by the way, we have in this key a C, a D, an E, an F, a G, an A, and a B. And there's no sharps or flats. So you don't need to write anything. So to write a key signature, all you got to do is write a treble clef and then write a time signature, and just make sure you leave just a little bit of space as you would normally do between the treble clef and the time signature, and that's where the key signature is. And I know you can't see the key signature, but it's there. It's just saying there's no sharps or flats because we take all the notes from the C major scale and just show it right there. So now let's talk about writing the key signature for a G major scale because, well, we actually need to do something to show a G major scale. And the reason we need to do something is because if we think about all the notes in a G major scale, that's G, A, B, C, D, E, and F sharp, we need to show that there's an F sharp in the major scale for the key signature. So because the G major scale has an accidental on scale degree 7, we're going to show that accidental in the key signature. Now remember, the only place you are ever going to write an F sharp accidental in a key signature is on line 5. Even though there is an F note in space 1, and even though there is an F note on the third ledger line below the staff for F3, we're just going to write the sharp accidental on line 5. So to write a G major key signature, all you got to do is write a treble clef, and then you just write a sharp accidental on line 5, and then write a time signature, and you're done. You're ready to go. In this lesson and in the next couple of lessons, we're going to be talking about a new kind of scale called the natural minor scale. Like the major scale, the natural minor scale is a 7-note heptatonic scale. The reason why it's called natural minor is because the overall order of whole and half steps and the notes actually remain unchanged from the major scale. And you'll see that connection in a moment. So it's not whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half, but it's all going to make sense in this lesson and in the next lessons. Let's talk about our natural minor scale rules. And then in the next lesson, we're going to break those down with actual examples of a natural minor scale. So number 1, all natural minor scales can be understood, written, and performed with a minor step formula. Not a major step formula, but a minor step formula of whole and half steps. And that goes like this: whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, whole. Memorize it. It's going to help you tons if you memorize that. All natural minor scales begin and end on the same pitch class, 1 octave apart. Natural minor scales can start on any note of the full musical alphabet, and just like major scales, one of each letter is always used in the scale. 1 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G before the pitch class that the scale started on repeats 1 octave higher or lower, higher if it's an ascending scale, lower if it's a descending scale. Just like major scales and also chromatic scales, either sharps or flats, or no sharps or no flats, are used in a natural minor scale. A natural minor scale will never have both sharps and flats. Number 6, the minor step formula stays the same for all natural minor scales, all of them. And just like with the major scale, the first whole step happens between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2. In the next lesson, we're going to break down and understand why there's a flat accidental in front of scale degrees 3, 6, and 7, in addition to understanding more about the natural minor scale. I will see you there. In this lesson, we're going to break down and understand more about the A natural minor scale, and also why those scale degrees have little flat accidentals in front of them. Oh no, and oh my. Okay, let's get started. It's actually not scary. So just like with the major scale, how we went whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half, for the natural minor scale, we go whole, half, whole, half, whole, whole, and it works the same way as the major scale. So scale degree 1 to scale degree 2, there's a whole step between them. Same as the major scale. Now here's where it changes. Scale degree 2 to scale degree 3, there's actually a half step in between them. Scale degree 3 to scale degree 4, there is a whole step. Scale degree 4 to scale degree 5, there is a whole step. Scale degree 5 to scale degree 6, there is a half step. Scale degree 6 to scale degree 7, there is a whole step. And between scale degree 1 and scale degree 8, there is a whole step. We can see that the minor step formula works basically the same way as the major step formula, just with a different series of whole and half steps. Now let's plug that in and make sure it's correct. Okay, from A to B, we're skipping A sharp or B flat, so that's 2 houses down on the full musical alphabet. That's a whole step. From B to C, those are neighbors on the full musical alphabet. That's a half step. That's correct. From C to D, that is a whole step because we're skipping C sharp or D flat. That's good. Between D and E, that's a whole step. We're skipping D sharp and E flat. Between E to F, remember there are no sharps or flats between E and F, so good. That is a half step. F to G, we're skipping F sharp or G flat, so very good. That is a whole step. And then G to A, we're skipping G sharp or A flat, which means we're going 2 houses down on the full musical alphabet, which means it is a whole step. Okay, so now let's understand why scale degree 3, scale degree 6, and scale degree 7 all have these flat accidentals in front of them. Let's break this down. In the major scale, we have scale degree 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then back to 1. And the series of whole and half steps goes whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. And we can see that, highlighting that in red here. Great, this is the major scale. Now in blue, we're going to have the minor scale. We go whole, half, whole, half, whole, whole. And you can see that the way the whole and the half steps are lining up. For example, scale degree 3, because we have whole, whole, right? We have whole, whole. That gets us 1 half step further than if we went whole, half. And you can see that this half step ends right here. And so because scale degree 3 and the natural minor scale happens 1 half step sooner, or another way of thinking about that is 1 half step lower than the major scale, we're going to say, okay, we're actually going to pull it down by 1 half step and give it a flat accidental, because we're lowering. If you remember, that flat accidental lowers a pitch by just a little bit, which is 1 half step. So we can see very interestingly that 4 catches up, because we have basically in the first 3 scale degrees, in both scales we have 1 whole, 2 whole, 1 whole, 2 whole, and 1 half, 1 half. So it gets us the same distance, just in a different order. So 4 lines up, 5 lines up. Now because we have that half step between 5 and 6 in the natural minor scale, that again pulls 6 down 1 half step, or makes it happen 1 half step sooner, whichever way you'd like to think about it. And because it's 1 half step lower than 6, we're going to put a little flat in front of it to show that we're bringing it down by 1 half step. And we can see the same thing play out here. 7 is happening here in the natural minor scale, whereas 7 is happening over here in the major scale. So because it's happening 1 half step sooner, 1 half step lower, we're going to put that little flat accidental in front of the scale degree. So in summary, whenever we have a note in the natural minor scale that is 1 half step lower than it would normally be in the major scale, we're going to add a flat accidental to it to show that it's 1 half lower than the major scale. And the reason for this is that in music theory, we like comparing things to the major scale. It's that simple. There's no other reason than we really like comparing things to the major scale. So we're going to compare minor scale degrees to major scale degrees and say, okay, well, in relation to scale degree 3 in the major scale, sure enough, scale degree 3 in the natural minor scale is 1 half step lower. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about the E natural minor scale. So we can see with the E natural minor scale, it has the minor step formula of whole, half, whole, half, whole. That's good. We can see that scale degree 3, scale degree 6, and scale degree 7 have flats in front of them to show that, sure enough, they are 1 half step lower than for a major scale. Here's where things get interesting. Between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2, we need a whole step. So how do we find a whole step? If there were no sharp accidental here, this would be E to F, and that would be a half step, which would be wrong. So what we do is, just like in the G major scale, between scale degree 6 and scale degree 7, between the E and the F in the G major scale, we need to raise that F sharp up by 1 half step. We need to do the same thing here. We need to raise the F sharp up by 1 half step. And then you see we have G, A, B, C, D, and then back to E, so that this E natural minor scale follows all the rules for natural minor scales. It has some kind of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. We don't have 2 Fs, we only have 1 F. That F is sharp. And And that F is sharp because of the series of whole and half steps that we need to make a natural minor scale. Let's compare a natural minor scale to a major scale. You will hear that there's a difference and that the major scale sounds more happy. The natural minor scale sounds more sad or like it's thinking about something. So here's the major scale. How jolly. Here's the natural minor scale. Descending. So you can hear there is a real emotional difference between the major scale and the minor scale. I will see you in the next lesson. Before you learn how to write out your natural minor scales, there's actually going to be something that if you learn it first is going to make your life so much easier, and that is relative scales and keys. So we're going to start there, and then in a later lesson, you're going to learn how to actually write out natural minor scales. Relative scales and keys share the same key signature and the same notes, but start on different tonics for the scales. The key signature is going to be the same. And we're going to explore that a little bit more. So what are relative scales and keys? Each key signature can be used for both a major and a minor scale or key. This relationship between the connected major key to the connected minor key that share the same key signature, it's called the relative major and the relative minor. When they share the same key signature, they also have the same notes, just in a different order. So how do we find relative major and relative minors? How do we know which two scales are connected? Two scales that are connected are a C major scale and an A natural minor scale. So the way you find the relative minor of a major scale, so we're thinking about the major scale and we're saying, oh, what natural minor scale is connected to this major scale? Well, all you have to do is count up to scale degree 6 of the major scale. So let's use the C major scale as an example. Let's start on C. C is scale degree 1. So we go C, D, E, F, G, A. Scale degree 6. And then what we do is we do a little magic trick, is we start on scale degree 6 and we just continue saying the note names from the C major scale, just starting on scale degree 6. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. And sure enough, right there, we just said all the names of all the notes in an A natural minor scale. So the connection is between a C major scale and an A natural minor scale. And the way we find that A natural minor scale is to start on scale degree 6 of the C major scale and then just say all the same notes as a C major scale, but starting and ending on A. Let's take a look at our graphic. So we have C, D, E, F, G. We get to scale degree 6, which is sure enough A. And then we do our little magic trick, and we call scale degree 6 scale degree 1. And we keep on going up the C major scale, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. And sure enough, those are the same exact notes as the A natural minor scale. So how we find the relative minor of a major scale is we count up to scale degree 6. I will see you in the next lesson. This is going to be a quick lesson on how to find the relative major of a minor scale or key. In the last lesson, we talked about taking a major scale like C major and counting up to the scale degree 6 to get A, and then starting on A and saying all the same notes as the C major, but just starting and ending on A, and all of a sudden we have an A natural minor scale. What we're going to talk about here is how to find the major or the relative major of a minor scale or key. And how we would do that is we'd start on A natural minor. So we say, okay, A, then we go B, C, and on scale degree 3, we continue to say all the same notes as would be in an A natural minor, just starting and ending on C. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, and sure enough, right there, we have the C major scale. Now, this is a useful way of finding relative majors of natural minor scales. However, I think it's going to be most useful for you to think about finding the relative minor from the major scale, counting up to scale degree 6, and then using that as your foundation. That way you have one way to think about doing it. You have one way you have to remember finding that connection between the relative major and the relative minor keys. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to take a look at some color-coded note connections between relative major and relative minor keys. So all relative scales and keys share the same notes, and the scales just have a different order, but it's all the same notes. So let's look at our C major notes to our A natural minor notes. So sure enough, we have C and we have C, and those are all color-coded so we can see the connection very clearly. We have D and we have D. We have E, we have E. F, F, and it's all color-coded. G, G, A, and then maybe a different color for B because it's red. Then we have B to B. So you can see it's all the same notes in a C major scale as there is in an A natural minor scale. Now let's talk about the G major scale. So in the same way we counted up to scale degree 6 of the C major scale to find A, and then we just said all the note names of a C major scale starting and ending on A, we can do the same exact thing with a G major scale. So we start on G, G becomes 1. So we go G, A, B, C, D, E. E is 6. So now we do our little magic trick. E is no longer 6, E is 1. And we're just going to say the names of the notes for a G major scale. E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D, E. That's it. So the relative natural minor scale, or the relative minor of G major, is E minor, or E natural minor for the scale. And we can see this connection play out because they both share the same exact notes. Sure enough, G to G, A to A, B, B, C, C, D, D, E, whoop, going backwards, E, F, whoop, going backwards, F sharp to F sharp. It's all the same exact notes. It's just in a different order. And that's how we get the connection between the relative major and the relative natural minor scales. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to look at relative major and minor scales in a different way, focusing this time on the scale degrees. So we can actually think about scale degrees and also the notes in the scale this way. So let's look at C major and A minor. This is another way of envisioning and understanding visually the connection between the relative major and the relative minor, in this case, a C major scale and an A natural minor scale. Remember, to find the natural minor, we count up to scale degree 6 in a major scale, and then we just start on scale degree 6. We whoop, scale degree 6 becomes scale degree 1, and then we just say all the note names for the major scale starting on scale degree 6 going up 1 octave. So in step 1 here, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a C major scale. And sure enough, we have C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Those are all the notes in a C major scale. We're missing the C 1 octave up, but those are the 7 different notes in a C major scale. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take scale degree 6 and 7, and we're going to, pop them in right here. See that? We're taking scale degree 6 and 7, we're breaking it off the end like a Kit Kat, if you will, and then putting that Kit Kat piece in the front. So now the order of the notes is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and this order right here is the order for the A natural minor scale. Then all we're going to do is rearrange the scale degrees. And we have, boom, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, which are the scale degrees for an A natural minor scale. And we also have the correct notes in the correct order for an A natural minor scale. So if the previous explanations for the connection between C major and A natural minor scales didn't quite make sense, hopefully this other way of visualizing it is going to help bring that home. And even if those other explanations did make sense to you, this is going to reinforce your understanding just so you can see it in a different way. It's all the same notes. All we're doing is changing the order. That's it. It's literally the same notes. So a C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, versus A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. It's all the same notes, just in a different order, and that's what makes it sound different. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to do a deep dive into relative keys. We've talked a lot about relative scales in the past couple of lessons. What we're going to do now is understand the connection between the relative keys. So as you may remember from the key signature lessons, a key signature, it's like a bucket or a summary of all the notes in the scale, and it's showing us that at the beginning of the music before we actually play, write, or make music. So what we're going to do is we're going to look here. We have all the notes of a C major scale, which are exactly the same as all the notes of an A natural minor scale. And we're going to take all those notes and we're going to put them in the key bucket. See, we just emptied out all our notes and we put them in the key bucket. Now, because we put all these notes in the key bucket, we're now showing right here the summary of all these notes. And the summary of all these notes is that, sure, we have a C, we have a D, we have an E, we have an F, we have a G, we have an A, and we have a B. But there's no sharps or flats, and because there's no sharps or flats, we're not going to put that in the key signature. So a C major scale and an A natural minor scale actually share the same key signature because they share the same notes, just in a different order. So the key signature doesn't care what order the notes are in, it just cares what the notes are from the scale. So we can use this key signature right here, no sharps or no flats, to show the key signature for C major or A minor. Let's look at one more. Let's look at the connection between G major and E natural minor. Now we can see, just like we saw a couple of lessons ago, that the G major scale and the E natural minor scale have exactly the same notes. They both have a G, A, B, C, D, E, and an F sharp, just in different orders. Now what happens when we take all those notes, we throw them in our note bucket or our key bucket, we have from both scales, and again, the order, the key signature doesn't care about the order, but we have from both scales a G, an A, a B, a C, a D, an E, and an F. What? Sharp. And so what the key signature is doing is it's saying, listen, the order of the notes doesn't matter. It could be E natural minor. It could be G major. The key signature doesn't care. All it cares about are the notes, not the order of the notes, but the notes. And all the notes in a G major scale and an E natural minor scale are exactly the same. And because they are exactly the same, they share the same key signature. So 1 sharp on line 5 is the key signature for G major and for E minor. I will see you in the next lesson. We have one more connection to make between our relative major and minor scales. So far you've understood that, for example, a G major and an E natural minor scale have the same exact notes, just in a different order. We can find that E natural minor scale by counting up to scale degree 6 in the major scale of G, so G, A, B, C, D, E. And then we start on E. E whoop, becomes scale degree 1. And then we just count up from E to E using all the notes of a G major scale. And hey presto, we have all the notes of an E natural minor scale. E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D, E. One more thing to point out is there is a connection between the minor step formula and the major step formula. And that is this. So if we look at our major step formula goes whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Right here. Whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Now, just like before when we visualized the connection between the natural minor and the major scale, or the relative major and the relative minor, by moving the scale degrees around, we're actually going to do the same thing with scale degrees and the step formula. So watch what happens. When we move the step formula, so we have this whole and half here. That's what we're moving. Between scale degree 6 and scale degree 7 is a whole. Between scale degree 7 and scale degree 1 is a half. That's what we're moving. So when we move our whole and half and we go to insert it at the beginning, so we're going to push 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 over to the right, and we're going to insert this whole and half at the beginning. All of a sudden what happens is we get whole half, whole, whole, half, whole, whole. And if that's ringing a bell, it should, because that's actually the minor step formula. So there is a rhyme and there is a reason to why the natural minor step formula is whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, whole. And that's because that's how the whole and the half steps work out when we start on scale degree 6 of the major scale, or rather when we start on scale degree 1 of the natural minor scale. But when they're relative majors and they're relative minors, that's the same thing. In this lesson, we are going to learn the natural minor scale degree names. Just like the major scale, the natural minor scale notes each have a name. Here's the cool thing. Even though scale degree 3 and 6 have a flat in front of them, they still keep the same name. So if you've gone ahead and memorized the scale degree names for the major scale, tonic, supertonic, mediant, subdominant, dominant, submediant, you have 6/7 of the natural minor scale memorized already. All you've got to do is memorize that scale degree 7 in the natural minor scale is called the subtonic. And the reason why scale degree 7 is called the subtonic, I will show you why. So here's an A natural minor scale. Now I'm going to play that A natural minor scale, but I'm going to raise the subtonic to a leading tone. Listen to the difference. Ooh, that sounds very different. Here it is without the leading tone, just with a subtonic. So you can see how different the feeling is of the scale when we change scale degree 7 down. That scale degree 3, sure, it sounds different. Scale degree 6, sure, it sounds different. But scale degree 7 just fundamentally acts differently. It's not leading us back to the tonic in the same way that the major scale leads us to the tonic. The natural minor scale, between scale degree 7 and scale degree 8, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 8, there isn't that same pull, there isn't that same push, that same momentum to go back to scale degree 1, to go back to the tonic. And so because that scale degree 7 really just functions differently, it acts differently, it does not push the scale to go back to the tonic in the same way, that's why we change the name of it and we call it the subtonic, because these names, again, describe what the note is doing in the scale. And because scale degree 7 is not leading us back to the tonic, we can no longer call it a leading tone, we call it a subtonic. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about pentachords. Now, just like tetrachords, pentachords are a group of notes, but instead of a group of 4 notes, chords are a group of 5 notes, just like the pentagon is a 5-sided building, or a pentathlon is a 5-activity sports event. So penta means 5. So the pentachords we're going to talk about are going to start on scale degree 1 of a major scale, or scale degree 1 of a natural minor scale. Pentachords are really important because they are the biggest and most immediate difference between a major scale and a minor scale. In the first 5 notes of a major scale, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the first 5 notes of a natural minor scale, we have 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5. And the pentachord is actually going to be very important in coming chapters because we're going to break down a lot of concepts just using this pentachord. So let's look at a C major pentachord. A C major pentachord is just the first 5 notes of a C major scale. A G major pentachord would just be the first 5 notes of a G major scale. An A minor pentachord, well, that's just the first 5 notes of an A natural minor scale. And an E minor pentachord, well, that's just the first 5 notes of an E natural minor scale. So a pentachord is just going to be the first 5 notes of a major scale or a natural minor scale. So for example, we have a major pentachord here. Here's a minor pentachord. Major pentachord, minor pentachord. And so already there, that difference between the happy major and the sad or the thinking minor really comes down to one single note, and that is the 3. If the 3 is left alone, it sounds happy. The 3 is natural, it sounds happy. If the 3 is flattened, if it's brought down 1/2 step, all of a sudden we start to have that sad, thoughtful sound. I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to Pitch and Notes 4, where we are going to talk about simple intervals for the entire chapter, and you are going to get so much awesome value out of this chapter and learn so many cool things, and I'm so excited for you. So an interval is a distance between 2 pitches or 2 notes. We're going to think of an interval as being the distance between 2 notes. A simple interval does not mean that the interval is easy to understand, but a simple interval is quite simply just an interval that is at the most 1 octave. So it's an octave or it's smaller than an octave. That's all that simple means. It means it's not larger than an octave. Quick reminder to listen to all your examples from the Best Music Theory Book for Beginners 1, How to Read, Write, and Understand Music as we go along. There are 2 main types of intervals. There's melodic intervals and harmonic intervals. With melodic intervals, we can have ascending and descending intervals. This is just like the major scales and also the chromatic scales, where we had ascending scales and descending scales. An ascending melodic interval means that the second note is higher than the first note. In a descending melodic interval, the second note is lower than the first note, as we can see here. Yep, that's an octave, C4 to C5. Sure enough, that's an ascending interval. So we're talking about the relationship of the first note to the second note. We're saying, okay, between note 1 and note 2 is higher. That's an ascending melodic interval. Here's a descending melodic interval. We're going from C5 to C4, and sure enough, C5 is higher than C4, and that's a descending melodic interval because the second note is lower. We're calling these melodic intervals because they play one at a time, just like a melody, one after the next. The next type of interval to talk about is a harmonic interval. Now, harmonic intervals are when notes don't happen one after the next, but they happen together at the same time. Hear that? 2 notes at the same time? 2 notes at the same time. So here's melodic, here's harmonic. So harmonic intervals, you can see that they're actually written with the note heads directly above each other. And that's harmonic intervals, directly above each other. Look at all those note heads, just stacked on top of each other. And when we see those note heads together at the same time, they sound together, two notes at the same time. In summary, in this lesson, you learned about simple intervals. Simple intervals are any interval that is an octave or smaller. And you learned about the two main types of intervals, which are melodic, which means one note at a time, and harmonic intervals, which means two notes together at the same time. And you learned that in melodic intervals, you can have ascending intervals, where from the first note to the second note is higher, and descending intervals, where from the first note to the second note is lower. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about major and minor intervals. Now, until now, you've used the terms major and minor to describe the quality of either a scale or a pentachord. So we had the major scales, we had the natural minor scales, we had the major pentachord, which is the first 5 notes of the C major or a G major scale, and we had the minor pentachord, which was the first 5 notes of an A or an E natural minor scale. We're going to use the terms major and minor to mean slightly different things when we talk about intervals. So before major and minor, major really just meant it sounded happy, and it was like the major scale, and minor meant it sounded sad and thoughtful, and it was kind of like the natural minor scale. What we're going to use the term major and minor for here is that major intervals are going to be intervals that are the same as notes from the major scale. So that connection stays good. They're not always going to sound happy like the major scale, but major intervals are connected to the major scale. In the same way that when we talked about natural minor scale degrees and we had the flat 3 and the flat 6 and the flat 7 because they were 1/2 step lower when compared to the whole and the half steps from the major scale, we're also going to call intervals minor because they are 1/2 step lower than they would be if they were from the major scale. And we'll have some examples in the next lesson. So let's review. Minor intervals, in the same way that a natural minor scale has scale degrees flat 6, flat 3, and flat 7, minor intervals mean that we were lowering a note by 1/2 step from where it would be in the major scale. And the term major means that the interval or the notes remain unchanged, or rather the same, from the major scale, and they are not lowered by 1/2 step. Remember, we always like comparing everything to the major scale in music theory. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about interval quality. The word quality means terms like major or minor. So whenever you hear a major interval, the quality of the interval is major. Whenever you see a minor interval, the quality of the interval is minor. When you talk about a major pentachord, the quality of the pentachord is major. When you talk about a minor pentachord, the quality of the pentachord is minor. When you talk about a major scale, the quality of the scale is major. When you talk about a natural minor scale, the quality of the scale is minor. So let's start by looking at the quality of major intervals. So major intervals are going to be taken from the major scale. We abbreviate major to just be a capital M. So you can see here that C to D, we say M2. That's for a major second. So whenever you see M2, you'll say major second. When you see M3, you'll say major third. When you see M6, you'll say major sixth. When you see M7, you'll say major seventh. So from C to D, you can think about it this way. C would be scale degree 1. D would be scale degree 2. From 1 to 2, that's a major second. C would be scale degree 1. E would be scale degree 3. From C to E is a major third. From C to A is a major 6th because A would be scale degree 6. And from C to B is a major 7th because B would be scale degree 7. Now let's talk about some minor intervals. So the quality of interval we're talking about now is minor. We show that the quality of the interval is minor by having a lowercase m. So C to D flat would be minor 2nd, C to E flat would be minor 3rd, C to A flat would be minor 6th, and C to B flat would be minor 7th. So let's compare these minor intervals with their major counterparts. So C to D is a major 2nd. When we bring D down by 1/2 step, we add a flat to it. It becomes a minor 2nd. So C to D is a major 2nd. C to D flat, that's 1/2 step lower, that's 1/2 step less, that's a minor 2nd. C to E, that's a major 2nd. C to E flat, the flat is bringing the E down by 1/2 step. That means it's going to be a minor 3rd instead of a major 3rd. From C to A is a major 6th. Whereas C to A flat, we're bringing the A down by 1/2 step. So it is a minor 6th. And C to B is a major 7th. But C to B flat, we're bringing the B down by 1/2 step. So we're going to call that a minor 7th. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about a new quality that you've not heard before, and that is the quality of perfect. So these intervals are perfect intervals. The quality of these intervals is perfect. So we abbreviate perfect with a P. So whenever we see a P, we'll say perfect. So here, this is a perfect 4th, perfect 5th, and perfect 8th, or rather a perfect octave. We could also have perfect unisons, and we'll unpack that in a second. So you may have noticed that when we talked about major and minor intervals, we only talked about 2nds, 3rds, 6ths, and 7ths. Well, indeed, what about 4ths and 5ths and octaves? Because those are all part of the major scale too. We can't leave those out, and we need to use those somehow. We need a name for those, and that name is going to be perfect, and we'll understand why these have a different name in a later lesson. For now, what you need to understand is that when you're looking at a major scale, the 4th or scale degree 4 of that major scale, if you compare it to 1, so if you do an interval of C to F, the quality of that interval is perfect, and it's a perfect 4th. The interval of C to G is a perfect 5th. And the interval of C to C, 1 octave higher or lower, is going to be a perfect octave. Let's talk about unison. A unison interval is when you have two of the same exact notes in a row. And when I say the same exact notes, I mean the same pitch class and the same octave register. So you can see here there's a C4 next to a C4. Because that C does not go up or down, it's the same exact note, it's the same pitch, it's the same sound. We'd have C4 to C4. We're going to call that a unison. Now, unisons are not ascending or descending. They just are unison. And the reason why they're not ascending or descending is because you see they don't go up or down. They stay flat. So you can have melodic unisons, like are written right here. You can also have harmonic unisons, which we'll see in a bit, but I'll give you a little preview here. Harmonic unison looks like this. It's two C's touching each other like that. Kind of crazy, huh? That's a harmonic unison. That's where you would play two C's at the same time if you had an instrument that could play two notes at the same time, which not all instruments can. In summary, in this lesson, you learned about perfect intervals, and the quality of these intervals is perfect, and that's a new quality that you have not seen before, but you just learned about now. Unisons, fourths, fifths, and octaves are all perfect when they come from the major scale. Unison notes are two notes that are exactly the same. They are the same pitch class and the same octave register. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about two more qualities, but those are the last qualities of intervals, and that is the quality of augmented, which is abbreviated with an A, a capital A, and the quality of diminished, which is abbreviated with a lowercase d. So these are two new qualities, the quality of augmented and the quality of diminished. The reason why you would have an augmented or a diminished interval is because you have two notes that are 3 whole steps away from each other. So instead of going whole, whole, half, you're going to go whole, whole, whole. So for example, in the major scale, when we look at scale degree 4, which is F, to scale degree 7, which is B, and we think about the quality formula, sure enough, we have whole, whole, half, whole, whole, whole. That gets us our 3 wholes. So from F to B is 3 whole steps. Let's just put F on our thumb as 1, F, G, A, B. So that's 4. That's why we're going to call it a fourth. That's an augmented fourth. It's augmented because there's 3 whole steps, whereas in the major scale, to get to scale degree 4, normally we go whole, whole, half. But instead of going whole, whole, half, we have 1 extra half step, whole, whole, whole. And because we're going 1 extra half step further than we normally would in the major scale, we're going to call it augmented. And interestingly enough, you can actually flip that around. And B to F is also 3 whole steps. But we're going to give it a different name. We're going to call it a diminished fifth. And here's why. From B to F is a diminished fifth. And it's a diminished fifth because of this. If you think about B, C, D, E, F, there's 5 there. And it's diminished because normally, to get to the fifth, we go whole, whole, half, whole. Whole, whole, half, whole. Whereas, to get a diminished fifth, we're just going whole, whole, whole. We're missing 1 half step. And because we're missing 1 half step, it's 1 half step lower than we would normally find a fifth in the major scale. We call it a diminished fifth. Let's compare these one time with the major scale. So we can see that from C to F is going to be whole, whole, half. We can see that from C to F is whole, whole, half. Whereas F to B is whole, whole, whole. So we're going up 4, just like we went up 4, C, D, E, F in the major scale, but we're going up 4 starting on F, F, G, A, B. But because we have that extra half step in there, that's why we're calling it augmented. Now let's go back to the major scale. In the major scale, when we go from C to G, we go whole, whole, half, whole. So we have 3 whole steps and 1 half step. When we look at, for example, B to F, we have whole, whole, whole. We have B to C sharp to D sharp or E flat, and then D sharp or E flat to F, and that is 3 whole steps. So because there's only 3 whole steps there instead of 3 whole steps plus a half step, that's why we're going to call it diminished, because that fifth, that 5, is not going quite as far as it did for the major scale. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to do a deep dive into interval quality, understand a little bit more about the history and why we have all these different qualities and all these different names for the qualities of intervals, as well as review which types of intervals can get which qualities. So, major intervals. The abbreviation for major is going to be a capital M. Whenever you see the capital M for an interval, you know it's a major interval. Seconds, thirds, sixths, and sevenths can all be major. Minor intervals. The abbreviation for minor is a lowercase m, and seconds, thirds, sixths, and sevenths can all be minor intervals. Perfect intervals. That's going to be a capital P. P means perfect. Unisons, that's when 2 notes are exactly the same pitch class, same octave. fourths, fifths, and octaves can be perfect. Augmented intervals, fourths can also be augmented, just like seconds can both be major and minor, and thirds can both be major and minor. Fourths can be perfect and augmented, and fifths can also be diminished as well as perfect. To understand where these names come from, we need to take a step back in history and talk about traditional consonants and dissonance. So in the same way that a melody can be pleasing to you, but not to someone else, what makes intervals consonant, which means pleasing, or dissonant, which means not pleasing essentially, can be different for different people. In modern music, like video game music, like pop music, a lot of times the terms consonants and dissonance are different from what you are about to learn, but the foundation of this is what all our modern music is built on. This information, this idea of consonants and dissonance is a traditional European way of thinking about it. And I say European because this was invented hundreds and hundreds of years ago, going back to a very old style of composition called counterpoint, which you will learn about more in later courses and books. So we're going to call this older way of thinking traditional consonants and dissonance, and we're going to learn about it because it's going to help you understand what's going on in modern music, even though modern music is not going to be so delicate and so gentle around the dissonance as traditional music was. So for example, the interval of an augmented fourth or a diminished fifth, or was considered to be so dissonant that for a while back in history, it was actually outlawed to be played in a church. So you could not, what I just played, you could not play that in a church because it was felt to be so dissonant that there was no way God had anything to do with that interval. Isn't that wild? So that's a little piece of history to understand how important these ideas of consonants and dissonance have been throughout history, that one of the most distant intervals, the augmented fourth or the diminished fifth, is so dissonant that when people heard it before they understood music theory, there was like, oh, there is no way that has anything to do with all the nice things we want to do in church. There's these ideas of traditional consonants and traditional dissonance that have had huge implications throughout history in shaping how music sounds and ultimately even how the music we listen to today sounds, with things like even the augmented fourth and the diminished fifth being outlawed from being played in churches during certain periods of history. So let's talk a little bit more about consonants and dissonance and what that means. So a consonant interval is a pleasing and harmonious interval without too much friction or fight. A consonant interval is stable and does not have tensions that may want to lead it to somewhere else. So just like we had the leading tone in the major scale that wanted to lead us to the tonic, consonant intervals, they don't act like the leading tone. They don't want to lead us to resolve somewhere else. They don't want us to take the next step. Dissonant intervals, on the other hand, are unsettling and they are full of friction and they sound like they're fighting. A dissonant interval is unstable and it wants to release all the tension in it by resolving to a more consonant interval. So let's listen to some dissonant intervals. Here's one. That right there, that's a minor second. Okay, how about this one right here? That's an augmented fourth. How about this one right here? Oh, that's a diminished fifth. How about this one right here? Oh, that's a major seventh. All right, how about this one right here? This is a major second. Not quite as dissonant as a minor second. Here's a minor second. It's just really, really dissonant. It really has a lot of fight in it. Now here's some consonant intervals. Here's a perfect fourth. Almost sounds like hollow. Here's a perfect fifth. Very stable. Almost sounds like two pillars you could build a city on. Here's a perfect octave. Again, very stable. Major third. Minor third. So a little dissonance there, but not nearly as much dissonance as a minor second. Here's the minor third. It's almost pretty compared to the dissonance of the minor second. And then we have a major sixth, which is more consonant. And also a minor sixth, which is also consonant. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about interval direction. Now, some of this we've already covered. This is going to be a little bit of a review, but now you're going to understand why we call it interval direction. So you already know about melodic and harmonic intervals. Now, melodic intervals obviously are going to be one note at a time, just like a melody. Harmonic intervals are two notes at a time. You can see that the interval direction of a melodic interval where we have a low note and the second note is higher, that's an ascending interval. And the direction of an interval where the first note is higher, the second note is lower, that's a descending interval. And when you have two notes together at the same time, well, that's not really going in a direction, but we're going to call it a direction, and that's going to be harmonic interval. And then we have unison. So when we have unison intervals, these are not ascending or descending, they're just unison. So we can have harmonic unisons. You see harmonic unison, we just write the notes next to each other. It looks like two eyes like this peeping up at you. However, that right there is how you write a harmonic unison. And then a melodic unison, you just write some space between the notes. And melodic unisons do not get a label of ascending or descending. So within our interval directions, we have three abbreviations that we're going to use to describe our interval directions. So for ascending intervals, we're going to write the abbreviation of ASC for ascending. For descending intervals, we're going to write DSC for descending. And for harmonic, we're going to write HRM. So harmonic is HRM, ascending is ASC, and descending is DSC. We don't call unison ascending or descending, they're just unison. They're either harmonic or they're just plain old unison. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about interval distance. Interval distance is super important because this is how we can tell the difference of which enharmonic equivalent to use. Remember those enharmonic equivalents, that's one pitch with two different note names. So one sound like this, we could call this a F sharp, or we could call this a G flat. Either would be a correct name for the same sound. It's like using the words two, and two, spelled T-O, T-W-O, and T-O-O. They're spelled differently, but they all have the same sound. So interval distance is how we can tell which is the correct enharmonic equivalent to use. So when we think of the first type of interval distance that we are going to understand are ascending intervals. Thinking from low to high has been the easiest thing for us to do from scales so far, and now into intervals. We're going to think from low to high because that's always the easiest thing to do. Counting up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is way easier than 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Likewise, A, B, C, D, E, F, G is a lot easier than G, F, E, D, C, B, A. If I even did that right, you get the idea. So when we think about interval distance, we're always trying to find some kind of interval. Just like when we were writing the major scale, we knew we needed some kind of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. We just didn't know if the F was sharp or not for like the G major scale, and then we had to count the whole in half steps. It's the same thing here. First, we want to figure out some kind of interval, and as a second step, we'll figure out whether there's sharps or flats, any accidentals needed, or if anything needs to change. So the first thing to do is, without calculating sharps or flats or scale degrees, we're just going to count up or down the basic musical alphabet, counting the note you start on as 1. These numbers are not scale degrees. Remember, scale degrees have a little house over them, and I told you when we were learning scale degrees that we're going to use numbers for a lot of other things, and that's why we need to put the little carré or the little roof over those numbers. Here's one reason why. So let's calculate the interval distance. So for example, C up to F, we're going to count around the basic musical alphabet, and we are going to go, okay, C is 1, D is 2, E is 3, F is 4. So that's some kind of fourth. C to F is some kind of fourth. So our next one, C up to A is some kind of, okay, we'll see 1, D2, E3, F4, G5, A6. C to A is some kind of sixth. We're going to do two more. Okay, G to A is some kind of, all right, G is 1, A is 2, that's some kind of second. And G up to C, G is 1, A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, that's some kind of fourth. So this is how we think of ascending intervals when we're finding some kind of second, some kind of third, some kind of fourth. What we're doing is we're counting up. So saying C is 1, F is C, D, E, F, 4, so it's some kind of fourth. The distance from C to F is some kind of fourth. Then in number 2, we're counting C to A. We're saying C is 1, A is 6, C, D, E, F, G, A, that's 6. So from C to A is some kind of sixth. From G to A, G is 1, A is 2, 1, 2, that's some kind of second. From G up to C, G, A, B, C, that's 4, that's some kind of fourth. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about figuring out the distance of descending intervals. So to figure out the distance of descending intervals, that's from the highest note to a lower note, melodic, we're going to count backwards down the basic musical alphabet to get our some kind of distance. So let's look. C down to F. Okay. C is 1, B is 2, because we're going backwards now. A is 3, G is 4, F is 5. So C down to F is some kind of fifth, which is interesting because if you recall, in our last lesson we did C up to F, and going to the right around the basic musical alphabet, we got to a fourth. So C going down to F is a fifth, C going up to F is a fourth. Now let's do number 2. Number 2 is C down to A is some kind of what? Okay, so C is 1. We're going backwards now. B is 2, A is 3. Ooh, interesting. So C down to A is some kind of third. Whereas C going up to A, C, D, E, F, G, A was some kind of sixth. G down to A. Let's calculate that one out. We're doing number 3 now. So that's going to be G, F, E, D, C, B. Whoa! A, that gets us to 7. So G to A is some kind of descending seventh. And G down to C. Let's calculate that out. So we're going to start on G and we're going to count backwards. G, F, E, D, C is some kind of fifth. So whenever we're figuring out descending intervals, we're going to count backwards down the basic musical alphabet. So we're going to count down to the left. And that's going to change the number. Like we saw, ascending, G to C was some kind of fourth, but descending, G going down to C is some kind of fifth. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to figure out the some kind of interval for harmonic intervals. So to figure out the some kind of interval for harmonic intervals, you're going to make it easy on yourself. You're going to think about harmonic intervals the same way you thought about ascending intervals. You're going to think about the lowest note to the highest note, and then calculate your some kind of from there. So for example, G to D, harmonic interval, is some kind of second because C is 1 and D is 2. So C up to G, harmonic, is some kind of Okay, C's 1, D's 2, E's 3, F's 4, G's 5. Some kind of fifth. C up to B. This is going to be a fun one. It's going to be C is 1, D is 2, E is 3, F is 4, G is 5, A is 6, B is 7. So it's some kind of seventh harmonic. From G to B, again, we're just going to think about this as if it's ascending. G's 1, A's 2, B is 3. There you go, some kind of third. And G to E, G is 1, A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, D is 5, E is 6 is some kind of sixth. So whenever you're trying to identify or talk about an interval, the steps you've learned so far is first to look at the direction of the interval. Is it ascending or descending or harmonic, or is it a unison? Once you know the direction of the interval, if it's ascending or harmonic, then you do some kind of interval to figure out the distance from the lowest note to the highest note. Then, if the interval is descending, you'll think about figuring out your some kind of interval from the highest note backwards down the basic musical alphabet to the lowest note. Once you have those two pieces of information, you know the direction of the interval and you know your some kind of distance of the interval, you are ready for the final step to put the whole thing together and to add in the interval quality to calculate the exact interval. I will see you in the next lesson where we will do some of that. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the two different interval worlds. Now, ultimately, you're only ever going to, in the long run, think about intervals in relationship to the major scale. But for now, we're actually going to think of intervals in two different ways, in two different worlds. And you will see both these worlds in your music theory workbook. You're going to see first the easy world, where it's just working within the major scale, and then you'll have a challenge page at the end of the harmonic, the ascending, and the descending interval pages, where you're actually going to work through it and count half steps and things like that. So in the next lesson, I'm going to break down for you how to count the half steps and how to do that more advanced way of thinking about intervals. So let's start off by breaking down how to know which way of thinking about intervals you need. So step number one, you're going to see is the lowest note of the interval, scale degree 1 of a major scale you know. And these are for harmonic and ascending intervals. So if the answer is yes, then the next question is the highest note in the interval a scale degree from the major scale as the lowest note? So let's say the lowest note is C, the highest note is G. Well, those are both in a C major scale. Great. So the answer is yes. So you're going to think about the lowest note as the tonic of the major scale you're going to use to think. You're going to think of the lowest note as scale degree 1. You're going to count up the major scale from the lowest note, so C, D, E, F, G. Counting scale degree numbers, that's 5. Remember scale degree numbers, so that's 5 of the highest note in the interval. And then you're going to write down the direction of the interval, if it's ascending, harmonic, or unison. And then the quality is either going to be unison, major, or perfect. And the reason we know this is that's just the way the interval math works out. Whenever you are working with ascending or harmonic intervals and both notes are from a major scale you know. So if the bottom note is C or G and the top note is also from a C major scale, or if the bottom note is G from a G major scale, the way the interval math works quite simply is that interval, the quality is either going to be major or perfect. You will never find a minor, augmented, or diminished interval if the lowest note is from a major scale you know and the highest note is from that major scale as well. You will only have major or perfect intervals, and if it's the same note, then it's unison. Now, what happens if the lowest note in the interval is not scale degree 1 of a scale you know? So what if the lowest note of the interval is an F? Or how about a G? Or how about an F? Or how about an E? You know an E natural minor scale, you don't know an E major scale just yet. So the answer to that is no. So your next step is to use the basic musical alphabet to get your some kind of interval. Now for ascending and harmonic intervals, you're going to count that up as some kind of, let's say the bottom note is E, the top note is A. So it's going to be E, F, G, A. It's some kind of fourth. And then what kind of qualities of fourth can we have? We know we can have either perfect or augmented. So then you need to count the half steps between E and A and then compare that to page 106 in your best music theory book for beginners book on the table. And we're going to do that all in the next lesson. I'm going to break that down for you. How to go and compare the interval you're trying to figure out against the table on page 106 for harmonic ascending and descending intervals. In summary, there are two main ways you can think about intervals. Number one is if the lowest note of the interval for ascending and harmonic intervals is scale degree 1 of a major scale that you know. When that happens, then you just walk down this path going, okay, yes or no. And then is the highest note of the interval a scale degree from the major scale as the lowest note? So if the lowest note is C and the highest note is F sharp, well, F sharp's not from C major, it's from G major. So in that case, you'd say no. And then you use a basic musical alphabet. You count the some kind of, so C, D, E, F. And then you'd count the half steps to actually determine the quality of the interval. I will see you in the next lesson where we are going to break down how to do this same sort of thought process with descending intervals. So just like we thought about these two different ways of understanding intervals, a very simple way and a way that, well, it's a little bit more complicated. For ascending and harmonic intervals, we also have a way of doing this with descending intervals. So for descending intervals, the first question to ask yourself is, okay, is the highest note of the interval scale degree 1 of a major scale you know? So if the top note is a C or if the top note is a G, then you answer yes, and we go over here. And then is the lowest note in the interval a scale degree from the major scale as the highest note? So if the top note is C and the bottom note is F sharp, well, F sharp's not from C, it's from G. That means you're going to say no. But for now, let's say that the top note is C and the bottom note is E. Those are both notes from the C major scale. So you're going to think of the highest note in the interval as 1. Then you're going to count backwards down the basic musical alphabet to get your some kind of interval. So from C to E, we go C, B, A, G, F, E. Some kind of sixth. And then for descending intervals, the quality is either going to be minor or perfect. Now, sixths cannot be perfect, and they're also not unison. So sixths are going to be minor, and that's just the way the interval math works out. When the highest note is the tonic of a major scale that you know, and the lowest note is also a scale degree from that scale, then automatically the only possible qualities of interval are going to be minor or perfect. Now let's talk about what happens if the lowest note is not from the same major scale, or if the highest note is not scale degree 1 of a major scale that you know. You're going to follow the steps of figuring out the some kind of interval. So let's say the top note is B and the bottom note is F. So we're going to count backwards down the basic musical alphabet. So B, A, G, F. That's some kind of fourth. Then you need to think, okay, what qualities could be used for a fourth? Well, that would be perfect or augmented. So now you need to figure out and see, is this a perfect or augmented fourth? And you do that by counting the half steps. So B down to B flat or A sharp, that's 1. Down to A, that's 2. Down to A flat or G sharp, that's 3. Down to G, that's 4. Down to F sharp or G flat, that's 5. Down to F, that's 6. And I just happen to know that 6 half steps, that's equal to 3 whole steps, which means it's going to be an augmented fourth, a descending augmented fourth. So it's a little complicated, but just follow the steps every single time, and that's going to get you the correct answers. In the next 3 videos, I'm going to break down and give you examples of harmonic, ascending, and descending intervals where I go through this process and walk you through it. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to put the whole thing together. We're going to talk about interval direction, interval distance, and then interval quality. So after you know the sum kind of for the interval you're trying to read, write, or understand, you're going to count the half steps of the interval between the two notes of the interval and compare them to the chart on page 106 to figure out or confirm the quality of the interval. For example, do you know if the sum kind of interval is a major second or a minor second, a major third or a minor third? You need to count the half steps, and that's how you will know. Now, I do recommend memorizing the number of half steps for a minor second, which is 1, a major second, which is 2, a minor third, which is 3, and a major third, which is 4 half steps. So what we're going to do now is we're going to hop over into the workbook, and I'm going to walk you through these 3 steps so you can do this on your own. So I'm in the workbook on the page titled More Harmonic Intervals. So in more harmonic intervals, we're no longer going to be doing the easy intervals you've been doing up until now, which is just thinking about the major scale and if the interval is either major or perfect and not even worrying about minor or diminished or augmented. Once we step outside of easy interval land, the intervals could be major, minor, augmented, diminished, perfect, or even unison. So this is what we're going to do. Let's look at this first interval here. Okay, so already the direction is pretty obvious. The direction is harmonic, and we know it's harmonic because the 2 note heads are right on top of each other, and it's not 2 separate notes. So we're going to put H, R, M. Next, let's get our sum kind of interval. The lowest note is F, the highest note is B. So let's put F on our thumb. Let's go F, G, A, B. So it's some kind of fourth. So now the only question left is the fourth augmented or is the fourth perfect? Because as we know, fourths can either be perfect or augmented. So what we need to do now is we need to count the half steps between F and B and then compare those to page 106 in the theory book to double check and see what the actual quality is going to be here. You do not need to memorize all of the half steps that it takes to get all the qualities of all the intervals. Just memorize the half steps to get yourself to major third, which is 4 half steps. And then leave it there. So you're going to actually want to use page 106 as a reference a lot for figuring out the actual quality of the interval. Okay, so we know this is some kind of fourth. So from F to F sharp or G flat, that's 1 half step. From F sharp or G flat to G, that's another half step. From G to G sharp or A flat, that's another half step. From G sharp or A flat to A, that's another half step. That's 4 half steps so far. From A to A sharp or B flat, that's another half step. Now, from A sharp or B flat to B, that's another half step. So now we have from F to B, that is a distance of 6 half steps. So let's hop back in to the music theory book and check what 6 half steps would be for our quality. So we go to the ascending and harmonic intervals table here, and we look at number of half steps. That's right in the middle. See that? Number of half steps. And we're going to go to 6. We had 6 half steps. 6 half steps is either going to be an augmented fourth or a diminished fifth. Now we know in this case because we went some kind of fourth, so we know it's an augmented fourth, not a diminished fifth. So let's go back to our workbook. And in our workbook, we're going to write augmented fourth. There you go. That's how you figure it out. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to do some more examples of how to figure out intervals that are not in a major scale that you know. I will see you then. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to figure out any ascending interval starting from any note. So let's look at our interval that we have here. So we have an A and a D. So first things first, let's take the easy win. We know it's ascending, so let's write that down. Okay, so now let's put A on our thumb. Let's get our some kind of interval. So A, B, C, D. All right, it's some kind of fourth. Now what we need to do is to figure out the quality of the fourth. We know fourths can either be perfect or augmented. So now we just need to count the half steps to know whether it's perfect or augmented. So we have A to A sharp or B flat. That's 1. A sharp or B flat to B. That's 2. To C, that's 3. C sharp or D flat, that's 4. To D, that's 5. Now I happen to know already that's going to be a perfect fourth, but let's take a look. And indeed, 5 half steps is going to be highlighted in green, an ascending perfect fourth. 5 half steps. All right, let's do one more ascending interval. So we're going to finish up our last one, P4, perfect fourth. Okay, ascending perfect fourth, great. Now this next interval, we have an F and an A. Let's take the easy win and write down the direction first. That's ascending. So now let's figure out the some kind of interval. So it's F, G, A. That's some kind of third. Remember, we're counting up the basic musical alphabet. F, G, A. Now we need to figure out how many half steps there are between F and A so we can correctly determine the quality of the interval. F to F sharp or G flat, that is 1 half step. F sharp or G flat to G, that is 2 half steps. G to G sharp or A flat, that is 3 half steps. And G sharp or A flat to A, that is 4 half steps. So we know it's some kind of third, and we have 4 half steps. Now I happen to know already that 4 half steps, because I've memorized up to a major third, is indeed going to be a major third for the quality, but let's go ahead and look at page 106 so you can see the difference between the minor third and the major third. And sure enough, you can see that a major third is 4 half steps highlighted in yellow. And had it been 3 half steps, for example, F to A flat, that would have been the ascending minor third. Let's do one more, shall we? Okay, we are going to do one more. Let's do this one right here. So let's take the easy win and let's write down the direction first, ascending. Next, let's do our some kind of interval. So we have an E is our lowest note and a D is our highest note. So we're going to go E, F, G, A, B, C, D. So it's some kind of seventh. Now here's the doozy. We've got to count the half steps from E to D to see what the quality of the seventh will be. And we know that the quality of a seventh could either be a major seventh or a minor seventh for the quality. So from E to F is 1 half step. From F to F sharp or G flat is 1 half step. From F sharp or G flat to G is 1 half step. From G to G sharp or A flat is 1 half step. From G sharp or A flat to A is 1 half step. From A to A sharp or B flat is 1 half step. From A sharp or B flat to B is 1 half step. Oh, I need more fingers. From B to C is 1 half step. From C to C sharp or D flat is 1 half step. From C sharp or D flat to D is 1 half step, and we have 10 half steps there. Now I happen to know that this is going to be a minor seventh, but let's go take a look at page 106. And sure enough, you can see here ascending minor seventh is 10 half steps with a highlight in blue. There it is. Ascending minor seventh is 10 half steps. So whenever the lowest note of an interval to the left for ascending intervals is not scale degree 1 of a scale you know, and the top note is also from that same scale, then you know the quality is going to be major or perfect. But what's going to be more likely than not is that the lowest note in the interval is not going to be from a scale that you know, or even if it is, that the top note may not be from the same major scale, which means you then need to go and do exactly what we did in this video and do your some kind of interval first, and then count your half steps and then compare it to this table on page 106 to get the correct quality of the interval. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down 2 descending intervals that are not from major scales that you know and do not have lower notes that are also from major scales that you know. So when you do this, you're going to need to do your some kind of interval process, counting backwards, and then count your half steps to then know the exact quality of the interval in question. So let's do our first interval. This is from the workbook, and take the easy win and write the direction first. That's the easy part. We can see first note is higher than the second note. It's a descending interval. Great. The next thing to do is to count backwards down the basic musical alphabet to get our some kind of interval. So we go A, back to G, back to F, back to E. So from A down to E is some kind of fourth. Now we need to figure out how many half steps there are. So we know for fourths, it can either be augmented or perfect. So what we're trying to figure out right now is how many half steps there are, and then we're going to compare that to page 106 to see the exact quality of the interval. So we start on A, we go down one half step to A flat or G sharp, we go down another to G, we go down one half step to G flat or F sharp, we go down another half step to F, and we go down one more half step to E. And that's going to be a perfect fourth because it's 5 half steps. And you can see that here for descending intervals, sure enough, descending perfect fourth is 5 half steps. Let's go back and do one more. We're going to take one that's a little bit more challenging this time just because of the ledger lines and there's a larger distance between the notes. So our first note is E, our second note is F, but what you should do first is take the easy win and write the interval direction. Okay, that was easy. So we're going to start on E. E, down to D, down to C, down to B, down to A, down to G, down to F. Okay, so it's some kind of seventh. And we know that sevenths can be major or minor. Those are our two possible qualities of seventh. So what we need to figure out now is how many half steps there are between this E and this F so we can know if this is a major seventh or a minor seventh. So let's count down the half steps. From E down to E flat or D sharp is 1, down to D is 1, down to D flat or C sharp is 1, down to C is 1, down to B is 1, down to A sharp or B flat is 1, down to A, down to A flat or G sharp is another, down to G, down to F sharp or G flat is another, and then down to F. So that's 11 half steps. That is so many half steps. That's going to be a major seventh. Let's go back and double check that math on our table, shall we? And sure enough, you can see that 11 half steps is a descending major seventh. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to summarize how to name and write interval names as well. So to name ascending and harmonic intervals, first you need to figure out the interval direction. Is it harmonic or is it ascending? Then you're going to figure out the some kind of interval using the basic musical alphabet counting up. Next, you need to ask yourself, okay, which qualities could be used for this some kind of interval? For example, if it's a second, we know seconds can be major or minor. If it's a third, thirds can be major or minor. If it's a fourth, fourths can be perfect or augmented. Fifths can be perfect or diminished. Then figure out how many half steps there are from the lowest note to the highest note in the interval. And then you're going to go back to page 106 and you're going to figure out, okay, how many half steps are there? What really is that interval? And then to name descending intervals, first you figure out the interval direction. You label or say the interval direction. That's the easy part, descending. Then you figure out your some kind of intervals going backwards down the basic musical alphabet. And then you're going to think, well, which qualities could be used for this type of interval? Then you're going to figure out the half steps from the highest note to the lowest note and compare that with page 106 right up here to see the exact quality of the interval. In summary, you're going to name the direction of the interval, ascending, descending, harmonic. Then you're going to name the quality of the interval, major, minor, perfect, augmented, or diminished. And then you're going to name the distance of the interval, unison, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, or octave. Example of how we would say or write intervals would be C to a higher sounding D flat. We would say an ascending minor second, right ascending minor second. C to a lower sounding B, you would say a descending minor second, right DSC M2. And C and D played together, you would say harmonic major second. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to combine our two ways of thinking about intervals and actually compare some intervals that are easily in that major scale way of thinking about, okay, it's either major or perfect for ascending or harmonic, or it's minor and perfect for descending. And then what if we change just the highest note for ascending or harmonic? Or what if we change just the lowest note for descending? And then you can start to make the connection between the major scale and 1/2 step worth of difference. So, for example, let's look at example 1 here. So we have an ascending perfect fourth here, and both notes are from the C major scale. We have C, which is scale degree 1, and F, which is scale degree 4. Now, what if we just changed scale degree 4 and we put a sharp on it? Well, think about it. We're taking a fourth and we're making it larger by 1/2 step, which means it's going to be augmented. So you don't even have to count whole and half steps there. You just sort of use a little bit of logical thinking of, okay, we have a perfect fourth. We make it larger by 1/2 step and it becomes an augmented fourth. We're going to do 3 more examples like this. Okay, well, here's one where, sure enough, our first interval, it starts from a C, so you already start thinking, okay, it starts from a C. That's a major scale that I know. But I'm going to count down, well, C, B, A, G, F, so it's some kind of fifth, right? Now we can see here that that sharp in front of the F, that makes it a diminished fifth, because what happens is we have the fifth and then we make the bottom note sharp. That makes the distance less. So typically when we have a C to an F here descending, that's going to be indeed a perfect fifth. But when we raise it up 1/2 step, it becomes a diminished fifth because the distance is less. C to F, that's an easy one. You just put your major scale hat on and go, okay, C, B, A, G, F. Is it minor or is it perfect? Well, it's a fifth. Fifths can't be minor, must be perfect. So when you see intervals that are close to an interval that you know, they're 1/2 step away, you can very easily do a little bit of thinking and actually know the name of the interval that's not from the major scale by comparing it to the interval from the major scale. Like I said in music theory, well, we sure do love to compare things to the major scale. Here's another one. From G to F sharp, well, those are both in the major scale. F sharp scale degree 7, G scale degree 1. Now what happens when we have an F natural? Well, that's 1/2 step less than an F sharp. So instead of a major seventh, it's a minor seventh because 1/2 step less. That's it. Just by thinking about the major scale and comparing the interval to the major scale, we can know that it's a minor seventh instead of a major seventh. Let's do one more. Okay, so from a G to an F sharp in the major scale, this would be scale degree 1, this would be scale degree 7. So we can put our major scale hat on. Say, okay. We know for descending intervals, they're either minor or perfect when both notes are from a major scale we know, and the first note, the highest note, is scale degree 1 of a major scale we know. But what happens when we bring it down by 1/2 step? Well, we're going to grow from a minor second to a major second because it is 1/2 step larger. Hopefully some of these tips and tricks are going to help you start to make connections when you see intervals where you know one of the notes, you know the highest note for a descending interval, and you know the lowest note for an ascending interval, but you don't know the other note. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write ascending and descending simple intervals. So you've learned how to identify ascending, descending, and harmonic simple intervals. You've learned how to name them. You've learned how to figure them out. Now you're going to learn how to write ascending and descending. In the next lesson, we will do harmonic. So to write an ascending simple interval, you write a clef, you can write a double bar line, and I find it very helpful to write both the direction, the quality, and the interval distance below the staff. That way you can remind yourself and just look back down at it, and it gives you clarity, it gives you a goal that you're trying to accomplish. Step number 2, if you're writing an ascending interval, well, you're going to think up and to the right, and then you go ahead and complete the interval. For descending intervals, it's exactly the opposite. You're still going to start the same way. Step 1, you're going to write your first note, write your interval direction, the interval quality, and the interval distance. And then you're going to write your second note down to the right. I will see you in the next lesson where we are going to unpack how to write harmonic intervals. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write simple harmonic intervals. So the first thing for us to talk about are the note heads of simple harmonic intervals. And there's a couple interesting things to unpack there. So let's talk about our first 3 rules. Rule number 1 is harmonic intervals are written with notes of the same rhythmic value. That's important. You're not going to write a harmonic interval with a whole note and a half note, or a quarter note and a half note. It's going to be a whole note and a whole note, or a half note and a half note, and a quarter note and a quarter note. For harmonic unisons, you're going to write both note heads on either side of the stem if there are stems. Let's take a look at that. So here's a harmonic unison with whole notes, and here are harmonic unisons with a half note and 2 quarter notes. You can see that a note head goes on either side of the stem. It's pretty funky looking, but there you go. For a harmonic minor second and harmonic major second, you're going to write the lowest note of the interval facing to the left and the highest note facing to the right. Check this out. Here's a harmonic minor second from B to C with the second note up and to the right. And when we have a stem, so we have a C to a D, that's a harmonic major second. And you can see, sure enough, that D is written on the right side of the stem, whereas the C is written on the left side of the stem. And the second half note here, we have an F sharp to a G. That's a harmonic minor second. And you can see that the F sharp, because it's lower than the G, is written to the left. The G is written to the right. And here are 4 examples of harmonic seconds with quarter notes. And you can see in each case, the lowest note is going to the left. The highest note is going to the right. In review, to write simple intervals with note heads, you're only ever going to use notes that are the same rhythmic value as each other. You can see for the harmonic intervals here, if they have stems for half notes and quarter notes, both note heads share a stem. We're going to talk about the stems in the next lesson. For harmonic unisons, you write the note heads on the same line or the same space of the staff, and if it's a quarter note or a half note, you write the note heads on either side of the stem. And then for harmonic major and minor seconds, you write the lower note to the left, the higher note to the right if there's a stem, and if it's a whole note here where there is no stem, well, you basically just write the first note where beat 1 would go, and then you write the second note directly above it. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write harmonic intervals with stems. So that's going to be harmonic intervals with half notes or quarter notes. Now, the first thing you need to understand is that we're going to have a special name for a certain part of the stem. And that's going to be the part of the stem that is the furthest away from the note head. We're going to call that the open end of the stem. Now, this term does also work for when we only have 1 note head, or even 3 or 5 or 7 note heads. The part of the stem that is the furthest away from the note heads, we're going to call that the open end of the stem. Open because there are no note heads on it. So let's look at our stem rules and understand how they look in real life. You're going to see that a lot of these rules actually match up with the stem writing rules you already know, and we're just going to add a couple extra little things in there. So rule number 1, you already know this one. Stem length is 4 staff lines long, but here's the thing. It's from the closest note head to the open end of the stem. So let's take a look at that. So as you may remember from when you first learned to write notes with stems, if we have a note head in space 4 of the staff, our stem will be 1, 2, 3, 4 staff lines long, and sure enough, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Now all we're going to do is we're going to add just a little bit extra so we can get that second note head in there to complete the harmonic interval. We can see the same thing here with a note that is stem up, 1, 2, 3, 4 staff lines long is the stem to our first note head, and then we extend the stem just a little bit to make sure it reaches the note head that is the furthest away from the open end of the stem. Rule number 2, you may recall this one from when you learned how to write notes on ledger lines, and that is if the note head closest to the open end of the stem is on one ledger line, above or below the staff, we are still going to respect the 4 staff lines long rule for how long the stem should be. So you can see here that our note head that is the closest to the open end of the stem, that's this one right here, is closest to the open end of the stem. We see it is on one ledger line. That means we're just going to think about that note that is closest to the open end of the stem, and we're going to make a stem that is, again, 4 staff lines long. Same thing with stem up. So you can see that even though the note head that is furthest away from the open end of the stem is, well, it's already on a second ledger line. It's showing us an A note, which is pretty far away from the staff. Because this note right here, this note head right here, is below one ledger line, or above one ledger line if you're thinking on it, because this note head right here has not passed one ledger line below the staff, we're still going to respect the 1, 2, 3, 4. You see that? 1, 2, 3, 4 staff lines long rule for the stem, and then we just extend the stem a little bit more to reach the second note, and then with the ledger lines. Now, just like writing notes with ledger lines, again, if the note closest to the note head goes past one ledger line, either above or below the staff, that's when we extend the stem to reach all the way to line 3. So we can see here that sure enough, our note head that is closest to the open end of the stem is above the first ledger line above the staff, and so we're going to extend the stem all the way to line 3. Now these are both definitely above the first ledger line of the staff, and so we're extending the stem to line 3. Same thing here and here. For the notes that are stem up, you can see that the note head that is closest to the open end of the stem, the note head that is closest to the open end of the stem is past one ledger line. That means we're connecting the stem to line 3 of the staff. What happens when we have 2 note heads on the staff that, well, they're not evenly distributed, they're not evenly together? Like, well, you can see that in all examples 1 and 2, all these note heads are all close together. They're all seconds or thirds here. These are all seconds or thirds. What happens when we get to fourths and fifths and sixths and sevenths and even perfect octaves? Well, to know whether you need to write stem up or down, you're going to look at the note head that is the furthest away from line 3. So here's line 3. And we can see that sure enough, this note head right here, well, it's further away from line 3. So that's going to tell us stem down, even though normally if we just have an A note or a note head in line 2, we would have stem up because that's below the staff. But because we have 2 notes here, we're going to just look at whichever note head is the furthest away from line 3, and that's the one that is going to decide whether it's stem up or stem down. So here you can see that indeed we have a close call here, but this note head, it's one staff line further away from line 3, and because of that, we're going stem down, even though if you were to write a note head in space 1, always you would have a stem up. Because as we know, every note below line 3 of the staff should have stem up. However, this is the exception for that when we have 2 note heads. Now, if the note head furthest away from line 3 is below the staff, we are automatically going to go stem down. So let's look at this major second here. This is pretty interesting. We have an A note and a B note. Now, as we know, if we have a note head on line 3, we should have a stem down staff. However, because there's 2 notes here, and the note that is furthest away from line 3 is this guy right here, that's actually going to dictate, because the note that is furthest away from line 3 is below the staff. One more rule for you, and that is if the note heads are an equal distance away from line 3 of the staff, you're just going to automatically do stem down. So you can see here we have a unison B, a harmonic unison B right here. And because, both of these notes are on line 3, they are an equal distance away from line 3 total, so it's going to be stemmed down. Same thing here, we have a note in space and space, an equal distance away from line 3, so we're going to do stem down. Same thing for the next 2 examples as well. Those are all your stem rules, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write harmonic simple intervals using the note head and the stem rules you learned in the last 2 lessons. So number 1, you're going to write a treble clef, a double bar line, and a starting note head. Step number 2, you're going to count up the number of half or whole steps needed to create your desired interval. Step 3, you're going to add the second note head directly above the first note head. And then step 4, you add the stem following the stem rules. I will see you in the next lesson. Congratulations on making it to Harmony 1, where we're going to be talking about triads. Now, before we get into triads, let's define harmony and listen to some examples and watch some video. So harmony is when 2 or more pitches or notes sound at the same time. Melody is horizontal. We can think about melody. We have 1 note at a time. It happens first note, second note, third note, fourth note. Whereas harmony happens vertically because we stack notes on each other, just like a harmonic simple interval where we had those note heads right on top of each other. So even though the note heads, if we look at 2 harmonic intervals in a row, for example, we can see that sure enough, they're happening from left to right, just like you would read regular notes. There's also something happening up and down. So when we think about harmony, it's not just happening from left to right, it's also happening up and down because we're stacking notes on top of each other. So let's take a moment and listen to example 76 together. We're going to listen one time and then I'll break it down on the second time through. So this time I'm going to talk through it. Okay, so already, you remember our example for melody, we had 1 line. Now we have 3 lines, and you can hear there's 3 different sounds happening at the same time for each one of these dots right here. You can see that each one of these dots, don't mind the playhead there. Again, 3 sounds together at the same time, 3 new sounds together. So you can see that it is indeed happening from left to right, but there also is something happening from top to bottom, or bottom to top. So that is harmony. Multiple notes happening together at the same time, from left to right, through time, just like regular single notes happen. But that there's this extra thing, we're stacking all these notes on top of each other to create very different sounds and one note at a time. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand what a chord is. You're also going to understand the two sides of the argument as to whether an interval is a type of a chord. Here we go. So a chord is a harmony. Harmony makes chords. Chords are a way of giving names to and describing the quality of different harmonies. So we can have this harmony here, and we're going to call that a specific chord. This harmony, which is different, we're going to have a different chord name and a different chord quality for that. Just like we called scales a major scale and the quality was major, or a natural minor scale and the quality was minor. We're going to have major chords, we're going to have minor chords. All those different quality words you've learned from your scales and your intervals, we're going to use those for chords as well. The next question is it a chord or is it an interval? Because when you were writing harmonic intervals and looking at harmonic intervals, there were two notes at the same time, and the very fact that it's called a harmonic interval means that, well, harmony is happening. And if we know that harmony makes chords, then doesn't it make sense that an interval, because it's a harmony, would be a chord? Well, there's two different ways of looking at this. The first way of looking at it is that any two notes sounded at the same time are an interval, but they are not a chord. That's the first school of thought. The second way of thinking about it is any two notes sounded at the same time can be classified as an interval and as a dyad, D-Y-A-D, which is a type of two-note chord. You could also think of two notes at a time as a chord fragment, and we will get into chord fragments, not in Theory 1, but later on. So the idea is that a chord is a harmony that conveys feeling, emotion, and meaning. And that's the quality. The quality of the chord is conveying something. Remember, just like with the intervals, the quality meant something. Perfect meant that it was more stable, right? Augmented meant, ooh, there was something wild going on there. It wasn't quite stable. Diminished, lots of friction there. So the idea is that you want to be able to communicate ideas and functions of chords with their names. And the argument is that if you only have two notes, that sound is not complex enough to imply the feeling and the emotion and the meaning. So what do you think of this? Which school of thought do you like? Personally, I like school of thought number 2. I like to think of two-note chords as dyads. That's also because as a guitar player, which is my primary harmonic instrument, so my primary melodic instrument would be my voice, that sings one note at a time, but to play two notes at a time to create harmonies, my main instrument would be the guitar. There's a lot of times, especially in jazz, when you just play dyads all day and you think of them as chords. So do you think that intervals convey emotion and meaning? Do you think that intervals should just be called intervals? I think we should save the 3 notes for the chord versus 2 notes for the interval. There is no right answer. Or maybe there is, and we just haven't found it yet. Who knows? Hope your mind's spinning and you're thinking about things. Don't worry about this lesson too much. This was just a little fun little tangent to go on to talk about the difference between intervals and chords. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about triads and chord tones. So triads are 3-note chords that are created with particular intervals. Not all 3-note chords are triads. So all triads are 3-note chords, but there's other 3-note chords out there that are not triads. So let's talk about chord tones, and you're going to understand more what constitutes a triad as we go through this lesson and the next couple of lessons. So chord tones are the notes that are in a chord. Chord tones have names just like scale degrees, but chord tones are not scale degrees because they're part of a chord, not a scale. In a scale, One note happens at a time. In a chord, a bunch of notes happen at the same time, so we're going to give them different names so we can keep track whether we're talking about a scale or a chord. Now, even though chord tones are not scale degrees, because you already understand scale degrees, we're going to think about chord tones relating to scale degrees that you already know to help them make sense for you. So we have 3 chord tones and triads because we have, well, 3 notes. The name of the first note is called the root. All other notes in the chord are going to be related to the root, just like in scales, all scale degrees are related to the tonic. So the root is kind of like the tonic. The next note in a triad is going to be the third. The third is related to a scale degree 3 from a major scale or scale degree flat 3 from a natural minor scale. Remember that the flat 3 does not mean the note is flat. It means it's lowered down by 1/2 step when compared to the major scale. Another way of thinking about that is that the third, when it is flat 3, is going to be 3/2 steps away from the root, a minor third, as opposed to 4/2 steps away from the root, the interval of a major third. You see how the intervals are now playing into understanding chords. One more note on the third before we move forward is the third in minor chords. Sometimes musicians will say the flat third or the flat 3 to be specific that they're talking about a minor chord. Now, these terms are not perfect because we could also say the flat 3 for the scale of a natural minor scale. So these terms are not perfect for describing a chord, but they get the job done most of the time. And for a lot of musicians who don't understand a lot of music theory or have not been able to get music theory education, this is the way that they express and understand there being a minor third in a chord. The last part of a chord for us to talk about is the fifth. The fifth is related to scale degree 5. So in summary, we have the root, which is essentially like scale degree 1 or the tonic. We're going to have the third, which is like scale degree 3 from a major scale or scale degree flat 3 from a natural minor scale, which is almost like the mediant. So the third is like the mediant. And then we have the fifth of the chord. The fifth is going to be like scale degree 5 or the dominant. In the next lesson, we are going to do a deep dive into both a major and minor triad and see these terms in application. I will see you there. In this lesson, you are going to see and understand how the terms root, third, and fifth work in a triad. So we're going to start off by looking at C major. We're going to look at the chord tones. Remember, the chord tones are just quite simply the notes in a chord. And we're going to see how they relate to scale degrees. We're also going to review their names. So whenever we want to make a major chord, we're going to take the root, third, and fifth. Another way of thinking about that is scale degree 1, scale degree 3, and scale degree 5 from the major scale. I'm going to stack them all on top of each other. So root, scale degree 1 is C. Third, scale degree 3 is E. And the fifth, scale degree 5, is G. We stack those all on top of each other, root, third, and fifth. And that's how we get a C major triad. That right there is a C major triad, C, E, and G. Now let's break down a minor triad. So for a minor triad, we're going to take the root, third, and fifth, or scale degree 1, flat 3, and 5 from a natural minor scale, and we're going to stack them all on top of each other. So in this case, we're going to use an A natural minor scale. So A is going to be scale degree 1, which we're going to call the root because it's for a chord. C is going to be scale degree flat 3, which we're going to call the third. And then E is going to be scale degree 5, which we're going to call the fifth. And we're going to take the root, third, and fifth, or A, C, and E. We're going to stack them all on top of each other, A, C, E, to create a minor triad, or to give it its full name, an A minor triad with root, third, and fifth all stacked on top of each other. In summary, all major and minor triads are built with 3 chord tones, a root, third, and fifth. And we can think about the root, third, and fifth for a major triad as coming from scale degree 1, 3, and 5 of a major scale. And we can think about the root, third, and fifth for a minor triad as coming from scale degree 1, flat 3, and 5 from a natural minor scale. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to name a triad and also how to think about naming triads. So whenever we talk about naming a triad, we're always going to start with the root note or the root. And that's going to be the letter name of the chord. For example, in an A minor triad, A is the root. In a C major triad, C is the root. And in an E minor triad, E is the root. And in a G major triad, G is the root. So whatever the note name, the letter name from the musical alphabet that the root is, so whatever letter from the full musical alphabet is the root, that's going to be the first part of the name of the chord. Second, we'll name the chord quality. So chord quality defines whether the chord is major or minor. In an A minor chord, the quality is minor. In a C major, the quality is major. So let's say the root note is E and the quality of the chord is minor. You're going to call the chord E minor. Whenever you want to write down just a letter representation of a chord, it's going to be called a chord symbol. I'm going to give you some examples of some chord symbols right now. So the chord symbol for C major is just C. That's it. The chord symbol for G major is just G. The chord symbol for A minor is A and a minus sign. The chord symbol for E minor is E and a minus sign. That's it. So whenever we have a minor chord, we're going to show the quality of it being minor just by writing a little minus sign after the musical alphabet letter that is the root of the chord. So let's understand a little bit more about these chord names. So whenever you see a C or a G, we're always obviously assuming that it's major. Now here's where it gets interesting too, is that oftentimes musicians will not actually say major when they're talking or writing a chord. So you'll notice that when I wrote the chord symbol for C, I just wrote a C. I didn't put like a C, M for major or anything like that. No, it's just C. So when you talk about major chords, when musicians talk about major chords, if they say a C chord, what they mean is a C major chord. They're assuming the chord is going to be major. If you say an F chord, it's an F major chord. If they say a G chord, what they mean is a G major chord. The only time they're going to specify or talk about the quality of the chord is for minor chords, in which case they would say an A minor chord. They might say an E minor chord. You're always going to say minor. Now there's a couple of different ways you will see minor chords written. Out in the real world, you might see E-M-I-N for E minor. You might see E with a small m next to it, but E with a minus sign, that is the current and modern way of writing it, and that's how you should write it. And you just might see those other ways of writing minor chords out there. Just as a heads up, what they mean is E minor, and they're just not writing it with a minus sign. But in this course and in this book and in your workbook, you will be writing minor chords with a minus sign. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to think about major triads in terms of intervals. So let's get started. The quality of the chord for a major triad is major. We know that we can make a major triad from scale degree 1, 3, and 5 of a major scale, but we're going to call them root, third, and fifth because it's a chord, it's not a scale. There is an interval of a major third from scale degree 1, or the root, to scale degree 3, which is the third. Let's zoom in and take a look at that. See that? There you go. There's a major third. From C to E is an interval of a major third. Then from scale degree 3 to scale degree 5, or the third to the fifth, from E to G is an interval of a minor third. And we can count that. E to F, F sharp to G flat, to G. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 half steps, which is going to be the interval of a minor third. Lastly, the interval from the root to the fifth, or if you're thinking about it in a scale way, scale degree 1 to scale degree 5, C to G, is a perfect fifth. That's the interval. Now, what's interesting is that all major triads, without exception, once you memorize these intervals, you will know every single major triad. All major triads are a major third from the root to the third. They are a minor third from the third to the fifth, and a perfect fifth from the root to the fifth. This is how all major triads work. So what we're going to do now is we're going to break down a G major triad. So we're going to have a G, a B, and a D. So from G to B, G to G sharp or A flat, G sharp or A flat to A to A sharp or B flat, A sharp or B flat to B. That's 4 half steps. So this right here is a major third. Now let's break down B to D. From B to C, that's 1 half step. From C to C sharp or D flat, that's 2. From D sharp or D flat to D, that's 3. That, sure enough, is going to be a minor third. Now let's double check our G to our D. From G to G sharp or A flat, that's 1 half step. To A, that's 2. To A sharp or B flat, that's 3. To B, that's 4. To C, that's 5. To C sharp or D flat, that's 6. From C sharp or D flat to D, that is 7. That's a perfect fifth right there. Perfect fifth. So we can see that these intervals exist and work for all major triads. It does not matter what note you start on, as long as you do a major third from the root to the third, a minor third from the third to the fifth, and a perfect fifth from the root to the fifth, you will always have a major triad. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to break down a minor triad using intervals and a system that works for all minor triads. Doesn't matter what note from the full musical alphabet they start on. So the quality of the chord is minor. We're going to construct the chord or make the chord from 1, flat 3, and 5 of a natural minor scale. There's an interval of a minor third from root to third. We can also think about it as scale degree 1 to scale degree flat 3 if you want to think about it as a scale. And there's an interval of a major third from the third to the fifth, or scale degree 3 to scale degree 5 if you're thinking about it like a natural minor scale. And then we have an interval of a perfect fifth from the root to the fifth, or from scale degree 1 to scale degree 5 if you're thinking about it in terms of scale. So let's go in and prove this out, and then we'll also break down and understand an E minor triad. So from A to C, we have A to A sharp, a B flat, that's 1 half step. To B, that's 2. To C, that's 3. 3 half steps is an interval of a minor third. So that's great. We've got the minor third there. Now from C to E, from C to C sharp or D flat, from C sharp or D flat to D, from D to D sharp or E flat to E, that is 4 half steps. 4 half steps is a major third. That's an interval of a major third. So that's all good. Now we want 7 half steps to get our perfect fifth. So we're going to go from A to A sharp or B flat to B to C sharp or D flat to D sharp or E flat to E. Sure enough, 7 half steps. That gets us our perfect fifth. What I'm trying to say is all minor triads are going to be a minor third from root to third, a major third from third to fifth, and a perfect fifth from root to fifth. All minor triads. So let's prove that out with an E minor triad. So we're going to write an E, a G, and a B. Okay, let's prove this out, people. So we're looking for a minor third from root to third. So the root is E, the third is G, the fifth is B. So from E to G, we have E to F sharp or G flat to G. That's 3 half steps. Sure enough, 3 half steps is the interval of a minor third. Now we're looking for a major third from G to B. G to G sharp or A flat. G sharp or A flat to A. A to A sharp or B flat. A sharp or B flat to B. That's 4 half steps. That's going to be a major third. Now lastly, we want 7 half steps for a perfect fifth from the root to the fifth. So let's count it out. E to F. F to F sharp or G flat. F sharp or G flat to G. G to G sharp or A flat. G sharp or A flat to A. A to A sharp or B flat. A sharp or B flat to B. That is 7. Boom. Perfect fifth. So every single minor triad ever, does not matter what note of the full musical alphabet you start on, between the root to the third is always going to be a minor third. From the third to the fifth is always a major third. And from the root to the fifth is always a perfect fifth. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write triads, which is basically the same rules as writing stems for intervals, which was basically the same rules as writing stems for single notes, just adding a little extra on the end. So we're always going to think about the note head that is closest to the open end of the stem. And just as a quick reminder for you, the open end of the stem is right here. And this right here is the note head that is closest to the open end of the stem. So just like with intervals, the stem length is going to be 4 staff lines long from the note head closest to the open end of the staff. Just like writing regular notes, and then you just extend the stem up to get the other 2 notes of the triad. If the note head closest to the open end of the stem is 1 ledger line above or below the staff, the stem length remains 4 staff lines long. Same exact as intervals. If the note head closest to the open end of the stem is past 1 ledger line above or below the staff, the stem reaches to line 3 of the staff. Same as intervals, same as single notes. You just extend the stem a little bit to catch the extra notes. Now here's where you need a new piece of information, and that is the outer note head. So the outer note heads of the triad are, well, the notes that are on the outside. So we can think of it as a sandwich. This is the bread. And this is whatever good stuff you like to put in your sandwiches. So the outer note heads are the bread. So if the outer note head furthest away from line 3 of the staff is above line 3, stem down. If the outer note head furthest away from line 3 of the staff is below line 3, stem up. This is the same exact style rules as for intervals. And if the outer note heads are the same distance from line 3 of the staff, then stem down. That's it. That literally is it. It's basically the same thing as writing intervals. Now, one pro tip for writing triads. You're going to think of triads as snowmen. Do you want to build a snowman? And that's exactly what it's going to be. Because all the notes are 1/3 apart, and you're going to see this in the next lesson where we actually walk you through how to write triads on the staff. You're always just going to build a snowman. That's it. Whenever we're writing triads, all you got to do, build a snowman. If you build a snowman, you've got a triad. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand and learn how to write triads on spaces. Another way of thinking of this is how to build a snowman on spaces. So you're going to start off by writing a treble clef, a double bar line, and your starting note. I find it also very helpful to keep focused to write the chord symbol above the staff. So you can see from this chord symbol, we're going to try to write an A minor chord. So the root of the chord is going to be A. So the first note we're going to write on the staff is an A. Step number 2 is you're going to write the third in the next space above. So whenever your root is in a space on the staff, the third is going to be in the next space above. Remember, we're building a snowman. And then you write the fifth. The fifth is going to be in the space above the third. Remember, we're building a snowman. So if your root is in a space, your third and your fifth will also be in a staff space, or if it's a ledger line, in a ledger line space. Step 4 is you're going to add any accidentals you need to get the correct interval. Remember, we want, for a minor triad here, we want an interval of a minor third from root to third and a major third from third to fifth. So let's double check our math here. From root to third, we have A to C. We have A sharp or B flat, that's 1. To B to C, that is 3 half steps. That's fantastic. That's exactly what we want to see. We want to see that minor third. Let's check C to E. C to C sharp or D flat is 1, to D is 2, to D sharp or E flat is 3, to E is 4. That's 4 half steps. That's a major third. Very good. We're ready to rock and roll. Step number 5 is add any stems that you need. And you can see here we're following the stem rule of making sure that there are 4 staff lines long coming down just from the note head next to the open end of the stem, and then we just continue adding the stem up to reach the other outer note head, or to reach the note that is the furthest away from the open end of the stem. So in the book example, you just saw an A minor triad starting on a space. I want to show you an E minor triad also starting on a space, but this time on ledger lines well below the staff. So we're going to write out our ledger lines. We need 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. And then we write our E note. And then remember, we just build a snowman in the spaces, space, space, space. That's all we need. And then we can double check the intervals there. So E, F, F sharp or G flat, G, that's 3 half steps. That's a minor third. From G to B, G to G sharp or A flat, to A sharp or B flat, to B. That's 4 half steps. That's a major third. Very good. This right here is an E minor triad. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write a triad on lines of the staff as opposed to spaces. So step number 1 is you will write your chord symbol, your treble clef, your double bar line, and your root note of the chord. Second, you're going to stack the third on top of the root, and since you started the root on a line, the third's going to go on a line. Then you're going to write your fifth, and because your root's on a line, your third's on a line, your fifth is also going to be on a line. Add in any accidentals needed. Let's double check here. So this is a C major triad, so we need a major third from root to third and a minor third from third to fifth. So we're going to go from C to E. So C, C sharp or D flat, D, D sharp or E flat, E. That's 4 half steps. That's good. That's a major third. And then from E to G, E, F, F sharp or G flat, G. That's 3 half steps. Very good. That's exactly what we need for our C major triad. And then we're going to add a stem. And again, the stem rule is that the note head closest to the open end of the stem, we're going to have 4 staff lines long. Sure enough. That's exactly right. And then we're adding extra stem on for the rest of the triad, or if you're writing quarter notes or half notes for your triad. Let's hop into some staff paper and I'll show you another triad written with some ledger lines. So step number 1, write the treble clef. We're going to write the double bar line. I'm going to show you a triad with some ledger lines. We're going to do an A minor triad. So we're going to start off by writing an A minor chord symbol above the staff to make sure we know what we're doing. Then we're going to go down and set ourselves up down to an A3 below the staff. So we need 2 ledger lines. Okay, and we start off by writing our A note on line 1, and then we're just going to build a snowman on the lines, because if the root's on a line, that means the third and the fifth is also on a line. There we go. Root, third, fifth. Now let's count our intervals to make sure we don't need to add any accidentals. So A sharp or B flat, B, C. That's good. We need a minor third because it's a minor triad, so we need a minor third between root and third and a major third between third and fifth. Now, if we count from third to fifth, we go C, C sharp or D flat, D, D sharp or E flat, E. That is 4 half steps. That's a major third. So this is all good to go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write dotted triads. This also works for writing dotted intervals. So basically, if you're going to write a dotted half note with a triad, you're just going to follow the same exact rules for writing a dotted half note but you're going to write 3 dots. You're going to write a dot for every single one. So as we know, when a note is on a line, you're going to write the dot for that note above that line that the note is on. So for example, we have this D note here as the lowest note of this triad here, and the D note is on line 4 of the staff. So we're going to write the dot in space 4 just above line 4, and you can see as well we have this note head here on this line, and so we're writing the dot above, and then we'd have this, if we imagine this ledger line extending out, writing the dot above what would be the line. And then for spaces, the rules are the same as for writing dotted half notes. Whatever space the note head is in, that's where you put the dot. So again, we're imagining that this right here is a space. We're imagining this here is a space, so that's why we put the dot here. We're also imagining this is a space, and that's why we put the dot there. So let's talk about how to write ties between triads. So 2 ties out of the 3 are always going to curve in the opposite direction of the stem. I'll say that again. 2 of the ties for the triad will always curve in the opposite direction of the stem. So stem up, the ties curve down, stem down, the ties curve up. So the way this works is for stem down notes, the top 2 ties will curve over, and for stem up notes, the bottom 2 ties curve under. So we can see here we have a stem down note, and sure enough, the top 2 ties are arching or curving over. Here we have a stem up note, and the bottom 2 ties are curving under, and it does not matter where the note heads are on the staff or ledger lines. All we're going to pay attention to for writing ties and knowing which direction to curve the ties in is the direction of the stem. Now you can, when you're on ledger lines, flatten the ties slightly, make them not quite so archy so that they don't actually touch the ledger lines. And you can see that here. These top 2 ties, we have some space between the tie and the ledger lines. So we can very clearly see the tie connecting the notes, but it's not actually interfering or touching the ledger lines. And you can see here, stem up notes, we are tying under. And then you can apply the same rules if we have whole notes. Example that we're tying to or from whole note triads. You can use the rules for writing stem triads to know whether the stem would be up or down. And that rule is whichever note head is the furthest away from line 3, that is going to decide whether it would be stem up or stem down. So look for the note head that's the furthest away from line 3. And if that note head is above line 3, then you're going to treat it like a stem down. And if the note head that is furthest away from line 3 is below the staff, then you're going to treat it like a stem up triad. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to understand what it means when we take triads and we harmonize a major scale to the 5th. You're also going to see how we can get a lot of cool new triads from harmonizing a major scale. So the way we're going to think about this is we have a major scale and we're going to build a triad on top of each scale degree using only notes from that scale. So a triad can be build a snowman, or written on every scale degree of any scale, major scales included. This means you take any scale degree, and then we're going to think of that scale degree as a root of a new triad. Then we're going to write a 3rd and a 5th above that scale degree. Now, each new triad is only going to use notes from that scale for the 3rd and the 5th. So for example, when you harmonize a C major scale, you will only use notes from the C major scale in each triad to figure out which accidentals to use, or in the case of C major, as we know, there's no sharps or flats, so no accidentals to use. So let's take a peek at what that looks like before we learn the next rules. Now you can see here, we have a C, we have a D, E, F, G, and A. Those are the root notes of each chord. The lowest notes of all these triads make up a major scale. C, D, E, F, G, A. We're not going to talk about B for now. And then we can see that we have a snowman built on every single one of these scale degrees. And that's going to give us many more triads. So when we do this, when we take all the scale degrees from a scale and we build triads on top of them, this is called harmonizing the scale, because we're taking a scale and we are, well, turning it into harmonies. Now, just like we had a major step formula and a minor step formula, we're going to have a formula for the quality of the chords in every single major scale. So it does not matter what major scale we do. It does not matter what letter of the full musical alphabet we start on. All major scales follow this same pattern, and this is called the triad quality formula. And the triad quality formula goes major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, and you should memorize that. Major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. The quality formula stays the same because the intervals line up for each scale degree for all major scales in the same way. For example, the triad on scale degree 3 is always minor, and the triad built on scale degree 5 is always major. It does not matter what scale we are using. In the next lesson, we are going to unpack these rules and do a deep dive into the C major harmonized scale. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're doing a deep dive into unpacking the C major scale harmonized to the fifth, which means that the fifth is going to be the highest note of each chord. So let's start by looking at our scale. So we have scale degree 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 from a C major scale. Sure enough, C, D, E, F, G, and A. Those are the roots of all the chords. Now we do have our triad quality formula showing up alive and well of major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, and we can even prove that out. So C to E to G, and notice we're only using notes from the C major scale for all of these chords. So we're only ever going to use a C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. That's the only type of notes we're going to use. So on scale degree 1, we start on C, C to C sharp, D flat, to D sharp, E flat, to E, C to E, that's a major third, very good. E to F, F to F sharp or G flat, F sharp or G flat to G, that's 3 half steps, that's a minor third. So sure enough, we do have a major triad on 1. Now, supposedly, we have a minor triad on scale degree 2. So for a minor triad, we should have a minor third between the root and the third, and a major third between the third and the fifth. So from D to F, we have D to D sharp or E flat to E to F. That's 3 half steps. Sure enough, that is a minor third. Now from F to F sharp or G flat to G sharp, A flat to A, that is 4 half steps. That is a major third, which means we are all good to go for the D minor, or the second is minor. And you can go through the rest of these triads calculating the distance or the interval between the root and the third and the third and the fifth, and you will see that it lines up with major, minor, minor, major, major, and minor. So let's talk about the new triads that we have because we're harmonizing this scale to the fifth. So a new triad we have is D minor. We've not seen that one before. We also haven't seen an F major before, which is exciting, but we have seen a C major, an E minor, a G major, and an A minor previously. So we have 2 new triads. So let's look at all of our triads by themselves, and sure enough, we can see that all major triads follow the same formula of a major third between root and third, and a minor third between third and fifth, and a perfect fifth between root and fifth. And all the minor triads follow the same interval formula of a minor third between root and third, a major third between third and fifth, and a perfect fifth between root and fifth. And we can see our major chords here. C major, sure enough, major, minor, perfect. An F major chord, from F to A to C, we have a major third, then a minor third. And a G major, G to B to D, major third, then minor third. Now for our 3 minor triads, we have a D minor, D to F to A. We have a minor third, then a major third. E minor, E to G to B, minor third, then a major third. And A minor, a minor third to a major third. I will see you in the next lesson where we are going to unpack a G major scale, also harmonized to the fifth. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to harmonize a G major scale to the fifth and why we have two new chords that did not exist previously in the C major scale harmonized to the fifth. Whenever we harmonize scales to the fifth, we're always going to use the notes from that scale. Now, it just so happens that scale degree 7 in G major is an F sharp, and that's the one note that's different between a G major scale and a C major scale. If we think about all the notes, we just take the notes and put them into note buckets. We have C, D, E, G, A, and B, and those are our notes that are in common between a C major and a G major scale. The one note that changes is F, so we have an F sharp. And because we have an F sharp, that is going to change the chords that we can find in a harmonized G major scale, because that F sharp is going to raise all the Fs up one half step, which is going to totally change the quality of those chords. So let's take a look at the chords that we have when we harmonize a G major scale. We have a G, we have an A minor, we have a B minor. That is brand new. We've not seen a B minor before, and the reason we have a B minor is because we have this F sharp here. So that's a brand new chord. We have a C major, we know C major, and we have another new chord, which is D major. And we're going to unpack the difference between D major and D minor in a future lesson. But just it's really cool to think about the fact that when we take all the notes of a C major scale and we put triads and fifths on top of all of them, we get a D minor. But when we do that same thing with a G major scale, we get a D major, and that's because of the F sharp. So let's look at all our new chords that we now get from stacking up the G major scale on top of itself to create these triads. So we have a G major triad, a C major triad, and our new kid on the block, the D major triad. And the reason why this is D major and not D minor is because the F sharp brings the F up one half step. Let's run through that math real quick. So D to D sharp, E flat is 1 half step, to E is 2, to F is 3, to F sharp is 4. So right there we have 4 half steps instead of stopping at F, which would get us 3. So that creates a major third interval. And then between F sharp and A, we have F sharp, or G flat, to G sharp or A flat to A. That's 3 half steps. That gets us our minor third. And that's how we have a D major triad. We also have a B minor triad. We can run the math on that. So we have B to C is 1 half step, to C sharp or D flat to D. That's 3 half steps. So B to D, root to third, that is a minor third. Now from D to F sharp, now you might remember we just did D to F sharp in the previous chord, and it's going to be the same thing here. D to D sharp or E flat to E to F sharp, and that is 4 half steps, which gets us our major third. And as we know, every minor triad needs to have a minor third from root to third and the interval of a major third from third to fifth. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, your mind will be blown by thinking about some cosmic connections, some cosmic chord connections between different harmonized scales. Buckle in and let's do this. So, there are 4 chords that we can find both in a harmonized C major scale and in a harmonized G major scale. Check this out. So we know we can find a C major triad when we harmonize scale degree 1 in the key of C. And sure enough, when we look at scale degree 1 of C major, we have a C major triad. Now, interestingly, we can also find a C major triad on scale degree 4 of the harmonized G major scale. Let's do the next one. We can find an E minor triad starting on the median or scale degree 3 of C. We can also find an E minor triad starting on the submedian or scale degree 6 of G. Let's prove that out. Scale degree 6 of G, yep, sure enough. E minor, that E starting on E5. And in the key of C major, on the mediant, or scale degree 3, an E minor starting on E4. Let's do the next one. There is a G major triad that we can find on scale degree 1 of a G major scale harmonized, and also on scale degree 5 of a harmonized C major scale. Let's check it out. Scale degree 5 of a harmonized C major scale, sure enough, there is that G major triad. And on scale degree 1 of a G major scale, there is also a G major triad. I am getting to a point with this, by the way, if you're wondering, where is he going with this? The next and last chord for us to find a cosmic chord connection with is the A minor. A minor we can find starting on the supertonic or scale degree 2 of G, and we can also find it on the submedian or scale degree 6 of C. So let's check that out. Sure enough, scale degree 2, supertonic, we have an A minor in the key of G, and scale degree 6 in C major, we have an A minor. Now, these four chords, what's the connection and why is it important? It's important because there's only one note that changes from the C major scale to the G major scale, and that is the F sharp. And because they have 6 notes in common, you're going to have common chords that show up in both. So it's to illustrate and help you really understand that connection between those similar notes, that because whenever we harmonize a major scale, we're just taking those same scale notes, those 7 scale notes, we're just stacking them on top of each other to make root thirds and fifths, to make triads, that we're going to have common chords that show up. Now, the one chord that is a big difference between a harmonized C major and a harmonized G major scale is the D chord. And the D chord difference all comes down to the third because of the F sharp in the G major scale and the F natural in the C major scale. This has been a lesson on cosmic chord connections, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write and actually, more importantly, think about how to write different triads, both from a harmonized C major scale and from a harmonized G major scale. So the step number 1 to write any triad is we need a root third and fifth, a snowman, and we need to write in ledger lines if we need. Now, step number 2, you can do step number 2 in 2 ways. The first way is you think about the intervals. Like we've been talking about, a major triad is going to have the interval of a major third between the root and the third, and the interval of a minor third between the third and the fifth. A minor triad is going to have an interval of a minor third between the root and the third, and the interval of a major third between the third and the fifth. So you can just think about it that way, and that's fine. And if you want to just think about it that way, great. Stop the video here, go have fun, go write your triads. But if you want to learn about the second way of thinking about them, stay tuned. So this is writing without a key signature. This is writing with accidentals. So here's an example. We have a B minor triad that you want to write. So you can think of the B minor as starting on the mediant of G, or scale degree 3 of G. You know the quality is minor because of the quality formula. Major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. And you also know that the F is sharp because you're harmonizing the G major scale, and there's an F sharp in the G major scale. Or, going back to our first way of thinking, you can just think in terms of intervals. There's a minor third from root to the third, a major third from third to fifth, and a perfect fifth from root to fifth. You count the half steps and check your work, add in an accidental if you need it. Example number 2. Imagine you want to write a C major triad. You can think of a C major triad as starting on either the tonic or scale degree 1 of C, or on the subdominant or scale degree 4 of G. You know the quality is major because of the quality formula of C and G major harmonized scales. So C major harmonized is major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. And G major harmonized is major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. Now the reason we know it's major is because major, C, if we're thinking about the scale of C, major is our first chord quality. And if we're going to 4 for G major, we can go major, minor, minor, major. So we know scale degree 4 for G or scale degree 1 for C is going to be major. So we know C is going to be major. So then you can go ahead and write the triad without adding any accidentals because you know there's no F notes in this triad and you know the only note you're going to need to write an accidental on is F. Or you could just think about it with intervals and you could say to yourself, okay, there's a major third. We have a major triad, so we need a major third from root to third. We need a minor third from third to fifth, and we need a perfect fifth from root to fifth. Count the half steps, check your work. And then what you would do is you would add in the accidentals on any notes that need accidentals according to the harmonized scales, or you add in the accidentals because it would make the intervals correct. So there's two ways of thinking about this. You can either think about writing triads in terms of the harmonized scale and thinking about it in relation to all the notes of the scale, or you just think about building the triad with the minor third or major third interval and then the minor third or major third interval on top of that. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn all about Roman numerals and why they matter in music. So whenever we want to categorize chords or analyze chords or understand chords or categorize or understand music that we want to understand, the music that you love that you want to analyze, you're going to need to know and understand Roman numerals. So there are two types of Roman numerals. There are uppercase Roman numerals and there are lowercase Roman numerals. So these ones right here, these highlighted in blue are uppercase Roman numerals. Lowercase Roman numerals highlighted in red are here. Now, we can see also that each type of Roman numeral is associated with a regular number. So the number 1 looks like this. The number 2 looks like this. Number 3 like this. Number 4 like this. 5 like this. 6 like this. 7 like this. Basic way that Roman numerals work is that when you have a V equals 5 capital or lowercase, and a 1 equals 1. And so we have 2 1s together, that equals 2. We have 3 1s together, doesn't matter if it's uppercase or lowercase, that's 3. When we put a 1 in front of a 5, it's saying 5 minus 1, so that equals 4. And then if you add a 1 in front of a 5, so 5, 1, that equals 5 plus 1, or 6. So you can see for the number system that we have the number 1, and so we just have 1 lowercase and 1 uppercase. The number 2, we have 2 lowercase, 2 uppercase. The number 3, we have 3 lowercase, 3 uppercase. The number 4, we have a 1 and then a 5, which means 5 minus 1. That's 4 lowercase and uppercase. 5 is just a V, lowercase and uppercase. 6 is going to be a 5 and then a 1. That means 5 plus 1. And then 7 is going to be a 5 and then 2 1s, which means 5 plus 1, which equals 7. So memorize these Roman numerals if you don't know them already. Memorize how they work and memorize each number these Roman numerals are associated with. Now, the reason why we need the lowercase and the uppercase Roman numerals is because we're going to use lowercase Roman numerals to describe minor chords. So the Roman numerals is actually going to show the quality. And uppercase Roman numerals are going to show major chords, so they are also going to show a quality. So we're going to show the difference between major and minor chords with Roman numerals. Minor chords are going to get lowercase Roman numerals. Major chords are going to get uppercase Roman numerals, and you will see Roman numerals abbreviated as RN, Roman numerals. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to see a side-by-side comparison of a harmonized G and C major scale to the fifth with chord symbols, with Roman numerals, with quality formulas, and scale degrees. So let's jump straight in. So we can see just before we start off that we'll have our scale degrees here. We'll have our quality formula here. Roman numerals will be here. The key of C major will be here. The key of G major will be here. So we're going to compare these straight up and down. So let's look here. Scale degree 1. The quality of the chord is going to be major. The Roman numeral is going to be an uppercase Roman numeral 1. Now here's where it gets interesting. In the key of C major, the chord would be C, and in the key of G major, the chord would be G. Now in both cases, we're going to use the Roman numeral 1. The Roman numeral 1, we're always going to use that to show the chord that is on scale degree 1. Doesn't matter what the key is. Let's look at scale degree 2. So for scale degree 2, we know the quality is going to be minor. It doesn't matter what scale we are using to harmonize. The triad that is built on scale degree 2 is always going to be minor. So we can see here that in the key of C major, scale degree 2 is D, and we'd have a D minor. In the key of G major, scale degree 2 would be A, so we have A minor. Let's look at scale degree 3. So in scale degree 3, we know the quality of the chord is minor. The Roman numeral is a lowercase 3. In the case of C major, scale degree 3 would be E. In the case of G major, scale degree 3 would be B, and they're both going to be minor. So that's how we get E minor for C major and B minor for G major. Let's look at scale degree 4. The triad that is built on scale degree 4 is always major. It does not matter what scale we are using. Always, 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 the triad that we build on scale degree 4 is going to be a major triad. So we have an uppercase Roman numeral 4. In the key of C, the fourth scale degree is F, so we have an F major triad. In the key of G, the fourth scale degree is C, so we have a C major triad. Scale degree 5. All triads that are built for any scale on scale degree 5, when we harmonize a scale, are always going to be major. So we're going to show that with an uppercase 5 Roman numeral. And then scale degree 5 in a C major scale would be G, so we're going to have a G major chord. And scale degree 5 in a G major scale would be D, so we'll have a D major chord there. Scale degree 6 is always minor, so we're going to show that with a lowercase Roman numeral 6. Scale degree 6 in a C major scale is A, and the quality is going to be minor. Scale degree 6 for a G major scale is E, and then we're going to have an E minor. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write a harmonized major scale to the fifth. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to set yourself up with either an entire line of staff or half a line of blank staff. You're going to write a treble clef, a double bar line, and then a major scale up to scale degree 6 with chord symbols, and that'll look like this if it's a G major scale. And in this one, we will be adding accidentals because we're not actually going to add a key signature. Step number 2, you've got to build a snowman on every single scale degree that you have written out. So you have written out scale degrees 1 through 6. Just build a snowman. Don't worry about the accidentals. Don't count the major thirds, the minor thirds. Just write snowmen. Then step number 3, we've got to think about the thirds, whether it's a major third or a minor third, the quality of the chord, to make sure that if accidentals are needed, you can put in any accidentals. Now, when you write a harmonized major scale with a key signature, you actually have a little less work to do. So you're going to start off just the same, writing a treble clef, this time a key signature, and then the scale up to scale degree 6. with a double bar line. Add the chord symbols in on top. Then you've got to build a snowman on every single scale degree. And then what you can do for bonus is, because you don't have to go in and add those accidentals because this key signature is going to take care of the accidentals, you can go in and write your Roman numerals for bonus points. All right, so we're going to start with a treble clef. We're going to write a double bar line over here. And then we're going to write out a scale. I'm going to do C major starting on C4, C, D, E, F, G, A. Remember, only going up to scale degree 6. Now, because C major, there are no sharps or flats, we could say this is with a key signature, or we'd say it's not with a key signature. It doesn't really matter because there are no sharps or flats. Okay, now step number 2 is we have to build a snowman for every single scale degree. And again, make your writing neater than mine. Oh boy. Yeah, let's keep it going. Like I said, when I was in music school, every single one of my teachers always was like, Dan, could you please write a little bit more neatly? And I try, but my brain just don't do it that way. So anyway, now we have our snowmen. Then you can go through and check your major thirds and minor thirds to make sure you have the quality of the chords correct. And then as a bonus, what I recommend doing is writing out the Roman numerals below each chord. And the reason why you should write the Roman numerals out, and the reason why it's a bonus, and the reason why it's good to do it, is because the more you make the connection between the chords in the harmonized scale and the Roman numeral, the easier it's going to be when you actually sit down to analyze and break down and understand the music that you love and that you really want to understand. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk triads, specifically the reason why we want Roman numerals in order to be able to refer to triads, and then also some cool, nifty little ways that these Roman numerals have showed up in pop culture in the past. So when musicians describe a triad or how triads relate to each other, a lot of times they talk about the Roman numerals in the following ways. The 4 of C. Oh, the 4 of C. What does that mean? So the 4 of C means F, but let's break down why we're calling it the 4 of C. So we're going to say C is scale degree 1. We're going to go 2 is D, 3 is E, F is 4. So the 4 of C is F. Plus, if you know your triad quality formula, you'll know that 4 is always going to be a major triad. So the 4 of C is going to be an F chord, and it's going to be a major chord. Or the 5 of the tonic, or the 5 of 1. So 1 is C, the tonic is C, the 5 would be G. And if you know your triad quality formula, major, minor, minor, major, major, you know that the chord built off of scale degree 5 is going to be a major triad. The 2 of the root. Now, if that's not confusing, I don't know what is. So a lot of times musicians will conflate. Conflate means when you take two things that are different and you confuse them as being one. So a lot of times musicians will conflate root and tonic. Tonic's when we're talking about a scale. Root is when we're talking about a chord, but a lot of times they use those interchangeably. So when they say the 2 of the root, what they actually mean is the 2 of the tonic, or the 2 of the 1, which in the scale of C major would be a D minor triad, because we're talking about 2, C, D, and we know from our triad quality formula, major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, that the chord built off of scale degree 2 is going to be a minor triad. So all these different ways of describing a chord will get everyone to understand which chord is being talked about. Now, one of the advantages of understanding Roman numerals is that not all chords need to be spoken. So if you know the tonic of the scale is, for example, G, so G is 1, you instantly know that 2 is A minor, 3 is B minor, and so on. 4 would be C major, 5 would be a D major triad, and 6 would be an E minor triad. Now you can see this in action if you go onto YouTube and you watch old videos of the TV show The Late Show with David Letterman, where the band leader Paul Schaefer would hold up fingers to show the Roman numeral of the chord he wanted people to play. So all he would have to do is he'd have to turn around and yell at the band, G. Now the band knows G is 1. So then he puts up a 2. What chord does the band play? A minor. He puts up 3 fingers. What chord does the band play? B minor. He puts up 5 fingers. The band plays a D major. He puts up 4 fingers. The band plays a C major. So in addition to being able to understand and analyze the music that you want to understand and analyze, the music that you love, knowing these Roman numerals is super useful just in general for talking about music. Because as soon as you know what the 1 is, as soon as you know what the tonic is, another way of thinking about this is as soon as you know what key you're in the key of G major, G is 1, then we all know 4 is going to be C major, 5 is going to be D major, 2 is going to be A minor. So if I say play 2-5-1 in the key of G, or write 2-5-1 in the key of G, it's going to be A minor for 2, D is going to be 5, 1 is going to be G. There you go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to start to understand what happens when we harmonize a natural minor scale instead of a major scale. So just like a major scale, a triad can be built on every scale degree. You can build a snowman on every scale degree, or written on every scale degree of a natural minor scale. That means you take any scale degree, and you call that scale degree the root, and then you get a third and a fifth using only notes from that scale. For example, when you harmonize an A natural minor scale, you will only use notes from the A natural minor scale. And when you harmonize notes from the E natural minor scale, you will only use notes from the E natural minor scale. And this is, as you know from the major scales, called harmonizing the scale. Now, just like the step formula changed from major scales to natural minor scales, the triad quality formula also changes from a major triad quality formula to a natural minor scale triad quality formula. Natural minor scale triad quality formula goes like this: minor, skip, major, minor, major, major. One more time. It goes like this: minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major. We're going to look at what happens on Scale Degree 2 and the best music theory book for beginners 2, or course 2. Don't worry about that for now. You actually won't need it to understand a lot of the music that you want to understand, and that's why we're pushing it to course number 2. Now, the quality formula, just like with the major scales, stays the same for all natural minor scales. It does not matter what the tonic is of the scale we're looking at. We could have an E natural minor, we could have an A natural minor scale. The natural minor scale quality formula is always going to be minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major. Always. For example, the triad built on scale degree flat 3 is always major, and the triad built on scale degree 5 is always minor. Let's take a look at an A natural minor scale and break it down with this understanding. So already you can see we're skipping scale degree 2. Don't worry about scale degree 2. It has a totally different type of quality, a totally different name, and we're not going to worry about that right now. So don't worry about scale degree 2. That's also like telling someone not to think about pink elephants. As soon as I tell you not to think about pink elephants, you are now thinking about a pink elephant, but don't worry about scale degree 2. So we can see that just like the major scale, we write out the natural minor scale. The root of every chord is the A natural minor scale. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and A. With scale degrees 1, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, and flat 7 being used. And then just like with the major scale, we're going to build a triad. We're going to build a snowman on every single note in the scale, except for scale degree 2. So you can see that we have our natural minor scale quality formula here of minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major, and that the chords that come off of that are A minor, C major on scale degree 3, D minor scale degree 4, E minor scale degree 5, F major scale degree 6, and G major on scale degree 7. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to understand what an E natural minor scale harmonized to the 5th looks like. So in keeping with our natural minor quality formula, we're going to go minor, skip scale degree 2, major, minor, minor, major, major. And you can see that the root of all of these triads is sure enough just the E natural minor scale. We have E, we're skipping F sharp, then we're going to G, A, B, C, D, and then E. And then just like with the G major scale, we have an F sharp in the E natural minor scale. So all the Fs are going to be sharps. Even though we're not building a triad on scale degree 2, that F sharp, all the other Fs that appear in the triads will also be sharp. And so what we end up with is E minor, G major, A minor, B minor, C major, and D major. And that's pretty much it. It works the same exact way as the A natural minor scale harmonized to the 5th. We're just literally going to build a snowman off of every single note in the scale, except for scale degree 2. If the note of the scale starts on a line, we're going to do a snowman on the lines. If the note starts in a space, we do a snowman in the spaces. And that's how we get the E natural minor scale harmonized to the 5th. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson and the next couple of lessons, you're going to understand what it looks like when we harmonize relative scales and the connection between harmonized relative scales. So before we talk about harmonizing the relative scales, let's do a quick review to make sure you remember what relative scales are. So relative scales and relative keys. We're going to be talking about relative scales here. So for example, if we take a C major scale and we count up to scale degree 6, and then we change scale degree 6, and we're going to think about scale degree 6 as scale degree 1, and then we go up an octave using all the same notes from the C major scale, we're going to get an A natural minor scale. So we start on C, we go C, D, E, F, G, A, that's scale degree 6, and then we're going to pretend now scale degree 6 is scale degree 1, and say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, and that's going to get us our relative minor scale, which is going to be an A natural minor scale. And we can do the same thing for G major to E minor. So G, A, B, C, D, E, that's counting up 6. And then if we start on E and use all the same notes as a G major scale, so it's going to be E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D, E, we get an E natural minor scale. So that's a relationship. And that relationship is called relative. So a C major scale to an A natural minor scale, those are relative scales. A natural minor is the relative minor scale of C major, and C major is the relative major scale of the A natural minor scale. And we can also have that same relationship between two keys. So the key of C major is the relative key of A minor, and A minor is the relative minor key of C major. The same thing with G major to E minor. So we can take a G major key, and the relative minor key is going to be E minor, and the relative major key of E minor is G major. So, and then as part of the review, here's another way of visualizing the relationship between the relative major and the relative minor keys. So we have C, D, E, F, G, A, B. That's going to be scale degree 1 through 7 in a C major scale. We're going to break scale degree 6 and scale degree 7 off the back, and we're going to throw it in on the front. And that's going to get us a note order of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Then all we have to do is reframe or rethink how we're approaching the scale degrees. Instead of calling scale degree 6, 6, we're going to call it 1, and then we have our natural minor scale. And this method works the same way for G major to E natural minor. In the next lesson, you're going to learn the connection between the chords and the harmonized scales when they are relative. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to understand how relative harmonized scales actually share the same chords in addition to sharing the same notes and also key signatures when we look at them for keys. So let's take a look at the similarities or the common chords between C major and A natural minor. Well, if we look at our common chords here, we have C, D minor, E minor, F, G, and A minor. And hang on a second, that's 6 chords. That's all the chords we have, which means, sure enough, that all the chords in a harmonized A natural minor scale and all the chords in a harmonized C major scale are exactly the same. They're all exactly the same. And the reason for this is because, as you may remember from the previous lessons and also previous lessons where we talked about relative keys and relative scales, is that they actually share the same notes. So because they share the same notes, when we stack those notes on top of each other, when we build snowmen to make triads, we end up with the same exact chords, just in a different order, in the same way that relative scales have the same notes but in a different order. We see the same thing here. They're going to have the same chords when we harmonize them to the fifth, just in a different order. Let's take a look at a harmonized G and E natural minor scale now. So we can see our common chords are G, A minor, B minor, C, D, and E minor. And sure enough, if we look at it, they share the same exact chords. And that's because the notes in the scales are exactly the same, just in a different order. So when we go and we stack them up into triads and we harmonize the scale, they end up creating the same exact triads. Exactly the same. In summary, whenever you have relative scales, so we have G major is the relative major of E minor is the relative minor of G major. When we have that relative relationship, when we harmonize those scales, we're going to end up with the same exact chords, just in a different order, in the same way that both scales have the same notes, just in a different order. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand the connection between the major triad quality formula and the natural minor scale triad quality formula, and why the relative keys are connected in the same way that they're connected with the same chords when we harmonize them to the fifth. The scales have the same notes and the keys have the same key signature. So let's take a look at this. We're going to do the same thing we did when we understood breaking off scale degree 6 and 7 and throwing them to the front, to understand how the major scale goes from scale degree 1 to scale degree 6, and then we can think about the minor scale as starting on scale degree 6 and then going up an octave using the same exact notes as the major scale. So we can see here we have our major quality formula of major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. Now what happens is if we break off scale degree 6 and scale degree 7, and keep in mind, you can see scale degree 7 here, there's no chord here. We're going to get to that chord in theory 2 because that's a whole nother can of worms. So we take scale degree 6 and scale degree 7 and we throw them to the front of the line. So we have a minor and a skip. So we take the minor and the skip and we put them at the beginning in the same way we can put scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. We looked at it right up here, scale degree 6 and scale degree 7 from the scale, going to the front. We're doing the same exact thing here. We're just looking at it instead of scale degrees. We're looking at it with the triad quality formula. Then we have minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major. And then we end up with that formula of minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major. So another way of thinking about this is right here, we have the major triad quality formula going major, minor, minor, major, major, and then it ends here with minor. And all we're doing is we're taking that last minor in the skip and we're putting it in front of that major triad formula, going minor, skip, now it's the major, major, minor, minor, major, major. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to write triads from the natural minor scale. So, as you learned in the last couple of lessons, when we harmonize a major and a relative minor scale, we get the same exact chords, just in a different order. In the same way that when we have those scales, when they're not harmonized, they have the same exact notes. They share the same notes, just in a different order. So a quick review on Roman numerals. Lowercase Roman numerals are for minor triads, and uppercase Roman numerals are for major triads. So let's take a look at our natural minor scale quality formula here. Just the minor chords, we're going to have minor 1, minor 4, and minor 5. The major chords, we're going to have major 3, major 6, and major 7. And when we put the whole thing together, we'll have minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major, which sure enough is our natural minor scale triad quality formula. So here's an example of an E natural minor scale harmonized to the fifth, also using Roman numerals to express the quality of each chord, whether it's major, whether it's minor, and also what scale degree it's built on, whether it's built on scale degree 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. Take a look at that for a moment. You can also come back to this in your book. We're also going to take a peek at the A natural minor scale, harmonized to the fifth with Roman numerals here. And sure enough, we can see it's all lining up with minor, skip, major, minor, minor, major, major. The Roman numerals are agreeing with the quality formula. We also have the chord symbols that are agreeing with the quality formula, and also with the scale degrees, interestingly, as well. So to actually write a harmonized natural minor scale to the fifth, you're going to write out the natural minor scale with a treble clef and a double bar line. You're going to add your chord symbols above the staff. Step number 2 is you build a snowman on every single scale degree except for scale degree 2. We're going to skip scale degree 2. And then you add in your accidentals. Now, to harmonize a natural minor scale to the fifth of the key signature, all you need to do is write your treble clef, your key signature, your double bar line, write your natural minor scale, add your chord symbols, and then just build snowmen. And because the key signature is going to make all the F's sharp, for example, in the case of E minor, in the case of A minor, you don't actually need to put anything in the key signature, remember, because there's no sharp or flat notes in the key of C major or A minor, and those are the relative keys. Then you're done. As a bonus, add in the Roman numerals underneath, because making a really solid connection between the chords, the scale, the key, and the Roman numerals is going to be really important in the next chapter, which we are about to head into, called Analysis 1, Degrees and Numerals. I will see you in the next lesson for the last chapter and the last module in this course. I'll see you there. In this video, you will get lessons from this #1 bestseller book. I'm offering this lesson to you for free as part of my company's mission to help you reach your music dreams and have fun along the way. You will find the playlist with all videos from this course in the video description and comments. There may be information in previous videos that will make the video you are watching now easier to understand. I recommend watching the videos in order. Hi, I'm Dan Spencer, author of the Best Music Theory Book for Beginners. Over 5,000 people have purchased this book, pushing it to hit #1 bestseller in its category on Amazon. Finally, if you would like to get this #1 book, the workbook, for free, along with quizzes, interactive flashcards, and more bonuses, links are in the video description and in the comments. And now, here is the next lesson and the Best Music Theory course, Level 1. Huge congratulations to you to making it to this final chapter, this final module in the Theory 1 course, and of course in the Best Music Theory book for beginners. This is where the magic happens. Everything you've learned has led up to this, because now you're going to take all your theory knowledge and you're going to use it to break down, to analyze, to understand music that you love. Now, just to let you know that the first pieces you are going to learn are going to be very easy children's songs because that's where we need to start. But once you have those under your belt, you are set to go to analyze any level 1 lead sheet that you want to, and you'll also be able to take that knowledge and bring it outside of Best Music Coach into other music that you want to understand and the music that you love. So let's talk about a lead sheet. What is a lead sheet? So lead sheets show melody in notation using notes, with note heads and stems and rests and dots, all that good stuff, ties, repeat signs. And then there's chord symbols above the staff that show what chord is happening while the melody plays. So there's 3 parts of a lead sheet. There's chords, melody, and then there's also lyrics, which are the words to songs. Not all songs have words, so not all lead sheets have lyrics, but you will see many lead sheets with lyrics for the words to different songs. So let's start by talking about the chord. So the chord symbol is always going to be written above the staff. Sometimes there's a new chord every measure or every other measure, and sometimes there's only one chord for every line of music, and sometimes there's going to be one chord for an entire page of music. If we look at the example on this page here, you can see that in the second measure, there is no chord symbol. So we have a chord symbol here in the first measure. That's our G, but you can see in the second measure, where's the chord symbol? There is no chord symbol, but that's okay. Because the way chords work in lead sheets is whenever we have a chord written above a measure, that chord is going to last until we get to the next chord. So even though there's no chord symbol written here, we know there was a chord symbol over here, and that chord symbol is going to apply to every single measure that comes after it until we get another chord symbol. So the reason there is no chord symbol in measure 2 is because the G chord over measure 1, right here, will apply to every measure that comes after it until a different chord symbol is written. So chord symbols also apply to measures that have rests in them, and this is because the measures with rests are showing a rest in the melody or in the notation, but not a rest in the chord. So you can see that this measure right here, there's a whole rest and there's a C chord over it. And even over here, there's a half rest and a quarter rest, still with a C chord over it. All of that is okay. Those are 2 separate things. The rest is for the melody or the single notes, but the chord continues on even though there is a rest in the melody. So let's take a look at the second part of lead sheets, and that is the melody. So the melody is the notes on the staff. And you can also see that we have a measure here with no notes in it, but there is a chord symbol over it, and that's because the D chord would still apply to this measure here, even though there are no notes. We can see the melody goes along like this. Very nice melody there with chord symbols above. Now the last thing for us to talk about are the lyrics. We can see that the lyrics for this song are, "This is a lead sheet song," and those are fine words. Perhaps the songs you know have more exciting words than that, but that's okay. This is just an example for you to understand that whenever you're looking at a lead sheet, we have chords above, we have melody in the middle, and we have lyrics below, and not all lead sheets will have lyrics, so it's okay if you don't see lyrics. Some songs just don't have words to them, and they are instrumental, which means just instruments are playing, no voice or words are used. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand the 3 steps that you are going to go through to determine and to figure out what key a song is in just by looking at the music without actually hearing the music at all. So this is pure music theory that you're going to be able to understand. So what we're going to do in this lesson, we're just going to break down the 3 steps, and then in the next 3 lessons, we're going to spend 1 lesson on each one of the 3 steps, and then we're going to do a bonus lesson at the end of those to tie it all together and to walk you through the thought process of figuring out what key a song is in. So as you may remember, every major and natural minor scale is related to a key, and a key is a summary of all the notes of the scale. You remember those buckets that we put all those notes into? So when you write or perform music with a key signature, you're going to be in that key. Now here's a little advantage. It's going to make your life a little bit easier. It's still going to be challenging, but it's going to make it a little bit easier for you. All level 1 lead sheet songs only have 2 possible key signatures. You're only ever going to see the key for E minor or G major or C major and A minor. So there's 2 possible key signatures, 2 relative keys for each key signature, and that is, as we just talked about, C major or A minor, those are the relative keys or the relative scales, and G major and E minor, the relative keys and also the relative scales. So let's talk about the formula you are going to use to figure out the key of most songs. Now keep in mind that this formula works for all keys. We're just going to start with these 4 to begin with because as you'll see, it can be a little challenging just with these 4, but what I'm teaching you here works for all keys. So step number 1 is you're going to look at the key signature and you're going to figure out what possible keys the key signature could be. Step number 2 is you're going to look at the chords, and there's going to be all sorts of tips and tricks you're going to learn in a couple of lessons for actually looking at different groups of chords and which chords are used where to understand what key the song might be in. The last thing you'll learn are common notes, which are going to show you whether a song is in a certain key or maybe a different key, whether it's in the relative major or the relative minor. And when we put all those 3 pieces of information together, our possible key signatures, we're going to look at the chords, then we're going to look at the common notes. We're going to put all 3 of those pieces of information together, and when we look at a song from those 3 angles, then we're going to have a very high degree of confidence in saying the key of the song when we look at it from all 3 angles. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about the first angle, the possible key signatures. I'll see you there. The first step for you to figure out what key a song is in is to look at the key signature and then think about the 2 possible keys that are connected to that key signature. Because remember, there's relative major and relative minor keys that share the same key signature, but we're not going to be sure which is which until we look at the chords and the notes. So this is the first step. Whenever you sit down to try and analyze a piece of music, you want to look at the key signature and say to yourself, what are the 2 possible keys this song could be in? So each key signature works with both a major and natural minor scale. Remember the buckets where we could put all those notes in the buckets and then it would show us the key signature. Now, the symbol for each key signature is actually going to be the same as the chord symbol for a triad. So major keys, our chord symbols are going to be C and G. For major keys, the symbols will be C and G. Notice we don't need to write anything on that. Just like with major triads, if we don't write anything besides a capital letter, we're assuming the quality of the chord is major. Same thing here. If we just see a C or a G, we're assuming the key is major. And then minor keys would be A minus sign and E minus sign. If we have that minus sign after a letter, we are for sure going to be in a minor key. If we have no accidentals in our key signature, you can see here there are no accidentals, none. The possible keys are either C major or A minor. That's that relative connection, because if we look, there's no sharps or flats. So we have, sure enough, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and then 2 legend lines up, C. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. There's no sharps or flats. This key signature is just telling us no sharps or flats. The possible keys, whenever you see this key signature, the first thing you're going to say to yourself is, okay, the key is either C major or A minor. If you see one sharp in the key signature, you're going to say to yourself, okay, the key is either G major or E minor. It's one or the other. It's never going to be C major or A minor when you have one sharp, because there are no sharps or flats in the C major scale or the A natural minor scale. In summary, this is a critical first step. The first step you are always going to do is you look at the piece and you say to yourself, what are the two keys that this piece could be in? And one key is going to be major and the other is going to be the relative minor of that major key. I will see you in the next lesson. When we're trying to identify the key of a piece and we've looked at the key signature and figured out, okay, we have our one major key, it might be, we have our relative minor of that major key that it might be, for example, C major and A minor. A second example would be G major and E minor. The second thing to do is to look at the chords of the piece of music. Now, the chords are not always going to tell you whether a piece of music is in the major or the relative minor key, but there are some useful tips you can take from looking at the chords that will help you make the decision whether the key is actually major or minor. So chords can be less useful than melody, which we'll get to in the next lesson to confirm the key of a song, but with a little information, there are a few shortcuts that can help confirm whether a song is a major or minor key. So you're going to use common chord progressions to quickly identify if the chords show a major key. Basically, what we're trying to do with these common chord progressions is just get a very quick read and say, okay, can we quickly, right now, just say this is major? And if there aren't any common chords, then we're just going to look at all the chords and from there try and factor in the chords into our decision. So a chord progression is two or more chords played in a row. Many songs are built out of one or more chord progressions, and the chords repeat throughout the song. So here's one common chord progression. That's the 1, 6, 4, 5. So 1 meaning C, 6 would be A minor, 4 would be F, 5 would be G, and we're thinking about that in terms of the harmonized major scale. So when we harmonize a C major scale, sure enough, on scale degree 1, we get a C major, and because it's a chord, not a scale degree, we're going to show that with a Roman numeral. So we're going to show the quality of the chord with the uppercase Roman numeral, and then which scale degree it relates to with the number of the Roman numeral. A minor is minor, scale degree 6. F major is major, so scale degree 4. And G is major, so capital, and scale degree 5. Now we can also think about a 1, 6, 4, 5 in the key of G major. So in the key of G major, 1 would be G, 6 would be G, A, B, C, D, E minor, 4 would be G, A, B, C major, and 5 would be G, A, B, C, D major. And you can listen to these 3 songs to get a good idea of what a 1, 6, 4, 5, I Will Always Love You, written by Dolly Parton, Perfect by Ed Sheeran, and Baby by Justin Bieber. If you ever see a 1, 6, 4, 5 chord progression, it doesn't have to happen every single measure. It could happen every 2 measures. Like you could have a C for 2 measures, an A minor for 2 measures, an F for 2 measures, a G for 2 measures. What you're looking for is that pattern of 1, 6, 4, 5. And if you see that 1, 6, 4, 5, there's a strong possibility that the key of the song you're looking at is major. Here's another common chord progression, 1, 5, 6, 4, a little bit more of a modern sounding one. Now the 1, 5, 6, 4, it works in the same way. All we're talking about are triads taken from the harmonized major scale in different order. In the case of this 1, 5, 6, 4, we are showing this in the key of C major. So we have C, which is going to be 1. We're showing the triad quality with the Roman numeral. It's a capital Roman numeral. We're showing the scale degree with the number of the Roman numeral. That's a 1. G, that's going to be scale degree 5, major. So it's a capital 5. A minor, 6, lowercase because it's a minor quality chord. 6 because scale degree 6 in the C major scale. And then F, well, that's major, so it's uppercase, scale degree 4 in the C major scale. Now let's think about this same chord progression if it was in the key of G major. G would be 1. 5 would be G, A, B, C, D major. 6 would be G, A, B, C, D, E minor. And 4 would be G, A, B, C major. So the useful thing about using these Roman numerals to talk about chord progressions is we don't actually need to say the actual chord name or talk about the chord symbol. We can just say in the key of G major, it's a 1, 5, 6, 4. And as soon as I say a 1, 5, 6, 4 in G major, you can think, okay, 1 is G major, G, which is major. Then you think about 5, major, minor, minor, major, major, and G, A, B, C, D, so D major. And then you can think about 6 as major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. Whatever scale degree 6 is going to be, the quality is going to be minor. We go G, A, B, C, D, E, so E minor. And then 4, major, minor, minor, major, G, A, B, C, C major. 3 examples of this chord progression actually in real songs. The song Girls Like You by Maroon 5, Hey Soul Sister by Train, and So Lonely by The Police. Here's common chord progression 3. Now there are more common chord progressions than just these 3, but these are 3 good ones to remember. Now this common chord progression is very interesting because it does not start on 1, it starts on 6. So you would actually think, perhaps, that instead of it being 6, 4, 1, 5, it might be a 1, 6, 3, 7. Think about it that way. Okay, so look, is this common chord progression a 6, 4, 1, 5, or is it a 1, 6, 3, 7? Does that make sense? Because, think about it this way, if we're in the key of C major, then sure, A minor scale degree 6, F is scale degree 4, G is scale degree 5, C is scale degree 1. But if we're in the key of A minor, we could think about A minor as being 1, F is being 6, C is being 3, and G is being 7. And those are triads taken from the A natural minor scale, harmonized to the 5th. So what is interesting is that when you see this chord progression, you're going to treat it as major, not as minor, even though it might make sense to do so. This common chord progression, just like the other common chord progressions, works the same way. If we were to do this in the key of G major, we would have E minor would be 6, C would be 4, G would be 1, D would be 5. And we can tell that from the Roman numerals. 3 examples of this common chord progression are A New Day Has Come by Celine Dion, Apologize by Timbaland, and Faded by Alan Walker. So I know this was kind of a long lesson, but hang with me here. We're going to do a summary of how to identify the key of a lead sheet when you use chords. So number 1, you're going to identify the major and minor key associated with the key signature of the music. Number 2, you're going to make sure that all the chords belong in the key of the key signature. All the chords in the song should come from the harmonized scale of the key. So, for example, if you think you're in the key of C major and you see a D major chord instead of a D minor chord, that means there's an F sharp on that D major. You've probably taken a wrong step somewhere. Go back and look at your key signature. Now, that being said, realistically, in music out in the real world, you do get chords that are not from the same key in songs all the time. But to start off with, we're just going to hang out with songs where all the chords are in the key. Major keys usually start on 1, 4, or 5. Minor progressions for minor keys usually start on scale degree 1, with the exception of this 6, 4, 1, 5. That's not 1, 6, 3, 7. If the first and last chords of a song are major 1 or minor 1 of a key, it is likely that the song is in that key. So for example, if a song starts and ends on a G chord, it is likely in the key of G. If a song starts and ends on an E minor chord, it's likely in the key of E minor. If it starts and ends on a C major, it is likely in the key of C major. And if a song starts and ends with a chord of A minor, it is likely in the key of A minor. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand what common notes are and how to use them for figuring out the key of a lead sheet or a song. So there's a few common notes that can point to if a song is probably in the major or the relative minor key. You're going to pay special attention to the notes that land on the strongest and strong beats. Go back and review Module 2 or Chapter 2 if you need to now, of each measure, since the strongest and strong beats are more important in our musical culture. So common notes in the first measures, not measure, but measures. You're going to look at the first 3, 4, 5 measures. You're going to look for scale degrees 1, 3, and 5 from the major scale in general, but especially landing on strongest and strong beats. And you look for scale degrees 1, flat, 3, and 5 from the natural minor scale, landing on strongest and strong beats. And the last couple of measures, not measure, but measures more than one, you're going to look at the last couple measures. You're going to look for scale degree 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7 from the major scale, landing in general, but also especially on strongest and strong beats. And you're going to also look for scale degrees 1, flat, 3, and 5 from the natural minor scale, in general, but especially landing on strongest and strong beats. So to identify the key of a lead sheet using a melody, number 1, you're going to identify the major and minor key that are connected with the key signature of the music. So is it C major and A minor, or is it G major and E minor? Number 2, you're going to analyze the notes of the melody for the first few measures and in the last few measures of the song as if the key is major, and then also as if the key is minor. There's going to be 2 different ways you're going to look at the melody. You're going to play a game where you're going to pretend it's major, you're going to pretend it's minor, and then you're going to see which is the most likely case. Which is the most likely? Is it major or is it minor? Make sure you pay special attention to the notes that land on the strongest and strong beats. 3, if the notes in the first and last measures, not measure, but measures, and especially on the strongest and strong beats, include scale degree 1 of a scale, the song is usually in the key of that scale. So you're looking for more of either major or minor common notes in the first few and the last few measures. So let's go and play this game where we imagine it as a major key, and then we imagine it as a minor key. We imagine the melody to be major, then we imagine the melody to be minor. So you can see up top, this is going to be a minor melody, but let's go through it anyway so you can understand. So first thing to do is to look at the key signature. Now the key signature has 1 sharp, which means it's either going to be G major or E minor. We're not sure which right now. Don't look where it says minor melody. Don't look there. Look, we're going to imagine, okay, we know there's 2 possible keys. It's either G major or E minor. Now we're going to imagine the melody as if it's in E minor and in G major, and we're going to see which way of imagining it comes up with more common notes, especially looking at strongest and strong beats. So let's imagine this from a major perspective. So we're not going to worry about this for right now. We're just going to worry about major. So we're putting our major hats on. We're going to imagine this melody as major. So if we're imagining this melody as major, we're going to look at the first note, which is E, is scale degree 6. And then the next note, F sharp, as 7, then 1. Okay, so in the first measure, we do have a scale degree 1 landing on a strong beat, landing on beat 3 because we are in 4/4. And then sure enough, in measure 2 on beat 1, we do have a major common note. Remember, our common notes for major are 1, 3, and 5. We do have a major common note. We have 3 landing on the strongest beat. And we also have 5, and we also have 3. So even though we don't have a common note landing on the strong beat, we still have 3 5s and 3s. So we have a 3, we have a 5, and a 3. And these are all common notes for a major key, which means, oh yeah, it's a strong case for being in a major key. Then in measure 3, we have scale degree 2, scale degree 7. And then in the last measure, we have 6, 3, 6, which are not very strong notes in terms of our common notes. So we only have 1 common note in the last measure, and that's 3, and it's on a weak beat. So already right here, we can see that if you write out the scale degrees, thinking about this melody as being major, we end up with 6, 7, 1, 3, 5, 6, 3, 2, 7, 6, 3, 6. Not super strong, and you'll see why right now as we look at the minor. So if we look at the minor, we start off with scale degree 1 on the strongest beat, first measure. Scale degree 2, sure, on the weak beat, and then we have scale degree flat 3. So again, we're imagining all these notes as if they are part of the E natural minor scale. Scale degree flat 3 on the strong beat. So we have the strongest is 1, strong is flat 3. That's really good so far. Then let's look at measure 2. We have scale degree 5. That's one of our common notes. We have scale degree 1 and scale degree 5. These are all common notes for a minor key. And on top of that, scale degree 5 is on the strongest beat, and scale degree 1 is on a strong beat. Whereas when we thought about it from the minor perspective, we had, yes, scale degree 3 on the strongest beat, scale degree 6 on the strong beat. It's not as strong. Measure 3, nothing doing for the minor. We have scale degree 4, scale degree 2. Here's where it really drives home is measure 4, we have 1, 5, 1. If we think about it for minor, we have E, B, E. We have tonic, dominant, tonic. As opposed to submedian, median, submedian in the major key. So having that 1, 5, 1 here, we can see that sure enough, lining up with our strongest and strong beats, we have scale degree 1 here on our strongest beat. We have flat 3 here on a strong beat. Even here in measure 2, we have 5, 1, 5. So can you see that the common notes for the minor key, first of all, there's more of them, and second of all, they're landing on strongest and strong beats in a way that if we imagine it from the major perspective, it really doesn't make as much sense. So this is a minor melody, and it's a minor melody because we can see that the common notes of 1, flat 3, and 5 from the natural minor scale, in this case the E natural minor scale, are showing up. There's more of them, and they're landing on stronger beats. Now let's look at a major melody. So in this melody, you're going to see that there's a lot more common notes from the major scale, and those common notes from the major scale are landing on strongest and strong beats much more than the notes from the natural minor scale. We're going to start by focusing on the minor. We're going to imagine this melody is a minor melody, and we're going to imagine this is in the key of E minor. So it starts off flat 3 to flat 3 in the first measure. Okay, not bad. Then we go to flat 6, flat 7, flat 3, measure 2. We tie over to measure 3. We have scale degree 2 in measure 3, and then we have 3 flats. We have flats 3, flat 7, flat 3. Okay, the first warning bell here, guys, for a level 1 lead sheet for a simple song is there's no scale degree 1. You really, really want to see a scale degree 1 somewhere in the first 4 measures. Again, this is not always going to be the case, but if you don't see a scale degree 1 anywhere, that's really, really odd. It's very odd for simple, basic songs. Simple, basic songs, you're always going to have a scale degree 1. So right there, that's the first warning bell. There's no scale degree 1 when we imagine this melody to be minor. And on top of that, there's no scale degree 5. The only common note we have is scale degree 3. And yeah, it does show up on the strongest and strong beats in measure 1 and in measure 4. But you're going to see that when we think about this from a major perspective, it makes a lot more sense. So from a major perspective, so we're now going to imagine this melody as if it's a major melody. So with the scale of G major. So G would be scale degree 1, F sharp scale degree 7, G scale degree 1. So 1, 7, 1, that is stronger than flat 3 to flat 3. Then we go 4, scale degree 5 to scale degree 1. That's much stronger than flat 6, flat 7, flat 3. As you can see from major melodies in our last couple measures, sometimes we can have scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. And sure enough, we can see scale degree 7 right here. And then in our last measure, we have 1, 5, 1. 1, 5, 1 is so much stronger than flat 3, flat 7, flat 3 in terms of determining the key. When we think about this melody, from a natural minor scale perspective And then from a major scale perspective, the major scale perspective is so much stronger. If we think about this as a major scale, it is so much stronger. There's more common notes, and those common notes are landing on stronger and strong beats. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about combining chords and melody to get an even clearer picture if the song or piece of music you're trying to understand is in a major or minor key. I'll see you there. In the last lesson, I made it very clear that simple and easy songs are usually going to have scale degree 1 in the first measures or the last measures, but here's the thing, you're not always going to be dealing with simple, easy songs. So the fact of the matter is, a lot of the times you're actually not going to find scale degree 1 of the scale that's associated with either the major or the minor key of the piece of music that you are trying to figure out and understand. So in these cases, you will need to look at the chords and the other common notes in the melody together to try and figure out if the melody is showing the major or the minor of the two possible keys in the key signature. So let's unpack this example and take a closer look. So first, let's look at our key signature. In our key signature, we can see there's no sharps or flats, so it's either C major or A minor. Now, the second thing to look at is the time signature, because now we know where our strong beats and our weak beats are going to be. So if we look at the first measure, we have two major common notes, which are 3 and 5. If we thought about this melody from a major perspective, if we thought about this melody as if it was in C major, and for the minor, we start on scale degree 5, and then we have 7. And we can see that in the second measure, sure enough, from a melody perspective, the major common notes we have are scale degree 3, and the minor common notes we have are scale degree 5. So far by measure 2, honestly, if I just saw the melody, I'd be leaning towards major. Now let's look at our next two measures. Oh, we have a lot of scale degree 1s. If this was a major, we'd have a lot of scale degree 1s here. So in these next two measures, we even have, again, imagine we're in the key of C major. We're imagining back and forth between the major and minor. Right here and right here, we have these scale degree 1s. And here again, scale degree 1. So you might think, if you look at these first four measures, you don't look at the chords and you just look at the melody, you might very quickly and rightly correctly think that we're in the key of C major. And sure enough, as we look at the next four measures, we see that time and time again we have this C note coming up, which would make us think we even end on a C note. We're even ending on scale degree 1. So from a melody perspective, it would actually make a lot of sense to say that we're in a major key, but here's where that idea falls apart. Look at the chords. Look at the chords. We start with an A minor. We end with an A minor. There isn't a single C chord in this entire 8-measure piece of music. There are no C chords. So even though there are C notes, and even though the melody is not very strong in terms of pointing towards the minor, it still is going to be a minor melody with minor chords, and the key is actually going to be the key of A minor. So you have to look at the chords and you have to look at the melody and then look at both of them together. Because as you can see here, the melody is not clearly pointing to it being a minor key, but when you zoom out and you just look at the chords, you go, wait a second, there's an even one C chord in this entire piece of music, but there's two A minor chords. So right there, that's telling you, remember, from the chords, if you start and end on 1, and we think about the Roman numerals, A here, that's 1. A minor at the beginning and end, those are both 1, lowercase Roman numeral 1, which means we are really in the key of A minor for this piece of music. So in summary, the example above is more likely a major melody just by looking at the scale degrees. However, when you look at the chords, you'll notice there are no C chords. So even though the melody is showing minor common notes on weak beats, we can tell the key is minor because of the chords. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a summary and a review of the 3 steps to understand and know the key of a piece of written music. So to make the final decision on what key a piece of music is in, ask yourself the following questions and think about the information. Number 1, key signature, major, minor keys. There are 4 possible keys for level 1 lead sheets. That's going to be C major, G major, A minor, E minor. So ask yourself, what are the 2 possible keys that this song could be in? Look at the key signature. Which is the major key? Which is the minor key? They will always be relative major and minor. Which keys could you use? Is it going to be C major and A minor, or G major and E minor? Then you're going to look at the chords and the chord progressions. Do the chords show a common chord progression? If they do, great. You have already a really solid idea that it's going to be major. If the chords do not show a common chord progression, ask yourself, do all the chords come from the harmonized scale that is the same name as the key? If there are chords from a harmonized G major scale and you think the key is A minor, so if you see those D major and those B minor chords that come from the G major harmonized scale and you think the key is A minor, go back to step 1 because you might have got that key signature wrong. In more complex music, that is common, but for these easier level 1 lead sheets that we're going to do, you're never going to see that. So what are the first and last chords? Remember that example from the last lesson where we had the A minor as the first and last chord? That was really important to figure out the key of the piece of music. Ask yourself, which chords are used the most? Again, the last lesson that you just watched, there were 2 A minor chords, there were no C major chords, so to think of it as being in the key of C major was very unlikely because of that. Now there can be minor chords in a major key, and there can be major chords in a minor key. So if there are no minor chords in the song, the key is probably major. And if there are very, very few major chords in the song, the key is probably minor, but again, you need to go through and look on a case-by-case basis, 1 song at a time, to double-check yourself. So then ask yourself, are the chords showing a major or a minor key? Then, step number 3, you look at the melody, common notes, and the strong beats. So ask yourself, are there major or minor common notes or scale degree 1 from one of the 2 possible keys on the strongest and strong beats in the first few measures? Now remember, this is not a make or break. This is not a 100% foolproof thing, but look for it first. Think of the scale degrees in terms of the major key. Which scale degrees fall in the strongest and strong beats of the first few and last few measures? Then think of the scale degrees in terms of the minor key. Which scale or scale degrees fall on the strongest and strong beats of the first few and last few measures? Then ask yourself, are the melody and common notes showing a major key or a minor key? Lastly, take it all and put it all together. So if the chord progression is major and the common notes look to be major, most likely it's a major key. If the chord progression, you can't tell if it's major or minor and the common notes are major, it's probably a major key. If the chord progression is minor, the common notes are minor, it's definitely a minor key. And if you can't tell from the chord progression, but the common notes are minor, it's most likely a minor key. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to write and analyze and show the key of a piece of music. So after you've gone through your 3 steps and you've figured out what key the piece of music is in, then you're going to write a little symbol below the staff to show the key of the piece of music. So what you're going to do is step number 1, you're going to write the letter name of the key below the clef in the first measure of the music. Then you write the quality of the key. Nothing for major, a minus sign for minor, and then you write a colon. That's it. So, for example, in this example of the first couple measures of the incredibly popular song, A Baby Shark, the key is going to be G. So we start off by writing a G. Then we add the quality. In this case, no need to add anything because the quality is major. And then we add just a little colon, 2 dots. right next to it. Now here's an example of Scarborough Fair, which is a classic English song. And you can see that I've gone ahead and added A minor with a little colon there. And that's how we show the key of a piece of music. So if the key of a piece of music was C major, for example, then below the clef, you just write a C and a colon. If the key is G, it's going to be a G and a colon. If the key is A minor, let's write an A minor and a colon. If the key is E minor, add the colon. That's it. That is how you are going to express and show the key of a piece of music. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to understand how to perform a scale degree analysis of a piece of music. So a scale degree analysis is where you go through and you look at the melody and you understand which scale degrees are being used from the scale that's related to the key that the piece of the music is in. So what you're going to do is you're going to write SD for scale degree, and then just like from the last lesson, you're going to show what key the piece of music is in, either C major, G major, A minor, or E minor. And that's going to look like this: scale degree, G major. Step number 2 is you're going to write scale degrees below the staff under each note that is an attack in the piece of music. So what I mean by that is you're not going to write a scale degree for the second note of a tie. You just write it for the first note of a tie. We can see that example right here that we have on one of the doot-doo-doos. This note on beat 4 is tied over to beat 1, but we're only writing the scale degree for the first note. Rule number 3, if there is a note that is 1/2 step lower than where it should be in the major scale, the scale degree gets a flat accidental. And rule number 4, if there is a note that is 1/2 step higher than it would be in the major scale, the scale degree gets a sharp accidental. For example, a sharp 4. Add a flat accidental to scale degree flat 3, flat 6, and flat 7 if you're writing a scale degree analysis in a minor key. And if a flat 3, flat 6, or flat 7 is raised up by 1/2 step from the natural minor scale, you're going to remove the flat accidental from the scale degree and leave it like it normally would be from the major scale. So let's take a look at some of these examples. Here's a scale degree in a major key. So you see we have SD for scale degree. Then we have the little way we have of writing the key. That's the key of G major. And then we have the scale degree for each note. So D would be scale degree 5. So sure enough, here's scale degree 5 right under the D. The E is scale degree 6. Sure enough, there's scale degree 6 written underneath. And then there's a lot of G's, so those are all scale degree 1 for the doot, doot, doo, doot, doo, doo. Let's take a look at a minor scale degree analysis. So here we see, again, scale degree. Sure enough, it's right there. And then A minor for the key, because you can see up here, well, our key signature, there's no sharps or flats. And the first and last chord is an A, and also it's starting on an A. So this piece of music is definitely in A minor. Now you can see that, sure, those are both on scale degree 1, and then going to, and those are all on scale degree 5. Then we go 2, flat 3, 2, 1, and then we go 5, 7, 1, 7, 5, 6, 4, 5, and this 6 right here, this is where things get interesting because the key is A minor, but the note is F sharp, which does not belong in an A natural minor scale. So normally, this scale degree would be F natural, and it would have a flat in front of it, but because we're raising that F up by 1/2 step, we take the flat away, and we add the sharp accidental. And from time to time, you will see notes that do not belong to the key in the melody. And whenever you see those, if you're in a major key, follow rules 3 and 4. And if you are in a minor key, follow rules 5 and 6. So in summary, with this change to scale degree 6, where we're not going to show the flat, in measure 8, there is a scale degree that is not from the A natural minor scale. Now, do not let a non-scale or non-key note stop you from figuring out the key. If 95% of the notes are in the key of the key signature or from the scale that belongs to the key signature, you are good to go. There is no flat accidental in front of scale degree 6 because of rule 6, that when we raise a note up 1/2 step from where it would normally be in the natural minor scale, if it already has a flat in front of it, like flat 3, flat 6, and flat 7 for the scale degrees, we're going to take that flat away. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to write a Roman numeral analysis. It's also called a harmonic analysis because we're going to analyze the harmony or the chords with Roman numerals. So step number 1 is to write the key and the colon again below where you did the scale degree. So we can see that up here we have scale degree, key of G. And then below that, we're writing again just the key of G to show that everything that comes after this is talking about the key of G. Step number 2 is you're going to write one Roman numeral directly below each chord symbol. You see that? Directly below each chord symbol goes a Roman numeral. And you're going to write the Roman numerals for the key that you think the song is in, which you just did for the scale degrees as well. Now, here's a couple of tips. The chord symbols should show how the chord relates to the key of the music. So, for example, if we think about the key of G, the scale is G major. The Roman numeral is going to show the quality of the chord and the scale degree of the note name of that chord in relation to the scale. So G is 1, A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, D is 5, E is 6, like that. So in the key of G, G is 1. In the key of E minor, a G chord is 3. In the key of C, a G chord is 5. In the key of A minor, a G chord is 7. And you're always going to show the quality of the chord with the major chords being capitalized, the minor chords being lower case. So let's look at this example of Baby Shark with a harmonic analysis. We can see that we start on a D. D is scale degree 5, so the Roman numeral is going to be a 5. And then it's going to be a capital Roman numeral because the quality of the chord is major. And then we go to G, which is scale degree 1, so the Roman numeral is going to be a 1. And it's going to be capital because the quality of the chord is major. Let's take a look at a minor example now for a Scarborough Fair. So you can see we still have the scale degree analysis from last time, but we're not going to pay attention to that. We're going to look at the harmonic analysis. So you can see that the key is written here, and sure enough, beneath each chord symbol, there is a Roman numeral. So A is 1, E is 5, A, B, C, D, E, and the quality is minor, so it's lowercase. G is 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and the quality is major, so it's capital. And then we are back to A minor, so we are back to 1. And then remember here, this A minor still applies to this measure, even though there's no chord symbol in it. Chord symbols apply to all measures that come after them until we get a new chord symbol. We get a new chord symbol in measure 6. Sure enough, C, A, B, C is scale degree 3, so we're going to write a Roman numeral 3. We're going to write it capitalized because the quality of the chord is major. And then we're back to A minor, and then we go to E minor, and then we finish out on A minor. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to walk you through and talk you through a scale degree and harmonic analysis of Baby Shark. So Baby Shark is a traditional American campfire song, and we're going to check it out here. So we can see and go through just the scale degree analysis first. So first of all, we need to determine the key. Now the key is G major, but let's understand why the key is G major. So we can see from our key signature that we have one sharp. So the two possible key signatures we have are going to be G major and E minor. Now, how do we know that it's G major instead of E minor? Well, first of all, let's look at it. Okay. Let's imagine our scale degrees from a major perspective. So from a major perspective, we start on scale degree 5. We go 5, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 7, 5, 6, 1. Okay, so there are some scale degree 6s there, which if we think about it from a minor perspective would be 7, 1, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 7, 1, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 7, 1, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 7, 1, 3. Okay, we can see that if we think about this melody from a major angle, yeah, sure, it makes sense. 5, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, from a common notes angle, for the minor, it also works as well. Flat 7, 1, flat 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. That also works as well. But now let's look at the chords. Okay, so we start on D, then we go to G, and we stay on G for 4 measures. Then we do C for 4 measures, then we go to E minor for 4 measures, then D for 2 measures, and then we're back to G. Now this is actually a 1, 4, 6, 5 chord progression. Think about it. G is 1, C is 4, E minor is 6, D is 5. This is a common chord progression, and this is actually going to be major. Now here's another way we know that's major. Really where the song starts. This part right here, this is like a ready, set, go. This is not quite starting the song yet, but right here, where it really starts, we have a G chord, and it ends on, sure enough, a G chord. It also ends on scale degree 1, if we were thinking about it from a major melody perspective. So based on that, we're going to say, yeah, this song is in the key of G major. No way is this song in the key of E minor. And from there, you can take a look, and I recommend you take some time with your book to look over the scale degree analysis, and then also look at the harmonic analysis, because the Roman numerals are below each individual chord symbol. Welcome to your bonus, the Boss Fight Pack, where you are going to analyze and understand 10 game themes in lead sheet style. So remember, number 1, figure out the key of the piece of music. Number 2, write the key down. Number 3, do a scale degree analysis. Number 4, do a Roman numeral analysis. After you complete each theme, hop in and watch the video of me breaking down and talking about the theme. Don't watch the video first, because I'm going to be talking about what key it's in. I'm going to be talking about the chords. Use that as your check to make sure you've done it right. So first do the theme by yourself. Go one theme at a time, and after you complete your analysis of the theme, hop into the video for that theme and do the breakdown with me in real time to check and see if you've done it right, if you're thinking about it the right way, or if you need to go back and do some corrections. I will see you in the first video where we are going to break down the main theme from Halo. I'll see you there. Welcome to your first boss fight, the Halo theme. Now here's the thing, if you've not already gone through this doing your own analysis, do not watch this video. Stop! Go do it one time, then come back and follow along. Okay, so the first thing for us to do, as always, is to find the key of the song. So let's look at our key signature. We have 1 sharp. Okay, so that means we're either going to be in the key of G major or E minor. Next thing for us to do is to look at the chords. Okay, we have an E minor, sure enough, over measure 1. And then we have, well, no more chords for the rest of this music here. So this E minor is going to apply to all the measures, which means the only chord is E minor, which means there's no way this is in the key of G major, because there isn't even a single G major chord. On top of that, if we think about it from an E minor perspective, we start and end on an E note. We're starting and ending on what would be scale degree 1. Very unlikely you're going to start and end a song on scale degree 6 if this was in G major. And then on top of that, looking at our first 2 measures, we have E, G, A, F. Okay, well, second measure doesn't give us much, but in our first measure we would have 1 and 3, which are common notes from minor, and then of course we end in the last measure with scale degree 1. So yeah, we are unequivocally, most certainly, in the key of E minor. So let's do a scale degree analysis. So the first thing for us to do is to go under the first line of staff and to write scale degree E minor. Then put our little colon. Okay, so we start with 1, 2, 3, 2, keep it going, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then we have a rest. And then we're going to go 5. Now here's where we go. We go to 6. Now this is not a flat 6. No, it is not flat 6 because you can see that there's a sharp right here, and that sharp is going to raise the C note up 1/2 step from where it would normally be in the E natural minor scale. Normally the E natural minor scale, it's all the same notes as a G major scale. So typically that scale degree 6 would just be a C natural, but in this case we have a C sharp, which means we're going to take away that flat accidental from the scale degree. Then we have in measure 5, scale degree 7. And then we go, another raised 6th. So no flat there for that because that's a C sharp again. 4, 6. Again, this is raised because this accidental holds power for the whole measure. And we go to 5. And then we jump down an octave. 5, 7, 1, 3, 4, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 7, 1. Okay. So before we talk about connections, let's make sure we add our Roman numerals. We're going to do E minor. I'm just going to add a Roman numeral 1, and that's going to apply for the entire piece of music. So a couple interesting things for us to look at here with this melody is that it's based off of what's called a Gregorian chant. We're not going to get too far into Gregorian chants. But what is interesting is to look at the groupings of the scale degrees. So what I mean by that is this. We can see over here we have 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we don't have 5, we don't have 6. And then here we have 5, 6, 7, 6, 4, 6, 5. Very different, right? Completely different scale degrees than what we had at the beginning. Now we're going to see a mix come together. 5, 7, 1, 3, 4, 2. 4, 2, there it is. And then we have 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 7, 1. So we have these 4 distinct groups in the melody. And what's interesting is to see how the scale degrees are grouped together. We have 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s in our first one. In our second one, we have 5, 6s, 7, 6, 4s, 6, 5. In our third one, we have a mix. 5, 7, 1, 3, 4, 2. And in the last one, we have 1, flat 3, 2, 1, 2, flat 7, then coming back to 1. Now, what's also interesting to notice here, we're going to see this through a lot of these boss fight songs, is that the melody changes, and because the melody changes how low it is or how high it is, that actually creates something interesting happening in the song. So we can see here that the melody is pretty low, and then here the melody goes higher, and then the melody's back down low, and then pretty much stays low. So if we were to imagine this melody, we could say, all right, it starts low, it goes high, it comes back down, then it sort of starts where it ends. So that's sort of the shape of the melody. And that's an interesting thing to think about. That's also an interesting way to look at the melody. That we have low, high, nipping down a little bit, and then sort of back to where we started, because indeed we start and end on an E4. I will see you in the next boss fight. In this boss fight, we're going to be breaking down Kakariko Village, the theme from A Link to the Past. Now you can also hear this same theme in slightly different versions in other Zelda games. But we're going to take this one straight from A Link to the Past. So let's start by looking at our key signature. All right, key signature, no sharps, no flats. That means we're either in the key of C major or A minor. Now let's take a look at our chords. Okay, we have C, A minor, D minor, G, C, A minor, D minor, G, C, A minor, D minor, G. That's a lot. Ooh, F, G, C, A minor, D minor, G, C. Going all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. Yes, one's a long one. Looking at all the chords, looking at all the chords. Page 4, looking at the chords. Okay, we end on a C. All right, so we start and end on a C chord. There are some A minors around, but based on the prevalence of C chords that we're seeing, plus something else that's cluing me in here, is that there is a chord progression here happening. There's a series of chords that's repeated over and over again, and that is, if we think about it from the key of C major, 1, 6, 2, 5. So C being 1, A minor being 6, D minor being 2, G being 5. And to think about that from an A minor perspective, you would have 3, 1, 4, 7, which, okay, sure, that is a chord progression that one could use. However, 1, 6, 2, 5 is actually a common chord progression. I know that's not in the book, but it is not a modern common chord progression, but back in like the 40s and the 50s when they were taking music theater pieces and turning them into jazz, this was a common chord progression that you would see all the time. So it's an old-fashioned common chord progression, but a common chord progression nonetheless. So I have a high degree of confidence not even looking at the melody. We just look at the first and the last note of the melody, which are both C, right there. On top of that, just looking at the strong and weak beats, we're in 3/4. Just our first two measures are strongest in measure 1 would be scale degree 1, strongest in measure 2 would be scale degree 3. Plus, on top of that, all the notes in the first two measures are literally chord tones from a C major triad. We have C, G, C, E, C, G. If you think about it, root, third, fifth, we have C, E, and G. What we have here is the chord actually broken up into arpeggios. We'll learn more about arpeggios in theory too. So, high degree of confidence just looking at the chords and the first and the last note. This song is in C major, because even if we thought about this from an A minor perspective, yeah, sure, we would have flat 3 on beat 1 of the first measure as our scale degree, and then we would have 5 in measure 2 on beat 1, but still the fact that it's over a C chord, we keep on seeing that this chord progression, the C comes around every time. Yeah, C major is the key. Okay, so let's do a scale degree analysis. Scale degree, C major is the key. 1, 5, 1, 3, 1, 5, 6, 3, 6, 1, 6, 3, 2, 6, 1, 5, 1, 6. Ooh, 5 up an octave, 2, 4. First time we've seen 4. Hello, 4. And then 2, 5. Then a nice long 1. Then 5. Then 3. Then 1. Then 5. And 5, well, 5 is tied. And then we have 5 down an octave. Then we go to 1. Then we go to 5, 3, 1. That 1 didn't really look like a 1, but that's okay. 5 goes along, goes along, goes along. 5 again. All right, that was page 1. Here we go on page 2. Starting measure 25. And 6. Ooh, 7. 6 up an octave. 5. Well, not up an octave from the last time I was there, but hey, that's okay. 3. Oh, that's 3 again. Oh, that's 3 again. 2. Back to 1. Let's make sure you can see that 1. There we go. 5. 2, 1. 5. 3. 1. 5. 5. 1. 5. 3. 1. 5. 5 again. All right, on page 3, measure 57. 6. 7. Oh, I remember this. 6. 5. 3. I say I remember this because we actually did very similar things a page ago, 2 pages ago, something like that. 3. 3 again. 2. 1. Oh, 1 again. Oh, 1 again. Actually, you could see that measure 73. It's 1 again. Then 7. Then 2. 1. 5. 4. Nice to see you. 4. 3. 4 again. 5. 3. 1. Page 4, final page. Measure 89. 1. 7. 2. 1. 5. 5. Measure 97. 4. 3. 2. 1. And now we're back to the beginning. 1. 5. 1. 3. 1. 5. 6. 3. 6. 1. 6. 3. 2. 6. 1. 5. 1. 6. Last line, starting in measure 109. 5. 5 up the octave. 2. 4. 2. That's 5 there. Getting complacent there. 5. 1. There we go. All right, that's a scale degree analysis. Now pay attention to these scale degrees. The reason why you're doing the scale degree analysis, number one, is so you can break down and understand the melody. But number two, if you ever plan on composing and writing your own melodies someday, understanding which scale degrees are used where in relation to which chords is going to be a very, very useful thing to know and understand and have in your mental memory bank. All right, let's do our Roman numerals. All right, the key. We have a 1. Then we have a 6, 2, 5, 1. Now, as we said, we have this chord progression here, so it's going to repeat several times. 1, 6, measure 13, 2, 5, 1, 6. And then we're down here, measure 21, 2, 5. Now we're going to change things up. Going to 4, to 5. C is 1, A is 6, A minor. We have our 2, 5, back to 1, and stay on C for a minute there. Then we go to 6. Now we measure 45, back to 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5. Yeah, I think I'm saying 2, 2, 5. It's not, it should be 2, 5, 1. But anyway, okay, this next one is an F to 4, 5, C is 1, A is 6, D minor is 2, G 5, C back to 1. We have 1 for that whole measure. And then we get to measure 73. We are back to 4 for the whole measure. Measure 77. I have 1. And then 2, 5. And then we're back to 1. Okay, page 4. You have an F. It's going to be 4. C, 1. D minor is 2. G is 5. C is 1. A minor is 6. D minor is 2. G is 5. C is 1. So let's break this down just a little bit and talk about some of these chord and note relationships, just to point out a couple of things. So I think it's interesting to notice that, sure enough, in the first 8 measures, basically what we have are chord tones taken from the chord, played out in order, and that creates something that is very, very harmonious, that is very, very stable, and is, well, yeah, consonant, very consonant. There's basically no dissonance in this entire song in terms of the larger scale traditional dissonance. Like if you look at the intervals between notes, obviously we don't have any harmonic intervals here, but still a lot of consonants. So we can see in the first 8 measures, sure enough, we have a C chord in measure 1 with 1-5-1, then 3-1-5. So that's just pulling chord tones out of the chord and using that in the melody. Then in measures 3 and 4, we have 6-3-6-1-6-3. But here's the thing, if we kind of change our perspective, when we think about those notes in relation to the chord, that A would actually be 1 in relation to the A minor. The E would be 5, A would be 1, C would be 3, A would be 1, E would be 5. So we can see that even there, even though we're thinking about those notes as if they were part of the C major scale, which they are, you could also think about them relating to the chord, in which case it would be just chord tones from the A minor chord. In the measures 5 and 6, under the D minor, we have a 2-6-1-5-1-6, which interestingly is a lot of the chord tones from a D minor. So if we think about this in terms of D minor chord tones, we have 1, which would be the D, 5 would be the A, 7 would be the 1, but we're not going to worry about 7ths till theory 2. And then on the weakest beat of measure 6, on beat 3, we have 5 again. And then breaking down measures 7 and 8, we have a G major chord, and the melody is going 5-5-2-4-5. But if we think about that from a G perspective, a G chord tone perspective, the notes that are in the G chord, we would say 1-1-5-7-1. So a lot of chord tones, and very interesting to see those chord tones come out of the chords and be used for this arpeggio. Arpeggio is the word when you take tones and you play them all in a row in ascending or descending order. There's a little bonus for you. And then you can go through and do the same sort of thinking along with the rest of the melody and really break it down and think about it from a perspective of, okay, what are the chords? What are the notes from the scale being used? Look at the chord progressions. Start to make those connections and start to burn that stuff into your brain. And I'll see you in the next boss fight. In this boss fight, we're going to be taking on the Green Hill Zone 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. So first thing for us to do is to look at our key signature. No sharps, no flats. That means it's either going to be C major or A minor. Now let's take a peek at the chords. Well, we have a C for the first 4, 8, 12, 16 measures before we get to an F in measure 17. Okay, so that's a lot of C at the beginning, and we can see at the end, sure enough, we're ending on a C chord. On top of that, let's see, I don't even think there's a single A minor. There is not a single A minor chord in this entire piece of music. So sure, there's E minor chords, but we know this can't possibly be the key for E minor because there's no sharps, no flats. It has to be either C major or E minor, and there's no A minor chords in this whole thing, and we start and end on a C major chord. So just based off the key signature and the chords, we can say with a very high degree of confidence that this is going to be in the key of C major. And sure, if we look at the notes in the first 8 measures, there really isn't a lot in the way of common notes, but remember, a lot of times when we have modern music, you're going to have to do a balancing act between looking at the common notes, looking at the key signature, and looking at the chords. And here, we're not really going to pay attention to the notes in the first 8 measures to tell us what the key is because, well, they're just not simply hitting those common notes. Let's look at the last couple measures. Yeah, and even here in the last couple measures, yeah, a couple common notes, but really not much in the way of driving that home. You can see in measure 45, 6, 7, 8, well, starting in measure 45, measure 47, we can see that, sure, we have a G on the weakest beat that ties into the strongest beat in measure 48, and then we have a couple scale degree 1s, but still you can see that the scale degrees are really not contributing to tell us the key that this is in, but from the key signature and the chords, we have a high degree of confidence that it is in the key of C, and sure enough, It is in the key of C major. So let's start off by doing a scale degree analysis. So we're going to do scale degree, and then we're going to write C. There you go. All right, so first up we have 7. Then we have 6, back to 7, 6, 7, 6. So already right there, that's kind of an interesting conversation to have, because you look at the arrangements we've gone through, you look at the songs we've gone through already, and we've not really seen a major chord with just 7s and 6s. A major chord also, the major chord that is the 1, or the major chord built off the tonic of the key that we're in, or tonic of the scale of the key that we're in, so C being 1, with all these 7s and 6s on it. So already right here, we're actually seeing something pretty interesting that we've not seen so far, that there's no scale degree 1, there's no scale degree 5, no scale degree 3, which hanging out on 7 and 6, which does create a very interesting sonic effect. If you'll forgive the pun, which was unintentional, but we found our way there, of those 6s and 7s. So maybe go listen to this a couple times too. And then sure enough here, finally we have a scale degree 1 in measure 5, but then we're back to 7 and 6. And then we have, again, a whole bunch starting in measure 9, 6, 7, yeah, okay, some 1s, 6, 7, 1, 1, 7. Now, if you made the mistake of thinking that this piece of music was in the key of A minor, I understand why. Because if we look at these first 14 measures, well, there's a lot of A's and B's and C's. And if you're thinking about this from an A minor common notes perspective, A being 1, C being flat 3, there's a lot of A minor common notes here. But it's not A minor, it's in C major. So carrying on, measure 18, 1, 6, 1, 7. I know my 7s and my 1s are looking kind of similar. There we go. How about that? 1, 7, 5. 5 is tied to another 5. 3, 2, 1. 7, 1. Let's do that with our 7s, just to be clear. 7, 5 tied to the next page. Look out. Page 2. And sure enough, here we have 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 7, 5, 6, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6, 5, 1. Hey there, 1. All right, measure 33. We're tied in from the last one, so no need to write anything there. Actually, you can see that. Okay, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 7, 5, tied, 5, 3, 2, 1, 7, 1, 7, 5, tied, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 7, 5. All right, bring us on home. 6, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6, 5, 1, 1, 3. Oops, I almost wrote that as a 2. And that's why, it's because the next one was a 2. All right, let's go back and do the Roman numerals. So first we write our key. Then we're going to write our first Roman numeral, Roman numeral 1 for C. And then there are no chords until we get to measure 17, which is an F. Then we're going to write our 4. And then in measure 19, we have an E minor, which is going to be our 3. There you go. Then we're back to F, which is 4. And then E minor, which is 3. F is 4. E minor, which is 3. Also interesting to notice here that going between the F and the E minor, this sort of 4-3 thing, there's a lot of interesting uses of chords and melodies in this piece of music just from a theory perspective, just to think about that in those first measures using 6 and 7 so much over the 1 chord. And then here just going back and forth between 4 and 3 so much. It also just creates interesting things because this is not stuff you see every day. The next one is D minor, which is going to be 2. Then we have C, which is 1. F, which is 4. Let me guess. Sure enough, E minor, which is 3. Then we do the 4 to 3 again. 4, 3. Ooh, 4 again. To 3. Again, you can make your writing much neater than mine. D is 2. C is 1. And then we end with a good old 5, 1. So final comments on this one is that really interesting uses of the chord, well, not necessarily progression, but sure, the chord progression of 4-3, 4-3, going between that F and that E minor. That's something interesting, not something you see every day. Also, the melody, using those notes 6 and 7 from the major scale over that 1 chord, very interesting as well. I will see you in the next boss fight. Welcome to the Undertale boss fight, where we're going to break down and understand Undertale by Toby Fox. Now, there is a lot of repetition in this song, so what I'll do is I'll analyze and talk about certain pages, then I'll say, okay, and this whole page is just repeated again on the next page. Let's get started with understanding our key signature. So, sure enough, we can see we have no sharps and no flats, which means we either are in the key of C major or A minor. So first thing for us to do is to look at our chords. Now we have a C chord for the first page. There's no other chords on this first page other than a C chord. And then we go to an F, then we're back to C, F, G. Well, there's an A minor, measure 61. F, C, okay, a couple more A minors, some Gs. Yeah, okay. F, G, G, A minor, okay. F, C, G, A minor. F, G, A minor. F, C, G, A minor. Okay. Well, this one's interesting because our first chord is a C major. Our last chord is in A minor. So I think what is perhaps interesting to unpack here is, well, what do we do in this case? Because we know if it starts and ends on a major chord, well, then obviously it's going to be major. If it starts and ends on a minor chord, well, it's going to be minor. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the beginning and we're going to take a look at the notes in our first couple of measures. Also, when you have one chord for like an entire page plus, that really is also worth something. Like it's just hanging out on a C for a really, really, really long time. That in and of itself is worth something. So even when you're looking at a song and you see that, sure, there's a C that it starts on, there's an A minor it finishes on, that C major hanging out for like 2 pages worth of time, that is worth more than the 4 measures of A minor at the end. Sometimes. Sometimes also having a song end on a minor can be worth more, but in this case, I'm telling you, having that C major at the beginning, that's worth more, which I guess I essentially just gave it away what key this is in, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay. So let's look at our first 2 measures. Let's think about this from a major perspective. Okay, so if we were major, this would be 5, 2, 1, 5. Now, if this was an A minor, we would have 7, 4, 3, 7. All right, so based off those notes, we either have 5, 2, 1, 5, or flat 7, 4, flat 3, flat 7. Which do you think is more likely? Well, I'm going to tell you, it's major. Think about it. We only have 1 common note from minor. We have 3 common notes from major. Plus, we have that C major hanging out, taking up like the entire first page. Plus, we don't even get to an A minor chord until measure 63 or 65, whatever it was. So the scale degrees here are actually relatively straightforward. So I'm just going to let you do the scale degrees because there's no surprises throughout this entire piece of music with the scale degrees. So what I want to point out here is actually to talk more about the chords. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go through and do a Roman numeral analysis with the chords, and then I'm going to break down and point some things out about the chords in relationship to the melody. All right, so let's start by putting our key and our Roman numerals. Okay, so we have 1, we have 1 for days. Okay, then we get to 4. Then we're back to 1, 49, 4, 57. We have G. It's going to be our 5. A minor is going to be 6. Now we have 4. 73, we have 1, 81, we have 4, 89, we have 5, 93, we have 6, and 97, 4, 105, we have 1, 113, back to 4, 121, we have 5, then we have 6, then we're back to 4, 1, 145, F is 4, 153, G is 5, 157, A minor is 6, 161, F is 4, 169 is 1, 177 is 4, 185 is 5, 189 is 6, 193, well, this is a long song. 193 is 4. I think almost the entire song is in here. One thing to watch out for here in measure 204, look out for that B flat, considering when the key of C, that's going to be a flat 7. Keeping it going, 201, 5, 205 is going to be C, 209 is going to be Clef, which is 4. 217 G. A minor, which is 6. Oops, I almost wrote that as 1. F as 4. G is 5. Then we're at C, A minor, F, C, G, and A minor to finish. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about the chords and the way the chords are used throughout the song, because this is actually really fascinating and one of the reasons why I wanted to have you do this boss fight in the first place. So this entire song, if you're not familiar with it, pause this video, go listen to it, and then come back. Okay, we're back. We all know what Undertale sounds like. What gets really interesting about this song is the way the chords speed up and get more complex over time. I'll show you what I mean. We start off with the entire first page as Roman numeral 1, as C major. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, 33, we go to F, which is 4. So we have 32 measures where nothing changes about the chords. Now what we're going to see is the chords are going to change every 8 measures. They're going to start to speed up. So we have 8 measures of F. Now we have 8 measures of C. Now we have 8 measures of F. Now we have, getting even faster, 4 measures of G, 4 measures of A minor. So we're starting to speed up. It's starting to become more complex. We go to 65, 8 measures of F, 8 measures of C, 8 measures of F, 4 measures of G, 4 measures of A minor. So we're starting to see a chord progression. And the chord progression we're starting to see is 4, 1, 4, 5, 6. That's the chord progression we're starting to see, and I'll show you why. On the last page, we had the same thing. It was F for 8 measures, that's 4. Then we have C for 8 measures, that's 1, so that's 4, 1. We have F for 8 measures, that's back to 4. Then we go to 5, which is G, and then to 6, which is A minor. So we have 4, 1, 4, 5, 6 as a chord progression, and that is a really cool chord progression. And if you listen to the music, you can hear that that chord progression, because it does not start or end on 1, it keeps pushing the music forward. It feels like it doesn't want to end. It feels like it's never finished. It feels like it's never done, almost like the game of Undertale is never done. You can keep on playing it over and over and over again. So that chord progression in and of itself, because there's no resolution, we talked about the consonants and dissonance and how dissonance wants to resolve to consonants in terms of intervals. Well, it's the same thing with chords. Dissonant chords, or just any chord, wants to resolve. And I say wants to resolve. Well, it's an easy way of phrasing a very complicated idea. And that's because in Western music culture, in this European descendant music theory culture, chords want to, or our ears want to hear a resolution to 1. We want to hear chords going back to 1. And when the chords don't start or end on 1, where one's stuck in the middle, like it is here in this chord progression between the two 4s, it feels like it never lands, it never stops, it never pauses, it never truly comes home. It's always repeating and it's always launching itself back into something new. Sure enough, we can see in 97, we continue this chord progression of F, C, F, G, A minor. And because this chord progression is here, it just pushes us forward. We never have that resolution starting or ending this chord progression on the 1. We're starting on 4, ending on 6. In 129, the chord progression continues, but here's the thing. There's a new melody here. So we have the same exact chords as we've had for the last 2 or 3 pages. But now what changes is the melody. So I have the same chord progression on 129, this 4, 1, 4, 5, 6. We continue looking at measure 61, this 4, 1, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to come back through one more time and talk about the melody in relationship to these chords. And then we have this chord progression continuing throughout the rest of the song, this 4, 1, 4, 5, 6. Now, where we can see things change is really right towards the end, where the chords start to speed up even more. The fastest we've seen these chords go so far is 4 measures at a time. Now we're going to see them 2 measures at a time. See this? 2 measures of A minor, 2 measures of G major. Sure, 4 measures here of F, but previously we've been seeing F for 8 measures. So that's speeding it up. G for 4 measures, C for 4 measures, A minor for 4 measures. So we can see here at the end, the chords are almost doubling in speed, because before we've had groups of 4 and 8. Now we're having groups of 2 and 4. And so part of what keeps this song interesting, because it is so repetitive, is the fact that the chords speed up gradually over the course of the song. They start out with an entire page of C, and then it speeds up to groups of 8 and groups of 4, and then by the end we're at groups of 2 and groups of 4. And that idea of speeding the chords up, so how often the chord is changing. So instead of a chord changing every 8 measures and every 4 measures, it's changing every 4 measures and every 2 measures. You'll see that a lot in pop music and other modern music genres to create interest and to create momentum and to give different feelings in different parts of songs. Now let's go take a look at the melody and how that relates to the chords, because it is interesting the way that the melody changes with the chords. So basically, at the beginning, we have this which have this sort of thing here, which, yeah, sure, it's kind of a melody, it's kind of a theme, but it's not really much in the way of a melody. It's more just sort of a pattern to have something interesting start the song off. And we introduce this chord progression, this 4, 1, 4, 5, 6 chord progression, while the melody is going sorry if I'm getting that a little bit wrong, but you get the idea. Then we keep the same chord progression as the melody changes to bum, 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 bum. We can see that that slower melody, that real undertale leitmotif, if you will, that we heard from the very beginning of the whole game, is now coming back here and is repeated a couple times. Now, it starts to change and it starts to evolve once we get to measure 125. Because we can see in measure 125, we're no longer just keeping this slow melody. We're adding this extra little bum, 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 bum thing in here that we've not had previously, which, along with the chords speeding up, speeds the melody up. So we had this very slow melody. Now we're starting to speed it up with this line. Then we're back to the slow melody a couple more times through. Here's where it gets interesting. Sure enough, we go through it a couple more times. We have this more speedy section here. And now we have another theme or another leitmotif come in from the game. The bomb. That theme right there, we can see, sure enough, bringing in that flat second. Right there, that's where that's happening there. And then, yeah, we come back to our original undertale leitmotif. But to see that both the chords and the melody start off, well, slower, and then each in their own way speed up, that really creates dynamics and interest between the chords and the melody and also over the course of the song. And what's so valuable about doing this type of analysis is we wouldn't be able to see these connections as clearly, we wouldn't be able to draw the lines of connection as clearly if we didn't go through the scale degrees for the melody, if we didn't go through understanding the chord progression and how the chord progression doesn't leave us anywhere to really rest. It always pushes us forward. I will see you in the next boss fight. In this boss fight, we're going to tackle Heartache from the game Undertale by Toby Fox. Now, we're going to see actually some similarities to the song Undertale from Undertale that we did in the last boss fight, in the sense that the chord progression is not going to sit in one place. It wants to keep pushing us forward and all sorts of cool things that I'm not going to give away yet. So let's go jump in and check things out. All right, first thing for us to do is to look at our key signature. So we have 1 sharp in the key signature, which means we are either going to be in the key of G major or the key of E minor. Now we need to figure out which one that's going to be. Let's start by taking a look at the chords. We have C major as the first chord, which is interesting because even if it's in G major or if it's in E minor, to start on a C is pretty interesting. That's if we're in G major, we're starting on 4. If we're in E minor, starting on 6. Now remember, we did talk about a couple of boss fights ago that common chord progression of minor 1 to 6 and to 7 in a minor key. So perhaps we're going to see clues for that. And sure enough, as we go down, we see we have our first 3 chords are C, E minor, and D. So if E minor is indeed 1, then C is 6, D is 7. Okay, more C's, more E minors, more D's. C's, D's, E minors, C's, E minors, D's, C's, a B minor, changing things up. D, C, D, E minor, an A minor, a B minor, C, D, E minor, D, C, D, E minor. Okay, the last chord is in E minor. The first chord's a C, but we didn't have a single G major chord in this whole song. So that right there should tell you all you need to know. There's no way this song is going to be in the key of G major if there is no G major chord. It just is not going to happen. It just, for modern pop music, and this is not pop music, but it's like pop music inspired, pop music adjacent, if you will. And I know Toby Fox was inspired by other things, so I get it. But point is, in this modern music thing, if you don't have a G major chord, very, very unlikely the key is going to be in G major. Like, so unlikely, like 99.9 recurring percent. Like tons of there's a decimal point, tons of zeros, and all the way off in the distance there's like a little 1% chance that it would be in the key of G major. So already right there off the chords, we see there's no G chord in the whole thing. There's a ton of E minors. And also if we look at our notes on our strong beats, just in our first 4 measures, strongest beat, measure 1 is E. Then we have G, E, E. So already right there, our strongest beats, we have 1 and flat 3, if thinking about it from a minor common notes perspective. So we're going to go with E minor as the key. So we're going to start with scale degrees, put scale degrees, E minor, put a little colon, start with 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 7 to 5. Let's see. The next line is exactly the same notes, but with a different chords. I'm not going to write the scale degrees down there. I'm just going to move forward. We go to measure 9, where we have 4, 2, 1, 7, 6, 5, 7. So notice here we don't have the raised 6th. We do indeed have the flat 6th from the E natural minor scale. So whereas we saw the raised 6th both in Halo and in the Celeste synth solo. Here we have the lowered sixth. All right, let's keep it going. Measure 13. 1, 1, 1, 1. And then we have a repeat of our first line. And we have some new notes here. Flat 3. So just to be clear, measure 17, this whole line right here is the same exact notes as our first line up here. Yeah, same notes. 3. Again, we have a flat 3. Once more, flat 3. Bunch of flat 3s. All right, now here's one of the really cool things about doing analysis is we really start to see these patterns. Look how we have the same, well, similar here. These two measures have the same rhythm. Well, these 4 measures have the same rhythm. So this rhythm here is the same as this rhythm here. This rhythm here is the same as this rhythm here. But we have scale degree 1 in measure 13 and 14 and scale degree flat 3 in measures 21 and 22. So an interesting rhythmic connection there between those two. And yeah, so that's a rhythmic, well, we can also see the same rhythm up here in measure 9. We're actually also going to see that same rhythm here on the next page in measure 25. So I think what's interesting to notice, and this is great from both a analytical perspective and also if you're thinking about writing your own music, is using not just the same series of notes, but using the same rhythm, but changing the notes within the rhythm. So let's get back to our scale degrees here. So that's scale degree 2, because we are indeed in E minor. Then to 1, then we have flat 7, 6, scale degree 6, scale degree 5, scale degree 7, scale degree 1 in measure 29, 5, flat 7, 1, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you can see we have the same rhythmic pattern here as we do here, different notes. It's interesting to see that one of the things that makes Toby Fox's music so memorable is the way he keeps it simple in the sense that the same note patterns could be repeated or the same rhythm patterns are repeated. That's also what helps your brain to identify and remember things is when there's repetition. Because think about remembering anything. The way you remember anything is through repetition, like the way you memorize anything or the way you commit anything to memory. Well, now I'm saying the same thing twice, but it's through repetition. All right, so let's look at we have 1, flat 3, 2, flat 3, 1, 1, 2, flat 3, 7, 5. We're going to have that melody repeated a whole bunch of times down here. See? Same melody over and over again, but with slight differences in the chords that are being used under the melody. And after that, this line right here, sure enough, we have that repeated, I do believe, right here. Yep, that's right. So measure 57, that line is exactly the same as the line of measure 9. Both circled in red there for you. Same. And then we're back to the same notes 2 times through. Our main, well, literally a motif, literally a theme here that we can see repeated. It's the same series of notes here. See the series of notes right here? It's the same thing we have here and here. Okay, now changing things up a little bit. So we're actually going to write these scale degrees down. Now, in your music, you most likely actually went through and wrote all the scale degrees out. That's great. That's fine. I'm just saving a little bit of time so you don't have to just sit here and watch me write the scale degrees in. So I'll just point out when we have things that are the same. And then also, you end up making more of a connection because then instead of me just sitting here writing scale degrees, we actually talk about the way the things are similar and how they show up over and over again in different ways. Yeah, I think we've seen this one before, but let's do it again anyway. I didn't do many in A minor before I did this. Okay. Then we're at 7. That's hilarious. 6 to 5 to 7. That'll teach me to try and film all of these in one day. Okay. Flat 7. I have 1. 3, 4, flat 3, 2. We've already had this measure as well. Flat 3. That little line can go. And then in this last line of this page, we just have scale degree 1 hanging out for a whole bunch of time. All right, measure 89, 90, 91. 5, 1, 3, 5 up the octave, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3. That's a very squiggly 3. I'm going to fix that just for clarity. There we go. Whoops. To 4, to 2, 7, then to 1. Then we have our little group of notes here repeated a whole bunch of times from the very beginning. Yep, same thing. So measure 109 through 117, 18, 19, 20. It's all the same thing. We've also seen this before on our last page. So fairly straightforward in terms of the scale degrees. Now, let's go back to the top, or the beginning rather. So musicians, we say the top would be the beginning. And let's do our Roman numeral analysis. So we're going to start off by putting our key, E minor. All right, so what's interesting is that instead of starting on 1, we're actually starting on 6, which is fascinating, but not completely uncommon in terms of having the common uses of 6, 7, and 1 in terms of chords for minor songs. Chord progression you can hear throughout the world in video game music, sure, but it more started in the rock world in late 60s, early 70s, but then is still around to this day. It's one of the coolest chord progressions where you have, we're in the key of E minor to E minor, you have E minor, D, C. You do any combination of that. It's like just trying to get to that E minor in any combination. All right, so here's our C, it's our 6, and I say flat 6 because from a scale degree perspective, we'd have the flat. When we talk about the chords, we don't actually put the flats. Okay, measure 21, 2 measures per chord. Interesting there. 5, we're back to 6. Then we hang out on 6 for a while. Then we're on 7. Then we're back to a 1. And then guess where we go? Sure enough, it's going to be 6. And then 53, we are back to 1. And then 7 is D. And C is 6. And now here's interesting. B minor, we get 5, a minor 5. So then we have D, which is 7. Then we have C, which is 6. And then we're back to D, which is 7. Then E minor down at the bottom, which is 1. All right, page 4. Now this is exciting. This is the first time we've gone to minor 4. Interesting that we have a minor 4 on page 4. There's no connection there because it just happens to be page 4 in the way that I wrote it out. Here's B minor. That's going to be 5. 6 is D. 6 is C, 7 is D. Back to 6, which is C. Then we have E minor at the end of the page. And then last page, we have 7. Then we have 6. Then we have 7. Then we resolve to 1. So, all in all, nothing crazy out of the ordinary in terms of, well, notes that don't come from the scale or chords that don't come from the scale, but a very interesting case to understand and see how with the 3 chords of E minor, D, and C, or 1, 7, and 6, you can really create a lot. And there's only a couple times throughout this whole song that Toby Fox actually went to 5 or to 4. The rest of the song was just 1, minor 1, 7, and 6, both major. And you can hear that 1, 7, 6. I mean, Ziggy Stardust, the sort of bridge section, has that chord progression. All along the Watchtower version played by Jimi Hendrix has that chord progression. I mean, so many songs that I can't even remember them have that chord progression. Kryptonite by 3 Doors Down, that's a deep cut. But tons and tons of songs have chord progressions built out of minor 1, 7, and 6. I hope you had a ton of fun and really enjoyed analyzing these game themes, seeing these compositional tools that are used, talking about the melody and the chords, how they work together, how they work against each other, how they change or how they don't change, and how the melody stays the same, how the chords change, how the chords change. The melody doesn't change. All these really cool insights that we gain through analysis. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses just like this, and honestly, even better than this, in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now.